At 4 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun got up from the bed. "Why do you get up so early?" Yao Ro had just fallen asleep. When she saw Ling Yun was getting dressed and was about to get up, she asked with sleepy eyes. "I'm going to practice." Ling Yun quickly got dressed, then he lowered his head, gave Yao Ro a deep kiss, and said with a smile, "Go on to sleep." Last night Ling Yun got a full rest. One time is enough. It is impossible not to practice every day. This is not his style. Ling Yun got up so early, of course, in order to practice his Diyan Gathering Star secret art. He flew out of the house, quickly came to the courtyard, and then disappeared directly, soaring into the sky, 20,000 meters in the air. At 4 o'clock in the morning, on the ground, it was the darkness before dawn, the darkest night, but after reaching an altitude of 20,000 meters, it was bright white. Ling Yun looked at the eastern sky, and he could already see the sky before sunrise. The scene, where the clouds are all over the sky. This has something to do with his altitude. 20,000 meters is really too high. The earth is round, and Ling Yun is at this altitude, which means that he has crossed 2 time zones to the east, which is exactly equivalent to 6 o'clock in the morning there. About. Looking far away in the sky, of course Ling Yun cannot see other things, but the sun is an exception, and he will definitely be able to see it. That's why Ling Yun got up an hour earlier than usual, to practice his Diyan Gathering Stars in the sky. It's extremely cold here, about 120 degrees lower than the ground temperature, almost 100 degrees below zero. The strong wind hits the body, and even Ling Yun's Wugo glass body feels the bone-chilling chill. If it is an ordinary person, if he is placed at this height, he will freeze directly into a lump of ice, and freeze to death instantly. Ling Yun floated in the sky, sitting cross-legged as if on the ground, facing the east, facing the sun that was about to burst out, and began to absorb the great sun essence fire. The cold is cold, but it does not hinder the absorption of the great sun's essence fire. On the contrary, the air here is extremely thin. Without the barrier of layers of atmosphere, it will double the speed of the cultivation of the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju. During the cultivation process, Ling Yun controlled his body to land slowly, and in his eyes, he always kept the look of the red sun just jumping out of the sea. Ling Yun couldn't say the exact reason, but he knew that only in this case, he could absorb the most great sun essence fire, and he could cultivate at the fastest speed. The best time to absorb the great day's fine fire is when the sun slowly jumps out of the sea from below the sea level, when the sky is full of red light and the red clouds are at their peak. An hour later, Ling Yun descended a full 10,000 meters. After more than half an hour, Ling Yun reached the ground, but he did not fall back into Yarrow's courtyard, but came to the highest point of the dangerous peak of Nanqui Peak and continued to practice. In this way, Ling Yun practiced for more than 3 hours. At 7:30 in the morning, he stopped practicing and slowly opened his eyes. "Hey, after I can fly in the air, I can finally practice the great expansion gathering star treasure just like in the great world of cultivation." That's right, that's how Ling Yun played when he was cultivating the great world. This way of cultivating the Diyan Gathering Stars treasure Ju, the effect is at least 3 times the original, and the speed of practice is naturally 3 times the original. Standing up, Ling Yun only felt refreshed. He was in the real peak state now, and he had accumulated 300,000 drops of divine energy in the sea of consciousness between his brows. Just more and less. That guy Tang Meng, he should be on the plane by now, right? Ling Yun muttered, not wanting to waste time, and planned to pick him up in person. Tang Meng came back just in time. Before Ling Yun left, he would handle many things, which would save a lot of trouble. Brush. Ling Yun disappeared, descended from the sky, and returned to Yao Ro's courtyard. He accompanied Yao Ro to have breakfast, and then the two of them took a short rest. After 8:30, they rushed directly to Qingshui Airport. Now, Ling Yun has the invisibility technique. If it is not necessary, he no longer needs to drive, because the traffic jam is too time-consuming. He will fly directly after invisibility. Therefore, after Shui mining, Yao Rou also displayed the feeling of flying in the sky. After arriving near the airport, Ling Yan found a deserted place and landed directly on the side of the road. Then he took out a car from Taishi Ring and drove to the airport. At 9:15, Ling Yan finally saw Tang Meng again. 7 days had passed since the two last met on September 17. Brother Yun. Tang Meng came out from the exit of the airport, his face full of excitement, and he greeted Ling Yun. As soon as he got off the plane, he received a call from Ling Yun, knowing that Ling Yun had come to pick him up in person. Of course he was excited. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness covered 8 kilometers, and he didn't have to wait for the plane to land. As soon as Tang Meng's plane entered the range of his spiritual consciousness, he saw Tang Meng. He even knew when Tang Meng turned on his cell phone. Of course it was accurate. Boarding. Ling Yun directly asked Tang Meng to get in the car. Although he came by flying, he had to go back by car. It wasn't that he couldn't fly with Tang Meng, but he had to communicate with Tang Meng on the way back. Tell him something. Okay. Tang Meng followed Ling Yun into the car, then took out his mobile phone and made a call, telling the 8 bodyguards who followed him to find a way to return to Qingshui City. Those 8 bodyguards were originally from Qinglong Longtang. Tang Meng used them easily, and they never changed. They came back on the same flight as Tang Meng, but Tang Meng was in first class, and those 8 were all in economy class. So he comes out first. I think you're quite comfortable now. It's not like I was so busy when I left the capital. I had to answer a dozen calls even for a meal. Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng's way of making a phone call, calm, and already possessed the aura of a high-ranking person, so he couldn't help but said with a smile. On the eve before Ling Yan left the capital, Ling Lai had held a big banquet, and the reunion festival had passed ahead of schedule. Tang Meng happened to be in the capital, and of course, he also participated. He answered more than a dozen calls in just over an hour, and Ling Yun was so angry that he finally asked him to turn off the phone. It's over. Hey, Brother Yun, I have to thank you very much for saving my sister-in-law Mei Feng, and now letting her be the president of Ling Yun Group. I will save a lot of trouble. Tang Meng laughed and laughed, with a relaxed feeling of being relieved of a heavy burden on his face, without any trace of loss. After he finished speaking, he still turned his head and said to Yao Rou, Sister-in-law, you don't blame me, do you? Say what you say, don't worry about me. Yao Rou smiled calmly, and didn't care at all when Tang Meng mentioned Shuang Meifeng in front of her. Ling Yan asked, Is there any explanation from my uncle when I come back this trip? No. Mentioning Ling Yu, Tang Meng immediately lifted his spirits. Brother Yun, the video of you crushing the heroes at the Fumo conference, that guy Mo Wudao sent back to the Ling family, we all watched it, haha, kill them, not a single piece of armor is left, it's so cool. But Tang Meng changed the subject. Brother Yun, if you are going to Tianshan to rescue Aunt Qin, you should be more careful. Uncle Ling told you to beware of Kunlun, and be careful that they will interfere. I see. Ling Yun nodded, because Tianjianzong is a sect of self-cultivation. He had thought of this possibility a long time ago. Then you came back this time, is it just for the handover? That's right, the handover is a big deal. I guess it will take at least 3 to 5 days. Hey, sister-in-law Meifeng will be busy in the future. Tang Meng resigned from the position of the president of Ling Yun Group, as if throwing away a hot potato. He felt a little gloating about Zhuang Meifeng's next situation. Don't even think about being idle. Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart. He knew what Zhuang Meifeng was going to do next. Tang Meng, the chief executive, would only be busier by then, and he would not be as carefree as Tang Meng imagined. The financial director of Ling Yun Group, that Qian Ruhai, you have to bring him with you in the future, it will be useful to you. Ling Yun kindly reminded Tang Meng. Well, Sister Mei Feng is a certified public accountant and financial actuary herself. In the future, Lingyun Group's financial accounts should not need Qianruhai. Let him follow me in the future, so it will be convenient for me to go out and do business. It turned out that Tang Meng had planned a long time ago, and he has indeed made great progress. Tell you a few things. Lingyun drove the car and began to explain to Tang Meng what he was going to do today. First, you did a good job in changing all the companies under the Lingyun Group to my name. You will do this no matter if you acquire any company in the future. For example, the logistics company in Beijing, and Qingyun Film and Television what? It has been changed long ago. Tang Meng was almost a roundworm in Lingyun's stomach. He knew that Lingyun would definitely agree, so he made his own decision. Second, this morning, make an appointment with Yu Xingjin, Song Jingyang, and Mr. Murong, and tell them that I will treat them to dinner and give them gifts at noon. In the past 6 months in Qingshui City, during the process of Lingyun's rise, these people have helped Lingyun a lot, and of course he has to express himself when he comes back this trip. For example, the Emperor Greenstone King from Yu Xingjin, the Super Candied Haws, the Green Dragon out of water, and Morong Wincher's Seal of the King, these are all treasures, and Lingyun should of course give them back. Tang Meng nodded directly. Brother Yun, don't worry, I will arrange it right away. Thirdly, I'm leaving Qingshui early tomorrow morning, so tonight, I'm going to throw a big banquet. Make up your mind and invite everyone who should be invited. Let's all have a lively meal together. Tang Meng asked, Brother Yun, where are the arrangements for that night? It's in Lingyun Building, that's our own territory, and it's in the suburbs, so it's convenient for those people to come and go. After finishing the arrangements for Lingyun's 3 matters, he took out an emerald jade bottle containing 7 pairs of pills and handed it to Tang Meng. Here are 7 pairs of elixirs, from Grandpa Tang and your parents, from Uncle Li and his wife, and from Lu Li and her mother-in-law. Thank you, Brother Yun, don't worry, I will take care of these things. While speaking, Tang Meng took the emerald green medicine bottle and put it directly into his interspatial ring. Seeing this, Lingyun smiled and said, Can you use it? Tang Meng's face was full of pride, he laughed and said, It must. The third update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. If you want to work for Lingyun, it has to be Tang Meng. After Lingyun finished explaining, Tang Meng directly made a phone call in the car, and after one phone call after another, everything was settled. After the 3 of them returned to Qingshui City, Tang Meng didn't stop. It took him one morning to distribute all the 7 pairs of pills that Lingyun gave him, and he didn't even miss lunch. At noon that day, accompanied by Tang Meng, Lingyun came to the place to eat. This time it was the place chosen by Mr. Morong Wincher. It was very quiet and elegant. Yexingjin, Song Jingyang, and Morong Wincher, these people are all bigwigs in Qingshui City and even Jiangnan Province, with extensive connections and good hands and eyes. During the process of Tang Meng's acquisition of those small and medium-sized enterprises and the integration of Lingyun Group, they all after a lot of effort and help, they are now much more familiar with Tang Meng than they are with Lingyun. Of course, that was when Lingyun was not around. As soon as Lingyun arrived, Tang Meng stepped aside completely, and he was the favorite in the eyes of the other 3. Because the meal involved the handover issue of Lingyun Group, Lingyun brought Zhuang Meifeng along and introduced the 2 of them to each other. The 6 of them ate and chatted, and the meal lasted for more than 2 hours before it was considered over. Before parting, Lingyun took out 3 pairs of pills, gave them to the 3 people respectively, and watched them take it. The 3 of them took the elixir, and they instantly became 20 years younger. Needless to say, they were shocked and excited, and they already regarded Lingyun as a heavenly being in their hearts. Yexingjin first proposed that he was willing to merge his Yudingshuan into Lingyun Group, and he would only be responsible for management from now on. But Lingyun refused, saying that it was Yexingjin's property, and he could just keep it for himself and take care of it. There was no need to do that. Zhuang Meifeng also declined with a smile. She is not familiar with the jewelry business, and that is not the future development direction of Lingyun Group. She does not want Lingyun Group to become a hodgepodge. Song Jingyang also followed up and said that he has now shrunk the jewelry business and handed it over to his servants. He has nothing to do and is willing to work for Lingyun Group for free, and he is on call. Naturally, this Lingyun would not refuse. He agreed directly, but said with a smile that he would definitely pay Song Jingyang a salary. Song Jingyang laughed it off. Immediately afterwards, Lingyun suggested that he still had some of Zhuyan pill and beauty pill, and planned to ask the three of them for help, so that they could find a way to help with the auction, test the waters, and test the market at the same time. Song Jingyang and his group are all playing with antiques and betting on stones. They all know rich people, so it's perfect for them to operate and lead the auction of pills. Therefore, as soon as the three of them heard this, they all agreed with padded chests, promising to do a good job in this matter, so that these pills could be sold at a satisfactory price. In front of the three of them, Lingyun took out 2 bottles of pills, which contained 10 Zhuyan pills and 10 beauty pills each, and handed them all to Zhuang Meifeng, asking her to keep them away. When the three of them were almost done, they came. She takes it here. Take as much as you sell. Before parting, Morong Wencher called Lingyun aside alone, and asked him if he had contacted Morong Feishue during this period of time. After hearing that he hadn't, the old man stomped his feet anxiously, blushing, and asked Lingyun to call Morong Feishue. Lingyun had no choice but to tell the old man frankly that he would go to Hong Kong and Macau in a while, and he would definitely see Morong Feishue at that time, so Morong Wencher let Lingyun go. After lunch, Lingyun didn't go anywhere in the afternoon. He returned to Villa No. 1 and gave Jade Bird 2 pairs of pills without saying a word, saying that when she went to Lingjue Temple, if she saw Master Xuanji, she would give her these 2 pairs of pills. Were given to each other to thank Master Xianming for his generous help back then. Then, Lingyun made arrangements and began to prepare for leaving Qingshui tomorrow. This time he went to Tianshan to rescue Qin Qiuyue, and there were not many soldiers. Therefore, except for Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao, as long as he couldn't fly in the air, he didn't bring any of them. Of course, Lingyun must take the 5 blood servants with him. Their current strength is equivalent to that of practitioners at the 6th level of Qi training. And he can fly, he knows dark magic, and he is loyal to Lingyun, which is of great help to Lingyun. Then, of course, Qin Dongxue, Bai Xianer, Wang Chongxiao, and Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect, would also be brought along. In Lingyun's plan, there is another person who may or may not go, but he hasn't discussed it with Qin Dongxue yet, so it hasn't been decided yet. Lingyun contacted everyone separately and asked them to make preparations in advance. Everyone will gather tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. In the evening, Lingyun, Zhuang Meifeng, Tang Meng, and everyone from Villa No. 1 came to Lingyun Building together. After arriving at Lingyun Building, the 3 of Lingyun first came to the president's office. As the chairman of Lingyun Group, he personally signed the appointment document, making Zhuang Meifeng officially the president of Lingyun Group, and Tang Meng became the executive of Lingyun Group. President. So far, all the matters for Lingyun's trip back to Qingshui City have been completed. That night, the central door of Lingyun Building was opened wide to welcome guests from all over the world. Apart from the important people around Lingyun, the management figures of Lingyun Group were the most complete. There were almost 200 people in total. Although Tang Meng made a temporary arrangement, but with his status, he only had a phone call, and the people below were notified within half an hour. They heard that the chairman and the president were going to hold a banquet. Who would dare not come? The banquet was held in the multifunctional banquet hall of Lingyun Building. Before the banquet started, Lingyun naturally pushed Zhuang Meifeng to the front of the stage, and personally announced that this is the new president of Lingyun Group. In just an instant, Zhuang Meifeng transformed into one of the most powerful figures in Qingshui City and even Jiangnam Province. That night, without a doubt, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng became the most eye-catching existences. Gossip less, the dinner party was very lively and lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening before it was considered over. After the dinner was over, Ling Yun handed over the finishing touches to Tang Meng, and he went directly to Villa Number 9 in Clearwater Bay. There are already 4 people waiting for him here. Qin Dongxue and Bai Xianer were here originally, needless to say, the other 2 were Wang Chongxiao and Yi Xingchen, who had just returned from the Demon City. Yi Xingchen was talking with Qin Dongxue. When she saw Ling Yun, she cast her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, "How have you been these 2 days?" Ling Yun broke out in sweat immediately. "Heaven and earth conscience, I have been busy these 2 days, and I didn't even bother to come back here." "If you don't believe me, ask Dongxue." Hearing Ling Yun directly calling Qin Dongxue's name, Yi Xingchen froze. Qin Dongxue's beauty changed drastically. Only Bai Xianer covered her lips and smiled coquettishly. She had nothing to do with herself, she held her head high. "Sister Qin, congratulations. Finally, your wish has been granted." Yi Xingchen is so smart. When she saw Qin Dongxue in the small wooden house in the eastern suburbs of the capital, she already had a premonition of this day and knew it well. At that time, Qin Dongxue clearly knew the relationship between Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, but she took the initiative to ask Yi Xingchen to call her sister. The deep meaning in it couldn't be more obvious. "Sister Xingchen, it's not what you think." No matter how domineering Qin Dongxue was, but facing Ling Yun alone, and now in front of Yi Xingchen, she could not become domineering no matter what, and was eager to defend herself. "Sister Qin, you don't need to explain, I understand what you're thinking, and don't worry about others gossiping." Yi Xingchen didn't let Qin Dongxue explain at all. She stared at her with disdain. "If anyone refuses to accept, we will beat him until he is convinced." "Have to?" Ling Yunqin said. "What is domineering?" "Yi Xingchen is truly domineering." Sister Xingchen, we will leave Qingshui City early tomorrow morning. I still have a few words to say to Ling Yun alone, because it involves our Qin family. You don't mind?" Qin Dongxue didn't explain any more. Her pretty face flushed, and she was a little embarrassed to say it. "Sister Qin, why do you need to ask me about this kind of thing? If you have something important to do, take Ling Yun out and find a place to chat alone." "I just want to chat with Sister Xianer." Yi Xingchen was understanding and said frankly. She knew that after Ling Yun left Qingshui City, his next stop was not directly to Tianshan, but to the Qin family in Qinling, so Qin Dongxue must have something to tell him in detail. "Thank you, sister." Qin Dongxue got up, thanked Yi Xingchen first, and then said to Ling Yun, "You brat, come with me." The 2 jumped out, and soon came to the edge of the cliff in the East China Sea. After seeing that there was no one around, Qin Dongxue took a step forward, walked with the sword, and flew towards the depths of the sea. Ling Yun naturally followed closely. The 2 of them were very fast, and in less than a minute, they rushed more than 30 kilometers and came to the sky above the vast sea. "Dongxue, I did say that on purpose just now. We don't need to hide from Xingchen. She already knew about it, so I said good morning." After Ling Yun stopped, he hurriedly explained. "I didn't mean to tell you this." Qin Dongshua's expression became extremely solemn. She directly interrupted Ling Yun's words, then frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Ling Yun, there may be something wrong with Ling Yu." "Something wrong with Ning Ling Yu?" Ling Yun's heart tightened suddenly. He was baffled. He thought that Ning Lingyu had just passed the 49th catastrophe, and from now on her Qi training realm would be flat, without any obstacles. What would happen to her? Thinking of this, Ling Yun raised his eyebrows. What happened to Lingyu? Qin Dongshua's face was full of worry. "Ling Yun, do you know? Lingyu hasn't contacted me for several days, not to mention the phone. he hasn't even sent me a WeChat or text message. How many days? Ling Yun felt bad when he heard it. You know, Ming Lingyu and Qin Dongxue have been together for so long, and they have actually become best friends who talk about everything. When they are not together, they are in contact almost any time and anywhere. Especially Ming Lingyu knew that now that Qin Dongxue and Ling Yun were staying together, how could she not contact Qin Dongxue? It's been 5 days since she replied to my message last time. 5 days? Today is the 25th. Ling Yun calculated silently in his heart, and then asked, that is to say, the last time you two communicated was on the day of Mid-Autumn Festival? That's right. And it's the festival. I took the initiative to send her a message, wishing her a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and telling her that the Demon Conference will start soon, so she doesn't have to worry about us. When Qin Dongxue said this, she suddenly stopped, and asked Ling Yun, how do you think she answered? Ling Yun asked curiously, how did she come back? With a thought, Qin Dongxue took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, found the dialogue interface with Ming Lingyu, and tapped lightly on the last message sent by Ming Lingyu. It was a voice, and Ming Lingyu only said 4 words, I'm not worried. It was indeed Ming Lingyu's voice, but the voice was cold, it could even be said to be extremely cold, without any emotion, like an arrogant and indifferent emperor. The 4th one is here. I stayed up all night again, 13,000 words, such an explosion, just to ask everyone for a guaranteed monthly pass. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. I wipe. This is impossible. Ling Yun was shocked when he heard this, and turned into a rage. That day was the Mid-Autumn Festival reunion day, and Ling Yun was about to fight again. It is impossible for Ming Lingyu to say such words, and it is even more impossible to speak to Qin Dongxue in such a tone. Ling Yun snatched the phone and listened to it several times in a row. Every time he listened to it, his face became gloomy, and in the end his face was as sinking as water. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Ling Yun was very annoyed, and there was a reprimand in his tone. Qin Dongxue had never seen Ling Yun treat her like this before. She was inexplicably timid, and said aggrievedly, we were all making breakthroughs at the time, and a big battle was imminent, so why would I pay attention to such details? And not long after the Demon Subduing Conference started, after finishing the work, the mobile phone is in the interspatial ring, so I can't take it out. She was actually anxious and annoyed in her heart, her eye circles were already red. It wasn't until the night before yesterday, after you helped me recover my skills, that I was able to communicate with the space ring again and took out my phone. Ling Yun saw Qin Dongshua's expression, and immediately realized that what he said was serious. His heart softened, and his tone immediately became gentle. Don't be sad, I was too anxious just now, you speak slowly, and then? Qin Dongxue said, then I turned on the phone, thinking that I would definitely receive a message from Lingyu, but after turning on the phone, I found that there was no message from Lingyu, so I called her directly. Telephone. When did you fight? Qin Dongxue thought for a while, and said directly, the night before yesterday, it was probably close to midnight. Ling Yun almost laughed when he heard this, and thought that Qin Dongxue was too irritable and called Ming Lingyu at midnight. At that time, she was either resting or practicing. The phone must have been thrown into the space ring long ago. How could it be possible? Get through? This reassured Ling Yun a lot. He asked, didn't you get through? Qin Dongxue nodded, I didn't get through, the reminder is not in the service area. I heard this notification tone, and guessed that Lingyu should have put her phone in the space ring, so I didn't think much about it, and I didn't contact her again that night. The key is that yesterday, since I took out my phone, I was afraid that Lingyu would not be able to contact me, so I never put it in the space ring again, and kept it turned on all the time, but I still didn't receive it all day yesterday. Any information about Lingyu? Kindness? Lingyu nodded. From this point of view, yesterday is indeed the most important, because before yesterday, Qin Dongshua's mobile phone was kept in the space ring. Even if Ning Lingyu wanted to contact Qin Dongxue, she couldn't get in touch. She may have called Qin Dongxue several times in a row. After being unable to contact her, she knew that Qin Dongshue's cell phone must be in the space ring. So Ning Lingyu was studying and practicing at school. She couldn't contact Qin Dongxue, and she couldn't contact Ling Yun, and with her personality, she rarely contacted others, so she simply threw her phone into the interspatial ring, also quite possible. But the problem is, if Ning Lingyu didn't send Qin Dongxue a message the whole day yesterday, it would be unreasonable. At this time I only heard Qin Dongxue say, so yesterday evening, that is, at dinner time, I called Lingyu again, but it still reminded me that I was not in the service area. At that time I really felt something was wrong, so I remembered the voice message that Lingyu replied to me on the night of August 15th. I listened to Lingyu's voice again, and just like you, I immediately realized something was wrong, because that tone was like that of a stranger, even colder than a stranger. Attitude, it can never be like this. Good. Lingyu nodded heavily. It is absolutely impossible for Lingyu to talk to us like that. He thought about that lonely and indifferent voice over and over in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more annoying he became, and it made him angry. If he hadn't known that the voice was indeed Lingyu's, Ling Yun would never have made the owner of the voice feel better. So since yesterday evening, I stopped thinking about receiving messages from Lingyu, and took the initiative to call her over and over again, wanting to communicate with her directly on the phone and listen to her tone, but never got through. Qin Dongxue continued, that's it. Until today, until Yi Xingchen returned to Villa number 9, he was like this. He couldn't make a call to Lingyu at all, let alone received a message from her. Ling Yun raised his eyes and asked, that's all? Qin Dongxue nodded, that's all, because tomorrow we will leave Qingshui City and go to Tianshan to save my sister. This is a big deal, not only related to my sister's safety, but also related to the 18-year relationship between the Ning family and our Qin family. These have too much to do with Lingyu, so I think it's best to communicate with her before leaving to understand her thoughts. Of course, the most important thing is to communicate with her on the phone to confirm whether there is any problem with her. After Ling Yun finished listening, he was speechless for a long time, his mind flashed and he was thinking hard. Frankly speaking, whether he is going to rescue Qin Qiuyue or resolve the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family, although it is extremely important to Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun does not take her into account. It doesn't matter if you don't go. Because with Ling Yun's current strength, he is confident that as long as he goes to Tianjianzong and finds Qin Qiuyue, saving her will be as easy as pie. Therefore, the simple matter of saving people is just a matter of walking for him. As for whether the Heavenly Sword sect can be wiped out in one fell swoop, and the 18-year agreement between the Qin family and the Ning family can be completely resolved, that's something to do later. It depends on the strength of the two sides, and it needs to be tested face to face. Just work. As the saying goes, if you know yourself, know your enemy, you will win every battle. Ling Yun will never be blindly confident until he has a thorough understanding of the enemy's strength. Therefore, his biggest task this time is very clear, which is to rescue Qin Qiuyue first, and then wait for the rest. Acting, relying on improvisation. So Ling Yun has not yet made a decision whether to take Ning Lingyu to the Heavenly Sword sect to save his mother. However, Ning Lingyu mentioned to Ling Yun more than once that when Ling Yun decides to go to the Heavenly Sword sect, she must take her with her no matter what, she must go. However, before Ling Yun left the capital on the 13th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar, when he went to Yanqing University to bid farewell to Ning Lingyu, he had already told her all the plans for this trip. The next stop is to go to Tianjianzong. She also said at the time that when Ling Yun is about to leave for Tianjianzong, she must greet her in advance so that she can ask for leave and go together. Why can't I contact you all of a sudden? This situation is too weird. To use Ling Yun's mantra, it is not Ning Lingyu's style, let alone her character. At least after August 20th, Ning Lingyu should not and will never leave her mobile phone in the space ring, and completely cut off contact with Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue. Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly took a deep breath, and said with a frown, so, there are 3 problems with Lingyu. First, she didn't take the initiative to contact you for 5 consecutive days. Second, she clearly knew that I was going to the Heavenly Sword sect to save my mother after the demon subjugation conference, but she kept leaving her phone in the space ring, so we couldn't contact her. That doesn't fit Lingyu's character. However, these 2 problems, to put it bluntly, are still the same problem, that is, Lingyu has cut off all contact with us and even the outside world, no matter whether she intends to or not. But for this point, because we all have space rings, and Lingyu's cultivation speed is surprisingly fast, she may make a breakthrough at any time, so although it is a bit weird, it can still be explained. Ling Yun had already calmed down, and his analysis was very thorough. After he said this, he suddenly clicked on the cold voice again. But this extremely indifferent voice, even I can't explain it. This is the biggest problem. With a gloomy face, Ling Yun directly stated the essence of the problem. He suddenly thought of many terrifying possibilities, and felt that if Lingyu's problem was not clarified, even if his mother was successfully rescued, he would not be happy. Qin Dongxue panicked when she heard that. She was a little confused. Yes, what should we do now? What else can I do? At worst, I'll go back in person now. Having found the crux of the problem, Ling Yun was not in a hurry. He was annoyed, but extremely calm. There is no doubt that Ning Lingyu is still in Yenqing University and attending classes as usual, otherwise, the school would have contacted him or Qin Dongxue long ago. Because when Ning Lingyu was applying for admission, in the column of relatives in the information form, Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue were filled in, and they both had contact information. In any case, as long as Ning Lingyu is still there, Ling Yun will not be too worried. Qingshui City is less than 1,500 kilometers away from Yanjing. If Ling Yun burns his soul and goes all out to make the journey, it will take at most half an hour to get there. But Ling Yun doesn't want to do this yet, because if Ning Lingyu really has a big problem, he doesn't want to act rashly and startle the snake. The most urgent task now is to find out what happened to Ning Lingyu first, that is, Ling Yun must hear Ning Lingyu's voice in the shortest possible time. Brush. With a thought, Ling Yun took out his mobile phone, and after waiting for a burst of notification sounds for various information, he quickly swiped the screen with his fingers, glanced at 10 lines, and quickly browsed all the information he hadn't seen with his spiritual sense, and found that the same thing happened on his side. These days, there really hasn't been any message from Ning Lingyu. I'm calling Lingyu for the last time now. If her phone still doesn't work, then I can rush back to the capital. Ling Yun gave Qin Dongxue a reassuring look, and then he was about to call Ning Lingyu. But at this moment, the screen of Qin Dongxue's phone suddenly flickered, and then a pleasant ringtone rang. The two took a look at the same time and saw the caller ID. The person who called was Ning Lingyu. This. Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue looked at each other, and both could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Qin Dongxue was a little dazed, and asked blankly, "Do you want to pick it up?" There was a divine light in Ling Yun's eyes. He shook his head slowly. "Don't answer it yet." The first update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. There is no wind on the sea tonight, the sea is calm, and the night sky is very clear. It is already the 20th day of the 8th lunar month. The elliptical moon hangs in the sky and is reflected into the sea, forming a sparkling wave. The screen of Qin Dongxue's phone kept flickering, and the pleasant ringtones of incoming calls kept ringing, spreading far away on the silent sea. At this moment, one of her fingers was hovering above the screen of the phone, aiming at the answer button. As long as she pressed it, she could connect to the phone and talk to Ning Lingyu. Seeing that Ling Yun refused to pick it up, Qing Dongxue was a little anxious, and even more puzzled. She turned her head and asked, "Why didn't you pick it up?" Ling Yu's phone call came too suddenly. "I wanted to see if it was a coincidence of mutual understanding, or a false alarm from us making a fuss." Ling Yan's eyes were fixed on the phone screen, and suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "If you don't pick up again, it's time." Qing Dongxue stamped his feet, afraid that the phone would be disconnected, and Ning Lingyu over there would hear a reminder that the number she dialed was temporarily unanswered. "What are you in a hurry for?" Ling Yun was very calm. "If Lingyu really wants to find us, she will definitely call again." Qing Dongxue asked, "Then what if she just makes this one call and then stops?" Ling Yun smiled proudly. "It's very simple. If that's the case, I will appear in front of her in half an hour." After reaching the peak of the 5th level of Qi training and having a flying speed of more than 1 kilometer per second, the space in this world has become different in Ling Yun's eyes. For Ling Yun, within 3,000 kilometers, it takes less than an hour. It just needs to consume a few thousand drops of divine essence. In other words, everyone in the world can go to Ling Yun today. Sure enough, Qing Dongxue didn't answer the call all the time, and the ringing rang all the time, and she hung up naturally at the end, and there was an extra missed call on her mobile phone. Really, such a good opportunity, but you. Qing Dongxue stared blankly at her mobile phone, and couldn't help blaming Ling Yun. "I'm here to see Ling Yu's patience." "Do you think the owner of that voice would have such patience?" Ling Yun explained with a smile. He directly stated his purpose. Before the voice finished speaking, Qing Dongshua's phone screen flickered again, and the caller ID showed that it was indeed Ning Lingyu's call. Qing Dongxue was finally relieved this time. She suddenly became more at ease, and smiled at Ling Yun. "Can I take it this time?" Unexpectedly, Ling Yun still smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, just wait and see." This time, the phone still rang from start to finish, and Qing Dongxue still didn't answer under Ling Yun's request. "You brat, you have such a big heart." Qing Dongxue was a little annoyed. Although she knew what Ling Yun was doing, she couldn't help but give Ling Yun a hard look. "Why are you in a hurry to answer the phone?" "I have to make sure that Ling Yu is really okay, otherwise, I won't feel at ease." Ling Yun said seriously. "Besides, no matter what the reason is, that girl Ling Yu has left us alone for so many days, we have to make her anxious no matter what." Soon, the call rang again. It was still Ning Lingyu, but this time it was not Qing Dongshua's phone, but Ling Yun's phone. "Look, Ling Yu can't reach you, so call me?" Holding the phone, Ling Yun shook the screen at Qing Dongxue, and smiled triumphantly. In fact, it is practical. Ning Lingyu's ability to make these 3 calls in a row has proved that she has no major problems. She just needs to wait for the call to be connected and see how she explains the cold voice. But this time, Ling Yun still didn't answer. He was very patient. He was testing and verifying. The phone rang again and again, until it was time and was interrupted. "Boy, neither of us answered Ling Yu's call. She doesn't know how anxious she is over there." Qing Dongxue was already impatient, and said angrily, "I don't care, if she calls again later, if you still don't answer, then I will call her directly." Seeing Qing Dongshua's angry appearance, Ling Yun laughed aloud. "It's nothing more than 3, don't worry, as long as Ling Yu calls again, I will answer in seconds." So the two each took their mobile phones and began to wait. However, after a minute passed, Ning Lingyu did not call again. Ling Yun was a little puzzled. This shouldn't be. "Aren't you stupid?" The one on the left didn't pick up, and the other one didn't pick up. "Now it's all right, I can't pick up even if I want to." Qing Dongxue complained angrily. She completely lost her patience and wanted to call Ning Lingyu directly. But at this moment, Ling Yan's cell phone rang again, and it turned out that it was Tang Meng calling. Ling Yun picked it up immediately. Tang Meng immediately asked, "Brother Yun, what are you doing?" "Ling Yu couldn't get through to your phone, so she called me instead." Oh, it's all right. Ling Yan said with a smile, I was discussing things outside just now, and I didn't bring my mobile phone. What did Ling Yu say? Tang Meng, my brother, hurry up and call Ling Yu, she is so anxious. I hung up, I won't occupy your line, you should call quickly. After finishing speaking, Tang Meng hung up the phone directly. After Ling Yan hung up the phone, he exchanged a glance with Qin Dongxue, and said with a smile, don't worry now. From this point of view, Ling Yu is fine. At this moment, Qin Dongshua's cell phone rang again, this time it was a WeChat message from Ning Ling Yu. Voice message. Qin Dongxue clicked on the message without hesitation. Auntie, what are you doing? Why can't I get through your phone? And my brother's phone can't get through either, I'm so anxious. The voice is pleasant and pleasant, very anxious. This is the original voice of Ning Ling Yu. After hearing this sentence, Ling Yun didn't delay for a second, he directly clicked on the missed call and called Ning Ling Yu. Ning Ling Yu answered in seconds, brother, you have answered the phone. Why did you go just now? I didn't answer your phone call? Oh, my aunt and I were discussing things just now, and we didn't bring our mobile phone. Why are you calling at this time? Ling Yun acted nonchalantly, and asked, with a smile. Brother, our military training for freshmen is over today, and the formal class will start tomorrow. I don't want to go to class, I want to go with you to save my mother. Ling Yun did know that the military training for freshmen at Yenqing University lasted for 2 weeks, starting on September 12th and ending today. But Ling Yun's heart still moved, would you like to go to save my mother together? Let's talk about it later. How do you know that I haven't set off yet? Ning Ling Yu smiled and said, I called Tang Meng just now, and he told me. As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he immediately knew that he had just asked nonsense, and he began to bring the topic to the point, asking Ning Ling Yu, I'm staying with my aunt now, she told me just now, I haven't contacted her for 5 or 6 days, what's going on? That's why your phone can't get through. Ning Ling Yu complained directly, with a bit of a grieved tone, brother, I have to participate in military training during the day, and go out to practice in the wild mountains at night, so during the military training, my mobile phone is placed in the space ring. But when I remembered to call you, your mobile phones couldn't get through. This space ring is convenient, but it's inconvenient to put the mobile phone in it. No one can find anyone. Ling Yun nodded after listening, knowing that everything has its advantages and disadvantages. He said casually, it is true, we all use space rings, communication is troublesome, where are you now? Ning Ling Yu said, brother, I'm in the mountainous area in the northern suburbs of the capital, the top of Yunming Mountain. During this period of time, I have been practicing here at night. I told you. Brother, let me tell you, I am now at the 6th level of Qi training, I can fly very high, and I can fly very fast, almost 1,000 meters per second. Now I go back to Qingshui City, and it only takes half an hour to fly, enough. Ling Yun is speechless, not because of Ning Ling Yu's terrifying cultivation speed, but because of her amazing understanding and terrifying adaptability. The world has become smaller, not only in Ling Yun's eyes, but also in Ning Ling Yu, who has reached the 6th level of Qi training. What shocked Ling Yun was that Ning Ling Yu adapted too quickly to these things. He is the reincarnation of a great cultivator in the transcending tribulation period, and after entering the middle stage of Qi training, this great realm is of course no obstacle for him, but Ning Ling Yu has just started to practice, and has just passed the 49th minor catastrophe, so he can say this. Let's talk. Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, and he immediately asked, Ling Yu, to what level have you cultivated your Diyan gathering star secret art? Brother, didn't you tell me? The night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival is the best opportunity for us to make a breakthrough in a year, so I practiced the Diyan gathering star treasure that night and broke through several realms. Now it is the 2nd largest realm and the 7th smallest realm. Ning Ling Yu's tone was obviously a little proud. The realm is the same as mine. Lingyun nodded. Ninglingyu is a fairy body, her cultivation speed is within Lingyun's expectation. However, the purpose of Lingyun's mention of the Great Expansion Gathering Star's secret art was not to inquire about Ninglingyu's realm, but for the voice that Ninglingyu sent to Qin Dongxue on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival. Because Lingyun had already turned on the loudspeaker, Qin Dongxue could hear every word of the conversation between the two of them very clearly. Now that she heard Ninglingyu take the initiative to talk about the full moon night in Mid-Autumn Festival, she suddenly became a little nervous. Of course Qin Dongxue knew what Lingyun would ask next, and that was the most critical question. Lingyu, speaking of the night of August 15th, my aunt told me just now that you sent her a voice message at the end that night, and she heard your tone was very wrong. What's going on? Lingyun talked, and finally asked the most important question. All the previous exchanges have proved that Ninglingyu has no problems, but those are not important. How Ninglingyu interprets that cold voice is the key point. Did my voice scare you? Who knows that Ninglingyu actually smiled when he heard this, and then said, brother, didn't I want to practice the Dian Gathering Stars treasure that night? Elective course, Space Science. Who knew that professor was very interesting? He didn't give us a lecture at the beginning, but showed us a movie, Star Wars. He started to talk halfway through, saying that there must be aliens in the universe, and there is room for overlap, and higher dimensional spaces. My words were imitating the speech of aliens. Lingyun and Qin Dongxue listened carefully, and couldn't help looking at each other, dumbfounded at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the two became furious at the same time. This explanation is quite reliable, but Ninglingyu's approach is too unreliable, and the joke is too big. Especially for Lingyun and Qin Dongxue. False alarm. Lingyu, I can't help you anymore, you wait to bear the anger of my aunt. While speaking, Lingyun directly handed the phone to Qin Dongxue. 2 updates tonight. The first update. After erupting all night for several days, Labu had a problem with his eyes, so he didn't dare to stay up late last night and went to rest as soon as possible. I'm sorry everyone, and I hope you can understand. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. For all Lingyun's questions, Ninglingyu gave perfect answers, especially during the whole process. She didn't hesitate or think about it, she answered every question, perfectly, and her explanations were very reasonable. At least it sounds reasonable. Talking with Ninglingyu up to this point, Lingyun could no longer ask any more questions, otherwise it would definitely appear that he no longer believed in his sister. Because Ninglingyu's IQ is too high, Lingyun knows this better than anyone else, so his questions just now have been well prepared and given appropriate reasons, and he has always acted as if nothing had happened. While asking each of the answers he wanted, he inadvertently pointed to the most critical question. But even if Lingyun has achieved this level, Ninglingyu is still aware of it, otherwise, she would not say, "Did she scare you?" So after listening to all of Ninglingyu's explanations, Lingyun decisively handed the phone to Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue took the phone and did not hide her annoyance. Lingyu, you child, how can you play that kind of joke with my aunt? Auntie, I just finished watching the movie at that time, and I thought it was interesting, so I imitated it. I thought you would reply to me immediately after listening to it, but who knows? At that time your brother was leading us to break through together, how could I have the time to pay attention to this? Qin Dongxue said in a deep voice, besides, even if you are joking with me, you have to allocate time. That night your brother is going to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference, and he is facing all the decent masters in the entire martial arts school, but you say no in that tone. Worry. Now that it was confirmed that Ninglingyu didn't have any problems, Qin Dongxue couldn't have a good temper at this time. She had been worried for 2 whole days, and just now she had endured Lingyun's anger for no reason, and now she was really angry. Auntie, are you really angry? I was wrong. Ning Lingyu heard that Qin Dongxue was really angry. She quickly admitted her mistake, then her voice became softer, and said, I said that because my brother told me before he left. He said that I don't have to worry, those martial arts decent people are here in his eyes, they are nothing more than ants, who can be trampled to death by lifting their feet. These are his original words. Qin Dongxue couldn't help turning her head, and looked at Ling Yun with inquiring eyes. Ling Yun nodded with a smile. That was indeed what he said when he said goodbye to Ning Lingyu, without changing a single word. Qin Dongxue gave Ling Yun a hard look. Then he said, then you shouldn't say that sentence in that tone. Well, Auntie, I know I was wrong, and I will never do it again. Ning Lingyu admitted his mistake frankly, for fear that Qin Dongxue would really lose his temper. It's good that you know your mistake. Qin Dongxue asked in a deep voice, but, after the demon subduing conference is over, why don't you care about it at all, and don't even ask a question? You also put your phone in the space ring all day long, making us think can't even get in touch with you? Unlike Ling Yun, Qin Dongxue didn't have his deep thoughts. Now that she was annoyed, she didn't think too much about it, she just said whatever came to her mind. Ling Yun listened with his ears upright. He didn't ask these words just now, not because he couldn't think of them, but because they were inappropriate. For Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue was an elder and her aunt. She came to teach Ning Lingyu a lesson. No need to have any scruples. This question is also very important. The Fumo conference has ended for 5 full days. The first 3 days were okay, because from the 21st to the 23rd, Ling Yun was rushing to cross the border, and after Qin Dongxue finished his skills, he couldn't take out his mobile phone, so it was understandable that the two sides lost contact. But what about yesterday and today? Qin Dongxue's cell phone is always with her, and it is always on. It's not that Ning Lingyu can't contact Qin Dongxue, but that Qin Dongxue can't contact her. Auntie, don't be angry. It's not that I don't care about you, but brother's performance at the Demon Subduing conference. I've seen it in the group. The process and results of the Demon Subduing conference are very clear. Ning Lingyu was obviously aggrieved and explained in a low voice. Qin Dongxue was stunned. Group? What group? Ning Lingyu said, it's the QQ group established by Tai Xiaohu, my brother's 72 disciples of the immortal medicine sect are all in it. My brother is also there, Sister Lingxiu, Sister Lingxue, and Mo Wudao are also there. He uploaded the video of the Demon Subduing conference. Call. When Ling Yun heard this, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and a big stone fell from his heart. No matter how many doubts there were, after hearing Ning Lingyu's explanation, the doubts in Ling Yun's heart disappeared. Because there is indeed such a group, which was established by Tai Xiaohu. When Ning Lingyu and the others first arrived in the capital, when Ling Yun took everyone to the Forbidden City, 8 of them joined that group together, but since that day, Ling Yun only joined the group. That group once. That was when he went to the martial arts school where the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect practiced, before he left the capital. While instructing them to practice, he distributed a pair of red envelopes in the group. It was like a rain of red envelopes. Everyone in the group, it's a joy to grab red envelopes. After that time, Ling Yun left the capital soon, and never followed that group again. However, just because he doesn't pay attention doesn't mean others don't pay attention. Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, Ling Feng, Ling Li, etc. are all in that group, and everyone doesn't care about that. For such a big event as the Fumo conference, can they not communicate with each other? It's simply impossible. Damn, how did I forget this? Ling Yun was a little annoyed at the moment. The video of the Fumo conference was recorded by Mo Wudao himself. With his restless personality, how could such a wonderful video not be posted in the group? As long as Ning Lingyu pays attention to the group, she will definitely be able to see the video, and she will definitely click on it, So she already knows the process and results of the Subduing Demon Conference, so why worry? It can be said that Ning Lingyu's explanation is much more reasonable than the one just imitating the alien's voice. So this is Qin Dongxue finally realized that she didn't use QQ very much, and she hardly knew about these new things, and she rarely used them, so in this respect, she was not as good as Ling Yun. Yeah, let's talk about my brother. That guy Mo Wudao talks about it in the group almost all day long, everyone can see. So what is there to worry about? Ling Yun is busy, Qin Dongxue is busy, but this time, in Ling Yun's team, there is a super idler, Mo Wudao. This kid blares about practicing and practicing every day, but he should eat and sleep, and never leaves his mobile phone. Ling Yun almost never sees him let go of him in the interspatial ring. Auntie, in fact, I already knew about the fact that you practiced Kung Fu on your own in order to completely leave Xinjian Villa, but I knew that my brother was there, so I didn't worry too much, knowing that he must have a way to restore your Kung Fu. So the day before yesterday, I heard Mo Wudao say in the group that you might stay in Qingshui City for a few days, then leave your phone in the space ring and get busy with my own affairs. Hearing this, Ling Yun stopped paying attention to the conversation between Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu. He soared into the sky and went straight up to 1,000 meters in the air, practicing the Great Expansion Gathering Star's secret art while meditating. Was it a false alarm? Ling Yun was still thinking about this problem. Now, Ning Lingyu has explained everything. If this is a misunderstanding, a false alarm, then it is to blame, and the communication methods in this society are too developed. There are not only mobile phone calls, but also WeChat and QQ groups. There are too many contact methods for everyone, especially groups. It is no longer one-on-one, but many-to-many. As long as you keep paying attention to the information sent in the website, everyone will know it in an instant. At the same time, people like Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and Qin Dongxue all have space rings. Whenever they get busy with something, they just throw their phones into the space ring and do whatever they want. Obviously, this is extremely easy to cause all kinds of mistakes. For a major event, everyone has seen it and knows it, but if they want to make a phone call to communicate, the other party's mobile phone is placed in the space ring, the result is a miss. Ning Lingyu just entered the school, and she has military training, study, and cultivation. How much effort does it take to be able to make a phone call over and over again for a matter that she understands thoroughly? That was indeed too much trouble, especially after she knew that Ling Yun was rushing through the barrier and Qin Dongxue had finished his kung fu. No matter how deep the brother-sister relationship between Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu is, and no matter how close Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongxue are, it would be too harsh to make such demands on Ning Lingyu, and it would be difficult for others. So Ning Lingyu has no problem. Just that voice. That abnormally cold voice lingered in Ling Yun's ears all the time, making him unable to get rid of it. Is it really imitating aliens? On a whim? Ling Yun was muttering, he needed to confirm some things. He fiddled with his mobile phone in the air, thinking about who to contact. Ling Yun thought of Qi Shaoqing and Erbo Lingyue, but they were all rejected. In the end, he put away his phone and took out the communicator. Old Chui, I have something here, I need you to help me investigate it as soon as possible. Yes, it's about Lingyu, but don't disturb her about it. Just find out about my sister's life trajectory at Yenqing University on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, especially whether she went to school at night. A class is called Space Science, including who gave the class, whether there was a movie, what movie was shown, and what was said afterwards. These details must be investigated clearly. Mr. Chui is the commander of the 36 dead men of the Ling family. As of today, he has led the dead men of the Ling family to conduct intelligence gathering training for 3 weeks. Ling Yun just took this opportunity to see how effective the training is. So Ling Yun finally handed over this matter to Chui Lao. Ning Lingyu explained everything very reasonably, and it sounded like there were no flaws, but what Ling Yun wanted was not reason, but the truth. Reasonable words are not necessarily true. Ning Lingyu is too important to Ling Yun. He can only believe that there is nothing wrong with her until he investigates clearly and confirms that the details Ning Lingyu said are true. Otherwise, it is not as simple as a problem, but the problem is too serious. Second update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. After Ling Yun made arrangements, he put away the communicator. He stood in the 1,000-meter night sky, staring at the elliptical moon, still meditating. He has a slender figure, with impeccable body proportions. He is currently practicing the Diyan gathering stars treasure with all his strength, absorbing the power of the Taiyin violently, and the moonlight completely envelopes him like a horse, and rushes into his body frantically. Further enhance Ling Yun's physique. At this time, if Ling Yun was not wearing a black suit, but a robe of a cultivator, if this kind of scene fell into the eyes of ordinary people, he would directly regard him as a real exiled immortal. But Ling Yun didn't care about it for a long time. To him now, clothes are just a piece of skin, and everything he wears is the same. He remembered the past, especially those related to Ning Lingyu. After coming to this world, the first time I saw Ning Lingyu was in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, where Ling Yun discovered that she was born with a spirit body. A natural spirit body, even in the big world of cultivation, is an extremely rare physique, and one may not be born in tens of thousands of years. According to Ling Yun's knowledge, even if two real immortals are married, after conception, the probability of the child being born with a natural spirit body is extremely small. Ling Yun was ecstatic at the time. Then, on the night of Qingming Festival, when Ling Yun rescued Zhuang Meifeng, the immortal aura of Ren Huangbi was reversed, and his realm briefly reached the 9th level of Qi training, and then he stole the coincidence and further transformed Ning Lingyu's physique, turning her into a fairy body. For Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun was extremely caring, his attention to detail far surpassed that of Tai Xiaohu and others. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun went to Ning Lingyu's heart not to pave the way for her to cultivate truth. He taught her the Diyan gathering star Ju, Wanjue Xian Ju, and phantom fish dragon step skills. Before leaving Qingshui City for the first time, Ling Yun and Morong Feishue went to Lingjue Temple, where he met Master Xuanji and learned his true origin from Master Xuanji. On that night 18 years ago, for ordinary people, the only impression might be that there was a heavy rain, but for Ling Yun, the destiny of Ling Yun, who was a baby at that time, and many people who were closely related to him, was different. Great changes have taken place. Qingyao and Sakanta died together and fell off the cliff. Master Shanming of Shankong Temple acted righteously and was seriously injured and dying. Ning Lingyu, who was also in her infancy, was suddenly seriously ill, forcing Qin Qiuyue to have no choice but to go up the mountain late at night, praying for blessings from gods and Buddhas, so she picked up Ling Yun. Master Shanming explained Ling Yun's origin, and asked Qin Qiuyue before his death to ask her to take Ling Yun home and raise him. Qin Qiuyue stopped praying to the Buddha, but went down the mountain with Ling Yun in her arms. After returning home, she found that her child Ning Lingyu had inexplicably recovered. So, from then on, Qin Qiuyue had an adopted son, and Ning Lingyu had an older brother. Although Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu had parents and were born in different places, now Ling Yun already knew from Qingmiao that Ning Lingyu and him were actually born in the same year, the same month, and the same day. Two brothers and sisters, childhood sweethearts, childhood sweethearts. But this beautiful state only lasted for 8 years. From the age of 8 to 12, as they became more sensible, the gap between the two became wider and deeper. There is a reason, because Ling Yun's Yang Qiao meridian has been abolished, his body is extremely weak, no one can save him. If he grows naturally, he will definitely not live to be 20 years old. But Ning Lingyu is the proud daughter of the sky. No matter where she goes, she is always praised by others, she is absolutely dazzling. This kind of estrangement became deeper and deeper after the two were 12 years old, and even Qin Chueyue couldn't get rid of it. For 3 years in junior high school and 3 years in high school, although the two brothers and sisters had always been in the same school, they were almost strangers. It wasn't until this spring, when Lingyun rose against the sky in Qingshui No. 1 middle school, and Ming Lingyu finally admired Lingyun, that siblings became siblings again. For the past 10 years of estrangement, Lingyun didn't know what Ning Lingyu thought in his heart, and he didn't care, because the re-emerged him was no longer the original him, and for the past 18 years, he was almost the same. I don't know, because of this, I was still by Qin Chueyue's side, and lived a period of walking on eggshells. Until one night the fairy shines on the clear water. When Lingyun dreamed of his past life and his present life, he finally remembered everything and knew everything. Lingyun broke through to the realm of Qi training, but his body was seriously injured, and he almost became a cripple. His body was riddled with holes. It was at this time that the immortal caressed my top and tied my hair, to receive longevity. Once Ning Lingyu broke through the innate realm, she also entered the first level of Qi training, causing a terrifying scene, causing the Qingshui River to flow backwards, and the water aura formed a rainbow and hung high in the sky. Naturally, the opening of Lingyun Group was next. After that, Lingyun went to the capital again, and Ning Lingyu went to the Qin family in Qinling. It was already 20 days ago when the brothers and sisters in Beijing got together again. Because she is the body of a fairy, Ning Lingyu took the lead in breaking through the middle stage of Qi training, and survived the 49 minor catastrophes, which once again triggered a shocking vision. When she survived the catastrophe, there was a rare scene of wild flowers falling, and heaven gave a generous gift. Golden fairy aura and purple fairy aura. It's just that there are too many gifts from the heavenly Tao, and Ning Lingyu can't absorb them all. The human emperor's pen, the emperor's book artifact spirit actually made a bold move to shake the heavenly Tao, and snatch the heavenly Tao's gift. It was Ning Lingyu who crossed the catastrophe, but it was Lingyun, Ren Huangbi, Dai Wangshu, Shenongding, Geshenliu, and Lingyun himself who got the big bargain. They not only robbed 95% of the gifts from heaven, but also in the process of forcibly shaking the heavens, used the shocking divine thunder to temper yourself. That night, there was one thing that Lingyun didn't want to think about, but it didn't mean he had forgotten it. At that time, when Renhuang Pen snatched the golden fairy energy, he invited Lingyun to go up to share the profit. Ning Lingyu once asked him a word. It doesn't really matter what you ask, what matters is the tone of voice. The tone of that sentence is very cold. But at that time, Lingyun was only concerned with excitement and didn't care about these things, but now it's even colder, more than 10 times. What Lingyun couldn't forget even more was the hand of thunder and lightning that protruded from the black hole vortex in the sky at the last moment when the human emperor's pen shook the god thunder. Because Lingyun didn't reach the golden core stage, the difference in realm was too great, so after plundering the gifts from the heavens, he never thought about this thunder and lightning hand. If there is no human emperor's pen and earth emperor's book, with the terrifying power of that hand, it would be easier to kill Lingyun than to crush an ant. Now the question is, whose hand is that? Why did the Renhuang Pen Qiling scold? Let the other party go back? In fact, Lingyun had asked Ren Huangbi the question of Qi Ling, but Ren Huangbi kept silent and avoided answering. That is to say, on the day of snatching the gift from heaven, Ren Huangbi told Ling Yunming that Lingyun was indeed the one who should be robbed. The morning before yesterday, after Lingyun had successfully crossed the East China Sea, Taoist Lei Ting told him again that the world-shattering monster came out with the saint. Lingyun pretended to be confused and didn't respond specifically, but he was like a bright mirror in his heart, and there were not only shocking monsters who accompanied the saint. The Emperor of the people and the Emperor of the earth come out of clear water, and the world should be robbed by one person. Lingyun is really reluctant to flaunt himself, but now he knows exactly that he is the one who should be robbed in the proverb. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, after Lingyun came to the earth in this Darmanding era, it has set off a frenzy of cultivation. With his cognition as a great cultivator during the tribulation period, Ling Yin knew that many of the people around him were born in response to the times. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people with physiques suitable for cultivation to be born in a tiny place, Qingshui City, in the same era. Not to mention Tai Xiaohu, Shuang Meifeng, Qi Xiaoqing, Qi Xiaohong, etc., but only the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect. As far as their cultivation aptitude is concerned, it is difficult to see one or two in any city in other places. This situation can actually be explained in one sentence: it came into being. Only Ling Yin himself failed to cross the tribulation and came in response to the tribulation, but the others here were all born as the times require. And Ling Yin himself knows best that he didn't fail to cross the tribulation, he crossed the tribulation to the end, the terrifying purple divine thunder, let alone him, even the true immortals in the fairy world couldn't bear it, and there was no scum left after being bombarded. Someone is preventing him from ascending, and they are using the way of heaven to kill him. And they took advantage of the opportunity to explode, again and again, such as the inexplicably appearing 9-colored clouds on Daogui Island, such as the one-night fairy shining on the clear water, such as the big thunder and lightning hand, such as the 5-element thunder that appeared in the East China Sea. Who did I offend? Isn't it because I have a special physique? Such endless bombardment? Ling Yin stared at the moon, feeling very upset. He was thinking about the whole thing with the eyes of a great cultivator in the transcending tribulation period. Cultivate the big world. Earth. China. Ling Yin knew in his heart that every person here who had intersected with Ling Yin and was entangled with Ling Yin was born out of necessity. Without a doubt, the person who had the deepest entanglement with Ling Yin was undoubtedly Ning Lingyu. It is precisely because he understands this that Ling Yin is absolutely impossible to cause Ning Lingyu to have problems, so he attaches great importance to this matter now, and asked Cui Lao to investigate. It would be best if Ning Lingyu had no problems. If something really went wrong, then Ling Yin would have only one way left, and he would go against the sky. However, the information obtained by Mr. Cui's investigation is far from enough. He needs to thoroughly understand what happened before and after Ning Lingyu's birth, especially whether there are any abnormal phenomena. As for these issues, there is only one person who has the most say, and that is Qin Qiuyue. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly couldn't wait to rescue his mother as soon as possible, so he asked carefully to understand. Lingyu, if you can say that, I am completely relieved. At this time, Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu had been talking on the phone for more than 20 minutes, and they were still chatting on the phone. Now that Qin Dongxue was no longer angry, she said with a smile on her face, Lingyu, do you know that your voice frightened me and your brother, and I thought there was something wrong with you. Don't be so naughty in the future. You want to come and rescue your mother with us? I can't decide this matter. You should ask your brother yourself. Having said that, Qin Dongxue soared into the sky, came to Ling Yan, and handed the phone into Ling Yan's hand again. First update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yan took the phone and greeted Ning Lingyu first, Lingyu. Ning Lingyu heard Ling Yan's voice, and immediately said, Brother, my aunt just told me that you will leave Qingshui City tomorrow to go to Qin's house, and then go to Tianshan to rescue Mother. I want to go with you. Ling Yun deliberately pondered for a while. Originally, Ling Yun went to rescue Qin Qiuyue, and he had already decided who would take part in this mission, and Ning Lingyu was not in his plan. Because he had already interrogated Di Yutong, and knew that although Tianjianzong had many masters in the late stage of Qi training, there were no monks in the foundation stage. In other words, with Ling Yan's current strength and means, he would not encounter too many difficulties at all when he went to the Heavenly Sword sect to rescue Qin Qiuyue. It was as easy as pie. Therefore, to save Qin Qiuyue, for Ling Yan, it was just a trip to Tianjianzong. Since it was just a one-way trip, of course there was no need to take Ming Lingyu with her, and it would be very troublesome for her to go back and forth. But now it is different. Lingyan intends to bring Ming Lingyu with him to save his mother, not to strengthen his own strength, but because he needs to use this trip to Tianshan to observe Ming Lingyu. There is no better way to get to know a person thoroughly than to spend time with him day and night. Moreover, with Ming Lingyu's current state, no matter if she is asked to come to Qingshui immediately, or to go directly to the Qin family in Qinling to meet Ling Yun, it's not too difficult, and Ling Yun doesn't have to worry about her safety. However, just when Ling Yun was about to open his mouth to agree, Qin Dongxue shook his head vigorously and winked at him. It was obvious that he wanted Ling Yun to refuse. Ling Yun was very surprised. He couldn't help but use voice transmission to enter the secret and asked, "Why?" Qin Dongxue said in secret, "Ling Yun, I haven't had time to tell you that this trip to save my sister is actually related to at least 3 forces, the Qin family, the Tianjianzong, and of course the Ning family. It is even more related to Qin's family. The 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Ning family, if Lingyu is allowed to get involved before my sister is rescued, some unexpected changes may occur. Don't forget, when my sister went to Tianjianzong, it was because of Lingyu's father, Ning Tianya. We don't even know what happened to him now." Ling Yun thought about the lightning, and felt that Qin Dongshua's worries were not unreasonable, so he nodded and said to Ning Lingyu, "Lingyu, I know that you also want to save mother, but at present, I don't care about the situation of Tianjianzong. I still don't understand enough. There are still many things to do next. There are many things. I have to wait for me to go to Qin's house and see Grandpa Qin before I can confirm it, so you should not participate in this trip, right?" What Ling Yin said was the truth, but he knew that the reasons he gave were far-fetched, so he used a negotiating tone. "Brother, but the reason I practice so hard is to be able to save my mother with you." Sure enough, Ming Lingyu became anxious when she heard it, and she said anxiously, "Brother, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Just let me go with you. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will be with you, just face it." After Ling Yun heard this, his expression suddenly became embarrassing. In the past, he could dispel Ming Lingyu's thoughts with just one sentence, but now, Ming Lingyu has reached the 6th level of Qi training. In terms of realm alone, he is even better than him. It was too high. If he used worrying about Ming Lingyu's safety as an excuse, it would be impossible to justify it. However, hearing that Ming Lingyu insisted on participating in the rescue of Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yun felt at ease. From this point of view, she really has no problem now. How to do? Ling Yun had no better reason, so he secretly sent a voice transmission to ask Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue didn't say anything. She reached out and took the phone over. "Lingyu, I actually didn't let you participate in this trip to save your mother. There are too many things involved, not only related to your mother, but also to your father. Safety, as well as the Qin family and the Ning family, if you get involved rashly, not only won't help, but it may make things worse. Before, you have been in the Qin family for almost a month. I think your grandfather should have told you a lot about our Qin family, right?" This time, Qin Dongxue carried Ning Tianya and Qin Chongqing out, and the weight of his words was obviously much heavier than Ling Yun's. Kindness. After hearing this, Ming Lingyu was obviously depressed, and her voice lowered. "Grandpa has indeed told me a lot. Then you should listen to my aunt." Qin Dongxue said earnestly, "How about this? After we arrive at Qin's house tomorrow, your brother and I will have a careful discussion with your grandfather. If he agrees, you will rush over to join us immediately. What do you think?" "All right." Ming Lingyu had no choice but to agree, but she quickly added, "Auntie, after you have discussed it with Grandpa, you must write me a letter. I will definitely not put my mobile phone in the space ring these days." Seeing that Ming Lingyu was finally persuaded, Qin Dongxue hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'll tell you as soon as we've confirmed it." "Lingyu, do you have anything else to do?" If not, go to bed earlier, it's past 11 o'clock. Qin Dongxue chatted briefly with Ning Lingyu, then hung up the phone and returned the phone to Ling Yun. Only then did Qin Dongxue notice that Ling Yun was staring at her with a strange expression and an inexplicable smile in his eyes. Qin Dongxue was a little flustered, and glared at Ling Yun directly. "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing, I just feel that the reasons you gave just now are very far-fetched." The smile on Ling Yun's face began to widen, revealing the essence. Qin Dongshue's pretty face flushed slightly. "Nonsense. What's so far-fetched?" "Just now I chatted with Lingyu for more than 20 minutes, and asked her a lot of questions on the sidelines. I have confirmed that she has no problems. We are just a false alarm. That's all. Go to Tianjianzong to save my sister. We are enough, why let her get involved?" Ling Yun chuckled, and gave Qin Dongxue a look that saw through everything. "You clearly know what I'm not talking about. Stinky boy, shut up." Qin Dongxue's heart was beating wildly, her pretty face was flushed, and she quickly stopped what Ling Yun was about to say. What Ling Yun said was correct, the reasons she gave were not much stronger than Ling Yun's. In essence, she was forcing Ning Lingyu to give up her mind as an aunt. The real reason, both Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue knew, was that Qin Dongxue didn't want Ning Lingyu to find out about their relationship. Ling Yun suddenly said, "Dongxue." Qin Dongshue's tender body trembled, and Ling Yun raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. He suddenly raised his hand and said domineeringly, "Have you seen the moon? In the near future, I will take you to the moon. When you get there, look at the earth from the moon. I will feel how ridiculous your worries are now." Qin Dongxue never dreamed that Ling Yun would say these words. Seeing Ling Yun's domineering look, she was completely dumbfounded. In the near future, go to the moon and stand on the moon to see the earth? In their eyes, the earth at that time was just a bigger moon, a blue moon. What kind of rhetoric is this? What kind of vision? What kind of heart and courage is required for Ling Yun to be so domineering? Qin Dongxue was fascinated when she heard it, and she quietly asked, "Will there be such a day?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Of course. The skill of Dian Juxing Baojue is to create a physical body for us to travel in the universe. The rest, we only need to solve small problems such as flying speed and breathing." "Enough. How long?" "If it goes well, it will take 3 to 5 years at most." Considering the exhaustion of the Earth's aura, Ling Yun didn't dare to speak big words. In fact, when he was cultivating in the big world, he flew to the moon over there after less than 2 years of cultivation. The divine light in Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes flickered, she suddenly cheered up and exulted, "I'm waiting for that day. Our goal is the stars and the sea, to travel the universe. So your worries are superfluous, there is no need at all." Ling Yun smiled, and before going to Qin's house, he gave Qin Dongxue a big reassurance, and then asked, "We are leaving for your house tomorrow morning, is there anything else?" Qin Dongxue shook his head, "No, there is no need to hide other things from Xingchen and Xiener. As for the affairs of our Qin family, it is indeed very complicated, but I don't need to tell you about those things. When you see me after father, he will tell you." Ling Yun said in astonishment, "Is there really something wrong with your Qin family?" Qin Dongxue gave Ling Yun a white look. "Our Qin family is the guardian of the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin. The Qinling Mountains are the dividing line between the north and the south of China, the watershed between the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, 2 major water dragons in China, and one of the birthplaces of ancient Chinese civilization. The main vein of the Zhonglong in Shandong Yen is also the backbone of the Guanzhong dragon. The Guanzhong plain is also called 800 Li Qinchuan. Since ancient times, it has been said that those who win Guanzhong win the world. Xian, Xianying, and Lintong, where the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is located, are all in Guanzhong, especially Xian, which is known as the spine of the world and the center of the Central Plains. the first dragon. Unlike Qin Qiuyue, who is good at qimeng gossip, Qin Dongxue has no interest in feng shui kanyu, qimeng gossip and other metaphysics, but she is a member of the Qin family after all, and she has been fascinated by it since she was a child. At the end of the talk, Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly. Our Qin family has been guarding the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor for more than 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, we have been able to stand alone against the 6 clans without falling, and we have wiped out many people who dared to steal the imperial tomb. Man, do you think there is something wrong with our Qin family? Ling Yun was very interested when he heard this, independence against the 6 clans. Is it the other 6 major clans in China? Qin Dongxue smiled and shook her head. No, these 6 clans are not just 6 simple surnames, but the royal families of the remaining 6 kingdoms after Qin Shi Huang ruled the world and swept the 6 kingdoms, that is, Qi Chu Yan Han Jiao Wei. Ling Yun was completely stunned. After a while, Ling Yun waved his hand. Go back and get ready, we will leave tomorrow morning. Second update. It's not that the old steps are not updated well, but that these recent chapters are very important, and they are really difficult to write and need to be carefully crafted. For example, the 2 chapters tonight were written for 9 hours from 8 o'clock last night to 5 o'clock in the morning. Repeated revisions are considered satisfactory. In addition, there is a small bug in chapter 1574. Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu are now in the 3rd and 5th small realms of the Dian Juxing treasure art, and it has been corrected. Thank you for your reminders. As for whether Ning Lingyu has any problems, everyone can use their imaginations. In short, Laobu will not let everyone down. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. In the early morning of the next day, Ling Yun finished his training, and after breakfast, he brought a large team to Qingshui International Airport. In this group, apart from Ling Yun, there are also Qin Dongxue, Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Wang Chongxiao, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao. In addition, of course there are servants of the 5 blood clans, as well as Di Yutong of the Heavenly Sword sect. For this trip, because the private jet Tang Meng ordered for Ling Yun was not yet in place, he still took Ling Lai's special plane. At 8:10 in the morning, the plane took off from Qingshui International Airport on time and arrived at Zheng International Airport after flying in the air for more than 2 hours. The patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Chongqing, of course knew the exact itinerary of Ling Yun. He had already made arrangements for it. After the plane landed, Ling Yun and others got off the plane and were immediately picked up by several cars arranged by the Qin family. Ling Yun, Qin Dongxue, Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao, the 6 of them rode in the same car, which was an extended version of the luxurious Lincoln. Xianyang was the capital of the Qin dynasty more than 2,000 years ago. It is named Xianyang because it is located in the south of the 9 mountains and north of the Weishui River, with both mountains and rivers. Qin Dongxue is from the Qin family. She is naturally very familiar with Guanzhong. Now that she is home, she will naturally become the tour guide for Ling Yun and others. Xianyang is only more than 20 kilometers away from Xi'an. This is the place where the world's dragon veins gather. Ling Yun, you can feel it. Qin Dongxue is now turning to customers, she smiled and introduced to everyone in the car. Ling Yun nodded. In fact, Qin Dongxue didn't need any more introductions. When he was taking a geography class in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, he had already paid close attention to Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Fanned Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum. But as his realm improved, he knew more and more secrets of China, and Ling Yun felt more and more the mystery of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, especially as the dragon energy in Ling Yun's body grew stronger. He became more and more familiar with the world's dragon veins. Started paying more attention. Since the Qinling Mountains, the Guanzhong Plain, and the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor are the places where Chinese dragon veins converge, they are of course the places Ling Yun pays the most attention to. Therefore, before Lingyun came here, he had already done enough homework, but homework is homework. No matter how well Lingyun has mentally prepared, it is far inferior to him arriving here. Seeing the strong dragon energy, the impact is strong. Lingyun flew over from Qingshui City by plane, flying from the southeast of Huaxia to the northwest. Before the plane arrived at Xianying Airport, it naturally had to fly over the Qinling Mountains. When the plane started approaching the Qinling Mountains, Lingyun had already seen it on the plane. The whole picture of the Qinling Mountains can feel the powerful dragon spirit even more. Lingyun is a cultivator. In his eyes, the entire Qinling Mountains is just a big dragon crawling on the ground, winding and circling from west to east. And it's not just this big dragon. Lingyun is in the sky, looking around. There are dragon veins everywhere in his eyes. There are water dragons, earth dragons, and crouching dragons, of different sizes. It is almost impossible to count. When Lingyun arrived in Guangzhou, he almost plunged into the dragon pile. To put it bluntly, the dragon energy here is much stronger than that in the capital, and any dragon vein is stronger than the place where the dragon veins gather, where the phoenix spread its wings, that Lingyun found in the northern suburbs of the capital. After Lingyun felt the powerful dragon energy on the plane, he immediately began to absorb the dragon energy and practice his Golden Emperor Quanglong slashing technique. Not only Lingyun, but also Qin Dongxue, because she has also practiced the Golden Emperor's Quanglong slash now. After the plane reached the sky above Qinling, she clearly felt the dragon energy, so she has already started to use the exercises, and is in the process of cultivation. Now, Qin Dongxue already knew how extraordinary the new exercises Lingyun taught her were, and even more so, she understood the reason why Lingyun kept saying that the original exercises in Xinjian Villa were garbage exercises. The difference between cloud and mud is simply incomparable. Guangzhou Plain, 800 miles away from Qinchuan, where the world's dragon veins converge, what a great place. Emma Wudao was praising. This guy naturally also saw the face of Qinling from high in the sky. His eyes were shining, it was full of praise. He blinked at Lingyun. Lingyun, let me tell you, Zhongnan Mountain, the most blessed place in the world, is in the middle of Qinling Mountains, so we must visit it when the time comes. Of course Lingyun knew what kind of plans Emma Wudao had in mind. He smiled lightly and said, let's do business first. And when the business is done, we'll take a look around. When Yi Xingchen heard this, he covered his lips and smiled. This group of people suddenly came to the Guangzhou Plain in the hinterland of China from Qingshui City on the coast of the East China Sea. Everyone was very excited. After the lengthened Lincoln drove out of Xianying Airport, it headed east all the way, and soon arrived in Xi'an, but did not enter, but continued eastward along the expressway around the city, heading straight for Lintong. Sister Qin, where are we going now? Yi Xingchen found out that the vehicle hadn't entered Xi'an, so he turned around and asked Qin Dongxue. She was sitting side by side with Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue smiled and said, where else can I go? This is to Lintong, to our Qin family's ancestral house. The city is too noisy, so we won't go there to settle down. Sister Qin, is it convenient for us to go to your house like this? When Yi Xingchen heard that she went directly to the Qin family's ancestral house, she felt a little inappropriate, so she asked. Although this group of people are all from Lingyun and the main force in rescuing Qin Qiuyue, their respective identities are too complicated. Yi Xingchen is the saint of the demon sect, Bai Xianer is the nine-tailed sky fox, and there are servants of the 5 blood clans. After all, the Qin family is one of the top families in China, and they are involved in many aspects, especially Lintong district, where the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin is located. With so many people rushing there, Yi Xingchen was worried that it would be inconvenient. Sister Xingchen, don't worry, my father has arranged this a long time ago. We are all on our own, so what's the inconvenience? Besides, Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum is now a public tourist attraction. There are so many tourists from all over the world to visit every day. There are all kinds of people. Our Qin family has long been used to this. Qin Dongxue explained with a smile. Oh, all right. After Yi Xingchen finished listening, he just smiled and didn't say much. In this way, everyone enjoyed the scenery and chatted along the way, and then drove eastward for more than 20 kilometers, and finally arrived at Lintong district. Here's where the Qin Shi Mausoleum is located. As soon as the car entered the area of Lintong district, Ling Yun instantly felt an inexplicable coercion. It was formed by the combination of powerful dragon qi, emperor qi, and yin qi. It was terrifying, and it could suppress Ling Yun's consciousness. Originally, Ling Yun's spiritual sense could cover a radius of 8,000 meters, but after coming here, his spiritual sense could not even detect a distance of 1,000 meters. There is a big formation here. Ling Yun made a judgment in an instant, and he felt that the power of this large formation was far greater than that of the Forbidden City in the capital. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. As the car drove forward, getting closer and closer to Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness was suppressed more and more severely, and in the end he didn't even have a distance of 100 meters. Moreover, because the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor has existed for more than 2,000 years, the Yin energy here is so strong that ordinary people can't feel it at all, but Ling Yun can really feel it. However, although Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness has been suppressed, he is extremely comfortable now, because the dragon qi and yin qi here are of great benefit to him and are being absorbed by him crazily. It's over, my consciousness has been completely suppressed. The first one to speak was Mo Wudao. This guy spoke in shock, with a shocked expression on his face. Yi Xingchen said slowly, me too. Brother Ling Yun, I can't bear it anymore. The worst thing was Bai Xian'er. After she entered the formation, her face became paler and paler. She was obviously suppressed by the formation, and she suddenly became extremely weak. Xian'er, what's wrong with you? Qin Dongxue was very stunned. She never thought that Bai Xian'er would not be able to withstand the power of the formation here. Parking. Seeing this, Ling Yun decisively asked to stop, and then he asked Qin Dongxue, how far is it from Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum? Qin Dongxue hurriedly said, it's about 1 kilometer away from the main gate of the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Just drive east along this road. You can't go any further, turn around and go back the way you came. Ling Yun gave the order directly, and said in his heart that depending on Bai Xian'er's state, if he walked a few hundred meters forward, he would have to transform into his original form. After giving the order, the car immediately turned around and returned, leaving Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, and soon drove out of the range of the terror formation. Go a little further. After the vehicle drove forward for another 5 kilometers, Ling Yun asked to stop, and everyone got out of the car one after another. Together with the 5 blood clans, more than a dozen people got together. How did you feel just now? Seeing that Bai Xian'er's condition had improved, Ling Yun asked Edward and Jester. Boss, this Eternal Emperor's mausoleum is really terrifying. The 5 of us were all suppressed just now, unable to use any abilities or dark magic. Edward, Jester, and the others expressed their feelings just now. They are aliens, not much better than Bai Xian'er. Well, it seems that the Qin family, you people will not be able to go. While Ling Yun lamented the horror of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum in his heart, he said with a wry smile, Wang Chongxiao, you should take the 5 blood clans and go to Xi'an to find a hotel to stay in. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned to look at Yi Xingchen. Xingchen, I have to trouble you too, you take Xian'er, together with Wang Chongxiao and the others, and go to Xi'an City to stay in a hotel. Need not. At this time, Qin Dongxue spoke. She apologized and said angrily, it was my negligence that I forgot such an important matter. Qin Dongxue blamed himself first, and then said, in the eastern suburbs of Xi'an, our Qin family's properties are everywhere, and there are also 2 5-star hotels. I think it's much more convenient to let them live there first. Ling Yun nodded, then do this. The first update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. On a smaller scale, with the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor as the center, the surrounding area within a radius of 100 kilometers belongs to the absolute sphere of influence of the Qin family. On a larger scale, with Xi'an City as the center, the entire southern Shaanxi area has a radius of more than 300 kilometers. Within a kilometer, the Qin family's properties are everywhere. The mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is located more than 20 kilometers away from the eastern suburbs of Xi'an City. Therefore, Ling Yun is not at all surprised that Qin Dongxue said that the property of the Qin family is everywhere around here. Due to the suppression of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum by a terrifying formation, Ling Yun was forced to change his plan, and naturally he was in a hurry again. Qin Dongxue was afraid that the arrangement was not good, so she took Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer and others to the hotel. So there were only Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao left here. Ling Yun, the formation here in the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is even more terrifying than the formation in the Forbidden City. After Qin Dongxue left, Mo Wudao finally couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes were shining brightly, shining brightly. Of course, Qin Shi Huang is the first emperor through the ages, and he is also the first emperor. It would be strange if his mausoleum is not guarded by a large array of terror. Ling Yun explained with a faint smile, and he glanced at Mo Wudao again. However, don't play tricks. Here, without the consent of the Qin family, we can just walk around and experience the history of the ancients. Yes, nothing else can be done. Mo Wudao nodded. Hey, of course I understand, don't worry. Of course I'm relieved. Even if you really dare to make up your own mind, if you want to do some small tricks, you can do whatever you want, as long as you are not afraid of death. Ling Yun turned around and was facing the imperial mausoleum to the east. He looked at the mountain that was not so tall, but gave people a sense of majesty. He raised his chin and said seriously, in the imperial mausoleum a yin and yin tree just jumped out at random. Soldiers, I can kill you. Mo Wudao. Tiger. Ling Yun didn't pay any attention to Mo Wudao anymore, but suddenly said to Tai Xiaohu, after you come here, you don't need to worry about other things. As long as you have time, you can practice, and I will teach you 2 new exercises tonight. Naturally, it was the Golden Emperor's Quanlong Zhan and Huangquan to Wanggong. Now, Tai Xiaohu has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi training, and his internal anger cultivation has also been completely completed, reaching the peak. Ling Yun feels that the time has come. It is time to teach Tai Xiaohu these 2 cultivation methods. Hearing that Ling Yun was going to teach him a new exercise, Tai Xiaohu suddenly became excited and said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Yun. It will take 20 minutes for Xingchen and the others to rush back. Anyway, this is also the most famous tourist attraction in China. Let's take a look around first." While waiting for Qin Dongxue and Yi Xingchen, Ling Yun didn't want to be idle, so he started to move forward, taking Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao to wander around the area, admiring the surrounding scenery to his heart's content. Half an hour passed quickly. Qin Dongxue hurried back with Yi Xingchen after arranging for others to stay in the hotel. Ling Yun asked with a smile, "Is everything arranged?" "Kindness." Qin Dongxue nodded, and then sent a voice transmission to Ling Yun. "Fortunately, you made a quick decision. Just now, Xianer told me that she was almost about to reveal her original shape." "It's my mistake." Ling Yun blamed himself and said, "I only thought that Xianer is not afraid of the Yin mansion, but I forgot that Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum must be guarded by a formation." Ling Yun didn't let Bai Xianer go to the capital, because he knew that the capital is the imperial capital and the place where China's national destiny gathers. Even if the capital is not guarded by formations, it can automatically suppress ghosts and ghosts. Bai Xianer will definitely be punished if he goes there. Therefore, he never let Baixianer go to the capital with him. But Xian is different. This is the ancient capital, and the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor is just a mausoleum after all. The Yin energy here is strong and the Yang energy is weak, so Lingyan took it for granted that Baixianer would not have any problems coming here. But he forgot that in a place like the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor, not only tomb robbers have to be guarded against, but also the coveted eyes of countless people in future generations. Of course, the most threatening of these people are all kinds of monks, so it is impossible not to be protected by a terrorist formation. As long as the formation of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang is not broken, those monks who have achieved success in cultivation, no matter how high or low their realm, enter the range of the formation, their spiritual consciousness will be completely suppressed, they will not be able to use any magic power, and they will not even be able to fly. Don't try to destroy Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. After all, Lingyan still underestimated Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. We've been delayed for so long, Grandpa Qin won't blame us, will he? Lingyan asked with a smile after getting back into the car. He dares. Qin Dongshua's expression was a little weird, and she turned to look at Yi Xingchen beside her. He called just now, and I've already told him the reason. It's fine, just let him wait a little longer. The vehicle restarted and headed east again, and soon entered the range of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. This time everyone was naturally able to adapt. In about 5 or 6 minutes, the lengthened Lincoln finally arrived at the main entrance of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Hiss. When Ling Yun and Mo Wudao arrived here, they couldn't help but gasped at the same time. It's just because the Yin energy here is too heavy, it is majestic and majestic. The door is facing the center of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, and the Yin energy accumulated for thousands of years leaks out from here, and the coldness hits the body. What a powerful formation! Ling Yun and Mo Wudao looked at each other, and couldn't help admiring in his heart, because he could feel that although the place was extremely cloudy, it was harmless to ordinary tourists. For that. As long as they are ordinary people, even if they enter this scenic spot, they will not be attacked by Yin Qi. However, if there are monks who are delusional and dare to attack the imperial mausoleum, those Yin Qi will turn into deadly dead Qi, which can kill people. Invisible. A formation can vary from person to person, treat different types of people differently, and have two diametrically opposite functions at the same time. What kind of unnatural characters must be able to arrange it? The car didn't stop, and continued eastward. After driving another kilometer, it didn't turn south until it completely left the scenic area, and then drove into a small mountain village with beautiful scenery. There is a stone tablet at the entrance of the village, on which are written 3 seal characters, Ancient Qin Village. After coming here, Ling Yan's consciousness finally recovered a little bit, and the detection distance reached about 300 meters. However, this is only for him alone. Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, and even Yi Xingchen's consciousness is still suppressed and cannot be used at all. Moreover, not only the spiritual consciousness, but also the speed of the real energy in Ling Yan's body was suppressed and slowed down by more than half, and his overall strength was equivalent to being weakened by at least 70%. Sister Qin, has your cultivation been suppressed? At this time, Yi Xingchen asked Qin Dongxue a question that everyone wanted to ask. Of course there is suppression. Qin Dongxue explained with a smile, but because I have the blood of the Qin family in my body, the suppression I received is much smaller than you. Generally speaking, I was suppressed by 20 to 30%. I see. Ling Yan suddenly realized, and thought to himself, it is no wonder that the Qin family can stand alone against the 6 clans. In recent years, despite the ups and downs, they have always stood firm, so it is because of this. With the support of the large formation from Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, the strength of all the invaders was weakened by more than 70%, while the combat power of the Qin family was only weakened by 20% to 30%. Moreover, Ling Yun has every reason to believe that if the Qin family uses the secret method, not only will their combat power not be weakened, but they may even be blessed by the formation and improved. In this way, as long as the Qin family does not leave the range of the formation, it is tantamount to being invincible. At the same time, Ling Yun also had a deep fear of the Heavenly Sword sect. Because even under such circumstances, the Heavenly Sword sect was still able to completely crush the Qin family 18 years ago, and even almost wiped out the Qin family, which shows the terrifying strength of the Heavenly Sword sect. Stop. From a distance, Ling Yun saw Qin Chongqing, who was leading a large group of people, standing at the entrance of the village. When he saw Ling Yun's car approaching, he immediately strode up to meet him. "Hey, Calvin is serious, crying to death. Male sign. Get off." Ling Yun greeted and got out of the car first, and after Yi Xingchen, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao got off the car, they also took the lead and greeted Qin Chongqing, who was striding forward. "Qin Dongxue is from the Qin family, she is going back to her own home, so don't worry about it. Grandpa Qin." Ling Yun walked forward quickly and took the initiative to greet Qin Chongqing. "Ling Yun, after we parted last time, I've been looking forward to it day and night, and this time I finally have you here." Qin Chongqing walked faster and faster, and soon came to Ling Yun. He grabbed Ling Yun's hand and laughed loudly. "Grandpa Qin, I miss you very much too. I've wanted to see you for a long time, but I was too busy a while ago and couldn't get away." Qin Chongqing was too enthusiastic, which made Ling Yun feel a little embarrassed, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. "Ling Yun, once you're here, you're home, and you don't need to talk to me about these outlandish things." Qin Chongqing kept holding Ling Yun's hand with one hand, and gently patted his shoulder with the other hand, very kind and natural. Ling Yun could tell that Qin Chongqing's realm had been improved in the 1.5 months since he returned to the Qin family, and now he was at the peak of the 8th level of innate, and his realm was very stable. Half-step first 9, you can step into the realm of supernatural powers at any time. This is of course the great effect of the natural materials and earthly treasures that Ling Yun gave to Qin Chongqing at the beginning. After meeting Ling Yun and exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Chongqing's eyes naturally turned to the three people behind him. "Hello, Grandpa Qin." Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao naturally knew Qin Chongqing a long time ago when they were in Qingshui City, so they greeted Qin Chongqing when they came up. They followed Ling Yun and called Grandpa directly without the seniors. "Well." Qin Chongqing smiled and nodded to the two of them. He knew that these two were Ling Yun's life and death brothers, and exclaimed in his mouth, "You two have entered the realm of cultivation, it's really too fast. Grandpa Qin is flattering to prize. Our progress at this point is much worse than Ling Yun." No matter how thick-skinned Mo Wudao was, he would not dare to bear such praise. Yi Xingchen pays respects to senior. But Yi Xingchen was different, it was the first time she met Qin Chongqing, so she called senior. "Ling Yun, this must be your mother's direct disciple, Miss Yi Xingchen Yi?" "Sure enough, she is a phoenix among men, a gift from heaven." Qin Chongqing looked at Yi Xingchen carefully, but he couldn't see through the other party's realm at all, so he couldn't help being secretly shocked. He knew that Yi Xingchen was the saintess of the demon sect, but he didn't say a word about it. "Miss Yi, everyone in my Qin family has already known about your relationship with Ling Yun." Qin Chongqing looked at Yi Xingchen, smiled and said, "But here, it's too alien for you to call me senior. Since Ling Yun calls me grandpa, if you don't mind, why don't you be strangers from now on? How about calling me senior together? Grandpa Qin." Yi Xingchen was ice-snow smart, so she immediately changed her words without hesitation. "Well, that's right, everyone is a family, and there is no need to see outsiders." Qin Chongqing said the word family very emphatically, obviously emphasizing it for everyone around him. "Father." At this time, Qin Dongxue finally came over slowly. She and Qin Chongqing had been separated for more than half a year. Although they had been in contact for a long time, but now they met suddenly when they got home, it was not as straightforward as Ling Yun and others. "Well, you are finally willing to come back." Qin Chongqing glanced at his daughter. There was a hint of blame in his words, but there was endless love in his eyes. "Ling Yun, come, you guys come with me, let me introduce my Qin family to you." Qin Chongqing didn't need to say anything to Qin Dongxue, he just glanced at Qin Dongxue, responded again, and stopped caring about her, but took Ling Yun's hand, turned around, and walked towards the group of people behind him. "Ling Yun, these people are all children of my Qin family, and they are also your mother's brothers or nephews. In the future, you should get closer to them and take care of them more," Qin Chongqing said while walking. He didn't use sound transmission to enter the secret, but spoke loudly and directly for everyone to hear. Ling Yun looked at the dozen or so people, all of them were men without exception, mainly young and middle-aged people, with a few teenagers and girls mixed in. They were standing in a group, looking at him. He said with a smile, "Grandpa Qin, don't worry, we are all one family, so why don't you take care of him?" Soon, Qin Chongqing brought the four of Ling Yun to the children of the Qin family. He first introduced Ling Yun and others to the family one by one, and then pointed to the oldest one in the Qin family. "Qin Chunfeng, he is your mother's eldest brother. According to seniority, you should call him uncle." Qin Chunfeng, the eldest son of Qin Chongqing, was born at the peak of the 6th level. He is 48 years old this year. He is slender, with a white and beardless face. He is dressed in an ancient costume. The main characters of the Qin family, Ling Yun, had already heard about Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongxue respectively, so he knew very well that meeting them now was just a matter of checking in. Because Qin Chunfeng is Qin Chongqing's eldest son, and also Qin Chuyue's eldest brother, Ling Yun had to give a big gift when they met for the first time according to etiquette. "Ling Yun pays respects to uncle." As he spoke, Ling Yun was about to kneel down on one knee. Although Ling Yun was Qin Chuyue's adopted son, Ling Yun was still the head of the Ling family, and no one in the Qin family could afford him to kneel on both knees except Qin Chongqing. "Bye. Yuner is free." Qin Chunfeng didn't let Ling Yun salute at all. He didn't even wait for Ling Yun to bend down. He supported Ling Yun with both hands, and said with a smile, "Ling Yun, although you are my sister's adopted son, what status are you now? I have done a great favor to my Qin family, but I can't afford your worship, so I will soon avoid it." Qin Chunfeng lived up to his name, and his voice and tone made people feel like a spring breeze, and his reasoning was even more clear, directly stating that he couldn't bear Ling Yun's bow. Just this one action made Ling Yun and the three people behind him feel good about him. Well, Yuner really doesn't need to be too polite. He's a cheap uncle, and he really can't afford your bow. Qin Chongqing didn't care, he added with a smile. "Qin Xiaohua. He is the second in your mother's generation in our Qin family, and he is a few years older than your father." Qin Chongqing immediately introduced the next person to Ling Yun. "Qin Xiaohua, he is not Qin Chongqing's son, but his nephew. He is currently in the 6th level of the innate realm. He is tall, with a strong back and waist, very burly, and his nature is also rough and bold, giving people a sense of bravery." Ever since Ling Yun appeared, although Qin Xiaohua had been sizing up Ling Yun, he had been hiding behind the crowd and did not come forward. Now that Qin Chongqing introduced herself, Qin Xiaohua couldn't help raising her hand to caress her forehead. Everyone could see the embarrassment and depression on his face. "Second uncle, didn't we agree? Don't mention my name, why don't you say nothing?" Qin Chongqing stared, "What? Names are for calling, why can't you mention your name?" Xiaohua, born like Xiaohua, why does this name wrong you?" Ling Yun secretly smiled in his heart. He hurried forward and bowed deeply to Qin Xiaohua. "Ling Yun has met Qin Erhua." Qin chunfeng, qin xiaohua, qin xiuyue, qin dongxue. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, wind, flowers, moon and snow. 2 men and 2 women, these are the Qin Chongqing lineage of the Qin family, the 4 most powerful people in the middle-aged generation. Qin Dongxue had already told the story of Qin Xiaohua to Ling Yun. Ling Yun knew that he didn't want to be called by this name since he was a child, because it sounded too similar to a woman's name. He wanted to change it countless times, but his father objected to it. After he died in battle 8 years ago, he was opposed by Qin Chongqing, so he couldn't make changes after repeated changes. No, I'm fine. Qin Xiaohua blushed, and quickly stepped out to stop Ling Yun. Our Qin family has heard your name countless times, you don't need to be polite to me, just have a few more drinks with me later. Qin Xiaohua's embarrassment is all embarrassment, but he has a very bold temperament and loves drinking the most, so Ling Yun wants to drink with him when he comes up. You know how to drink. Qin Chongqing glared at Qin Xiaohua again, and then continued to introduce Ling Yun. This is Qin Li, Qin Wei, Qin Chong, Qin Ran. The following people are all the grandchildren of Qin Chongqing, that is to say, the same generation as Ling Yun, ranging in age from 27 or 18 to 15 or 16 years old. Naturally, Ling Yun has met and known everyone one by one. Here, Qin Dongxue was naturally not idle either. While chatting with her family, she also introduced Ji Xingchen, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, and others to her family. Okay, when we meet for the first time, let's just get to know each other briefly, and we'll talk about the rest when we get home. After introducing the important figures of the Qin family, Qin Chongqing stopped talking and proposed to go home first. So, the 2 sides met at one place. A group of more than 20 people, under the leadership of Qin Chongqing, began to enter the ancient Qin village, followed a wide straight road in the village, and went straight to the Qin family's ancestral house. Guqin village is not that big, it is only 1 kilometer square. There is an old house in the middle of the village, which looks much older than the Ling family's ancestral house in the capital from the outside. This old house is naturally the residence of the head of the Qin family, Qin Chongqing, which is also the ancestral residence of the Qin family. Surrounding the Qin family's ancestral house, there are hundreds of houses distributed. The area is not small. Half of them have been uninhabited for many years, but they have been cleaned clean and spotless. Yuner, our Qin family's ancestral house, is not as old as Jingshui City, let alone the capital city, because it is too old. You should make do with it first. Qin Chongqing brought Ling Yun and others to the gate of the Qin family's ancestral house. He was afraid that Ling Yun and others would not be able to adapt, so he greeted with a smile first. In terms of property, the Qin family is in Xianyang, and there are many in these 2 cities of Xi'an, but Ling Yun is here for the first time, so he has to entertain Ling Yun at the Qin family's ancestral house. This is a necessary etiquette, and it is also for the convenience of conversation. Ling Yun laughed. Grandpa Qin, don't worry too much, I just like this kind of house. That's good. Qin Chongqing nodded, took Ling Yun's hand, and led everyone into the Qin family's ancestral house. Still in Carven, but close. Ling Yun and the others found out after entering the courtyard that it was not that there were no female relatives in Guqin village, but that none of these female relatives went to the entrance of the village to meet them. They were all busy in the Qin family's ancestral house at the moment, cooking for them. Ling Yun scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there were about 10 of them, ranging in age from 15 or 16 to more than 50 years old. Some were busy in the kitchen, but more women were in the yard, killing chickens and fish to choose vegetables. Everyone was talking and laughing, with quick hands and feet, obviously used to this kind of work. Ahem. After entering the courtyard, before Qin Chongqing could speak, Qin Chunfeng coughed first, and then said with a smile, "Don't be so busy, Ling Yun and the guests are here, come out and meet them." In fact, Qin Chunfeng didn't need to remind him. After seeing this large group of people coming in, the women in the yard had already stopped their work and looked up at Ling Yun and the others. "Hey, this kid is Ling Yun, right? He looks so handsome." "It must be Ling Yun, I can't be wrong, I've seen the video of him at the Demon Subduing conference. The child is finally here, Qiuyue is saved now." Obviously, the most important purpose of Ling Yun's visit to the Qin family was to save Qin Qiuyue, and all the men, women, and children of the Qin family knew about it. Hehe, Yuner, we Shanxi people are upright. These women usually talk like this. They just say what they want. Don't be offended. Qin Chongqing let those women finish talking in a hurry, and then he smiled and said to Ling Yun through sound transmission. "Grandpa Qin doesn't need to say more, I understand." Ling Yun smiled, and didn't care about it at all, but found it very interesting. "That's good, because I was afraid that they would gossip and make too much noise when they went to the entrance of the village, so I left them all at home to cook." Qin Chongqing continued, "This time, I won't let you eat in a restaurant. Let's eat at home and let you try our most authentic Shanxi cuisine." Between Qin Chongqing's words, there was a sense of self-satisfaction. Ling Yun nodded and smiled, "Thank you, Grandpa Qin, it's the most delicious food." Among the women in the Qin family's ancestral house, many are Ling Yun's elders, so it is necessary to introduce them again. This place is not like at the entrance of the village. With the addition of these women, the family is obviously much more lively and less restrained, but it added a bit of fireworks, and the Qin family's ancestral house suddenly became noisy. "Oh, Dongxue, has your daughter really become so young?" "Hee, sister, you are now as old as me, and you don't look like you are 18 years old." Yes, the video sent by Lingyu that day was so dark that I couldn't see anything clearly." "Sister Dongxue, you are really more than 10 years younger?" "That's an elixir, it must be an elixir." Among this group of people, besides Ling Yun, the person who attracted the most attention was undoubtedly Qin Dongxue. After all, she had been away from home for more than half a year, and she returned home suddenly, and she was more than 10 years younger. The change was too great. As for Yi Xingchen, although she was slightly better in appearance, she was a guest after all, and it was her first visit to the Qin family. Of course, the women of the Qin family would not pester her endlessly. "Okay, everyone is here now, hurry up and cook. Don't delay our drinking." Qin Xiaohua saw these women talking endlessly, she felt a little impatient, she stared and yelled. "Hey, second brother, I think you have a good temper. Qin Xiaohua, did you give me a face? Believe it or not, I will let you go to the kitchen to chop vegetables if you keep arguing." The two people who spoke were Qin Chunfeng and Qin Xiaohua's wife. When each of them said a word, Qin Xiaohua choked and stared straight away, losing even the slightest bit of temper. This kind of thing has obviously been staged countless times in Guqin village, and the Qin family in the yard, big or small, burst into laughter. Qin Chunfeng smiled and sighed, and glanced at Qin Xiaohua, who was blushing and thick-necked. "Second brother, don't you think you're just looking for trouble? These old women." Qin Xiaohua stood where she was. After chatting for a long time, he muttered in his mouth. Ling Yun watched this scene with a soothing smile on his face, and suddenly realized that the people from the northwest, to be precise, the Qin family, were so simple and cute, whether compared with Qingshui City in Jiangnan province, or the bustling imperial capital, they all displayed a rare pyrotechnic aura. As soon as people touch it, they immediately feel good in their hearts, and they can't be rejected at all. "Okay, let's go inside, let's sit down and talk." Qin Chongqing finally spoke. He was the head of the Qin family, and his words were much more important than Qin Xiaohua's, so the group of women chatted and laughed and dispersed, and started to hurry up and cook. There were more than 20 people who came back from the entrance of the village just now, but only 8 people entered the Jingbei house in the end. Qin Chongqing, Qin Chunfeng and Qin Xiaohua, and the other 5, of course, are Qin Dongxue and Ling Yun. Yuner, I basically know everything about what happened before you left the capital. However, after you left the capital, you participated in the Demon Subduing Conference. Although this matter has spread throughout the ancient Chinese martial arts world, 6 days ago, that battle was really wonderful. Your 2 uncles, including me of course, really want to hear you tell the whole process. After taking a seat, Qin Chongqing opened up the conversation first, and asked Ling Yundao with a smile. To put it bluntly, the Battle of the Subduing Demon Conference was the battle with the most brilliant record and the greatest harvest since the rise of Ling Yun. In this battle, he wiped out half of the ancient Chinese martial arts world. Therefore, although Ling Yun didn't think much of it after his strength soared now, in the eyes of everyone in the Chinese ancient martial arts world, they were amazed at his impressive record. Therefore, it is impossible for Qin Chongqing not to mention Ling Yun's visit to the Qin family, and he must listen to Ling Yun's story with his own ears. Grandpa Qin has won the prize. In fact, although the Battle of the Subduing Demon Conference is said to have a happy ending, the process was extremely dangerous. Now that Mr. Qin asked the question himself, Ling Yun had no choice but to recount the entire process of the Fumo Conference from the beginning to the end, because he was the party involved, and he was fully aware of the strength comparison between the 2 sides in each battle, so he spoke very well. Thrilling, it was nothing like watching the video recorded by Mo Wudao. Especially when Ling Yun talked about the life-and-death fight between Ling Yun and Lan Tianfeng who hurried over after the Demon Subduing Conference. The 3 members of the Qin family were dumbfounded, as if they were listening to a fairy tale generally. After all, Mo Wudao left the Wind and Thunder Valley of Longhu Mountain after the Demon Subduing Conference was over, and there was no video of the most thrilling battle at all. Listening to Ling Yun's narration, Qin Chongqing's expression kept changing, and at the end, the smile on his face began to expand a little bit, and he nodded and said, "If you want to put it this way, if you go to Tianshan this time, even if the Heavenly Sword trace is real, we have invited helpers, but we are not afraid, at least we can rescue your mother safely first, so it will not be a big problem." Qin Chongqing asked Ling Yun to tell the details of the Fumo Conference. Of course, it was not purely for the purpose of listening to the story. He was also secretly making comparisons. Of course, the comparison was between Ling Yun's group and the strength of the Heavenly Sword sect. Ling Yun smiled confidently. "Grandpa Qin, don't worry, I have already passed the 4 or 9 minor catastrophes, and my realm has reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, and I already have the way to hide. This trip to Tianshan, although I dare not, I promise to destroy the Heavenly Sword sect in one fell swoop, but I am absolutely 100% sure of saving my mother." "Okay." Qin Chongqing laughed and nodded. And then he suddenly said seriously, "Yuner, your trip to save your mother is actually of great importance, so remember not to be careless. As for our Qin family." Qin Chongqing suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Dongxue. "If I'm not mistaken, your little aunt Dongxue should be the most powerful person in my Qin family right now?" Pfft. Qin Dongxue didn't expect Qin Chongqing to say this. She couldn't help but chuckled, glanced at her father and 2 older brothers, and said with a smile, "Father, you have vision, and now my ancient martial arts realm is at the peak of the 8th innate level. However, I am a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. If I want, I can break through the 4th level of Qi training at any time and enter the middle stage of Qi training." Humph. Unexpectedly, Qin Chongqing snorted coldly after hearing this. "Dongxue, if you don't talk, no one will treat you as dumb. 28 years of hard training, and you actually say that you can do it. Do you think it's a child's playhouse? This is because Ling Yun is here. If there is no Ling Yun, you will be completely useless after finishing your kung fu." Qin Chongqing was reprimanding his daughter, but he said he was reprimanding, but the distress and fear in the words were obvious. You must know that it was Sangong. After watching the video, Qin Chongqing was so distressed that he could not eat or sleep for several days due to the pain that Sangong had to bear. In the future, if you dare to act recklessly again, without using yourself, I will first abolish your martial arts. The more Qin Chongqing talked, the more angry he became. Daddy, haven't I already recovered my skills? Why haven't you finished? Although Qin Dongxue was scolded, she knew that it was because her father cared about her, so she didn't speak up, but acted like a baby once in a while. In this way, the 8 people in the room all opened up their chatterboxes. You talked to each other, and the conversation was full of enthusiasm, until the food was served. At noon that day, Qin Chongqing held a grand banquet and entertained Ling Yun with the most authentic Shaanxi dishes, including many dishes that had long been lost, which made Ling Yun and others feast on them and praise them again and again. During the banquet, while everyone was present, Ling Yun took out 3 bottles of pills and stuffed them directly into Qin Chongqing's hands. Grandpa Qin, these are 10 pairs of xuanhuan pills and beauty pills. As for the effects, I won't say much. The other 2 bottles are 18 Dragon Tiger pills and 18 Shaolin Great Returning pills. If anyone needs it, share it with them. After everyone in the Qin family listened, one counted as the other, and they were all dumbfounded. This is definitely a great gift. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Even Qin Chongqing changed color slightly. He spread his palms and looked at the 3 bottles of pills in his hands. After struggling for a long time, he raised his head and said to Ling Yun, "Yuner, although we are a family, these gifts. Isn't it too heavy?" Qin Chongqing knew very well that Ling Yun's xuanhuan pill and beauty pill were sold for a sky-high price of 6 million meritorious merits at the auction on the eve of the Fumo conference. This value is at least equivalent to 180 billion huaxia coins. This is just a pair of pills, but now Ling Yun took out 10 pairs at once. In addition to xuanhuan pill and beauty pill, Ling Yun also gave Longhu pill and Dahuan pill 18 each. Although the value of these 2 pills cannot be compared with xuanhuan pill, they are very important to ancient martial arts practitioners. The effect is great, especially the Dragon and Tiger pill, which can directly improve the realm of innate late-stage ancient martial arts practitioners. Ling Yun just smiled slightly. Grandpa Qin, you have already said that we are a family. Since we are a family, how valuable are these things? Ling Yun intends to build the Qin family. Of course, he must also build the Qin family, because 18 years ago, the Ling family and the Qin family encountered catastrophe at the same time, and the 2 families have never recovered. But now that the Ling family has risen, it has pushed the Qin family far away. Left behind, he had already decided before coming to the Qin family that after rescuing Qin Qiuyue, he wanted her to see a different Qin family, a resurgent Qin family. This is Ling Yun's best repayment for Qin Qiuyue's 18 years of nurturing. Qin Chongqing didn't understand this, his lips trembled slightly, the corners of his mouth twitched several times in a row. He pondered for a long time before saying, "Yuner." At this moment, Grandpa Qin seems to be hypocritical in everything he says, but such a heavy gift. Grandpa Qin. Suddenly, Mo Wudao, who was next to him, spoke up, and he said with a smile, "I think you should stop talking about it. The xuanhuan pill and the beauty pill are naturally priceless treasures in the eyes of others, but they are not considered to be here at Ling Yun. What, let's put it this way, when he was in Qingshui City, he gave away a dozen pairs just to ordinary people who didn't know how to practice. As for the Dragon Tiger pill and the Great Return pill, there are at least 200 of them in Ling Yun's hands. Tell me, if he doesn't give it to you, who else can he give it to?" Qin Chongqing. Ling Yun raised his hand to caress his forehead, and almost kicked Mo Wudao out of the door. This bastard is obviously drunk now. Ling Yun sent such a big favor, so he said it worthless. Ha ha. Qin Chongqing just smiled. How many treasures did Ling Yun get at the Demon Subduing Conference? Although he couldn't get the exact number, he also knew that it must be an astonishing number. There was no need for Mo Wudao to say that, and he also knew that Ling Yun really didn't care about these pills now. But the problem is, there is no such calculation in the world. No matter what other people don't lack, as long as it is what you need urgently, as long as it is useful to you, it is a priceless treasure to you. The Qin family has been in decline for more than 10 years now, and the current overall strength of their family is not much stronger than that of the previous Ling family. Now these pills sent by Ling Yun are very important to everyone in the Qin family. It is very important, so Qin Chongqing has to calculate the value of these things according to his family's needs, not how much Ling Yun has. Otherwise, there are plenty of Dragon Tiger pills and Dahuan pills, Shangqing Palace and Shaolin Temple, but they just won't give you. What can you do? Qin Chongqing glanced at Mo Wudao, who was pretending to be crazy and foolish. Wudao, if the accounts in the world were calculated according to your calculations, the world would have been unified long ago. Why do we need to fight desperately? After finishing speaking, Qin Chongqing turned his head to look at Ling Yun. Yuner, the Dragon and Tiger pill and the Great Return pill are indeed very important to our Qin family. I can accept these 2 pills, but... Qin Chongqing put the glowing medicine bottle on the table. I think you should take the Zhuyan pill and beauty pill back first, after all, they... Unexpectedly, Ling Yun waved his hand. Grandpa Qin, although this guy Mo Wudao can't speak, what he said is indeed reasonable. I really don't lack these medicines now, and it's meaningless to put them on me. Why don't you just use them? Giving it to you is not only my filial piety, but also can use them where they should be used most. So, you old man, don't refuse. Ling Yun is really rich and powerful now, not to mention the innumerable magical blades and treasure bags on his body now. Just say that his current meritorious value is more than 100 million, just wait until he returns to Tianzhu. What can he exchange for? Arrive? Qin Chongqing pondered, his eyes slightly scanned the surroundings, and immediately saw the eyes of all the other Qin family members in the room. The others don't need to look, just look at Qin Chunfeng and Qin Xiahua. They have already stood up, staring at the 3 bottles of pills. Their eyes are green. It is good. In the end, as soon as Qin Chongqing gritted his teeth, he agreed to Ling Yun and accepted the 3 bottles of pills. Hey. At this time, Ling Yun only heard a chuckle. Grandpa Qin, you don't have a place to put this pill? Qin Chongqing was stunned. At this moment, Ling Yun took out another ring. Grandpa Qin, this is a space ring. Although the space is not large, it should be enough for the time being. This is my tribute to you. While speaking, Ling Yun gave the ring to Qin Chongqing again. Everyone in the Qin family looked at the interspatial ring Ling Yun took out and was dumbfounded again. That is the legendary space ring. The real priceless treasure is right in front of you now. Yuner, this. Qin Chongqing looked at the ring Ling Yun sent over. He didn't know what to say. Because, in front of such an irresistible gift, saying anything is superfluous. Father, since Ling Yun gave it to you, you can accept it. In the end, it was Qin Dongxue who spoke. She knew that Ling Yun would either not send it, but as long as she sent it, she would definitely not take it back. Qin Chongqing's face changed again, and finally he took the space ring over, and according to the use method of Ling Yun's voice transmission into the secret, he recognized the owner with a drop of blood on the spot, and then put all 3 bottles of pills into his space ring. Wow! What a sweet baby! Everyone in the Qin family was stunned and shocked when they saw Qin Chongqing using the space ring to collect 3 bottles of pills. Yuner, I know you have many rare treasures on you, but you are not allowed to take any more. Under Qin Chongqing's voice transmission, Ling Yun didn't take out any more treasures. Anyway, we are all a family, so don't worry. Next, the banquet continued, but because of the performance just now, Ling Yun immediately convinced everyone in the Qin family. He became the focus of everyone's eyes, received the greatest respect, and was toasted repeatedly, even Qin Chunfeng and Qin Xiaohua's wife. The meal lasted for 3 hours, and it was not completely over until 3:30 in the afternoon. You all go away. Do whatever you need to do. Next, I have to discuss some important matters with Ling Yun and the others. After everyone had eaten and drank enough, Qin Chongqing issued an order to drive away all the Qin family members from the Qin family's ancestral house and let them go home. Yuner, I know that you came to Qin's house this time to discuss with me about saving your mother. Qin Chongqing's expression became serious, and he said sternly, I have already decided that everything is up to you to save your mother this time. No matter what you need, my Qin family will definitely satisfy you, and give you whatever you want. Ling Yun. Well, Qin Chongqing's words are equivalent to handing over the power of the Qin family to Ling Yun. Ling Yun quickly shook his head. Grandpa Qin, I have already made up my mind to save my mother. I don't want anything, but I need information, especially with the Heavenly Sword sect and the Ning family. There are still 18 years left. All the details of the previous appointment. The more detailed the better. Although in Qingshui City, Qin Chongqing had already told Ling Yun about the events of the Qin family 18 years ago, but what he said at that time was only a rough idea. Now that Ling Yun is about to kill the Heavenly Sword sect, he of course needs the most detailed information from the Heavenly Sword sect. Information. No problem. Qin Chongqing readily agreed, and then he said, Yuner, I'll tell you this later, but when do you plan to go to the Heavenly Sword sect? Leave tomorrow. Ling Yun is so eager to save his mother now, that he doesn't even want to delay for another day. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Qin Chongqing was slightly taken aback, and said in astonishment, leave tomorrow? Is this a little too hasty? Ling Yun shook his head resolutely. Grandpa Qin, you are not hasty at all. I am afraid that things will change if I am too late. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun explained in a deep voice, after I heard you tell about my mother in Qingshui City, I originally planned to go to the capital to find my father, and immediately kill Tian Shan. But when I arrived in the capital, I found my father. After my father rescued him, many things happened, especially when the Sun and Qin families wanted to unite against my Ling family, so I destroyed the Sun and Qin alliance. However, when I was destroying the Sun-Qin alliance, I met Di Yutong of the Heavenly Sword sect. Afterwards, after interrogation, he found out that the Heavenly Sword sect was a real sect of self-cultivation, and among their sects, there are many a master at the late stage of Qi training. At that time, I was only at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. I felt that if I rushed to the Heavenly Sword sect to save my mother, I might not be able to do it. Instead, I would harm my mother. I can only bear it until today. But now, I have broken through 6 realms in a row, and I have passed through 4 or 9 minor catastrophes. Now I am practicing Qi at the peak of the 5th level, and I am confident that I am invincible below the foundation stage. No matter how deep the background of the Heavenly Sword sect is, I am sure to rescue my mother unscathed. So, this is not in a hurry. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and I don't want my mother to suffer another day in the Heavenly Sword sect. Ling Yun knew that Qin Chongqing was worried, so he spoke out all the thoughts in his heart, so that Qin Chongqing could rest assured. With these words, Ling Yun neither humbled himself nor boasted about himself. What he said were all facts. If he was not sure, he had to endure it, but as long as he was sure, he couldn't bear it for a day. Good. Good boy. Qin Chongqing nodded again and again. Since you are very sure, it should be sooner rather than later. Now I will tell you about the Tianjianzong and the Ning family in detail. Next, Qin Chongqing really told Ling Yun and the others in detail about the tragedy that happened to the Qin family 18 years ago, this time almost reaching the level of Di Xiaozhen's strength back then. At that time, my Qin family was actually the same as your Ling family. Although more than 20 people entered the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, there were still a few masters of supernatural powers sitting in the family. Otherwise, our Qin family would not be able to compete with the dragon. The family is listed as the three peak families in China. Qin Chongqing showed nostalgia on his face. It's just that among the 4 people left, there are only 2 real masters of the supernatural powers. One of them is at the peak of the 3rd level of the supernatural powers, the other is at the peak of the 1st level of the supernatural powers, and the other 2, they are all half-step ahead of the 9 realm. Also, Yuner, you should have already felt that our entire ancient Qin village is within the range of the protective formation of Qin Shi mausoleum, especially the ancestral residence of the Qin family, which can weaken the strength of foreign enemies, and when the Qin family uses secret techniques, they can temporarily increase their combat power. But even so, Di Xiaozhen, that poisonous woman, those masters brought from Tianjianzong, can still ignore our Qin family, and even she can defeat our Qin family's supernatural power. A master at the pinnacle. Qin Chongqing gave Lingyan a heavy look, frowned and said, Yuner, you have to know that the mausoleum protection array in Qin Shi Mausoleum can weaken the enemy's strength by 70%. Lingyan nodded, I know. According to my deduction, Di Xiaozhen 18 years ago has already passed through the 49th tribulation, and is at least in the 6th level of Qi training. After pondering for a while, Lingyan continued, so it seems that the senior at the 4th level of the supernatural power realm should have been killed by a master of the Heavenly Sword sect brought by Di Xiaozhen. Floor. Hearing Lingyan's analysis, Qin Chongqing's eyes turned red, and he nodded heavily, that's right, on the contrary, the person with the highest realm and the strongest combat power in our Qin family was killed by a master of the Heavenly Sword sect. It's a sword, it's just a sword. Needless to say, the 4th level of supernatural powers. They were all instantly killed by the opponent's master, and the rest of the people, when facing the people of Tianjianzong, it is conceivable that they must be humiliated arbitrarily. That Di Xiaozhen obviously came prepared to kill Qiuyue and Lingyu in her belly, so she didn't show mercy at all. She wanted to wipe out my Qin family in one fell swoop. Speaking of the humiliation he suffered back then, Qin Chongqing blushed furiously, and his face turned livid. However, let alone that I had just stepped into the Midnight realm back then, even now, I still can't judge the true identity of the person who killed my 3rd uncle back then. Strength. This is a real shame and helplessness, to be instantly killed by the opponent, but not even know the true strength of the enemy for 20 years. But Lingyan can judge immediately, because he clearly knows that the strength of the masters of each level of the Qi training realm, weakened by 70% of the strength, can still kill the masters of the 4th level of the supernatural power, without the 8th level of Qi training, totally impossible. His eyes flickered, and he calculated silently in his heart. He felt that this person would definitely be his strong enemy to rescue Qin Qiuyue, because if he was at the 8th level of Qi training 18 years ago, no matter how slow his cultivation was, he would definitely reach it after such a long time. The Qi training is above the 9th level, but Lingyan can't judge whether that person has built a foundation now. Thank you, Grandpa Qin, for letting me know. I already know the strength of the Heavenly Sword sect. Lingyan said, I think, that master that Di Xiaozhen brought that time should be her protector. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, if I meet him this time, I will definitely bring back his head to comfort the spirit of the senior Qin family. It is good. Qin Chongqing said, Grandpa believes in you. This is a previous matter. As for the others, I have an extremely important piece of information here. Lingyan hurriedly said, Grandpa Qin, please tell me. Qin Chongqing said, actually, during the time your mother went to Tianjianzong, it's not that my Qin family did nothing. I once secretly sent someone to the Ning family to find out what happened to Ning Tianya. Qin Qiuyue left a book for no reason and ran away. Qin Chongqing cared about her daughter, so of course it was impossible to ignore it, so naturally she wanted to inquire secretly. Qin Chongqing finally talked about the Ning family, and Lingyan's heart moved when he heard it. Any news? Good. Qin Chongqing nodded, and said in a deep voice, "I received definite news a few days ago that something happened to Ning Tianya, indeed. Speaking of it, it's because of the agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family 18 years ago." Then, Qin Chongqing began to speak slowly. It turned out that according to the agreement of the year, this year is the date for the Qin family to perform the contract. That is, the Qin family must send Ning Lingyu to the Heavenly Sword sect. As the deadline for the performance of the contract approaches, Ning Tianya is also more and more worried about her daughter's safety. When the tragedy happened, he secretly practiced a quick success method regardless of everything. However, that kind of quick success method is a long-lost magic art. Ning Tianya doesn't know where he got it from. His strength improved very quickly, and he soon reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. Breakthrough, you can enter the middle stage of Qi training, and go through the tribulation. But the problem is, Ning Tianya is eager for success, his realm is unstable, and there is no special person to guide him in the process of cultivation, so he depends on his own guessing and groping. Therefore, when Ning Tianya was attacking the 4th level of Qi training, something went wrong in his practice, causing him to go mad, and his meridians were broken. When the people of Tianjianzong found him, he had completely become a useless person, and was already dying. Over the years, Di Xiaozhen has long since lost any affection for Ning Tianya. Seeing Ning Tianya become like this, especially when she found out why Ning Tianya secretly practiced the taboo magic art, instead of rescuing him, she immediately sent the people rushed to Qingshui City and told Qin Qiuyue. Di Xiaozhen's intentions are too vicious. She did this not to let Ning Tianya see Qiuyue before she died, but to let Qiuyue watch Ning Tianya die, just to appreciate the separation between life and death. Pain of. Speaking of this, Qin Chongqing's eyes were tearing apart. Even, I can think of how Qiuyue will be humiliated by Tianjianzong during the time that Qiuyue takes care of Ning Tianya, and, Ning Tianya can't die, just let it go, but once Ning Tianya dies, Di Xiaozhen won't have any scruples anymore, and she will definitely not let Qiuyue leave the Heavenly Sword sect alive. This woman deserves to be killed. Ling Yin was furious when he heard this. Even cutting her into pieces can't eliminate the hatred in my heart. After scolding Di Xiaozhen, Ling Yin asked, "So, Ning Tianya now?" Qin Chongqing shook his head. "I don't know, there has been no news from the Heavenly Sword sect for a long time, and Di Xiaozhen doesn't care about the Ning family at all. Therefore, she doesn't bother to tell the Ning family about Ning Tianya's life or death. Having gone mad, my meridians are broken, and I'm dying." Ling Yin counted the time silently, and suddenly his heart shook. Not good. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. For more popular rural romance novels, please follow the WeChat account, Dingdian23, long press to copy. If a person who has gone mad, if he is lucky enough not to die at that time, then every certain period of time, he will inevitably face a life and death crisis. This kind of life and death crisis, the interval period is not fixed, it may be long or short, it will vary from person to person, and it is also related to the exercises he practiced, but no matter what, all those who survived the madness will have to go through a life and death crisis. A huge test of life and death. Half a year, half a year. Every obsessed person will pass a death test after half a year. After passing it, although he will be like a cripple in the future, most of them can survive for a long time. Ling Yin finished saving Zhuang Meifeng's Tianqing on the night of Qingming festival. As soon as he got down from the Tianqing, Qin Qiuyue received a message from Tianjianzong, and then left a book and left. However, after Ning Tianya's accident, Tianjianzong didn't call Qin Qiuyue directly, but sent someone to Qingshui City to notify her. It's a long way from Tianshan Mountain in the northwest of China to Qingshui City in the southeast of China. Moreover, the people of Tianjianzong have to find Qin Qiuyue. This will take time, and it will take 3 to 5 days at the earliest. In other words, when Di Xiaozhen of Tianjianzong sent people down the mountain, it was most likely at the end of March, and Ning Tianya went from practicing kung fu to being found by the people of Tianjianzong, and then Di Xiaozhen made a decision. It also takes time. In this case, Ling Yan can almost make an accurate judgment on the exact time when Ning Tianya went into a maddened state during his practice. According to the Gregorian calendar, that day is most likely around March 26th or March 27th. Even, Ling Yan faintly felt that the time of Ning Tianya's accident might be the night of his rebirth. And now it was the afternoon of September 26th. No more, no less, half a year. That's why Ling Yan exclaimed that it's not good after calculating the time in his heart. Ning Tianya's catastrophe of life and death after his insanity occurred within these 2 days. Seeing Ling Yan's sudden change of expression, Qin Chongqing was startled, and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Yunjian frowned, and quickly said the question he thought of, and then he said annoyedly, "Ning Tianya's life and death deadline is only these 2 days, maybe he has already started." Ling Yan pursed his lips, shook his head slowly, and didn't say the rest, but no matter what, Ning Tianya and Qin Qiuyue have reached the most dangerous moment now. Even though Ling Yan and even everyone here has never met Ning Tianya, no matter what, Ning Tianya is Ning Lingyu's biological father. If he can be saved, Ling Yan will of course save him. Even if Ning Tianya and Ning Lingyu's father-daughter relationship is not considered, Ling Yan must first consider Qin Qiuyue's life and death safety. This life and death safety is not only from Di Xiaozhen from Tianjianzong, but also depends on Ning Tianya's life and death. And what was going on in Qin Qiuyue's mind if something happened to him? What a firm and stubborn person Qin Qiuyue is, she was able to insist on giving birth to Ning Lingyu under such circumstances. In order to save Ning Lingyu's life, she even severed all ties with the Qin family, and lived incognito in Qingshui City for 18 years. The family no longer communicates with each other, and after receiving the news from Tianjianzong, he went to Tianjianzong alone without distinguishing the truth from the fake, and went to take care of Ning Tianya after enduring all kinds of humiliation. What if Ning Tianya died and Qin Qiuyue went with him in despair? This is what Ling Yan is most worried about. Then Qiuyue. Qin Chongqing obviously thought of it too, his face also changed drastically, and he panicked all of a sudden. "Yuner, what should we do now?" "Grandpa Qin, don't worry." Ling Yan comforted Qin Chongqing first, then he turned his head and said, "Mo Wudao, don't stand there, it's your turn to work." I don't know the horoscope of Uncle Ning's birthday. It's impossible to calculate it with only one name. Of course, Mo Wudao knew what Ling Yan asked him to do, so he directly made trouble. However, Mo Wudao had never seen Ning Tianya before. Not to mention his birth date, so of course there is no way to calculate the secret. Idiot! Ling Yan cursed angrily, "Who told you to count Lingyu's father's fate? I will let you count my mother's fate." What? Mo Wudao was a little dazed, but he immediately understood that in Ling Yan's eyes, Qin Qiuyue was 10,000 times more important than Ning Tianya, and what he was most concerned about at the moment was how Qin Qiuyue was. "It is good." Mo Wudao immediately took out 3 copper coins, then thought for a while, and suddenly asked, "Grandpa Qin, dare to ask Aunt Qin's birth date?" Ling Yan was furious when he heard this. "Didn't I already tell you my mother's birth date when I was in Qingshui City? You actually forgot?" Ling Yan remembered very clearly that it was the first time that Qin Chongqing told Ling Yan about the tragic past of the Qin family. Ling Yan was eager to know Qin Qiuyue's situation, so he wanted Mo Wudao to calculate her fortune. At that time, Ling Yan had already told Mo Wudao Qin Qiuyue's photo and birth date. "Well, I really forgot." Unexpectedly, Mo Wudao admitted it frankly and nodded directly. "We Taoists don't easily calculate the secrets of heaven. Every time we calculate, we always ask whenever we need, and we will deliberately forget it afterwards. This thing is kept in our mind every day. Not good. Very taxing." Ling Yan was astonished, and opened his mouth to scold again, but in the end, he nodded, because what Mo Wudao said was indeed the truth. Other people's birthday horoscopes, what the Taoists deliberately memorized, would only do him harm, not any benefit. It's okay if the time is short, and it's okay to remember that the number of people is small, or if the characters are ordinary and their backgrounds are not important, they can get by, but I'm afraid it's not these three. The longer the time of remembering, the more people remember the horoscope of birth date, or the person has a great background, which will have an impact on the Taoist characters, and even the fate will start to be inexplicably entangled, which will make the Taoist characters deeply involved and eventually become crazy. Yuner, Wu Dao is right, you don't have to make things difficult for him. Qin Chongqing is obviously also a master of geomantic omen and Xianmen calculation, otherwise he would not be able to become the head of the Qin family, let alone guard the mausoleum of Qin Shi, so he very much agrees with Mo Wudao's statement. Why don't I just say it again? So, Qin Chongqing quickly told the two of Qin Shiyua's birth date, and then asked Mo Wudao, I don't know if Wudao has any other requirements? Mo Wudao was fiddling with 3 copper coins in his hand, and tried to throw them up several times, but he gave up. His 2 eyebrows were tightly knit together. If you want to calculate accurately, it's better to live in the place where Aunt Qin used to live. The place where she lived, that is, the place where her life is strong. Qin Chongqing didn't wait to finish listening, he immediately waved his hand, come with me. Soon, Qin Chongqing took the lead, and Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, and others followed him to a quiet courtyard of the Qin family's ancestral home, and directly opened the door to enter. This is the courtyard where Qiuyue lived in since childhood. After Qin Chongqing entered the door, he immediately showed nostalgia and pity on his face, explaining to everyone. Grandpa Qin, just stay here, we don't need to go into the house. After Mo Wudao entered the door, he glanced casually and spotted a clean place in the yard. He stepped on the mysterious step and walked over like a master. Qin Chongqing nodded secretly, and was even dumbfounded. He couldn't help but said to Ling Yun, you brother, you have reached the pinnacle of Taoist calculation. Yes, Grandpa Qin, I was able to quickly find out the whereabouts of my father, and it was also calculated by Mo Wudao. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Qin Chongqing looked dignified, and said approvingly, the place Mo Wudao chose is the place where Qiuyue practiced since she was a child. She often meditates and practices swords there, and spends more time than in her room. When the two communicated, Mo Wudao had already arrived at the target place. He lifted his Taoist robe, sat cross-legged on the ground, and then straightened his face. Grandpa Qin, and Aunt Qin, you are all close relatives of Aunt Qin, destiny, too much entanglement, so please avoid it. In the end, he actually waved at Ling Yun, and you are the one who has the most influence, you should go out quickly, and don't use your spiritual sense to observe me. Let's all go out. When Qin Chongqing heard this, he simply led everyone out of the courtyard, decisively stayed away, and returned to the main room. After everyone left, Mo Wudao's face suddenly became serious. He was holding 3 copper coins in his hand, he hesitated again and again, his expression was as if he was constipated. Hey, you can't eat for nothing, you have to fight for it, try it. Mo Wudao gritted his teeth secretly, and then he stopped entangled. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, and waited until his mind became clear and clear. Then he twisted the 3 copper coins in his hand, muttered something, and suddenly threw the 3 copper coins into the air. Puff! As soon as the 3 copper coins left his hands, Mo Wudao's body shook violently, like a basketball hit hard by a sledgehammer. He shrank suddenly, and then bounced violently. He vomited blood in the air, his face turned pale, and soon fell to the ground on all fours, and fell unconscious on the spot. Looking at the 3 copper coins again, they flew up in the air by themselves, and collided violently with each other, making crisp sounds, including the sound of the flying copper coins breaking through the air, and finally they landed slowly. After landing, they did not stop there, they stopped, but they all stood upright on the ground, rolling around in the yard. The rolling route was like a child scribbling on the ground with a pencil, without any rules to follow. Swipe. After hearing the movement, Ling Yun, Qin Chongqing, Qin Qiuyue, Yi Xingchen and others all jumped forward and appeared directly in the courtyard. When they saw the 3 copper coins still rolling randomly on the ground, they were all stunned. What does this mean? Qin Chongqing was stunned for a long time, unable to figure out what this meant, so he could only ask blankly. Ling Yun's expression was extremely serious. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the 3 copper coins for a long time, then at Mo Wudao, and suddenly said slowly, "This situation has only one meaning. These 3 copper coins are rolled back and forth like this, just let Mo Wudao roll, not let him count. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. For more popular rural romance novels, please follow the WeChat account, Dingdian23, long press to copy." At this moment, Mo Wudao was lying on the ground sprawled across the ground, more than a foot away from where he was originally sitting cross-legged, motionless. His face was pale, with scarlet blood scum between his lips and teeth. He looked shocking. His breathing was extremely weak. Ling Yun could hardly see his chest rise and fall, which meant that Mo Wudao was not only completely unconscious, but also seriously injured. Ling Yun knew that Mo Wudao was still alive, but he couldn't rescue him immediately because the 3 copper coins were still rolling on the ground and didn't stop. The 3 copper coins are the medium of heavenly Tao at this moment, and it is also a warning and punishment for Mo Wudao's peeping into the sky. If the 3 copper coins do not stop, it means that the power of backlash is still there. It's the same as entering the range of other people's robbery. However, Ling Yun's face was serious, not because of Mo Wudao's injury, but because of the 3 copper coins rolling on the ground. The 3 copper coins rolled in the courtyard at an extremely fast speed and their trajectories were chaotic, but since they hit the ground, they never collided with each other. If there is a pattern, this is the only pattern. But how is this possible? You know, Ling Yun is the one who should be robbed by destiny, and it is where the destiny lies. At the beginning, Mo Wudao calculated the secret and helped Ling Yun find Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Ling Xiao is Ling Yun's biological father, and the degree of fate entanglement between the two can be imagined. However, Qin Qiuyue is only Ling Yun's adoptive mother. No matter how deeply her and Ling Yun's fate is entangled, it is impossible to compare with Ling Xiao. In other words, since Mo Wudao was able to figure out Ling Xiao's whereabouts, it should be easier for him to calculate Qin Qiuyue's good or bad luck now, but who knows that it has become like this now, not to mention easier, but simply don't let him calculate. Mo Wudao, who was unconscious, the scarlet blood scum on his face, and the random rolling of copper coins on the ground, all deeply hurt Ling Yun, made him shiver, and made him even more angry. Ling Yun knew very well that there was only one reason that could explain this situation, and that was the fate of his mother, Qin Qiuyue, which was far more complicated and terrifying than Ling Xiao's. It would be easier to understand if the secrets of fate were represented by simple exam questions. For example, if Ling Yun scored 100 points for this question and Ling Xiao scored 80 points, then Qin Qiuyue should score at least 200 points. Mo Wudao could barely pass Ling Xiao's 80-point question, but if he was asked to do a 200-point question, he couldn't answer a single word. So here comes the question, where did Qin Qiuyue's secret of fate, the 120 points more than Ling Xiao's, come from? Obviously not from Ling Yun. So, if it didn't come from Ling Yun, where did it come from? Ling Yun's face was gloomy, his eyes shone with divine light, and he sighed in his heart. Stop. At this moment, Yi Xingchen suddenly exclaimed. Everyone in the courtyard was paying attention to the miraculous scene of the 3 copper coins rolling randomly without anyone controlling them. In fact, everyone was shocked and had various opinions about it. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. It's just a fortune-telling, and it's unbelievable that the calculation is not allowed, and punishment and warnings are given in this way. Bang bang bang. The 3 copper coins did not stop slowly, but stopped suddenly at the same time while rolling rapidly. Turned into smoke and dust, all dissipated in the air. Seeing this scene, even a fool would know that this calculation failed, there was no result, and 3 copper coins were lost. However, Lingyan ignored this, and when the 3 copper coins disappeared, he came to Mo Wudao's side in a flash, squatted down, shot like lightning, and used the 5 elements intercepting pulse finger to stab Mo Wudao into his body. Transmitting into one after another spiritual energy, he tried his best to treat him. Treat the internal injury first, and wait for Mo Wudao to recover from the internal injury. Lingyan got up, raised his hand suddenly, and shot Mo Wudao's body off the ground, and then hit 5 7-level healing talismans on the top of his head, Tian Ling cover, heart, back and Dan Tian. Important parts, he suddenly shouted, Pro. The 5 healing talismans turned into 5 white lights at the same time, integrated into Mo Wudao's body, and began to work. Half a minute later, Mo Wudao's external and internal injuries were all eliminated, but he did not wake up and was still in a coma. Lingyan, what happened to him? Why is he still awake? The people in the courtyard had already gathered around. They had absolute trust in Lingyan's medical skills. After they saw Lingyan treat Mo Wudao, the guy's breathing had obviously stabilized, and his body had completely healed, but he was still in a coma, and suddenly he was a little puzzled. Look in his eyes. Lingyan stared at Mo Wudao's closed eyes, and said in a deep voice. Everyone looked and found that although Mo Wudao's eyes were tightly closed, the eyeballs were rolling violently under the eyelids, just like ordinary people having nightmares while sleeping. Hey, what's going on here? Qing Dongxue was stunned. She turned her head and asked Lingyan. Do not know. Regarding this situation, Lingyan didn't want to say more. He shook his head with a wry smile on purpose, but his eyes turned to Qing Chongqing intentionally or unintentionally. Qing Chongqing understood, and immediately comforted everyone. Don't worry, everyone. Mo Wudao's situation should be that he just guessed the secrets, was punished by the heavens, and suffered backlash. He may have been frightened at that moment, so he couldn't wake up for a while. After hearing Qin Chongqing's explanation, everyone suddenly nodded, excluding Lingyan, of course. Yuner, what happened to Mo Wudao? What Qin Chongqing said just now was half truth and half false, and now he was transmitting voice to Lingyan. Lingyan also replied via voice transmission, it's hard to say about reincarnation, but this situation is dangerous for Mo Wudao, but it is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Chongqing said, you mean, Mo Wudao might not be able to wake up? It's possible, but Mo Wudao is a rare psychic body. His soul power is far stronger than his body power. I don't think it's a big problem. Then what do we do now? What he is going through now, we can't help at all, we can only wait for him to wake up. As Lingyan was speaking, his divine sense moved, and he took out the huge Taishu stone for refining the god, and at the same time sacrificed the Inyang Ganchi sword, and dug 3 pieces of Taishu stone for refining the god from above, 2 of which were the size of a fist, the other piece is slightly larger. Grandpa Qin, I need a guest room. It's already been prepared for you, come with me. Qin Chongqing immediately took Lingyan and others to the guest room in the backyard. During the whole process, Lingyan didn't let anyone touch Mo Wudao, and kept supporting his body with tyrannical spiritual thoughts until he was put on the bed in the guest room. After putting Mo Wudao in place, Lingyan stuffed 2 fist-sized god-refining Taishu stones into Mo Wudao's hands respectively, and put the last big one on top of his head. At present, there is only so much we can do for him. After Lingyan finished these, he said to the people around him, and then he looked at Qin Chongqing, Grandpa Qin, I didn't expect such a change. According to the current situation, I can't take Mo Wudao with me on this trip to Tianshan. Qin Chongqing nodded solemnly and said, Yuner, don't worry, Mo Wudao's accident is entirely because of my Qin family, so you just leave him to me to take care of him. During these 3 days, don't let anyone touch him, and don't worry about eating or drinking. If Mo Wudao hasn't woken up after 3 days, you can ask someone to drink water for him. If he doesn't wake up after 5 days, then think about it. There is a way to supplement nutrition for him. Ling Yan pondered and said, and finally he added, if you want to supplement his nutrition, you can use modern methods. Okay. Grandpa Qin wrote it all down. Qin Chongqing hurriedly asked again, then if he still doesn't wake up after 5 days? Ling Yan smiled slightly, Grandpa Qin, no matter how slow I was, I would have saved my mother at that time. When I return to the Qin family, I will have my own means to deal with it. These 3 stones. Qin Chongqing looked at the 3 god-refining Taishu stones, and recognized that they were the Qingshan stones from the ancient martial world, and finally had time to ask. It's the stone of clearing the spirit, but its function is far more than just clearing the mind. Grandpa Qin, you must be careful not to let these 3 stones leave Mo Wudao's body. This will greatly help him to wake up quickly. Ling Yan explained seriously, and then he waved his hand, okay, Mo Wudao is fine, let's all go out. Ling Yan let everyone out of the room first, and finally he was the only one left here, standing by the bed, staring down at Mo Wudao, with a worried look on his face, and remained silent for a long time. Good brother, I know what happened to you, but this is actually your chance. In your world, I can't help you for a while, so you have to be careful. But you can rest assured, if the time is up and you really can't get out, I can help you. Of course, Ling Yan didn't say these words with his mouth, but violently burned his divine essence, and used the power of tyrannical divine thoughts to drive his own thoughts directly into Mo Wudao's sea of consciousness. Sure enough, before Ling Yan finished speaking, he noticed that Mo Wudao was holding the hands of the refining god Taishu Shi and clenched them tightly at the same time. Seeing this, Ling Yan smiled slightly, you brat, don't you like to sleep? I'll let you sleep enough this time, haha. Of course, this sentence was spoken, Ling Yan didn't care whether Mo Wudao could hear it or not. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan flew out of the house. Little tiger, don't stay here anymore. You should leave Guqin village now and go to Qinling to find a place with ample aura, practice with all your strength, and prepare to break through the tribulation. Ling Yan came directly to the main room, and said to Tai Xiaohu, at night, when you feel that you are about to break through, use the communicator to contact me, and I will rush over to help you immediately. Okay brother Yun, then I'm leaving. Tai Xiaohu's breakthrough was imminent, he immediately bid farewell to everyone, left the Qin family's ancestral house, and headed straight for Qinling. Send the first update first. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. For more popular rural romance novels, please follow the WeChat account, Dingdian23, long press to copy. Because Mo Wudao's calculation failed, and there was such a big problem with his body, it cast a shadow over everyone's mind. Yuner, since nothing can be calculated, what should we do now? After Tai Xiaohu left, Qin Chongqing pondered for a while, and asked Ling Yan directly, his face was worried. Ling Yan pondered for a while, then shook his head slightly and said, Grandpa Qin, actually Mo Wudao didn't waste his time this time. It's not that he didn't calculate anything, but at least calculated a result. Oh? Hearing Ling Yan's words, the other people in the room immediately cheered up. My mother is alive at least for now. Ling Yan didn't make a fool of himself, and gave the answer directly, the fate of a person is meaningful only when he is alive. It is precisely because of this that the future is full of various uncertainties. Once he dies, everything is settled. It doesn't need to be forgotten. This is Ling Yan's reverse deduction, based on the law of heaven. Qin Qiuyue is still alive, this is the most certain result that Mo Wudao calculated just now. Hearing what Ling Yan said, everyone showed a look of sudden realization, especially Qin Chongqing and Qin Dongxue, whose tense faces were visibly relaxed. But that definite result is only valid until the 3 copper coins stop rolling. From the moment the 3 copper coins disappear, everything is unknown whether my mother will live or die. At this time, Ling Yun was the calmest one, therefore, it is not too late. Grandpa Qin, from now on, we must race against the clock, so cancel all your other reception arrangements for us. Ling Yun knew that Qin Chongqing attached great importance to his visit to the Qin family. Not only did he make all kinds of arrangements in advance, the arrangements were very thoughtful, but he also wanted to talk to him about some secret matters about the Qin family. But now, for Ling Yun, as far as he is concerned, there is no doubt that other things must be put on the back burner. He must first rescue Qin Qiuyue as soon as possible, so as not to have long nights and dreams, and accidents happen. Qin Chongqing nodded his head. Okay, then Grandpa Qin will listen to you, and you can tell me how to do it. First, you need to coordinate with Xianying Airport as soon as possible. We are flying to Tianshan tonight. Secondly, if there are no accidents, Tai Xiaohu will break through the 4th level of Qi training in Qinling tonight. After he breaks through, he will definitely go through the tribulation, and the movement may be relatively large. Therefore, you need to use the relationship of the Qin family, greet all parties in advance, so as not to alarm the secular parties. Thirdly, after Tai Xiaohu succeeds in crossing the catastrophe, Xingchen and I will go directly to Tianshan. Let's go to Tianshan to investigate first, and see if we can find the location of Tianjianzong. Ling Yun finished all 3 of his plans in one breath. Qin Chongqing was still nodding his head when he heard the first 2, but when he heard the last one, he suddenly showed shock and asked in astonishment, go directly to Tianshan? Yuner, what do you mean? That's right, the 2 of us flew directly there. Ling Yun said decisively, I have already checked, and the straight line distance from here to Tianshan Mountain is about 2,200 kilometers. If you take a plane, it will take more than 3 hours to get there, and that is just a simple flight time. Including the delay in getting in and out of the airport, it will take 5 hours anyway. Having said that, Ling Yun looked up at Yi Xingchen and said with a smile, but if we fly over 2,200 kilometers, less than an hour. Qin Chongqing was dumbfounded. This, so fast? He calculated silently in his heart, and then said, this speed is almost a kilometer per second. Can you keep flying at this speed for an hour? The consumption is indeed huge. Ling Yun nodded with a smile. However, don't worry, Grandpa Qin, Xingchen and I can support our current state. The speed of continuous flying at extreme speed consumes the divine energy, which is almost the same as a life and death battle. This trip requires at least 20,000 drops of divine energy, but for the current Ling Yun, he can completely afford it. Yi Xingchen has already entered the 5th level of Qi training. Of course it is the same, but it will be a little more difficult than Ling Yun. When Qin Dongxue heard Ling Yun say that he and Yi Xingchen were going to Tianshan Mountain first, she felt worried. She opened her mouth to speak, but she hesitated. Dongxue, the situation is extremely urgent now. It is too late to communicate with Ling Yu at this time. Of course Ling Yun knew what Qin Dongxue wanted to say, so he secretly said via voice transmission, no matter what, I have to save my mother first. I understand this, but only the 2 of you will go. Qin Dongxue was worried about Ling Yun's safety. I assure you, Xingchen and I are only going to find the sect of the Heavenly Sword sect first, and secretly protect the safety of my mother. If you don't arrive, I will not start a full-scale war with the Heavenly Sword sect. Ling Yun transmitted the voice again, giving Qin Dongxue a reassurance. At this time, it was already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Ling Yun said to Qin Chongqing, Grandpa Qin, I won't eat dinner, I'm going to the hotel where Wang Chongxiao and the others are staying, and ask some specific questions. It is good. Qin Chongqing immediately agreed. He knew that Ling Yun brought all the super experts on this trip to save his mother, and any one of them was far stronger than everyone in the Qin family, so he didn't need to say any unnecessary clichés. He just did his best, good logistics work, just provide the greatest convenience for all Ling Yun's actions. Next, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and Qin Dongxue took the Lincoln car and went directly to the five-star hotel in the eastern suburbs of Xi'an. In the morning, Qin Dongxue arranged by Xianer, Wang Chongxiao, and Ling Yun's 5 blood servants in this hotel of her own, and directly opened a floor for them. This floor is full of luxury suites, which is very convenient. Ling Yun entered the hotel and came directly to this floor. Without delay, he went straight to Edward's room and met Di Yutong. Ling Yun was not polite. He used terror and interrogated Di Yutong again about the exact location of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he got the answer very quickly. The highest peak in the middle of the Tianshan Mountains, Tomer Peak. By now, Di Yutong knew that lying was meaningless. He just wanted to save his life, so he cooperatively told the exact location of the Heavenly Sword sect, and frankly told Ling Yun that the Heavenly Sword sect had a large formation to protect the mountain. This answer will be verified tonight. If you dare to lie, I will let you die for 10 years. Ling Yun left a sentence coldly, and then smiled disdainfully, but, forgive me, you dare not lie. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun left here, went to Bai Xianer's room, met with several other people, and made arrangements. Xianer, tonight, your sister Xingchen and I are going to Tianshan first. Ling Yun said to everyone, you, Dong Shui, Wang Chongxiao, Tai Xiaohu, and the 5 blood clans are taking the plane to Urumqi. Remember to put the communicators outside, and we will keep in touch at any time. While he was speaking, he had already taken out the communicator, and after putting it close to his body, he pondered for a while, and then continued, however, Tianjianzong has a large formation to protect the mountain. If we go in, we may lose the signal and contact. You don't have to worry about it now, as long as you get off the plane, get to Tomer Peak as soon as possible. After everything was arranged properly, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen each found a room and began to meditate cross-legged, earnestly cultivating and recharging their energy. 3 hours later, at around 8:30 in the evening, Ling Yun received a message from Tai Xiaohu, saying that his state had reached its peak and he was ready to make a breakthrough at any time. Let's go. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, after explaining to Qin Dongxue again, quietly went downstairs, left the hotel, and headed towards Qinling to the south. After entering the mountainous area, the two of them soared into the sky, flew directly, and soon found Tai Xiaohu. It has to be said that Tai Xiaohu found an excellent place to break through. This is a valley formed by 3 peaks over 2,000 meters high. It is far away from several famous mountains in the Qinling Mountains, but it is full of aura. The stars protect us. Ling Yan asked Yi Xingchen to help protect the Dharma, and he immediately began to pass on the kung fu to Tai Xiaohu, teaching him the Golden Emperor's Crazy Dragon Slash and Huangquan to Huang Kung Fu. Tai Xiaohu is now at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. His spiritual consciousness is strong, and his memory will naturally become stronger, especially the Raging Wave inner skill he cultivated is a water attribute skill, which can perfectly integrate his own gold and earth these 2 attributes. Therefore, the practice of these 2 killing techniques is a matter of course. It only took an hour, under Ling Yan's full guidance, Tai Xiaohu mastered the 2 cultivation techniques by heart, and quickly practiced well. Ling Yan asked him to practice on his own for another hour, and when Tai Xiaohu was able to fully mobilize the metal and earth attributes in his body, he finally smiled. Let's break through. So Tai Xiaohu didn't hesitate, and went straight to the level. Under the operation of the powerful golden aura with strong attack attributes, the 4th level of Qi training was broken in one fell swoop, and he directly reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi training. In the middle of the night, over the Qinling Mountains, black robbery clouds appeared and began to pile up. Xiaohu, this time, I won't give you any other means, you can rely on your own strength to overcome the tribulation. Do you have confidence? Tai Xiaohu stood up, facing Jiayun above his head, showing strong confidence. Yes. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen stayed away, and came to the peak of the mountain outside Jiayun, and both of them protected Tai Xiaohu to cross Jiayun. Just as Ling Yun expected, Tai Xiaohu's 4 or 9 small heaven tribulation was about half as powerful as his 5 elements tribulation thunder, while Tai Xiaohu possessed the great expansion gathering star's secret art and the yellow spring earth emperor Kun Fu, but his defense power reached Ling Yun's about 80%. Therefore, it took about an hour for Tai Xiaohu to withstand 4 waves of tribulation thunder and successfully cross the tribulation. His final state reached the middle stage of the 5th level of Qi training. Very good. For this result, it has far exceeded Ling Yun's expectations. He nodded in satisfaction, and directly asked Tai Xiaohu to meet Wang Chongxiao at the hotel. After sending Tai Xiaohu away, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen looked at each other, and they flew into the sky and headed towards the northwest. The sword points to the Tianshan Mountains. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The bright moon rises from the Tianshan Mountains among the vast sea of clouds. This is the opening line of a famous poem Moon at the Moon written by Li Bai, a poet of the Tang dynasty. Tianshan is one of the 7 largest mountain systems in the world. It is located in the hinterland of the Eurasian continent. It spans 4 countries including China from east to west. It has a total length of 2,500 kilometers and an average width of 300 kilometers from north to south. It is the largest independent latitudinal mountain system in the world, and it is also the mountain system farthest from the ocean in the world. The Tianshan Mountains run from east to west, stretching for more than 1,700 kilometers in China, accounting for 1/3 of the entire area of Xinjiang province. The Tianshan Mountains in Huaxia are composed of 3 parallel folded mountains. The mountains are high in the west and low in the east, and the mountains are broad. It roughly divides Xinjiang province into 2 parts. Several famous rivers all originate from the Tianshan Mountains. Tomar Peak is located in the Aksu area, near the national border. It belongs to the Tianshan Mountains in the Tianshan Mountains. It is the highest peak in the Tianshan Mountains with a distance of more than 2,500 kilometers. The main peak is more than 7,400 meters high. Tomar means iron in Chinese, so it can also be called Iron Mountain. It is covered with snow all year round, surrounded by clouds and mists, and the scene is infinitely magnificent. The top of Tomar Peak is a long and narrow ridge in the shape of a fish ridge running from east to west. It is about 800 meters long and only about 1 meter wide. Even the widest part is less than 3 meters. The height of the east and west ends of the ridge is equal. Looking from a higher altitude, the ridge on the top of Tomar Peak looks like a long and narrow sword 800 meters long. Around Tomar Peak, there are countless groups of towering peaks. Although they are slightly lower in altitude, they are only relatively speaking, and they are all above 5,000 meters on average. They are covered with snow-white ice and snow, standing under the blue sky. The silver light is shining, like gods wearing silver helmets and white armor, piercing the sky. There are countless snow peaks in the Tianshan Mountains, which are covered by ice and snow all year round, but below the 3,000-meter snow line, it is another scene. Although it is inaccessible all the year round, it has rich animal and plant resources. In the foothills and river valleys of Tomar Peak and Bogda Peak, there are spruces and tassins growing all over the mountains, with dense forests and evergreens all year round. There are countless rare birds and animals in the Tianshan Mountains. They mainly live in the peaks, mountains, dense forests, and grasslands below 3,000 meters above sea level. Goshawks, snow leopards, Tianshan antelopes, Tianshan deer, etc. Rare animals, everywhere. At the southeast foot of Tomar Peak, there is a huge mountain ridge that rises abruptly. It is almost a steep cliff that goes straight up and down. But this gigantic ridge, in the most dangerous and inaccessible place, behind a dense primitive jungle, there is a mountain stream running through it, forming a canyon, which is extremely deep and narrow, but the road is straight. Looking down from a high altitude, it looks like this mountain ridge, it's like being split open with a sword. Except for a very small number of people in China's ancient martial arts world, no one knows that if you go along this mountain stream, there is a cave behind this mountain ridge. Because to the north of this mountain ridge is a triangular deep valley formed by Tomer Peak and this mountain ridge. In the deep valley, there are 3 peaks rising from the ground. These 3 peaks are horns of each other, and the mountains are gentle. It does not exceed the mountain ridge, and the overall altitude is just below the snow line of 3,500 meters, so the vegetation is dense all year round, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Here is the headquarters of Tianshan Tianjianzong. The 3 peaks are called the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and people by the people of Tianjianzong. There are at least 300 people living on these 3 peaks. Of course, they are all members of Tianjianzong. Among them, the peak of Tianfeng has a radius of more than 1,000 meters. There is a Tiangong built here. The whole Tiangong is built on the mountain. The Forbidden City is average. Although the entire Tiangong has no clear palace walls, it has a Real Palace gate. There is only one road from the foot of Tianfeng mountain to here. This archway-style palace gate is the place everyone must pass through. There are 3 big characters written on the plaque of the palace gate, Tianjianzong. In the middle of the night, in a main hall in the back hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect's Heavenly Palace, the place was brightly lit. A woman wearing a phoenix crown and colorful palace attire was sitting on a spacious and comfortable seat with her eyes slightly closed, motionless. It seems to be recuperating, and it seems to be practicing. This woman is in her 30s. She has a slender figure, fair skin, and her skin shines under the light. She looks like a beauty, but her eyebrows are too slender and her lips are very thin, which makes her entire face gives people a mean and tricky feeling, which makes her graceful and luxurious makeup, with some more flaws. Di Xiaozhen. 37 years old, at the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, he is the actual master of the sword sect today. Tonight, she had just held a grand dinner, so she was a little tired, she was resting with her eyes closed, and at the same time waiting, her expression was a little anxious. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the hall, suddenly. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Di Xiaozhen's expression brightened. She swept her consciousness slightly, and immediately said softly, "Hoer, come in." At the same time as she was speaking, Di Xiaozhen suddenly opened her eyes. Different from her gentle voice, her eyes were extremely sharp. As soon as she opened her eyes, the 2 eyes were like 2 sharp swords, extremely indifferent, pointing directly at people's hearts. But immediately after, Di Xiaozhen's eyes became extremely soft, because the person who came in was her son, Di Qinghe. Di Qinghe was only about 17 or 18 years old, and he was also slender, dressed in a luxurious gown, and had a handsome face, but most of his appearance followed his mother's, with slightly thinner eyebrows, thinner lips, and frivolous and complacent eyes. Demeanor, it looks like a child who grew up in a honeypot, and has been loved by everyone since he was a child. Congratulations, mother, the 2 elixir that we bought at the Fumo conference, Zhuyan pill and Beauty pill, have been brought back by 3 deacons. As soon as Di Qinghe entered the hall, he came to Di Xiaozhen in a flash. He smiled and said to Di Xiaozhen while holding up an emerald green medicine bottle in his hand. Di Xiaozhen stood up abruptly, staring at the 2 pills in the emerald green medicine bottle, with an unspeakable look in her eyes. She asked excitedly, "Hoer, is this the 2 pills?" For these 2 elixirs, Di Xiaozhen spent all her money and spent 6 million merit points of the Sky Group. Now that she finally got them, can she not be excited? Di Qinghe nodded proudly. "It's confirmed, these are the 2 pills, the purple one is Zhuyan pill, and the white one is Beauty pill." Di Xiaozhen grabbed the emerald green medicine bottle and immediately asked, "How should I take these 2 pills?" Reporting to mother, I have already asked the 3 deacons that they should take the xuanhuan pill first, and then eat the beauty pill when you are more than 10 years old. Di Qinghe was asking for credit, and said very proudly, I think that as long as my mother takes these 2 pills, she will not only be younger than that bitch Qin Qiuyue, but also be 1,000 times more beautiful than her. How dare she be here? Looking up in front of mother, how dare you put on that dead face? Ha 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 ha. When Di Xiaozhen heard her son mention Qin Qiuyue's name, her eyes suddenly shone with infinite hatred. She couldn't help but raised her head and laughed wildly. After laughing, she opened the medicine bottle suddenly, and put the mouth of the bottle close together. Went to the bottom of the nose, sniffed it lightly, and felt a strange fragrance. Very good, this is real medicine. After all, Di Xiaozhen is a peak master of the 8th level of Qi training. For the top-grade panacea-level pills, he can tell the truth from the first smell. There are many rewards. Di Qinghe quickly replied, yes, my lord. However, looking around, he saw that Di Xiaozhen was about to pour out 2 elixirs, and immediately stopped him. Master, there are only us mother and son here, you can't see it after taking the elixirs, how about? While speaking, Di Qinghe raised his hand and pointed in a direction lightly. Di Xiaozhen immediately stopped what she was doing, and she put the cap on the bottle suddenly, and said to Di Qinghe with a smile, it's really my good boy, if you didn't remind me, I almost forgot about it. Her consciousness was amplified, and it immediately enveloped a remote corner of the palace, and she suddenly smiled coldly. The elixir came in a timely manner, that heartbroken person has already run out of oil, and I guess he won't survive tonight. I want him to have a good look with that bastard before he dies, what I really look like after becoming beautiful. Ho heir, come with me. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. This huge palace on the top of the Heavenly Sword Sect's Tianfeng Peak has been standing for a long time, at least 200 years. Afterwards, she turned this place into her personal palace for her to live, practice, and so on. Di Xiaozhen's father, Di Heming, is the current suzerain of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He has only one daughter, and she is an old woman. Moreover, Di Xiaozhen's aptitude is outstanding among his younger generations. She is the jewel in the palm of your hand. It can be said that she is held in the palm of her hand and afraid of falling, and she is afraid of melting in her mouth. She has been favored since she was a child and has been responsive to her requests. Di Xiaozhen was able to reach the 4th level of Qi training at the age of 19, and successfully crossed the catastrophe. It was Di Heming who used the entire Tianjianzong's cultivation resources to pile up, whether it was spiritual grass pills or kung fu. Magic cheats, weapons and magic treasures, etc., whatever they want, no matter what it is, only if she picks the rest, can the rest of the Tianjianzong get their turn. Therefore, when Di Xiaozhen, who had grown up, proposed 20 years ago to take the main altar of the Heavenly Sword Sect as his own, Di Heming agreed without hesitation. Di Heming tried his best to move the main altar of Tianjianzong's affairs to the top of the mountain, and gave this heavenly palace to his daughter. At the same time, what he gave to her was the control of the entire Tianjianzong. From then on, Di Heming took the initiative to retreat behind the scenes, and persuaded most of the elders and guardians of the Heavenly Sword Sect to fully support his daughter. Of course, some people will not accept Di Heming's actions, but there is only one end for those people. To put it bluntly, it was actually a cruel power struggle. Those who follow will prosper, and those who go against will perish. Since then, Tianjianzong has completely become the Di family's world. Of course, Di Heming also had his own purpose and plan in doing so, and he also won the support of the vast majority of people in the Heavenly Sword Sect, because he also paid a huge price. This price is nothing but his only daughter, Di Xiaozhen. Different from China's ancient martial arts world, Tianjianzong is a sect of self-cultivation, but their status in China's world of self-cultivation can only belong to the lowest level, and they can't compare with sects like Kunlun and Shushan at all, and they can even be easily compared with people in the secular world. Compared with the Zhongnan mountain we found, they are all inferior. Tianjianzong is located in the northwest of China, which means it is a Jedi and has very little communication with the outside world. However, as a sect, it always needs to develop and grow stronger, so Zheng had to look for opportunities. Originally, the Earth's spiritual energy was exhausted, and the chances of the Heavenly Sword sect were slim, so they could only try to maintain an awkward position like this. It has been passed down from generation to generation, but since the shocking event that happened in China 40 years ago, Zheng finally realized that the opportunity has come. The Ling family went to Kunlun, the Qing family went to the Imperial Mausoleum, and the Long family went to Penglai. Especially when the Ling family entered Kunlun, after 10 years, news spread in Kunlun that no sect of self-cultivation was allowed to recruit the Ling family as disciples. The Heavenly Sword sect is in Tianshan Mountain, which is only separated from Kunlun Mountain by the Darim Basin. Zheng naturally received this order from Kunlun immediately. This made Zheng, who was struggling to find an opportunity, ecstatic. Anyway, Tianjianzong had nothing to do with the Ling family, and he didn't need to do anything to accept the order of Ling family as disciples, as long as he accepted it readily. That year, Di Xiaozhen was already born, already 7 years old. So Zheng had a vague idea. He made more deliberate efforts to train his daughter. 6 years later, there was another news from Kunlun, requiring all cultivators, as long as they saw a cultivator from the Ling family appear, they would be killed, and Kunlun would reward them generously. After Zheng received the order, he naturally agreed without hesitation. The reason was the same. Anyway, there were no cultivators from the Ling family at that time, so he agreed first. Move closer. However, although those 2 orders were sent from Kunlun, the people who came to Tianjianzong to pass the message had nothing to do with Kunlun. They were just some casual practitioners in Kunlun Mountain. That year, Di Xiaozhen was 13 years old. Under his dedicated cultivation, he had already opened up his spiritual consciousness and stepped into the realm of qi training. The opportunity cannot be missed, so Zheng made a decisive decision and decided to marry a hidden family in Huaxia, that is, the Ning family in Kunlun Mountains. He personally made the decision and betrothed his daughter to Ning Tianya of the Ning family. This is because the Ning family is an ancient martial arts family. The place where they live in seclusion is not far from the Kunlun Sword sect, and they have a good relationship with the Kunlun Sword sect. Zheng wants to use this move to communicate with Kunlun Mountain, the Kunlun Sword sect, and Kunlun, who is behind the Kunlun Sword sect, can get on the line. The Ning family is an ancient martial arts family, but the Heavenly Sword sect is a cultivator. Speaking of which, the head of the Heavenly Sword sect is willing to marry his daughter into the Ning family, which is already considered a marriage, so the head of the Ning family did not hesitate too much, so he agreed directly. This matter. This is the price Zheng paid for developing the Heavenly Sword sect. Di Xiaozhen was used to being pampered since she was a child, and she was only 13 years old at the time, so she didn't care about this marriage, because she had already told her father that the marriage was fine, but when the time came, she would marry if she wanted to, and if she didn't want to, don't marry. Everything depends on her mood. But Di Xiaozhen knew about this matter, but Ning Tianya didn't. For years later, Di Xiaozhen was 17 years old, and she was already at the 3rd level of qi training. When she breaks through the 4th level of qi training and completes the tribulation, she will meet Ning Tianya and decide whether to marry or not. Marry. People who grew up in such an environment can imagine their disposition. She has developed a domineering character since she was a child. Di Xiaozhen doesn't want to leave Tianjianzong. She has already stated that even if she is married, she will let Ning Tianya come to Tianshan. Tianjianzong lived with her. In other words, let Ning Tianya join their Di family and join Tianjianzong. So she proposed at that time that the entire Tiangong and Tianfeng should be turned into her own residence for her to live here after she got married. Hemming had intended this for a long time, so he naturally agreed wholeheartedly. At the same time, he also took advantage of this incident to carry out a wave of cleansing within the Tianjianzong, completely turning the Tianjianzong into the world of the Di family. Another year later, Kunlun issued a third order against the Ling family, led by the Kunlun sword sect, leading both the good and the evil in the ancient Chinese martial arts world to enter the Ling family, and almost wiped out the whole family of the Ling family. This is exactly the case of the Ling family 20 years ago. In the same year, 20-year-old Ning Tianya had achieved success in cultivation. He traveled down the mountain and met Qin Qiuyue from the Qin family. The two fell in love at first sight. Ning Tianya brought Qin Qiuyue back to the Ning family. The public case. Di Xiaozhen and Ning Tianya had been married for a long time. Originally, she wanted to marry Ning Tianya, but it was only a matter of choice, and it was all up to her will. But when she heard that Ning Tianya brought Qin Qiuyue back to the Ning family afterwards, he suddenly became furious, and directly led the Heavenly Sword Sect's troops into Ning's house. Out of jealousy, he beat Qin Qiuyue seriously, and then forced Ning Tianya to marry her on the spot. Tianjianzong has power, Di Xiaozhen has realm. She has been rich in clothes and food since she was a child, and she dare not give the moon to the master of the stars. As for Ning Tianya, she may not want it, but she does not allow others to steal it from her. Especially Di Xiaozhen, who was praised as the #1 beauty in Tianshan by the people of Tianjianzong, who was like the moon from the stars, saw the jealousy and anger after seeing Qin Qiuyue, who was more beautiful than her. That year, Ning Tianya was 20, Qin Qiuyue was 19, and Di Xiaozhen was 18. After that, everyone's fate changed drastically. Ning Tianya married Di Xiaozhen, and then joined the Heavenly Sword sect. Qin Qiuyue returned to the Qin family, and was forced by Di Xiaozhen to sever all ties with the Qin family. Going to Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province, she conceived and gave birth to Ning Lingyue in Shiyue, and picked up Lingyun. That is to say, from then on, Di Xiaozhen has essentially controlled Tianjianzong, until she brought people into the Qin family, and after she made a so-called 18-year agreement with the Qin family, her heart completely changed. The changes have been out of control ever since. Because her husband, the one Ning Tianya really loves in his heart, is not her, but Qin Qiuyue. It can be said that the matter of marriage was the only setback that Di Xiaozhen experienced since she was a child. Jealousy and anger, coupled with her uncompromising power in Tianjianzong, made her gradually lose her true nature. She doesn't love Ning Tianya at all, but she regards him as her plaything, wants from him, and humiliates wantonly, especially after giving birth to Di Qingho. Although she is indeed her son with Ning Tianya, she doesn't let him follow Ning Tianya's surname, let him surname Di. After Di Qingho turned 1-year-old, Di Xiaozhen became even worse. She didn't know where she got the double. The way of cultivation, from now on, compared with Empress Wu Zetian, there are more men around her, doing all kinds of things in her palace. Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province, Qin Qiuyue endured 18 years of hard work. Tianshan Tianjianzong, Ning Tianya endured humiliation for 18 years, not to mention others, even his own son, who was too lazy to call him father since he was a child. But for Qin Qiuyue, for the child that Qin Qiuyue might give birth to, and for the 18-year agreement between the Qin family and the Ning family, Ning Tianya had no choice but to endure. There is no way, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. If he can't bear it, not only the Qin family, but even his own family, the Ning family, will also suffer. Because in the past 19 years, Tianjianzong has successfully established a relationship with the Kunlun sword sect through the Ning family, and further got acquainted with the two immortal masters of Kunlun, Zheng Kunlun and Li Kunlun. In the eyes of Tianjianzong, the Ning family no longer has any role, and has become dispensable. Forget the past. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. In the northwest corner of Tiangong Palace, there is a lonely log cabin. Although the entire palace complex is built on the hillside without any palace walls, because the location of this log cabin is too remote, too small and crude, therefore, compared with the magnificent palace complex, it looks very lonely and inconspicuous. But once the small wooden house is seen, they will feel that it is particularly eye-catching, and it is really out of place with the whole Tiangong, because its existence destroys the overall beauty of the huge Tiangong. Qin Qiuyue and Ming Tianya lived in this lonely cabin. They had lived here for 4 months. This simple wooden house was built by Qin Qiuyue herself after arriving at Tianjianzong more than 5 months ago, that is, in April. As soon as she arrived at Tianjianzong, the moment she saw Di Xiaozhen, her acupoints were restrained by the other party, and she could no longer use the true energy in her body. Therefore, it took Qin Qiuyue a month to build the small wooden house. Scene. Di Xiaozhen forbade Qin Qiuyue to cut down every plant and tree on Tianfeng, so all the wood she used to build the cabin had to go down the mountain step by step. Carry up the Tianfeng little by little, and then build the cabin little by little. However, to Qin Qiuyue, these humiliations were only the most basic, even insignificant. Since Qin Qiuyue came, she had no choice. Di Xiaozhen asked her to live on the Tianfeng peak, but she was not allowed to live in the palace. If she wanted to have a shelter, she had to build a house by herself. Wood must be felled. However, for Qin Qiuyue, who has lost her martial arts and is not even as strong as a normal woman, she has to need tools to cut wood and build a house. Of course, the tools are not given for free. Di Xiaozhen alone has the final say in the entire Tianjianzong. If she doesn't speak, no one dares to lend Qin Qiuyue any tools. So Qin Qiuyue became Di Xiaozhen's personal maid. She had to serve Di Xiaozhen carefully during the day, and only when Di Xiaozhen rested or started to practice, would she have the opportunity to take care of Ming Tianya. After a few days and nights like this, she just got an axe. And this axe has not been sharpened yet, it is blunt. Di Xiaozhen's mentality has long been completely distorted, and her methods of humiliating people have been brought into full play by her. But Qin Qiuyue had to endure this, because as long as the house could not be built, Ming Tianya, who was in a state of madness, could only lie on the cold cliff with no one to care about. On the first day Qin Qiuyue came to Tianjianzong, Di Xiaozhen said to her, "The cliff is there. If you can't bear it, you can die at any time, and I guarantee that no one will stop you. But you can only die alone. Ming Tianya owes me a debt, and I want him to pay it back slowly." Qin Qiuyue remained silent. After Qin Qiuyue came, the first time she saw Ming Tianya lying on the ground, she already knew that apart from her, no one in the entire Tianjin sect would take care of Ming Tianya. But her meridians were blocked, and her martial arts were all lost. Under the special guard of Di Xiaozhen's sect, even killing Ming Tianya and dying with him became an impossible task. It is impossible to even die with Ming Tianya. If she came just to die in front of Ming Tianya, why did she come? Di Xiaozhen saw this right, so he dared to ignore Qin Qiuyue's pride and stubbornness, let alone worry that she would commit suicide, so he could humiliate and torture her wantonly. Because this is the purpose of Di Xiaozhen asking Qin Qiuyue to take care of Ming Tianya, and it is the only purpose. So, Di Xiaozhen's humiliation continued, with tricks coming out frequently. Qin Qiuyue's basic necessities of life were strictly restricted, and even under such circumstances, Qin Qiuyue had to serve Di Xiaozhen well and let the other party call, come and drink, one careless. As long as Di Xiaozhen finds any reason, he will beat her or scold her. But even under such a difficult situation, Qin Qiuyue was still as calm as a wave, and took it indifferently, and built this small wooden house day by day, little by little, and finally gave Ming Tianya a shelter from the wind and rain. Although Ming Tianya was insane, his meridians were broken, but his mind was clear. He couldn't move at that time, and watched Qin Qiuyue lose weight rapidly day by day. One can imagine the grief in his heart. They had this conversation once. Qiuyue, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. You don't need to endure these humiliations for me. We can die. The difference is only first. You go first, and I will go on a hunger strike. However, Qin Qiuyue just gently tucked in the quilt for him, and gave him a gentle smile. If I can't bear even this humiliation, then what am I here for? I haven't finished telling you the experience of these 19 years, you haven't heard how outstanding our daughter Lingyu is. Why do we have to die? Those are all happy things. Compared with those things, this bit of pain is nothing at all. Live well. These conversations between the two of them, of course, reached Di Xiaozhen's ears verbatim, which drove her completely crazy, so she became hysterical and intensified. Di Xiaozhen had already discovered that Qin Qiuyue had a lot of fairy energy in her body. She was ecstatic, and while torturing Qin Qiuyue every day, she began to absorb the fairy energy in her body. In the end, she completely absorbed the fairy spirit energy in Qin Qiuyue's body and turned it all into her own, and her own realm rushed from the peak of the 6th level of Qi training to the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. After absorbing the fairy energy in Qin Qiuyue's body, Di Xiaozhen injected a fierce sword energy into Qin Qiuyue's body. Every midnight, this sword energy would start to wreak havoc, destroying Qin Qiuyue's body meridians, making her can't sleep at night. In this way, day after day, time passed day by day. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Tianya, this pair of fateful Mandarin ducks, lived in this heavenly sword sect for half a year. The location of the cabin was designated by Di Xiaozhen herself. She deliberately chose it on the cliff at the northwest corner of Tianfeng, because there is almost no sunlight all year round. In the morning, when the sun rises, the cabin is just blocked by a peak in the east. Before 11 o'clock, the sun can't reach here at all, and when the sun is westward in the afternoon, it will be blocked by a higher peak in the west. Mere peak blocked the sun and completely entered the shadows. When the mountain wind blew, it was extremely cold. Only at noon, when the weather is fine, the cabin can get a ray of sunshine. What's more ruthless is that at night, Di Xiaozhen didn't allow Qin Qiuyue to light a fire at all. Apart from being able to shelter from the wind and rain, the simple log cabin couldn't resist the cold at all. It was April when Qin Qiuyue came, and the weather was getting hotter and hotter. She experienced a summer here, and it was a little better at that time, but now it has passed the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the outside temperature has dropped below zero, so they accept in addition to suffering from hunger, he also endured the invasion of cold. But today, in the middle of the night on September 26th, after Qin Qiuyue's dinner in Tiangong was over, after returning to the cabin, a fire was suddenly lit. There are only 2 cabins. Although they are very simple, they are kept clean and spotless by Qin Qiuyue. The rough stone brazier, which was filled with dry firewood, was lit by Qin Qiuyue. At this moment, the fire was blazing, and the whole cabin was illuminated red, warmer than ever before. Beside the brazier, Qin Qiuyue was wearing a coarse cloth shirt, with her long hair wrapped in a coarse cloth scarf. She was holding a piece of firewood more than half a meter long in her rough, calloused hands, and kept flicking the firewood in the brazier, trying to let the brazier burn more vigorously. The current Qin Qiuyue has long lost the appearance of a beautiful woman in Qingshui City. Her face is yellow, skinny, with sunken eye sockets and prominent cheekbones. She is at least 40 caddies thinner than before, and her arms are no more than the firewood in her hand. Thick, not as skinny as firewood. Originally, she had already reached the 2nd level of the innate realm, and she was at least 10 years younger after receiving Ling Yun's massive fairy energy to cleanse her tendons and marrow, and she looked like 20 years old, but she was tortured after more than 5 months. At this moment, she looks worse than an ordinary peasant woman in her 50s. Qin Qiuyue's appearance at this moment, even if Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu are here, if they don't identify each other carefully, they won't dare to recognize each other, because the change is too great. But the only thing that hasn't changed is Qin Qiuyue's beautiful eyes. Although her eye sockets are sunken, her eyes are still bright and energetic. There are firmness, unyielding, indifference, and heartache in her eyes. There is also a feeling of satisfaction. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he stared at the person lying on the bed in front of him, Ning Tianya. Compared with Qin Qiuyue, Ning Tianya is even more inhuman. He was lying flat on a wooden bed, covered with thick thatch under his body, and covered with a layer of old tattered quilt. From the shape outlined by the quilt, it could be seen that Ning Tianya was better than Qin Qiuyue now. Even thinner, he was already really skinny, especially on his face. Looking in the firelight, it seemed that it was just a piece of skin attached to a skull. His face was black and blue, and his shape was terrifying, which was very scary. Ning Tianya lay there with his eyes wide open, looking at the roof of the wooden house. His originally cloudy eyes gradually burst into radiance. After a while, Ning Tianya tried to twist his neck, but he seemed to have thought of something, and quickly turned back, still looking at the ceiling, muttering, "Qiuyue, I'm going to die, finally. I can die. Kindness." This time, Qin Qiuyue didn't say any comforting words, but instead she smiled, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, and I'll be with you." Of course, Qin Qiuyue has already seen that Ning Tianya at this moment is already exhausted, and it is impossible for gods to save him. Ning Tianya's eyes regained their vitality, but it was just a flash of light. "The way I look now, isn't it ugly?" Qin Qiuyue stood up suddenly, leaned down on the head of the bed again, stared at Ning Tianya's terrifying face, and said with a sweet smile, "Compared to 20 years ago, I'm a bit ugly. However, I'm not good-looking now, but it's nothing. After a person dies, they will all turn into a pile of dry bones. Qiuyue, I'm a sinner. I never imagined that I would kill you like this when I met you." When Qin Qiuyue heard this sentence, she shook her head resolutely. "Tianya, don't say that. Even if we were really sorry for her back then, we have already paid it off, and now we don't owe anyone any more." Ha 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 ha. Qin Qiuyue hadn't finished speaking when she heard a burst of wild laughter from behind her. What a pair of fateful Mandarin ducks who have gone through humiliation. At this time, they are still there to love their concubines. The person who spoke was naturally Di Xiaoshan. Her words contained infinite jealousy and resentment, and her voice was extremely sharp. "I don't owe anyone any more? You said it lightly. Well, this chapter is really a bit abused, but the next chapter will be fine. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets." Hearing Di Xiaoshan's arrival, Qin Qiuyue still maintained her original posture. With her back to Di Xiaoshan, she didn't even bother to turn her head, but there was a trace of boredom in her expression. Qin Qiuyue is ice snow smart, and has already known Di Xiaoshan's temperament. Before she came to Tianjianzong, she had already prepared for the worst, and even put personal honor, disgrace, life and death aside. Qin Qiuyue already knew that with her coming this time, both herself and Ning Tianya would die. When she came to Tianjianzong, she didn't ask for anything else but to accompany Ning Tianya through this final journey at the last moment of her life. For one thing, even if she suffered humiliation and torture, and paid the price of her life, she would not hesitate. Therefore, in the past 6 months, Qin Qiuyue could only use silence to resist Di Xiaoshan's various humiliation and torture. She knew that she could not save Ning Tianya, and could only live and die with him. But now, Ning Tianya has reached the last moment of her life, and she has done everything she should do for Ning Tianya. She has no regrets in this life, only death. She has no fear at all. So, from this moment on, even though Di Xiaoshan still has all kinds of means, he can't do anything to her anymore. However, Ning Tianya's mind was extremely clear at this moment. He heard Di Xiaoshan's words. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his body trembled violently, and he struggled desperately to try to sit up. Seeing this, Qin Qiuyue suddenly smiled. She gently raised her hand, gently caressed Ning Tianya's face, and said lightly, "Tianya, why are you angry? Look, the people who torment us are actually more painful than us. This is Qin Shuyue's counterattack. She completely ignored Di Xiaozhen, and just said something lightly, causing Di Xiaozhen behind him to tremble all over with anger. His face was ferocious, and he looked like he was crazy. Painful? Ha 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 ha. Di Xiaozhen laughed again. She raised her hand to hold up the emerald green medicine bottle, and at the same time pointed to Ning Tianya on the bed with the other hand and said, I will be in pain? Ning Tianya, if you are still a man, sit up and take a good look at it. Look at what I'm holding in my hand, what is it? Qiuyue, help me up. Ning Tianya's condition is still recovering, and he has more strength than before. He speaks much more smoothly now, and his tone is very stable and firm. It is good. Qin Qiuyue knew that Ning Tianya's time was running out, and she must have something to say, so Gentle helped him up, sat on the edge of the bed, then turned around. Facing Di Xiaozhen, he sat down slowly. She supported Ning Tianya and sat side by side with him. Di Xiaozhen. Ning Tianya was so thin that there was almost only a skin left. Under the firelight, his face looked hideous and terrifying, but his eyes and words became surprisingly calm. Immediately afterwards, Ning Tianya grinned, no matter what you are holding, even if it is the elixir of life, it has nothing to do with me. Ha 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 ha, really? Di Xiaozhen laughed wildly triumphantly, raised her hand and pulled out the cork, and suddenly poured out 2 pills. Congratulations, you guessed it right, although these are not really elixir of life, their efficacy is similar to that of immortality. The elixir is not far behind. I came here specially tonight, just before you die, so that you can see with your own eyes what I, Di Xiaozhen, will look like after taking these 2 pills. After finishing speaking, Di Xiaozhen threw the purple Zhuyan pill into his mouth suddenly, and swallowed it directly. Zhuyan pill is real, the effect is obvious after swallowing it. After half a minute, Di Xiaozhen has undergone amazing changes, she has returned to youth, and suddenly returned to the appearance of 18 years old. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the amazing changes in her body and the exuberant vitality brought by the vigorous vitality in her body, Di Xiaozhen knew that she had returned to youth without looking in the mirror, and she laughed wildly. She raised her hand and pointed at Qin Qiuyue. Did you see it? Are you dumbfounded? Back then you were only 10 years younger, but now I am 20 years younger. For this heartless person I wasted 19 years of youth, but now, all my lost youth has come back. I, Di Xiaozhen, can live again, but what about you? Look at the 2 of you now, how are you different from living ghosts? Di Xiaozhen was going crazy with joy, she cursed the 2 of them severely, and impatiently swallowed the beauty pill. Another half a minute passed, and Di Xiaozhen experienced a huge change again. She became more beautiful, and even the few lingering freckles on her face disappeared completely, and her skin became snow white and crystal clear, shining under the firelight. Brilliance! Wow, mother, you are so beautiful now. Di Qingho came in side by side with Di Xiaozhen. He was always standing beside Di Xiaozhen, but he didn't even bother to look at Ning Tianya, who was so close at hand. At this moment, he was shocked to see Di Xiaozhen's face continuously changing. But don't forget the timely praise. Come on. Di Xiaozhen was so excited that she couldn't be more excited at this moment. She directly ordered, take the mirror. A personal maid flew in. She held up a mirror with both hands and pointed it at Di Xiaozhen. At the same time, she bowed her head respectfully and said flatteringly, my maidservant congratulates the suzerain, she has returned to her youth and is even more beautiful. Di Xiaozhen saw herself in the mirror all of a sudden, she was also shocked by the huge change in herself, and then naturally laughed wildly again. Ha 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 ha, 6 million meritorious deeds, it's not wrong to spend it, it's really not unfair at all, let alone 6 million, even 60 million is worth it. Di Xiaozhen was infinitely satisfied, she turned around abruptly, pointed at Qin Qiuyue condescendingly, and said, "Bitch, look at my current appearance, how much better than you were back then." It's just a pity that at this moment, Qin Shuyue and Ning Tianya are looking at each other affectionately. They don't look at her at all, let alone care about the huge changes in her body. Okay. Seeing this, Di Xiaoxin gritted her teeth angrily, squeezed out 3 good words from between her teeth, and then smiled coldly. "It seems that you all know that you will die tonight, and you have already disregarded life and death, right?" Qin Shuyue and Ning Tianya suddenly smiled at each other, but still didn't turn their heads to look at her. Humph. Di Xiaoxin smiled awe-inspiringly, and suddenly snorted coldly. "It's just a pity, your thinking is too simple." She suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Ning Tianya. "Ning Tianya, I have tortured you for so many years, you should have died a long time ago, so tonight, whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. The reason why I will keep you for the past 6 months' life is just to humiliate and torture Qin Shuyue, a bitch. But from now on, the relationship between the two of you has been completely reversed. You can die, but this bastard surnamed Qin must live for me. With me, Di Xiaoxin, she can't die even if she wants to die." Di Xiaoxin grinned grimly, and expressed his plan. Hearing this, Ning Tianya's expression suddenly changed. Under his infinite anger, he suddenly raised his hand, his fingers trembling, and pointed at the crazy Di Xiaoxin. "Di Xiaoxin, you poisonous woman. Are you not afraid of causing anger and resentment when you act like this? Not a good death?" First scolded Di Xiaoxin, and then Ning Tianya said, "At the beginning, although the two of us had a marriage contract first, I didn't know about it at all. As the saying goes, those who don't know don't blame, you should understand this truth, right? Later, when I was successful in cultivation, I traveled down the mountain and met Qiuyue. The two of us fell in love at first sight. I brought her home, and only then did I know about our engagement. You forced me to get married, and I have already done everything. After that, you asked me to join the Heavenly Sword sect, and I, Ning Tianya, also agreed. You knew about Qiuyue's pregnancy, but you brought someone down the mountain again, and almost wiped out the Qin family. After that, it got worse and insulted me for 18 years. Now, you took advantage of my madness again, to trick Qiuyue here, and humiliated and tortured her for half a year. You turned her into this. Killing is nothing more than nodding, even if it is a great revenge, it should be avenged, right?" Speaking of this, Ning Tianya's voice became fierce, he trembled all over, his eyes turned blood red, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed out, which made his face even more terrifying. "If you still dare to continue to bully Qiuyue, I will be regarded as when you get to the underworld and turn into a ghost, you won't be let off." "I bother." Di Xiaoxin sneered complacently, appreciating Ning Tianya's angry look, and after she listened patiently, she suddenly sneered, "You won't let me go even if you turn into a ghost? Just because you're such a wimp? You're so shameless. Look at your current appearance, you are not even as good as a ghost." The more Di Xiaoxin spoke, the more indifferent he became, but his expression became more and more violent. "I, Di Xiaoxin, have never been wronged since I was a child. Those who don't know don't blame? Just look at your dog eyes wide. For so many years, who dares to say this to me in the entire Tianjianzong? Do you know why I humiliated and tortured you so much? It's because of you. Ning Tianya. Back then, I thought you were pretty handsome, so I agreed to marry you, and after we got married, I also consummated a room with you, and then I became pregnant with Hoer. But what about you? The one you love in your heart, the one you always care about, the person is not me at all, but her." Di Xiaoxin pointed at Qin Shuiyue again. "I want to kill her, but you force me to die. I want to kill her, the Qin family, but you still force me to die. Do you know that the more you do this, the more I hate you? Okay, I made an 18-year agreement with the Qin family to let this bitch live for another 18 years, but after 18 years, the contract is about to expire this year, and you are still alive. Xian, in order to protect her, secretly practiced the magic devouring skill. Di Xiaozhen sneered triumphantly and said, "Why, you want to improve your realm as soon as possible by practicing magic skills, and then kill my heavenly sword sect to reunite with your old lover's family, right?" Speaking of this, Di Xiaozhen's eyes became extremely sinister and vicious. "Ning Tianya, I think you went to the doctor in a hurry, and when you got the devouring demon Kung Fu, you didn't think about it carefully. Who gave you this exercise that you got in the ice cave in Erfeng?" Ning Tianya's complexion changed tragically again. His body trembled violently. He looked at Di Xiaozhen as if he was looking at a monster, and said angrily, It's you? All of this is actually arranged by you?" Qin Chuyu sighed faintly. She stretched out her hand lightly, pressed Ning Tianya's arm, looked at Di Xiaozhen with pity and mocking eyes, and suddenly said, "Di Xiaozhen, no matter what, Tianya is also you father of your son, why did you treat him like this?" "Humph. You bitch." This time it was not Di Xiaozhen who spoke, but Di Qingho, beside her. He finally spoke up, his eyes were full of disdain, and he scolded, "Ning Tianya is Ning Tianya, I am me, my surname is Di, he is not me father, he is not qualified to be my father." Ho'er said it well. Di Xiaozhen nodded with a smile, and lightly raised his hand to pat Di Qingho's head, eyes full of doting. "Ancient martial arts families like the Ning family are everywhere, in the eyes of our Tianjianzong, they are like ants, of course he is not qualified to be your father." She glanced at Qin Chuyu with disdain, and cursed fiercely, "Qin Chuyu, if it wasn't for you, even if I didn't love Ning Tianya, I wouldn't treat him like this. So, now he can die, but I will definitely keep you alive. From now on, I will turn you into my slave, and not only you, but also your daughter, that bastard named Ming Lingyu, I will catch her sooner or later, and let you two be my slaves." The Heavenly Sword sect, who suffered so much humiliation from the world, can't live or die. Di Xiaozhen gritted his teeth and finished speaking, then suddenly smiled, and said leisurely, "By the way, before Ning Tianya is dead, let me tell you about my next plan. First of all, after you die, I will send someone to enter the Ning family, razing your Ning family to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Anyway, your Ning family is useless to my Heavenly Sword sect. Lest they seek revenge against me, Heavenly Sword sect, in the future. Then, I will personally lead the Heavenly Sword sect's men and horses to enter your Qin family, destroy your Qin family's entire family, and complete what I failed to accomplish 18 years ago. I will be ashamed of that year." At last. Di Xiaozhen's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp. She stared at Qin Chuyu firmly, and smiled, "Do you still remember the son you raised? His name is Ling Yun." When the other party mentioned Ling Yun, Qin Chuyu, who had been trying to keep calm all the time, was shocked, and she asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong with him?" "Humph." Di Xiaozhen sneered, "Ling Yun, you can rest assured, for the time being. Now that the matter has come to an end, I won't hide it from you. Your cheap son is actually the illegitimate son of Ling Xiao from the Ling family in the capital and the holy maiden of the demon sect. That kid is not simple. He has stirred up the Chinese situation in the past 6 months, but he has made a lot of noise. You should know about the demon subduing conference, right? Just 6 days ago, at the Longhushan Demon Subduing Conference on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ling Yan crushed the entire Chinese ancient martial arts world. Di Xiaozhen was very patient, and even described some scenes of the Fumo conference in detail, deliberately highlighting Ling Yan's strength, in order to give Qin Chuyu a hope, and then appreciate her miserable appearance of completely shattered hopes. Qin Chuyu didn't interrupt the other party. Di Xiaozhen spoke patiently, and she also listened patiently. Although her face was expressionless, her heart was filled with rare comfort. But soon, Di Xiaozhen finished her description. She suddenly raised her eyebrows, and said viciously, "According to the news from the Long family, the 2 pills I swallowed just now were sold to me by your good son. Humph, although these 2 pills are worth something, but Ling Yun cheated me of 6 million merit points. Naturally, I have to ask him to settle the account." It's just a pity that your cheap son will not be able to play for a few days, because he is a descendant of the Ling family, and he is also a cultivator, and he seriously injured the two immortal masters of Kunlun at the Demon Conference. Kunlun has now issued an order to the Chinese cultivation world, asking us to kill Ling Yun. Qin Shuyue, tonight, I deliberately asked you to attend the dinner party, to serve me tea and water. Do you know who the most important guests at the dinner party are? Di Xiaozhen suddenly released his momentum. Tell you, they are all from Kunlun, they are the true disciples of Kunlun, and each of them has the cultivation base of the foundation period. We have received definite news that Ling Yun has successfully crossed the tribulation a few days ago, and it is expected that his next stop will be to come to my Heavenly Sword sect to rescue you, so. Before he comes, you must be alive, and as long as he dares to come, then my Heavenly Sword sect will be his burial place. Ha 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 ha. Di Xiaozhen laughed wildly again, and said arrogantly, if Ling Yun dies in my Heavenly Sword sect, do you know how Kunlun will reward my Heavenly Sword sect? She suddenly raised her right hand and stretched out her 5 fingers. She couldn't hide the smug expression on her face. My Heavenly Sword sect will get 5 places, and I can enter Kunlun to practice. Puff. Hearing this, Ning Tianyao couldn't bear it any longer. He was so angry that he spurted out a big mouthful of blood, and blood seeped from his 7 orifices. His expression was extremely stern, and he cursed, the world's most poisonous woman. I would rather Tianyao will not spare you even if you are a ghost. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ning Tianyao straightened his body and fell heavily backwards. Qin Shuyue didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly hugged Ning Tianyao, only to see his bloody eyes widen suddenly, and at the same time, his mouth opened wide, with an expression of infinite astonishment in his eyes, as if seeing an incredible picture. He was holding on tight looking at Qin Shuyue. Shuyue, I saw our daughter she is. What is it? She. Ning Tianyao only uttered one word at the end, and died of anger. The end of the world. Qin Shuyue suddenly hugged Ning Tianyao's body tightly in her arms, 2 lines of hot tears streaming down. At the same time, in the night sky above Tianjianzong Tianfeng, a meteor suddenly pierced the dark night sky. Not good. To the east of Tumor Peak, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, 2 black figures came from the sky like lightning. They were Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. In the distance, Ling Yun saw the shooting star piercing the night sky. He was shocked and exclaimed that it's not good. Brother Yun is here, the show will start tomorrow. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. This way, Ling Yun galloped with all his strength, and it was not an unpleasant trip. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen went straight up to 15,000 meters after the Qinling Mountains soared, and then he burned Xuanhuan, opened the Hunyuan Qi shield to block the wind, and launched 4 times the speed of sound at the same time, approaching 1400 per second. Meter speed, fly straight to the Tianshan Mountains. Since it is flying in the sky, there is no need to consider the problem of turning, so Ling Yun took out the communicator of Tianzu, turned on the positioning, and used the navigation. This is to prevent the direction from being deviated. After all, the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Flying in the sky, with such a long distance, a slight deviation in direction is a difference of thousands of miles. If you want to correct it, it will be troublesome. So at the critical moment, when Ling Yun should use high technology, he still has to use it. I have to say that the positioning and navigation system of the Tianzu communicator is really easy to use. This is the farthest distance Ling Yun has traveled in one go since he came to the Earth. From Xi'an to the Aksu area of Tianshan Mountain, the straight line distance is more than 2,600 kilometers. We'll be there in just over half an hour. After Ling Yun set off, he didn't stop at any point along the way, let alone enjoy the scenery, and didn't even exchange a few words with Yi Xingchen. He was so anxious that he just wanted to rush to Tumor Peak as soon as possible, and rescue Qin Shuyue and Ning Tianyao as soon as possible. However, although he could bear such a terrifying speed, Yi Xingchen, who had just reached the 5th level of Qi training, couldn't bear it at all. After they flew more than 1,000 kilometers, Yi Xingchen couldn't keep up. Speed had to double burn xuanhuan and fly with Yi Xingchen. Fortunately, it has been 4 days since Ling Yun reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, and he has accumulated more than 500,000 drops of divine energy in the sea of consciousness between his brows. This crazy rush only consumed about 30,000 drops of divine energy. This is nothing to the current Ling Yun. But who knows, Ling Yun was still one step too late after all. At midnight, the snow-white and majestic Tomer Peak had already been seen, but what greeted him was a shooting star piercing the night sky. What's wrong? When Yi Xingchen heard Ling Yun's bad words, his face darkened immediately, and he couldn't help asking. While galloping at full speed, Ling Yun looked at the night sky in front of him. His face was solemn, his voice was even lower, and he frowned and said, "One person died in the Heavenly Sword sect. If there is no accident, I think it should be Ning Tianya. People die and meteors fall." This statement may be nonsense to the vast majority of people in the world, but to a cultivator like Ling Yun. But it is extremely important. Many people die every day in the world. Every death of a person may not necessarily correspond to the fall of a meteor. But at this time and here, in the sky above the sparsely populated, even inaccessible Tianshan Mountains, especially the sky above Tomer Peak, there was a meteor passing by, which naturally made Ling Yun think of Ning Tianya in an instant. Are we late? Yi Xingchen saw that Ling Yun believed that Ning Tianya was dead just because of a falling meteor. She felt a little shocked, but she believed Ling Yun's statement inexplicably in her heart, and exclaimed, "How could it be? Ning Tianya is not an ordinary person, he is Ling Yu's father." Ling Yunxin said that Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, but he didn't have time to explain too much at the moment. His mind flashed, and he thought of a lot at once, slowly shaking his head and said, "Some people's fate is doomed a long time ago. Yes, it's a pity that manpower is sometimes poor." While speaking, Ling Yun had already started to slow down, and also rapidly lowered his flight altitude, reaching a height that was relatively equal to the top of Tomer Peak in front of him. As early as when he discovered that the shooting star was falling, Ling Yun had already performed the harmony with light and dust art, in order not to be discovered by the super masters of the Heavenly Sword sect. High in the sky, Ling Yun suddenly raised his hand, pointed at the huge mountain beam that crossed from east to west, and said via voice transmission, "Di Yutong didn't dare to lie to me, the Heavenly Sword sect is behind that huge mountain beam." Yi Xingchen asked, "Didn't he say he was on Tomer Peak?" Ling Yun smiled, looked at the snow-white and magnificent mountain, shook his head and explained, "That is Tomer Peak, it is covered with snow above 3,500 meters. And there are glaciers everywhere. How can a normal sect build the main altar in that kind of place?" He turned to look at Yi Xingchen. "If you were to establish a sect, would you choose that kind of location?" Yi Xingchen's pretty face flushed, and she rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "A fool would choose that kind of place, and I'm not your confidant who practiced the Wuji Xianbing art." This embarrassment left Ling Yun speechless for a moment. He quickly waved his hands. "Ahem, let's get down to business. If Ning Tianya is really dead, then my mother must be in danger now. We don't have time to investigate, so we can only follow the original plan." The original plan was that Ling Yun would be responsible for saving people, and Yi Xingchen would be responsible for responding. "Ling Yun, you have to be more careful." At such a critical moment, Yi Xingchen certainly cannot lose the chain. But she did not forget to remind Ling Yun, "The Heavenly Sword sect is too calm, a little abnormal. I always feel that the other party seems to know that you are coming, and they have already laid down a plan for you. The heaven and earth net is just waiting for you to get in." Murderous intent flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. "Don't feel it, it's the truth. The Long family already knew about my success in crossing the East China Sea. After the 3 members of the Long family were crushed by me, although there is no news, it doesn't mean they won't secretly communicate with the Heavenly Sword sect. The Long family knows that I will definitely come to the Heavenly Sword sect to save my mother, so they will definitely notify the Heavenly Sword sect in advance to make them ready. After hearing this, Yi Xingqian couldn't help stomping her feet secretly. She looked at Ling Yun. So you thought of this a long time ago, why didn't you say it earlier? What's the use of saying it earlier? It's time to come. Ling Yun patted Yi Xingqian's shoulder lightly, sighed and said, airplanes are so convenient now. If I hadn't known that Tianjianzong is a cultivation sect, after the Sunchen alliance was wiped out, the first thing I would have done was to come to Tianshan to save my mother. It's a pity that you don't have enough strength, and you'll just die in vain if you come. But tonight, even if the Heavenly Sword sect is a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, I will make a dash for it and rescue my mother. This sentence, Ling Yun said firmly, and then stopped talking nonsense. Xingqian, I'll take you to the mountain ridge below, find a place to hide your body, and don't move rashly. As long as I find my mother and can guarantee her safety, I will immediately find a way to notify you. It's up to me whether we fight or leave. Yi Xingqian nodded, and only said one word, okay. Then, without any hesitation, the two of them landed suddenly and directly entered the peaks of Tianshan Mountain. Under the cover of those huge peaks, Ling Yun used the harmony with light and dust art, completely concealed his figure, and soon came to the mountain. On the huge mountain ridge. Behind the huge ridge, the 3 peaks of Tianjianzong have already fallen into Ling Yun's eyes, but those 3 peaks are protected by formations, which can resist the divine sense, so Ling Yun can see the 3 peaks, but the divine sense cannot detect what's there. Tianfeng, Difeng, Renfeng, the 3 peaks are in the shape of horns, and the one closest to the mountain ridge is naturally Renfeng, where the disciples of Tianjianzong are. If there is no accident, my mother should be trapped on the Tianfeng peak behind the east of Renfeng peak, in the Tiangong where Di Xiaozhen lives. I'll go there first. After Yi Xingqian finished hiding, Ling Yun said something to her, and then his figure disappeared. This time, he used the harmonious light and dust art and the invisibility art at the same time. Ling Yun's invisibility technique protects against human eyes. As long as his cultivation level is not as good as his, it is impossible to see him. And Ling Yun's harmony with light and dust art is the real method of concealment, because when he performs this kind of exercise, it is equivalent to being completely invisible within the scope of the spiritual consciousness of other cultivators, and will not be observed. Ling Yun now has absolute self-confidence. He uses these 2 kinds of exercises with all his strength at the same time. Even cultivators who have surpassed the 2 great realms of the Foundation establishment period cannot find him. Without this certainty, Ling Yun would never dare to boast that Haikao can guarantee to save Qin Qiuyue alive. Because for a master in the late stage of Qi training, killing Qin Qiuyue is just a matter of thought. I'm going. After Ling Yun dropped a sentence, he rose directly from the sky, quickly crossed the huge mountain ridge, and came to the north of the mountain ridge, in the huge valley. After entering the valley and landing, Ling Yun maintained a concealed state, and at the same time enlarged his spiritual consciousness to the limit, avoiding the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who were patrolling late at night, and went straight to the Tianfeng peak. It's no wonder that the Heavenly Sword sect didn't open the mountain protection formation. There are indeed many supermasters here. After bypassing Renfeng, Ling Yun was secretly trembling. His spiritual sense covered a radius of 8,000 meters, and he clearly felt 7 or 8 extremely powerful divine senses, and it was just their unintentional glance. The closer he got to Tianfeng, the more careful Ling Yun was. He quickly came under Tianfeng, directly chose a dense forest, and plundered towards the top of Tianfeng. On the top of Tianfeng Peak, in a log cabin, Qin Qiuyue hugged Ning Tianya's cold body, feeling infinite grief. Tears that had never been shed in half a year welled up from her emaciated eye sockets, but she didn't cry out. When Ning Tianya died, Qin Qiuyue was inevitably sad, but she knew in her heart that this was a complete relief for Ning Tianya, who had lived in humiliation for 20 years. You don't have to be sad, because from now on, you will be really sad. Di Xiaozhen wantonly admired Qin Chuyue's sadness. His face was ferocious, and he suddenly shouted, "Come on, take this bitch away." Brush. The two maids, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, rushed in immediately and came directly to Qin Chuyue's side. Without any explanation, they put Qin Chuyue's arms together. Qin Chuyue was forced to stand up. At this moment, she became extremely calm, the tears no longer gushed from her eyes, and her eyes were clear and bright. She looked at the woman with a hostile face, and suddenly said, "Di Xiaozhen, you must die badly." After finishing speaking, she gritted her teeth suddenly, biting her tongue, and at the same time biting through the medicine that had been hidden between her teeth for nearly half a year. A highly poisonous medicine that seals the throat with blood. Not good. Seeing this, Di Xiaozhen's expression changed drastically. She flew up suddenly, intending to step forward and seal Qin Chuyue's acupoints to prevent the poison from attacking her heart. It was too late to say it, but when Di Xiaozhen was about to touch Qin Chuyue with her fingers, a hand suddenly appeared in front of her. Ling Yun appeared and stood in front of Qin Chuyue. His eyes were about to burst, and he punched Di Xiaozhen directly. Boom! The Zhenqi exploded, and the whole cabin was torn apart by the domineering Zhenqi, and countless planks shot out towards the surroundings. What? Under Ling Yun's hatred, he struck out furiously. Of course, Di Xiaozhen couldn't dodge. She was hit by Ling Yun firmly, her chest collapsed, and her figure flew upside down. Chi 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 chi. At the same moment when Ling Yun punched, he had already sacrificed the Yin-Yang Stellar Qi sword and the Qingying Flying Sword. Without any warning, the two maids were pierced between the eyebrows by the two flying swords at the same time. Mom. After Ling Yun sent Di Xiaozhen flying with his fist, he couldn't care about anything else. He picked up Qin Chuyue, who was on the verge of falling, and between the points of his fingers, he cried out in pain. The first update is here, and there will be another update tonight. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Yun. Yuner. You are here. After Qin Chuyue bit the poison pill, she swallowed the poison mixed with the blood in her mouth, and half of the poison went along the wound and entered the blood. Under the double action, the drug's effect was extremely fast. At this moment, her body has begun to become a little stiff, and her eyes have become lax, but her sanity is still there. Qin Chuyue desperately opened her eyes wide, trying to recognize Ling Yun in front of her, and vaguely recognized Ling Yun's appearance. Show a gratified smile. In fact, there is no need to deliberately identify it at all. Although Ling Yun's appearance has changed a lot now, Qin Chuyue only has two children, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. Apart from these two, no one will call her mother. What's more, just now, the crazy Di Xiaozhen has already told her about Ling Yun's current realm strength under his complacency. Yes. I'm your son Ling Yun. Mom, I'm incompetent. I only came to save you until now, and I've made you suffer. Ling Yun looked at Qin Chuyue's current state, his eyes were blood red, his teeth were clenching, and his heart was already full of anger. He was so angry. He knew that Qin Chuyue would definitely suffer after coming to Tianjianzong, but he thought that after all Ning Tianya was still alive, as long as he was there, Qin Chuyue would at most suffer some humiliation. But Ling Yun never imagined in his dreams that Di Xiaozhen had lost his humanity, and he no longer cared about Ning Tianya's life and death. In just half a year, he tortured Qin Chuyue like this. After he climbed to Tianfeng and entered the range of the Tiangong formation, he just swept away his consciousness. Wherever the consciousness was shrouded, he saw Qin Chuyue's tragic situation at once, and he was furious at that time. He instantly increased his speed to the limit, came directly to Qin Chuyue's side, who knew it was still a step late. Qin Qiuyue has already swallowed the poison that seals the throat with blood. If he is one step late, even if it is only a few breaths, the poison will already be so poisonous that the gods can't save it. Yuner, the medicine my mother swallowed, is potassium cyanide. I can't do it anymore. You go, they have already laid a net here, and they are waiting for you to save me. Qin Qiuyue has long been determined to die. She doesn't care about her own life and death at all, she is only worried about Lingyun's safety. Mom, don't worry, with me here, you will definitely not die. Lingyun shot like lightning just now, and he used the 5 elements intercepting pulse finger, which had already sealed Qin Qiuyue's blood and resisted the attack of the poison. Otherwise, Qin Qiuyue would have been impossible to say a second sentence. He didn't dare to neglect at all. When the mother and son were talking, Lingyun had already injected qi into Qin Qiuyue's body to help her force the poison out of her body. At this moment, nothing is more important than Qin Qiuyue's life, so Lingyun is doing his best to treat Qin Qiuyue, and is not distracted from chasing and killing Di Xiaozhen. Otherwise, just now, 10 Di Xiaozhens were dead. Of course, after seeing Qin Qiuyue's miserable situation, Lingyun immediately gave up the idea of killing Di Xiaozhen directly. In that case, it would be too cheap for her. Lingyun wanted Di Xiaozhen to repay Qin Qiuyue 100-fold. Just when Lingyun tried his best to force Qin Qiuyue to poison him, the entire Tianjianzong underwent tremendous changes. Di Xiaozhen was blown away by Lingyun's punch, and she died in an instant. Although she had a magic weapon and sword energy to protect her body, she was seriously injured and was thrown 1,000 meters away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Di Qinghe didn't go to rescue his mother, but flew away directly, towards the direction of the peak, and at the same time he did not forget to shout a warning. That bastard Lingyun is here. This was the first sentence Di Qinghe yelled in the air after he escaped. The maids of Di Xiaozhen who were standing and waiting outside the cabin, after seeing the power of Lingyun's punch, panicked and fled in all directions. However, after hearing the huge movement here, 8 figures soared into the sky above the distant peaks and flew towards Tianfeng quickly. Their speed was so fast that between the tops of the 2 peaks, 7 the kilometer distance was instantly crossed by them, flashing directly above Tianfeng, surrounding Lingyun's place from all directions. Immediately afterwards, above the 3 peaks of Tianjianzong, various shouts and sounds of flying and breaking through the air continued to come, which made the originally peaceful valley instantly become noisy. There was a wave of ripples outside the 3 peaks. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Mountain Protection Formation was activated. This is the 3-talent lore sword formation. The world, completely isolated from the outside world. It really is a net of heaven and earth. Haha, little thief Lingyun, there is a way to heaven, you don't leave, and there is no way to hell, you break in. Since you really came, the Heavenly Sword Sect is your burial place. Inside Tianjianzong, above the top of Tianfeng Peak, someone stood in the air and said with a long roar. Kindness? However, before he finished speaking, he saw that the cliff where Lingyun was turned into a vast expanse of whiteness, leaving only a cloud of white mist, and he couldn't see anything inside. The white mist covered a large area, completely enveloping that cliff. Not only couldn't the eyes see it in, even the spiritual sense couldn't detect it. What formation is this? In the night sky at the top of Tianfeng Peak, the 8 people who surrounded the cliff could not help but look at each other in amazement after seeing this scene. It's confusing. Facing a strong enemy, it wasn't that Lingyun couldn't leave, but he didn't want to leave at all. If when Lingyun saw Qin Qiuyue, she was still in good shape, Lingyun might have quietly taken her away from this place first, at least rushing out to meet Yixingchen first, but now, Lingyun has changed his mind. If Qin Qiuyue is not cured, and Qin Qiuyue is not allowed to watch him kill a few enemies with his hands, if Lingyun's anger does not vent, he will feel uncomfortable. Puff. Within the cloudy sky maze, following Ling Yun's skills, Qin Qiuyue spit out 3 mouthfuls of black blood one after another, and all the toxins in her body had been forced out by Ling Yun. "Yuner, why did you save me?" After the poison in her body was forced out, Qin Qiuyue naturally returned to normal. She was shocked, but because of her understanding of Ling Yun, she didn't need to ask any more questions, she just sighed. Ling Yun's spiritual sense is strong, and he has confirmed that the remaining poison in Qin Qiuyue's body is gone. He finally felt relieved and said seriously, "You are my mother, how can I not save you? As long as you don't blame the child for coming late, it will be fine." While talking, Ling Yun moved his mind, took out a bottle of mineral water from Taishu's ring, and handed it to Qin Qiuyue. "Mom, rinse your mouth first." Now Qin Qiuyue was under Ling Yun's protection. Although there were powerful enemies all around, Ling Yun was unafraid. He was no longer in a hurry and became calm. Ling Yun has an invincible state of mind, and also has a Taishu ring, and the space ring has everything that one expects, and everything is available. Wherever he is, his home is. "Of course I won't blame you, it's just that you came here alone, and my mother is worried." After Qin Qiuyue said this, she stopped talking. She held the bottle of mineral water in her hand, but her gaze had already moved to the wooden bed next to her, staring at Ning Tianya's cold body, with tears in her eyes. Just now, when Ling Yun punched Di Xiaozhen away, there was a big explosion of true energy here, and the whole cabin was shaken to pieces. However, in order to protect Qin Qiuyue, everything within a foot of her was safe and sound. Including the wooden bed, Ning Tianya's body on the wooden bed, and the brazier beside the bed. "Mom, don't worry, I didn't come alone. There are more than a dozen people outside. Their strength is not inferior to the masters of Tianjianzong, and they can all fight." At this time, although Ling Yun had already forced Qin Qiuyue out of poison, his palm was still attached to Qin Qiuyue's back, continuously injecting spiritual energy into her body, further opening up her meridians and conditioning her body. As for what tortured Qin Qiuyue for several months, the sword qi that Di Xiaozhen penetrated into her body had already been neutralized by Ling Yun with the yin and yangzhen qi. In order to reassure Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yun didn't tell the truth. Yi Xingchen was the only one on the mountain ridge outside Tianjianzong at the moment, and Tai Xiaohu and Wang Chongxiao's gang, no matter how fast they came, would take at least 4 hours to catch up. To hear. Well, that's good. Qin Qiuyue naturally saw the scene where Ling Yun smashed Di Xiaozhen away with one punch, and also saw the 2 flying swords sacrificed by Ling Yun. She intensively studied the Xianmen formation, and also saw that she was in Ling Yun's formation at the moment. The enemy can't attack in a short time, so I didn't continue this topic. All of a sudden, Qin Qiuyue felt her body lighten. All the acupoints sealed by Di Xiaozhen had been released by Ling Yun. Her dantian recovered, her meridians became smooth, and she was finally able to use her true energy again. In just a few minutes, Ling Yun detoxified Qin Qiuyue, dissolved the sword energy, and repaired her dantian and meridians, all in one go, allowing Qin Qiuyue to fully recover. However, within a short period of time, Ling Yun could only do this. Qin Qiuyue was skinny at the moment, and her body only weighed about 60 kilograms. If she wanted to recover, she would need a long-term recuperation and conditioning, and there was no rush. "Yuner, please stop, I'm already healed." Qin Qiuyue felt that after the seal of her dantian was broken, she practiced a little, and felt that the true energy in her body was flowing unimpeded, and she was able to resist the chill around her, and she returned to the peak state of the innate first layer. Originally, before Qin Qiuyue came to Tianjianzong, she had already reached the peak of the second level of congenital, and she had a huge amount of fairy aura in her body, but she was tortured by Di Xiaozhen for so long, and her fairy aura was absorbed by the other party, so it is impossible not to fall. Moreover, with Qin Qiuyue's current physical condition, Ling Yun would not suddenly help her improve her realm, that would be meaningless at all, so she let nature take its course. Mom, you won't be overwhelmed, will you? Seeing that Qin Chunyue hadn't rinsed his mouth with water until now, Ling Yun was worried. He glanced at Ning Tianya on the wooden bed next to him, and asked in a low voice. Qin Chunyue got up suddenly. She turned around, and began to look at Ling Yun carefully. Her face was full of relief and pity. Yuner, you are trying so hard to save me. No matter how confused Mom is, she won't just follow your Uncle Ning. While talking, Qin Chunyue raised her hand, stroked Ling Yun's hair with her skinny palm, and said calmly, "Don't worry." Ling Yun carefully observed Qin Chunyue's expression, making sure that Qin Chunyue had no will to die, and finally felt relieved and settled down. He held Qin Chunyue's rough palm, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Mom, I want to kill someone." "Well, kill it, Mom will watch," Qin Chunyue said calmly. "The second one is delivered. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets." After Qin Chunyue came to Tianjianzong, she completely lost contact with the outside world. Qin Chunyue had no idea why Ling Yun had grown to such an extent, why he had such great strength, and what he had experienced in the past 6 months. Ask. Because now is not the time. All she needs to know is that Ling Yun in front of her is the son she raised with her own hands. Regarding Ling Yun's performance just now, although she was shocked, moved, and pleased, she did not exclaim, let alone make a fuss. That's because half a year ago, on the night of the Qingming festival, Qin Chunyue hid in the dense forest at the farmer's villa in the western suburbs of Qingshui City, and watched the battle of Ling Yun's rescue of Zhuang Meifeng from beginning to end. And the scene of Ling Yun 9 dragons protecting the body, she saw clearly. Everything was vivid in her mind. Although the mother and son never met again after that night, Qin Chunyue had seen Ling Yun kill someone, and knew that it was all thanks to Ling Yun that she could be 10 years younger overnight. Qin Chunyue had long expected that Ling Yun would have this day sooner or later. She knew that this child would eventually rise strongly. She knew this better than anyone else, and she was the first one to know. Therefore, in order to stimulate Qin Chunyue, when Di Xiaozhen took the initiative to talk about Ling Yun's dazzling performance at the Demon Conference, Qin Chunyue was only relieved, but her mood was not affected in the slightest. Just now she swallowed the poison and died once. Ling Yun saved her, and she will never take the initiative to seek death again, because Qin Chunyue knows that doing so will only cause trouble for Ling Yun. She knew that with her own strength, she couldn't help Ling Yun here. The only thing she could do was to protect herself as much as possible so that Ling Yun could fight. Now that Ling Yun said he wanted to kill someone, let him do it. No mother would be polite to someone who had set up a net and let his son get inside. Boom. In the sky above Tianfeng, someone couldn't help but make a move. He took out a huge axe and blasted towards the place shrouded in white mist. Human King Yin flew out and instantly turned into a radius of 3 feet. Under the urging of Ling Yun's divine sense, he slammed into the giant axe and made a loud noise. Although Ling Yun wants to kill, he still doesn't want the enemy to destroy the puzzling sky array at this moment, because he has more important things to do. Mom, rinse your mouth first, ignore these enemies. Ling Yun looked at Qin Chunyue, who looked skinny and frail, pointed to the blood at the corner of her mouth, and said again. While Qin Chunyue was gargling, Ling Yun began to take things out of Taishu's ring. The things he took out had nothing to do with the upcoming war, but some daily necessities, and pots and pans and other kitchen utensils. Before setting off from Qingshui City, Ling Yun had already made preparations for various emergencies in order to rescue Qin Chunyue, so he made a special trip to his own supermarket. Except for those things that are definitely not needed, Ling Yun prepared all the things that might be used, and almost emptied that supermarket. Anyway, the space inside his space ring is large enough. Yuner, you are. After Qin Chunyue finished rinsing her mouth and washed the blood from the corners of her mouth with the remaining half bottle of water, she couldn't keep her composure when she watched Ling Yun make a lot of things. Tables and chairs, wash basin, 2 large buckets of purified water, cups of toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, shampoo, a bag of millet, a bag of rice, various cooked foods such as chicken, duck and fish, and more than a dozen kinds of fruits and snacks. Mom, are you hungry? I can't let you watch me fight on an empty stomach. We have to eat first. Qin Chunyue became so thin, Ling Yun didn't even need to think about it. He knew that he was hungry every day. Since he came, it was impossible for Qin Chunyue to suffer any more. The things were almost taken out, so Ling Yun took out a healing talisman and handed it to Qin Chunyue. Put this on your lips, and just call out. Qin Chunyue followed her word and used the healing talisman, and her bitten tongue healed instantly. Mom, this is a space ring. If you don't mind, I want to put Uncle Ning's body in this ring first, so as not to cause a fight later and affect him. In fact, Ling Yun was mainly worried that Qin Chunyue would be too sad to eat when he looked at Ning Tianya's body, but of course he couldn't say this reason, so he changed his explanation. The space ring can't pretend to be a living person, but there is nothing wrong with pretending to be a dead person's body. Also, Qin Chunyue nodded in agreement. After Ling Yun got the approval, he flew forward, and with a movement of his divine sense, he put away Ning Tianya's body together with the wooden bed, and put them separately in a honeycomb space of the Taishu ring. Boom boom boom. The person who sacrificed the giant axe to break the formation just now was blocked by Ling Yun's king seal. He was very furious and began to bombard the Huntian puzzled formation one after another. Besides him, there were more people who also shot and joined the formation-breaking team. Court death. Impatient, Ling Yun took out the golden dragon gun, burning his divine essence violently. The golden dragon gun shot out suddenly, and stabbed at a master who was at the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. Laugh. The speed of the golden dragon gun was too fast, and it disappeared in a flash. The unlucky guy who was at the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, was pierced through the head before he even had time to dodge, died on the spot, and fell into the sky. After the golden dragon spear accomplished meritorious deeds with one blow, Ling Yun was not greedy for meritorious deeds, and immediately recalled it to the maze of sky, hanging above his head, and the golden dragon flew across the sky. Fuck this. Outside the formation, except for the 4 masters from the Foundation building period from Kunlun, everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw Ling Yun's shocking blow, and their figures retreated violently. This attack power. How is this possible? Not to mention the others, even the 4 true disciples from Kunlun were shocked inexplicably, because Ling Yun's attack power was too heaven-defying. One move kills the 8th level peak master of Qi training. This shows that Ling Yun has at least the strength of the Foundation period. In an understatement, Ling Yun beheaded one person, but he was calm as usual, but he snorted coldly in disdain. After he frightened the enemy, he began to serve Qin Chunyue carefully. With a slight movement of his spiritual thoughts, the tables and chairs were automatically arranged, and the wash basin was also placed. Ling Yun poured the water in, heated it with his hands, and opened the soap. By this time, Ling Yun's intentions were self-evident. He wanted to wait for Qin Chunyue to wash her face and brush her teeth before eating. Mom will come by herself. When Qin Chunyue saw that Ling Yun was going to prepare toothbrush and toothpaste again, she was really moved, and she would never have imagined that Ling Yun would bring all these things here in one go. Yuner, it's really hard for you. Qin Chunyue felt Ling Yun's filial piety, but she was reluctant to let him continue to serve her, because Ling Yun had to deal with the enemies outside. Mom, Ling Yu and I are both very good. Ling Yu now has the same level of strength as me, and we have both been admitted to Yenqing University. I major in clinical medicine, and she majors in geophysics. Taking advantage of Qin Chunyue's washing time, Ling Yun started to cook porridge. He knew that people who have been starving for a long time should not just overeat, and they must have porridge as an appetizer first. What Ling Yun cooks is millet porridge. As long as you open the rice bag, everything else will be done with divine thoughts, washed with a clean water talisman, then put into a pot, poured in clean water, and cooked with pure yang energy. During the whole process, the pot did not fall to the ground. Good. 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 Qin Chuyue was washing her face, listening to Ling Yun talking to him about family matters, especially when Ling Yu was mentioned. She couldn't hold back anymore, tears welled up, but she covered her face to prevent Ling Yun from seeing it. Mom, I originally wanted to take you away after saving you and Uncle Ning, and then come back to seek revenge from the Heavenly Sword sect, but now, since Uncle Ning is dead, I changed my mind and we won't leave. Let's go after killing someone. Mom, I've wronged you. Ling Yun was cooking, but from time to time, he urged the Golden Dragon gun to go out to assassinate the enemy. Every time the Golden Dragon gun strikes, 1 or 2 lives will be harvested. Beheaded by him. That Golden Dragon gun has become the nightmare of all Heavenly Sword sect masters at this moment, because every time it rushes out of the white mist, it will inevitably take a life away. The attack range of the Golden Dragon spear was reduced. No way, the Golden Dragon spear is invincible, and no one below the Foundation establishment stage can resist it. And Ling Yun has already seen that there are indeed several Foundation building masters in the sky above Tianfeng, at least 5 of them, but Ling Yun doesn't look for them, and only kills those with low levels. This made those Foundation building masters furious, but they had nothing to do, because the speed of the Golden Dragon spear was so fast that they were almost elusive. Before they could stop them, they were called back by Ling Yun. This is a real chat and joke, and the strong masturbation will fly to ashes and annihilate. After Qin Chuyue finished washing, her whole body looked brand new. Ling Yun had already cooked the rice porridge. He filled a big bowl, put the spoons on it, and placed it in front of Qin Chuyue. Ling Yun helped Qin Chuyue to the chair and sat down. Mom, you sit here and eat with peace of mind. Yunner, this is the best meal Mom has ever had in her life. Tears welled up in Qin Chuyue's eyes, her words choked up, and her heart was ups and downs. Here she suffered hunger, cold, and humiliation, and had nothing to do but die. But when Ling Yun came, she was still here, she was still her, and Tianjianzong was still the same Tianjianzong, but everything changed. Surrounded by powerful enemies, she was able to eat hot food with peace of mind. Soup and hot rice, watching the enemies outside being beheaded one by Ling Yun, it's like chopping melons and vegetables. How elated is this? Mom, eat slowly, the real battle is yet to come. After Ling Yun cooked the porridge, he started to prepare other food, mainly the cooked food, which should be plated and heated, and then served on the table one by one. Ling Yun, do you dare to come out and fight? In the sky above Tianfeng, there are Kunlun disciples clamoring for battle against Ling Yun. Come down if you dare, and I will kill you. Brush. With the blood-transforming sword in his hand, Ling Yun held the handle tightly and stood proudly, guarding his mother to eat. The third watch, is Brother Yun awesome? Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Although surrounded by heavy siege, Ling Yun never showed any weakness in the face of powerful enemies. He was full of confidence and was absolutely sure that he could protect Qin Chuyue's comprehensiveness. In the sky above the cliff, under the threat of Ling Yun's Golden Dragon spear, there are only 6 monks who dare to block the cloudy sky at close range at this moment. Among these 6 people, 4 are Kunlun disciples, and they all have the foundation building stage. The other 2 are 2 elders of the Tianjianzong, and their realms are all at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. As for the real lord of the Heavenly Sword sect, Heming, who possessed the state of the foundation establishment stage, after seeing that Ling Yun would not come out of the formation in a short time, he did not stay here, but was busy going to treat his daughter Heming first. Xiaozhen went. Ling Yun could not only blast Xiaozhen, who was at the peak of the 8th level of Qi training, with one punch, but also easily kill a master of the Heavenly Sword sect at the same level. This proved his terrifying attack power, and made the 4 Kunlun disciples very afraid. Don't dare to rush into the white mist rashly. For a time, the two sides unexpectedly formed a confrontational situation. Brother Zhao, I didn't expect Ling Yun to become a turtle, hiding in the formation and refusing to come out. What should we do now? The person who sacrificed the huge axe to break the formation just now was obviously irritable, so he spoke first, and did not use sound transmission to enter the secret, deliberately letting Ling Yun hear it. Fart. Without waiting for that senior brother Zhao to answer, Ling Yun cursed directly, "You have the face to say that I dare not go out with just a few scraps of yours? After my mother finishes eating, let's see how I deal with you." Eat, eat. When the surrounding Heavenly Sword sect masters heard this, they all looked at each other in blank dismay, stunned. Ling Yun set up this strange maze just to let his mother eat? Immediately afterwards, the 6 people above the cliff were furious at the same time. Ling Yun did not pay attention to them at all. Especially Zhao Mingtang, who came out of Kunlun this time, was the one who took the initiative to invite Ying, and issued a military order in front of countless fellow disciples, vowing to capture Ling Yun alive and bring him back to Kunlun, so he won the mission to kill Ling Yun. Zhao Mingtang possessed the state of the late stage of Foundation establishment, and he had absolute confidence in this mission, but who knew that now that he finally saw Ling Yun, he would be so despised by the other party. The depression and anger in his heart were simply indescribable. "Humph, it's just a small labyrinth, and you dare to speak so boldly. Let's see how I can break your formation." Zhao Mingtang stood condensed in the night sky. After he finished speaking, his mind suddenly moved, and a magic weapon flew out from between his eyebrows, and it instantly grew larger in front of him. It was a big blue flag. Zhao Mingtang held the 2-foot-long flagpole with both hands, and slammed it at the white mist below. Hula la! All of a sudden, the banner was hunting, and a violent wind swept across the sky. The wind howled, the speed was too fast, and it came to the top of the cliff in the blink of an eye, and the thick white mist formed by the muddy sky was blown away, most of it in an instant. Fuck, this is the Gangfeng banner. What a domineering Gangfeng. Ling Yun stood in the maze of the cloudy sky. Of course the white mist would not block his sight. He was a man of knowledge, he could see clearly, and recognized at a glance that this person held a magic weapon of the wind element, designed to break through the maze. At this time, the big iron balls sacrificed by the Ling Yun formation were blown by the strong wind, and they all rolled on the cliff, and they were about to be blown away by the strong wind. The reason why the formation can work is because the positions of the big iron balls that Ling Yun sacrificed to set up the formation are relatively fixed. If these big iron balls are blown into chaos, then his cloudy sky maze will naturally break down by itself. Ling Yun was awed in his heart, knowing that this time he had met a real master of cultivation. He didn't dare to be careless, and directly burned 3,600 drops of divine energy, and at the same time shouted violently, "Determine it." Boom! Under Ling Yun's tyrannical divine thoughts, the 36 big iron balls had already been blown off the ground by the strong wind, but they fell back to the cliff in the blink of an eye, like taking root. Despite the strong wind sweeping them, they remained motionless. Of course, at this time, Ling Yun had stretched the xuanhuan qi shield to the limit. Wrap yourself, Qin Qiuyue, and the things he took out, so that they will not be impacted by those strong winds. Otherwise, Qin Qiuyue would have been seriously injured just because of Zhao Mingtang's blow just now, and it's unknown how far he would be blown away by the strong wind. I see, they are there. 3 juniors, do it. Zhao Mingtang never expected that Ling Yun would be able to resist the use of the Gangfeng banner, and he became even more enraged, and directly asked the 3 juniors to help. Although he couldn't break Ling Yun's maze just now, he used the Gangfeng banner to blow away most of the white mist in the maze. The situation inside naturally couldn't stop their eyes and consciousness anymore. Kill. Following Zhao Mingtang's order, The other three made their moves at the same time, 2 flying swords and a giant axe. They slashed at Ling Yun on the cliff at the same time. Yuner, be careful, they are all Kunlun disciples. At this time, how could Qin Qiuyue care about eating? After seeing Zhao Mingtong's attack, Ling Yun obviously began to struggle, so she hurriedly asked to remind her. What? Kunlun? When Ling Yun heard this, he immediately became furious, and the fighting spirit in his heart soared instantly. It was so furious. Didn't Yi Qingfeng say that people from Kunlun should not meddle in worldly affairs? How dare they break the rules, come here in person, and attack me? Mom, you can eat with peace of mind, they can't do anything to me. Ling Yun yelled violently, saying that it was too late, and then, too fast, the golden dragon gun, the human king's seal, and the Yinyang Gang Chi sword flew out at the same time, meeting the 3 magic weapons that were coming. Clang, clang, boom boom. Then there was a loud noise, all kinds of magic weapons fought and collided fiercely in the air. Ling Yun defeated 4 with 1. As soon as they fought, Ling Yun felt his brain tremble, his body standing on the cliff suddenly took a step back, and his Dantian Jinqi violently churned. Ling Yun suffered a dark loss. After all, he was only at the peak of the 5th level of Qi training. In the foundation building stage of the duel, 1 against 2 was fine, but now it is 1 against 4, and the opponent came from the same school. With combined efforts, he clearly gained the upper hand. Qin Qiuyue felt distressed. Yuner. Brush. At this moment, an elder of Tianjianzong saw that Ling Yun was at a disadvantage, spread out suddenly, swooped down, and rushed towards Qin Qiuyue. It's almost here. I think you really don't know how to write the word dead. Ling Yun shouted violently, holding the blood-transforming sword in his hand. He teleported in front of Qin Qiuyue, and slashed down at the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect who dared to sneak attack. Heaven-destroying sword technique, cutting the universe with a sword. Brush. A blood-red saber light flashed, and Ling Yun's blood-transforming divine saber slashed firmly at the chest of the sneak-attacking elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Puff. Without any suspense, the body of the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect was split in half by Ling Yun obliquely, but there was no trace of blood spurting from his body, and all of it was absorbed by the blood-transforming sword. The peak master of the 9th level of Qi training was instantly killed by Ling Yun. What? Not good. What? It has to be said that the deterrent effect caused by Ling Yun's shocking strike was far greater than that of the Golden Dragon gun, which stunned everyone around him. The same goes for the 4 Kunlun disciples. After watching this scene, they even temporarily stopped their offensive. If you fight with me, I can accompany you, but if I stand here, anyone who dares to attack my mother will be punished. With a flick of his wrist, Ling Yun lifted half of the elder's body stuck to the knife and flew away, saying in a deep voice. After Zhao Mingtang was taken aback for a moment, he immediately exchanged glances with the other 3 juniors. All of them looked serious. Although he is not the true Kunlun disciple that Di Xiaozhen boasted about, but he is an out-and-out inner disciple of Kunlun, and he is the best among the inner disciples, so his vision is naturally very sharp. Experts stretch out their hands to know if there is one. Zhao Mingtang and 3 juniors, 1 in the late stage of foundation establishment, 2 in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and 1 in the early stage of foundation establishment, all 4 of them shot at the same time, except for forcing Ling Yun to take a step back. They didn't gain any advantage. Under the circumstances, on the contrary, he still has the strength to easily kill a Qi training 9-level peak master. This kind of strength made Zhao Mingtang feel incredible. Although he couldn't see Ling Yun's true realm, he was 100% sure that Ling Yun hadn't reached the foundation establishment realm, and he was still far behind. Because of the foundation building realm, there is an obvious sign. That is, the 3 flowers gather on the top and the 5 Qi are in the dynasty. The 3 juniors, Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun sent back the wrong information. Ling Yun's true strength is not weaker than you and me. It seems that tonight, if we want to complete the important task of the teacher, we can't hold back. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingtang frowned and said in secret. The first one is sent. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Zhao Mingtang was no longer in a hurry to break the formation. He was re-examining Ling Yun, and began to seriously discuss with the three juniors, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Ling Yun. They are from Kunlun, and they are Kunlun disciples. The only purpose of coming to Tianjianzong is to take this opportunity to capture and kill Ling Yun. Now that Ling Yun has appeared, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape again, because in that case, his mission will be impossible. It is tantamount to failure. As Yi Qingxin said, immortals and mortals are different, and Kunlun is not allowed to intervene in secular affairs. Kunlun can manipulate the cultivation sects and ancient martial arts sects in this world behind the scenes, but he cannot personally come out with great fanfare and interfere in the affairs of the world, because in that case, they are equivalent to breaking the rules they made themselves. Otherwise, not to mention other places, Shushantu will not agree. They will definitely stand on the opposite side of Kunlun, and the world will be in chaos immediately. Therefore, when Kunlun sent the four of them to the Heavenly Sword sect, it was tantamount to playing around the corner, and the four Zhao Mingtang were also acting secretly. The scope of their activities is the small place of Tianjianzong. Whether it is to capture Ling Yun alive or kill Ling Yun, after the task is completed, they have to return directly to Kunlun, and they cannot stay for another day. And once Ling Yun escaped from the Heavenly Sword sect alive and returned to the mortal world, no matter how hard he tossed, the four Kunlun disciples could only watch and sigh, and it was impossible to let go and chase him down. Of course, the reason why Zhao Mingtang and others were willing to take this task was not because they were greedy for the prosperity of the world, let alone to show off their power by going down the mountain, but because they wanted the generous rewards after returning to Kunlun after completing the task. If not, they would not be willing to go out of Kunlun, because the aura here is really not comparable to Kunlun, and their stay outside will affect their cultivation and entry. On the cliff, because Zhao Mingtang and others stopped attacking temporarily, Ling Yun finally got a chance to breathe. The cloudy sky maze was not destroyed, and as the wind stopped, the white mist began to condense again, becoming thicker than before, blocking the prying eyes of the enemies outside again. The white mist caused by the cloudy sky maze is not real clouds and mist, but the external manifestation of the power of the formation. As long as the formation is not destroyed, the power of the formation will always exist, neither diminished nor destroyed. It will increase, which depends on the power of the formation. In the past, Ling Yun used this cloudy sky maze, mainly to prevent the enemy from prying, or to trap the enemy, and then break through each, so he is not afraid of the enemy destroying the formation, because when the enemy breaks the formation, Ling Yun's side is already free. Up your hands, you can deal with the trapped people. But this time, his formation protected himself and Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yun himself is in the formation, he controls the formation himself, of course the opponent is not allowed to destroy the formation. Ling Yun successfully repelled an enemy's attack. He was standing proudly holding the blood-transforming magic knife at this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his thoughts flashed. Kunlun disciple. The four Kunlun disciples of the Foundation establishment period finally appeared in the world. This is of great significance to Ling Yun. Where is Kunlun? For ordinary people, it may feel very mysterious and difficult to understand and ponder, but for a monk like Ling Yun, he actually knows it well. On a smaller scale, Kunlun may be a secret place, but on a larger scale, Kunlun is more likely to be a small world. As for whether it is big or small, it depends on the space where Kunlun is located, and how big the scope is. According to Yi Qingxin, Kunlun had issued 3 consecutive orders against the Ling family, so Kunlun must be Ling Yun's enemy. Of course, there is no need to prove this, because the situation in front of him is already a lice on the bald head, which is obvious. As long as it is an enemy, Ling Yun has nothing to say, sweep, crush, trample over, and then he considers whether to reason with the other party. But what Ling Yun is thinking about now is not the few Kunlun disciples in front of him, he is thinking about the whole Kunlun. Where is Kunlun's portal, and how strong is Kunlun? If you want to know the answer to this puzzle that has been puzzled for a long time, it is very simple, just grab the other person and ask. Ling Yun's eyes were shining, and his cold eyes darted back and forth on the 4 Kunlun disciples above him, and he began to make up their minds. At least one must be captured alive. Since he wanted to catch people, the next fight would naturally be strength and means. Ling Yun had all these, but what he lacked now was the initiative to fight. Because Ling Yun wanted to protect Qin Chuyue's safety, he couldn't leave Qin Chuyue's side for half a step, which restricted Ling Yun's actions. Sure enough, the Heavenly Sword sect only has D. Hemming's foundation building realm, and the other 2 are at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, and I have already killed one. It's just, where is the Tao Protector next to Di Xiaoshan at this moment? Is he one of the 2 peak Qi training masters at the 9th level? These 2 points, of course, were judged by Ling Yun through Di Yutong's narration, as well as the aura, skills, and differences in clothing of the people above their heads. This is almost the same as Ling Yun's judgment before coming to Tianjianzong. Tianjianzong is indeed nothing to worry about. At most, things have become a little troublesome because the other party has 1 or 2 foundation-building masters. But the problem now is that Kunlun really intervened, and he acted vigorously, without any hesitation. This was unexpected, but it was also within Ling Yun's expectation. He guessed that it should be Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun who were seriously injured and escaped at the Fumo conference. After returning to Kunlun Mountain, they immediately reported the news of Ling Yun that they had detected to Kunlun, and then Kunlun passed by discussing the matter. He directly sent his disciples out of the mountain, and chose to cooperate with Tianjianzong. He must take advantage of Ling Yun's opportunity to save his mother and suppress him in one fell swoop. 6 days have passed since the Fumo conference, and if you count the time, it's just right. The fact is indeed the case, which is completely consistent with what Ling Yun guessed. It seems that if you want to take the initiative, you must first send your mother away from this place, at least hand her over to Xingchen. Now that Qin Chuyue is under Ling Yun's protection, after the fight just now, he already knows in his heart that he is absolutely capable of sending his mother away safely, so Ling Yun is not too anxious. Although he dare not say that he knows himself and the enemy, but Ling Yun knows his current strength, and he is more aware of the true combat power of a cultivator in every realm from the foundation establishment stage to the tribulation stage, so he can make the most accurate judgment. Ling Yun doesn't need to observe the opponent's dantian and eyebrows, he only needs to test the opponent's combat flying speed, and he can judge the opponent's cultivation level. After a cultivator can fly, due to the limitation of the realm, the flying speed of each realm is completely corresponding, and the combat power is even more so, it cannot be faked at all. For example, Yi Xingchen, at the 5th level of Qi training, her limit speed is 4 times the speed of sound, and it is impossible to exceed it, and this is because she is practicing the Void Leading Star art, which is not weaker than the I Qi Yin Yang art. If you are an ordinary cultivator, if you want to reach this speed, you have to be at least in the late stage of Qi training, and you must be at the level above the 8th level of Qi training. And it's just reached, it doesn't mean how long it can last. To put it bluntly, if a cultivator fights hard, what he fights in the end is the skills he cultivates. So, even though Yi Xingchen couldn't bear it after flying for more than 1,000 kilometers at 4 times the speed of sound on the way to Tianjianzong, in the eyes of other cultivators, this is actually an absolutely heaven-defying feat. She looks a little weaker. That's because the person who is compared with her is Ling Yun. It's just that my mother hasn't had enough to eat. If I take her out of here now, all my work was wasted just now. It has to be said that Ling Yun's thoughts are really ignorant. If those people above him, especially the Kunlun disciples, knew about it, they would kill him regardless, because this is so pretentious. They never imagined that from the beginning to the end, Qin Shuyua's food problem turned out to be Ling Yun's top priority. As for the threats from them, Ling Yun didn't care at all. It's a pity that the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain protection formation has already been activated. It will take a lot of effort to take my mother out at this moment. Ling Yun turned his head slightly, and swept towards the huge mountain ridge to the south of Tianjianzong. Of course that huge mountain ridge is still there, but Ling Yun can see it clearly. In the empty space between that huge mountain ridge and Tianfeng, there seems to be more. A thick transparent glass is not static, but fluctuates like ripples, which is the power of the formation after the mountain protection formation is opened. It is the same reason for the thick white mist that appeared after Ling Yun's cloudy sky maze was set up. What? It's not good. Immediately afterwards, there were various sounds of flying through the air, and more people in the distance began to scream. Someone came in and forced his way to the peak. Just when Ling Yun was thinking about how to take his mother to break through the formation, and wanted to rush out to join Yi Xingchen, there was a sudden chaos on the diffing opposite Tianfeng. Ling Yun immediately smiled knowingly. Well, now he doesn't need to rush out. Yi Xingchen directly barged in. Of course it was Yi Xingchen. It turned out that when Ling Yun entered the Heavenly Sword Sect to save his mother, Yi Xingchen hid on the mountain ridge and was in charge of responding. She thought the process would be quick. Because Ling Yun's original plan was very simple, that is, after finding Qin Shuyue, no matter what, he would bring her out to meet Yi Xingchen first. The irregular triangular valley where Tianjianzong is located is only more than 10 kilometers long at most. Therefore, Yi Xingchen thought that with Ling Yun's consciousness and speed, it would not take long for him to explore the 3 mountain peaks, a minute or 2 at most, and 5 minutes at most would be enough to find and rescue Qin Shuyue. Then, not even a minute later, Yi Xingchen heard the chaos in Tianjianzong's Tianfeng. She naturally knew that Ling Yun had found Qin Shuyue, so she immediately prepared to respond. But right after the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain protection formation was activated, Yi Xingchen could no longer see the situation inside. As far as she could only see a deep valley to the north of the mountain ridge, and even the 3 peaks disappeared out of thin air. Up. Yi Xingchen naturally knew that this was the function of the mountain protection formation, because Ling Yun had told her about it. So she began to wait patiently, but she couldn't wait, and after 10 minutes, Yi Xingchen stopped waiting. Ling Yun found his mother, but he didn't come out within 10 minutes. There was only one reason: either he changed his mind or he was in trouble. Then there is only one way to deal with Ling Yun: forcibly breaking into the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yi Xingchen is not a vegetarian. She made a decisive decision, flew up directly, and soon arrived outside the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain protection formation. Originally, people who didn't know the art of formation had no better way to attack the mountain protection formation than to open a gap, but Yi Xingchen did. Void leading star art. Yi Xingchen moved his mind, and 6 stars appeared between his eyebrows. Those 6 stars quickly turned into 6 big stars, and then they merged into a big star with a diameter of 2 meters. This is transformed by the gods. Yi Xingchen let the big star with a diameter of 2 meters surround him, and then performed a new skill of drawing stars in the void. The stars are moving. The big star wrapped Yi Xingchen, spun rapidly, and fell directly into the barrier of the formation, and then appeared in the Heavenly Sword Sect. After Yi Xingchen entered the Heavenly Sword Sect, she didn't go directly to the Tianfeng where the masters gathered, but chose the mountain to the west. She sacrificed the star vortex, and at the same time sacrificed the heavenly demon double slash, and directly started to climb the mountain. Attack east and west, surround Wei, and rescue Zhao. Heaven and demon double slash like the sun and the moon across the sky. Yi Xingchen climbs the mountain unhurriedly. Gods block and kill gods, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. All the way is like chopping melons and vegetables. Ha 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 ha. Xingchen, good time. On the Tianfeng peak, Ling Yun naturally understood Yi Xingchen's intentions, so he directly cast the dragon roar, echoing Yi Xingchen from afar. The stars came in, and Brother Yun started killing all directions. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter error, click here to report. Yi Xingchen attacked the main altar of Tianjianzong, diffing alone. Chi 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 chi. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who were guarding the ground peak kept rushing forward, and the swords arrived before the people arrived. The sword came out, but due to the huge gap between the realms of the two sides, the attacks of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect couldn't get close to Yi Xingchen's body at all. Yi Xingchen strolled up the mountain. She was determined to make trouble, to stir up the Heavenly Sword sect into a mess, so there was no taboo. Moved by her spiritual thoughts, the person she met was either dead or injured, falling to and fro, and the pitiful cries of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples kept ringing out. What's so great about how many people you have in the Heavenly Sword sect? Auntie, I didn't know how many people I killed when I bloodbathed the enemy's sect. Yi Xingchen stopped, turned and looked back, and said indifferently. The 3 peaks of Tianjianzong were all about 1,000 meters high. Yi Xingchen quickly reached the halfway up the mountain. Where she walked, there were corpses of Tianjianzong's disciples everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Swipe. 5 figures flew towards Yi Xingchen from the top of Diffing Peak. They blocked Yi Xingchen. Their faces were full of panic, and after seeing each other, they didn't speak at all, and directly sacrificed their heavenly swords to attack Yi Xingchen. Die. Yi Xingchen let out a coquettish cry, activated by her divine sense, and the heavenly demon double slash flashed past her with a dazzling light, and slashed towards the 2 people in front. Brush. The speed of the heavenly demon double slash was too fast, as if teleporting within 1,000 meters. Even though the 2 disciples tried their best to block it, they couldn't stop it at all. Head off. Bang bang. The head flew up in the air, and the 2 people in front instantly turned into headless corpses. Blood arrows spurted out, and the 2 headless corpses shook for a while, then fell to the ground. Chi chi chi. The heavenly demon double slash went and returned immediately, and did the same thing, killing 2 more people in an instant, leaving only the last person, completely petrified, but was crushed into a meat paste by a big star sacrificed by Yi Xingchen. If he can't reach the late stage of Qi training, he can't be Yi Xingchen's all-in-one general. Whoever blocks him will die. All the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect retreat. What a witch. How dare you kill my Heavenly Sword sect disciple indiscriminately? 2 more people shouted violently, and they came at the same time. These are the 2 guardians of Tianjianzong, both of whom have the cultivation base of the 6th level of Qi training. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were suddenly enraged. Humph, your Heavenly Sword sect has innocently imprisoned my husband's mother for half a year. Now that we're here to avenge you, how can we talk about indiscriminate killing? Yi Xingchen sneered, unmoved at all. It was originally intended to destroy the Heavenly Sword sect, so Yi Xingchen couldn't be lenient. Kill. Yi Xingchen said something casually, and then the heavenly demon double slash flew out again, grabbing the heads of the 2 people in front of him. Chi 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 chi. When the 2 guardians saw that an unreasonable person had come, they didn't bother to talk nonsense to them at all. They were shocked and immediately used their heavenly sword to block it. Brush. At this moment, Yi Xingchen moved, changing shape and changing shadows, coming up at 4 times the speed of sound. She turned into 2, appeared in front of the 2 of them at the same time, and then suddenly punched. Bang bang. Facing the 2 protectors, Yi Xingchen just threw a punch at each of them, sending them flying horizontally, vomited blood, and just fell unconscious. De Yan gathering stars treasure is harmless, the body is the strongest weapon, it really is true. Yi Xingchen recalled what Ling Yun had said. Now that he had a small test, he found that his body was really too strong, even better than the heavenly demon double slash. Of course, this is also related to her level of improvement. Yi Xingchen is now at the 5th level of Qi training. Although her combat power is not as good as Ling Yun, she will not be at a disadvantage against the top level 9 of Qi training, so she can instantly kill the 6th level of Qi training. The Master of the Realm is very relaxed. After sweeping away the 2 guardians of the Heavenly Sword sect, Yi Xingchen continued to climb the mountain. Net first. Report. There is a demon girl attacking Diffing. Her strength is terrifying, her methods are ruthless, and our disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect have lost countless lives. At this time, finally a few disciples of Tianjianzong rushed to Tianfeng's side and came to report the situation of Diffing. Sovereign, it should be the witch Yi Xingchen who broke in. She attacked my Heavenly Sword sect main altar in order to support Ling Yun. What should we do now? At the top of Tianfeng Peak, the only remaining elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, after hearing the report, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to discuss with Di Hemming in the distance. At this moment, Di Hemming is still trying his best to heal his daughter Di Xiaoshan. Now his face is as ugly as it is. There are 4 major disciples of Kunlun at Tianfeng. You don't stay here, hurry to Diffing. Stop that witch, don't let her destroy my Heavenly Sword sect main altar. It is good. What? It's just that the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect had just said yes, and before he could leave, Ling Yun's golden dragon spear came and pierced his head with a bang. The last elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, only before he had time to let out a scream, he fell into the sky. If you want to go to the rescue, you have to ask me if I promise or not. In the maze of sky, Ling Yun succeeded with 1 blow, and his indifferent voice came out. Another elder died. This made all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect around Tianfeng dumbfounded, and they were all frightened and at a loss, because these 2 people who came here are so ruthless. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, a series of loud bangs came from the top of Diffing, including the sound of real energy exploding, and the sound of houses collapsing, one after another. Obviously, Yi Xingchen had already reached the top of Diffing at this time, and immediately began to wreak havoc. Not good. Di Hemming finally changed his face completely. He knew that Tianjianzong really kicked the iron plate this time. If he hesitated for a moment, Tianjianzong would be finished tonight. I implore a few Taoist friends from Kunlun to help my Heavenly Sword sect slay the incoming enemy. My Heavenly Sword sect will definitely thank you very much. Di Hemming had no choice but to ask Kunlun disciples for help. Okay. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Di. With my senior brother here, I can guarantee that you, the Heavenly Sword sect, will be fine. Zhao Mingtang knew in his heart that they were sharing weal and woe with the Heavenly Sword sect at this moment, so they could only help each other, so he immediately agreed, and then ordered a junior to deal with Yi Xingchen. Hoer, my Heavenly Sword sect is in danger, hurry up to your 6th grandpa's closed-door retreat, ask him to lead the closed-door training, and kill the witch Yi Xingchen. After Di Hemming asked the Kunlun disciples for help, his eyes turned hard, and he immediately said to Di Qingho beside him. It is good. Di Qingho also felt that something was wrong, he promised, and flew directly to the west of Tumor Peak. Father, I'm fine now, don't worry about me, just capture and kill Ling Yun, and then I'll chop him into pieces. Although Di Xiaoshan was seriously injured by Ling Yun, she received Di Hemming's full rescue in time, and her injuries have recovered for the most part now. Seeing that Tianjianzong was destroyed by Ling Yun and the other 2, she had already gritted her teeth and was furious. Zheng is talking nonsense, that Ling Yun can't even do anything to Kunlun disciples, he deliberately didn't kill you just now, in fact, he wanted to save your life and avenge Qin Qiuyue. Di Hemming's thought flashed, and he quickly stopped Di Xiaoshan's crazy thoughts, and he immediately said, Zheng, your injury is not healed, remember not to enter Ling Yun's attack range, wait a while. Once you find out that I am no match for your 6th uncle, remember to escape from this place, be sure to save your life, and keep the Green Hills so that you don't have to worry about firewood, we will make plans in the future. Humph. Di Xiaoshan was furious, she gritted her teeth, jumped up from Di Hemming's arms, and roared wildly, "Father, why do you want to destroy your own ambition and grow the prestige of others? The Kunlun disciple is here right now. I don't believe that Ling Yun, the bastard, can escape from my heavenly sword sect. You follow me to Diffing." Seeing his daughter going crazy, Di Hemming sighed in his heart, raised his hand and grabbed Di Xiaoshan's wrist, and flew towards Diffing. Yi Xingchen's strategy of besieging Wei and saving Zhao finally paid off. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 Kunlun disciples left on the top of Tianfeng Peak. Boom boom boom. Ling Yun saw the opportunity and finally made a move. In the thick white mist that clouded the sky, the golden dragon gun, the human king's seal, and the Yinyang Gongqi sword flew out at the same time, rushing towards the 3 Kunlun disciples. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Add bookmark for easy reading. Remember genius in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Ling Yun burned his divine essence, controlled 3 magic weapons at the same time, and attacked 3 Kunlun disciples, respectively, without any effort. Ren Wangyin had a radius of 3 zhang and weighed at least 50,000 kilograms. He was extremely fast and smashed towards Zhao Mingtang, as if Mount Tai was crushing the top. The Yinyang Stellar Qi sword, now sacrificed after Ling Yun reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, is already a foot long and 3 fingers wide, exuding gray chaotic light, extremely sharp and invincible. It moves towards a Kunlun disciple in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, flew over and grabbed the opponent's forehead and eyebrows. Of these 2 magic weapons, one is huge and the other is very small. Human Wang Yin is huge and heavy, and the Yinyang Gang Qi sword is tricky and sharp. Each has its own advantages, attacking the 2 strongest opponents. But this is just Ling Yun's false move. He knows that with these 2 magic weapons, it is impossible to threaten the lives of those 2 people, so Ling Yun's real target is the weakest person on the other side. The Golden Dragon gun was attacking that Kunlun disciple in the early stage of Foundation establishment. Use my strongest to attack the enemy's weakest point. Sure enough, when Zhao Mingtang saw the Ren Wangyin smashing towards him, he sneered, raised his hand and pushed it horizontally, and saw that his palm was shining brightly, turning into a huge palm, and slapped the rushing Ren Wangyin. There was an earth-shattering loud noise, and the king's seal was thrown upside down. The disciple in the mid-stage Foundation establishment was also unhurried. He recalled his flying sword and directly entangled Ling Yun's Yinyang Stellar Qi sword. A close call. However, the disciple with the lowest level in Kunlun was in a terrible situation. He had seen the power of the Golden Dragon gun just now, and when he saw the Golden Dragon gun approaching him, he didn't dare to be careless at all. His face was solemn, as if he was facing a big enemy. He sacrificed his flying sword with all his strength, trying to stop the. It's a pity that although his divine sense is strong, the flying sword only blocked the Golden Dragon gun for a moment, and was knocked away by the Golden Dragon gun. The Golden Dragon gun was only slightly deflected. Ling Yun sneered, and violently pushed again, only to see the Golden Dragon gun suddenly glowing brightly, accelerating in the air, and stabbing at the Kunlun disciple again like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Dragon gun had arrived in front of Yuan Tong. Not good. Brother Yuan Tong, retreat, quickly. Zhao Mingtang saw that Yuan Tong in the early stage of Foundation establishment couldn't stop Ling Yun's Golden Dragon spear, and his face turned pale in shock. He was busy dealing with Ling Yun's man, Wang Yin, and it was too late to rescue him at this moment, so he could only drink a reminder. There was no need for Zhao Mingtang to remind him. Yuan Tong knew that he would not be able to stop the Golden Dragon gun when he saw the approaching momentum. He gritted his teeth, and when his body retreated violently, he stretched out a spherical air shield to cover his body. Swinging together, they kept drawing mysterious tracks in front of them, laying down defenses one after another, trying to stop that Golden Dragon gun. The goal of Ling Yun's attack this time was to severely injure Yuan Tong. How could he stop there? He also launched a real fire, urging the golden dragon gun with all his strength, chasing and killing Yuan Tong. Chi 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 chi. Under the urging of Ling Yun, the golden dragon gun broke through more than a dozen defenses laid down by the opponent. The speed remained unchanged, but became faster. With a bang, it finally pierced the defensive air shield outside Yuan Tong's body. The right rib passed through, leaving a blood hole. What? Under the severe pain, Yuan Tong let out a scream, and his figure suddenly crooked. Humph, the Kunlun disciples in the Foundation establishment realm, their defense is nothing more than this. Lingyan Jianong did not continue to attack Yuan Tong, but with a move of divine sense, the golden dragon gun turned around, followed by the Yinyang Gang Chi sword, and attacked the Kunlun disciple in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Ling Yun, how dare you? Seeing that Ling Yun seriously injured Yuan Tong in front of him, Zhao Mingtang was furious. He was prepared for this time, and directly sacrificed his flying sword, and slammed towards the golden dragon gun fiercely. Boom! It has to be said that the speed of the golden dragon spear and Zhao Mingtang's flying sword was too fast. They collided in the blink of an eye, making a loud noise. Junior brother Yuan Tong, come to me. Ling Yun has now proved that he has the ability to kill Yuan Tong. Zhao Mingtang has no choice but to let Yuan Tong come to his side and protect him. Brush. Yuan Tong quickly came to Zhao Mingtang's side. His face was pale, his eyes showed a look of horror, and he said in amazement, "Senior brother, the attack power of that golden dragon gun is too strong, I can't resist it." This was just one blow. If he was the only one and Ling Yun went after him with all his strength, Yuan Tong would have been dead just now anyway. No wonder he wasn't afraid. Kindness. Zhao Mingtang's face was ugly, and he nodded heavily. He missed twice in succession, and a shadow had begun to cast over his heart. According to the reports of Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun, the strongest method Ling Yun displayed at the Demon Subduing Conference was a giant pure yang sword. Someone was injured, so how strong is this cultivator of the Ling family in front of him? It is difficult for Zhao Mingtang to accept this fact, because just 6 days ago, Ling Yun used the strongest method, the great sword of pure yang, and he barely defeated Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun. Now only 6 days have passed, and he only used one. Can a golden dragon spear break through the defense of the Foundation establishment realm? The members of the Ling family are indeed more difficult to deal with than one. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingtang looked at the return to tranquility of the cloudy maze, cursed secretly in his heart, and the murderous intent in his heart began to skyrocket. It's a long story, but Ling Yun attacked 3 Kunlun disciples at the same time just now, and it took only 7 or 8 seconds until Yuan Tong was severely injured. As soon as he succeeded, he immediately stopped attacking and recalled the 3 magic weapons to his side. The purpose of Ling Yun's move was not to kill people, but to open a path for Yi Xingchen so that she could come over smoothly. He knew in his heart that Yi Xingchen came in to meet him, and she made a big fuss on the ground peak to lure away the enemy and relieve him of pressure. And then she was looking for an opportunity to come here to join him. But on this side, there are 3 Kunlun disciples surrounding the cliff. They all had the strength to block Yi Xingchen, so Ling Yun had to make a move to open a gap so that Yi Xingchen could come here smoothly. Active attack. In the maze of heaven, Ling Yun was still guarding Qin Chiyue with his blood-transforming sword in his hand. At the same time, he turned his head to look in the direction of the peak, and secretly sweated for Yi Xingchen. Of course Ling Yun was aware of Yi Xingchen's combat power. If she exerted all her strength, she could defeat a master at the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, but it was impossible to kill instantly, and she had to go through a hard fight. But just now, a Kunlun disciple in the middle stage of Foundation establishment rushed over, and Di Hemming, the lord of the Tianjian sect at the Foundation establishment level, also rushed over. Under the obstruction of 2 Foundation establishment level masters, can Yi Xingchen pass through the distance of more than 10 kilometers smoothly, and come to this Tianfeng to meet him? The top of the mountain. After Yi Xingqian easily beheaded the two guardians of the Heavenly Sword sect, she began to gallop with all her strength, 1 kilometer per second, and soon reached the top of the diffing peak. 7 or 8 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who guarded the mountain gate at the early stage of Qi training, then used the same method to sacrifice a big star, passed through the defensive formation of the Heavenly Sword sect main altar, and entered the Heavenly Sword sect main altar. Then Yi Xingqian was not polite, she directly started the havoc. Yi Xingqian went all the way in. After seeing her power, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect didn't dare to stop her, and all scattered and fled. Yi Xingqian did not chase them down, but sacrificed the Heavenly Demon double slash, and at the same time sacrificed 7 stars with a diameter of half a meter, spinning and dancing around her. The Heavenly Demon double slash kept cutting off the pillars supporting the house of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the 7 stars hit the surrounding walls. Walking all the way, the walls of the Tianjianzong main altar collapsed, and the dust was flying. It was simply horrible. As Lingyan expected, Yi Xingqian made such a big noise in order to attract the experts from Tianfeng to come over, and then she looked for an opportunity to rush to Tianfeng to join Lingyun. Therefore, Yi Xingqian was not polite. She flew at an altitude of 30 meters, like a 9-day fairy, and her divine sense drove the 7 stars below to rush around. The witch seeks death. Just when Yi Xingqian was about to rush to the meeting hall of Tianjianzong, Luo Yongqi, a disciple of Kunlun, arrived. 2,000 meters away, Luo Yongqi yelled violently, sacrificed his flying sword, and slashed at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian was shrouded in consciousness, and seeing the opponent's speed, she knew that the person who came was above her. She didn't dare to be careless, and the Heavenly Demon double slash flew up at the same time, facing Luo Yongqi's flying sword. Clank! 2 sounds of gold and iron clashing, the flying sword was hit by Yi Xingqian's Heavenly Demon slash, and its speed was instantly stagnant, but just like Ling Yun's golden dragon spear confronting Yuan Tong's flying sword, the flying sword was only blocked for a while. Immediately after another acceleration, he rushed towards Yi Xingqian. Among the flying cultivators, as long as they are not in close combat, there is nothing to say. When weapons collide, if you can stop it, you can stop it. If you can't stop it, you can't stop it. The defense and speed of the attacker are reduced. Yi Xingqian's heart shuddered. She no longer destroyed the houses of Tianjianzong, but urged 7 stars, like candied gourds, to form a string one after another, blocking the sword again. Flying sword. Of course, Luo Yongqi was not a vegetarian in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. He could completely suppress Yi Xingqian both in terms of level and strength, so he took advantage of it. Facing the 7-star bodies lined up side by side, Fei Jian didn't dodge or dodge, and passed through them. Chi 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 chi. The 7 stars were all pierced by Luo Yongqi's flying sword, and exploded in a series, which damaged Yi Xingqian's sea of consciousness between his brows, and she ran away without hesitation. Brush. Another heavenly sword flew over from the front. It was too exaggerated. It was more than half a meter wide and 2 feet long, blocking Yi Xingqian's way, stabbing her body fiercely. Stop leaving, witch, you destroy my Heavenly Sword sect, and I will kill you. Of course it was Di Hemming who arrived. From a distance, he was shrouded in consciousness, and found that Tianjianzong had been destroyed by Yi Xingqian for a little bit, and he was already furious. Humph. Bully me for being low level, right? Let my husband beat you to death later. During Yi Xingqian's rapid flight, he released a huge vortex of stars. He used the meteor step to catch up with the moon, and his speed suddenly reached more than 4 times the speed of sound. Once he circled around in the vortex, he escaped the pursuit of the sky sword. Feng rushed over. Boom 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 boom. Yi Xingqian galloped at nearly 5 times the speed of sound, and the air continued to explode all the way. He passed through a distance of 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye, and saw the peak of Tianfeng in sight. After Lao Bu opened a single chapter last night, I was able to see everyone's understanding and tolerance. Laobu was very moved. Thank you everyone. In addition, today is Christmas Eve. Laobu wishes everyone a Merry Christmas Eve and Merry Christmas. Thank you for your recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and generous rewards. For mobile phone users, please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Yi Xingchen's flying speed is close to 5 times the speed of sound, that is, about 1,500 meters per second. At this speed, it only takes 7 seconds at most to traverse a distance of 10 kilometers in a straight line. But the problem is that Kunlun disciple Luo Yongqi and Tianjian sect master Di Hemming are both chasing and killing Yi Xingchen at the moment. Their flying swords are under the control of powerful spiritual thoughts, and they are like 2 tracking missiles chasing Yi Xingchen reluctant to give up. It is impossible for the forced Yi Xingchen to fly in a straight line. In the realm of foundation building, 3 flowers gather on the top of the 5 Qi dynasty, and the foundation of the avenue of cultivation has been built. The radius of spiritual consciousness is more than 100,000 meters away. The monks in the foundation stage can stand still, and the effective attack range of the flying sword magic weapon, both are 5 kilometers away. Moreover, the speed at which the cultivator controls the flying sword is always faster than his own flying speed. Otherwise, if the flying speed of the flying sword can't match his own flying speed, then the flying sword will lose any meaning. It is not as convenient as a cultivator holding it in his hand and cutting people directly. So Yi Xingchen has tried her best to avoid the pursuit and interception of the 2 flying swords. She can't fly in a straight line at all, but in her own star vortex, along the rotation direction of the vortex, always along the halfway. Flying in a circular arc, avoiding the 2 deadly flying swords, heading towards Tianfeng where Lingyun is. Yi Xingchen knew that the 2 people chasing after her were far above her in terms of realm and strength, so she didn't dare to be careless, but once again wrapped herself in a rapidly spinning star, adding an extra layer of strength to herself. Layer defense. Clank. Boom boom boom. But even so, the 2 flying swords were still like tarsal maggots, following her like a shadow, chasing after her, forcing Yi Xingchen to use the heavenly demon double slash to protect himself, and kept hitting and blocking the 2 flying swords. Feijian, try not to let them approach your body. Although Yi Xingchen is also strong enough to cross the realm and kill the peak masters of the 9th level of Qi training, she is not Lingyun after all. The 2 foundation building stage monks on the other side have formed a complete realm suppression on her, and she can feel the desire to chase her down. 2 flying swords, any one of them could threaten her life. As long as a flying sword stabs her, even if she does not die, she will be seriously injured. The most important thing is that once she is injured, not only will she become a drag on Lingyun, but she will most likely be chased after her before reaching Lingyun that Kunlun disciple was captured or killed. Fortunately, the star vortex is ingenious. It can not only help Yi Xingchen to speed up the flight, but also play a role in unloading force. This invisibly adds another layer of protection to Yi Xingchen, because as long as the 2 flying swords enter the range of the star vortex within a short period of time, half of the power will be removed by the huge rotating force, and it will be driven off the direction, and it will lose its aim. This allows Yi Xingchen to always dodge the attack at the nick of time, or sacrifice the double slash of the demon to carry out the attack. Block. Where is the witch? Kunlun disciple Luo Yongqi saw Yi Xingchen flying to Tianfeng, and knew that she was going to join Lingyun. With a sneer on his face, he was calm and chased after him at first, but soon he accelerated his speed and broke through 5 times the speed of sound in an instant. Standing in front of Yi Xingchen. At this time, Yi Xingchen was still 3,000 meters away from where Lingyun was. Stars, fire talismans. It's a pity that this distance has already entered the range of Lingyun's consciousness. He saw it clearly, and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Boom boom boom. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen directly raised his hand, and shot out 3 fire talismans in one breath, urging them with his divine sense, and blasted them at Luo Yongqi. In the night sky, 3 groups of dazzling flames suddenly appeared, which soon turned into 3 huge crimson fireballs, which exploded around Luo Yongqi's body. The method of the small qi training stage is useless to me. Unexpectedly, facing the 3 7-level fire talismans, Luo Yongqi didn't dodge them, and didn't even use magic weapons. Wind Talisman. This time, Lingyan no longer used Shenlong Shao. Instead, he used sound transmission to enter the secret, and reminded Yi Xingchen again to use the Wind Talisman to speed up her flight. Yi Xingchen suddenly used a wind control talisman on himself, and his speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the kilometer distance of Tianfeng again. Wanting to meet Ling Yun is wishful thinking. Luo Yongqi was furious. He suddenly activated his divine sense. The flying sword suddenly became 10 times bigger, came across the sky, and stabbed towards Yi Xingchen's back heart. The speed was really too fast. Boom! The sword energy pierced through the air, and the huge flying sword more than 10 meters long first knocked away Yi Xingchen's heavenly demon slash, then pierced through more than a dozen stars, and then hit Yi Xingchen's star vortex. It has to be said that this blow was too ruthless. The vortex of stars, with a diameter of several hundred meters, was completely collapsed by this strike, and could never take shape again. The vortex of stars is the external manifestation of Yi Xingchen's brow-centered sea of consciousness, releasing the divine essence. It was scattered, and Yi Xingchen was naturally severely injured. During her rapid flight, she spurted a large mouthful of blood on the spot. In a flash, the speed will naturally slow down. But that's not the end. After the giant sword broke Yi Xingchen's star vortex, the speed remained unchanged, and it still stabbed towards Yi Xingchen's body. Yi Xingchen's slender and graceful body, compared with the 10-meter giant sword piercing behind her, seemed so insignificant. Anyone could see that as long as she was hit, she would only die. But at this moment, a golden dragon gun came through the air. With an astonishing speed, it came behind Yi Xingchen in an instant, and slammed into the 10-meter giant sword hard. Boom! The golden dragon gun collided violently with the 10-meter giant sword, sending the giant sword flying, but the huge air current caused by the collision still spread to Yi Xingchen, who was close at hand, and the flying sword entered her body, causing her to vomit blood again. After the delicate body was shaken, she didn't stop. Taking advantage of the violent blast of air waves, she moved forward 1,000 meters in an instant. Maid, I will let you die first. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was repeatedly injured, Ling Yun burst into a thunderous rage. Suddenly, he burned his divine essence, and at the same time sacrificed the human king seal, the Yingyang stellar qi sword and the Qingying flying sword, and the 3 magic weapons attacked the farthest point at the same time. Luo Yongqi. Junior brother Du Jia, hurry up and meet Luo Yongqi. Zhao Mingtang could tell that under Ling Yun's fury, this blow was no small matter, so he hurriedly asked Du Jia, who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, to meet Luo Yongqi. Brother, don't worry, I'm fine. Luo Yongqi's sleeves fluttered, and he was no longer in a hurry to chase and kill Yi Xingchen. He recalled his giant sword to protect himself, and at the same time sacrificed his giant axe, and slashed at the flying king's seal. Up to now, among Ling Yun's several magic weapons, in terms of attack power, the golden dragon spear is naturally the first, followed by the human king's seal, the Yingyang Gang Qi sword, and finally the blue shadow flying sword. Although Ling Yun's Qingying flying sword is a real flying sword, after Ling Yun's realm was promoted, he hadn't had time to practice it again. Therefore, when confronting enemies in the late stage of qi training, it has not played much role. The monks in the realm can't break the defense anymore, so Ling Yun is rarely used now. But the human king seal is different. Since it was absorbed by Ling Yun, it has become a real magic weapon. Every time Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness becomes stronger, it will become bigger when he controls it. And as its size grows, its own weight also doubles. With a radius of 3 feet, it already weighs 50,000 kilograms, and it is extremely hard. Under the terrifying speed, its attack power can be imagined. So Luo Yongqi dismissed the 4 magic weapons for chasing and killing him, among them the Yinyang Gongqi sword and the Qingying Feijian. He only needs to defend the golden dragon spear and the human king seal. And Du Jia also flew over at this time. His flying sword was already wrapped around Ling Yan's golden dragon gun. But it's a pity that Ling Yan's attack can only be regarded as a false move. His purpose is not to hurt anyone, but to block the enemy for a moment is enough, in order to buy time for Yi Xingchen. At this time, Luo Yongqi was fighting against Wang Yin, Du Jia was defending against the golden dragon spear, and the strongest Zhao Mingtang was protecting Yuan Tong, staring at Ling Yun from the top of Tianfeng Peak. The opportunity was fleeting. Yi Xingchen resisted the turmoil of qi and blood in her body. She suddenly accelerated, and rushed directly into the maze of sky at the top of Tianfeng Peak. Her figure disappeared. Swipe, swipe, swipe. At the same moment, Ling Yun recalled the 4 magic weapons to the formation at the same time, and hung them above his head. He stepped forward and suddenly supported the crumbling Yi Xingchen. As soon as Ling Yan's magic weapon was received, the 3 major Kunlun disciples, Zhao Mingtang, Du Jia, and Luo Yongqi, also immediately surrounded the cliff from 3 directions. 3 flying swords and a huge axe flew across the sky. Accurately, the cloudy sky maze was made, and he made an attack. However, they did not immediately attack the cloudy sky maze, but looked dignified, and discussed in secret through sound transmission. Xingchen, are you all right? In the maze of the sky, Ling Yun saw Yi Xingchen's pale face, and felt infinitely distressed. He directly injected immortal spirit energy into Yi Xingchen's body to help her adjust her breath and heal her injuries. It was too extravagant to heal with fairy energy. Yi Xingchen was only injured internally and was attacked by sword energy. With Ling Yan's help, he recovered almost instantly. Fortunately, thanks to the quick escape, how could those people be so strong? At this time, Yi Xingchen finally understood why Ling Yun didn't rescue Qin Qiuyue immediately. She asked quickly. The 4 of them are all Kunlun disciples, each of them has a foundation building realm, and they came here to kill me. Ling Yan's complexion was not good. He explained something first, then took Yi Xingchen's hand, walked towards Qin Qiuyue, and introduced her. Xingchen, this is my mother. Yi Xingchen had already seen Qin Qiuyue, and saw that she was so thin and skinny. He was stunned for a moment, and then flew into a rage, but suppressed the anger in his heart, and bowed profusely. Mazong Yi Xingchen, I pay my respects to Aunt Qin. Qin Qiuyue had already left her chair, stood up and came over. She hurriedly supported Yi Xingchen, looked him up and down, and nodded secretly. Good boy, you have suffered so much for saving me. I am now. This appearance doesn't scare you, does it? Yi Xingchen shook his head. Auntie, don't say that. Ling Yun and I came late. It's true that you have suffered. Ling Yun said in a deep voice. Xingchen, my mother hasn't eaten a full meal since she came to Tianjianzong half a year ago, so I will not destroy Tianjianzong this time, and I will never leave here. The first update is here, and there will be another update tonight. In any case, Yi Xingchen finally reunited with Ling Yun, and now Ling Yun has fully understood that the Kunlun disciples did not hold back against him. The anger and fighting spirit in his heart had already reached the peak, and he had to release it, otherwise, hatred would be hard to come by. Remove. Just now, he had to guard Qin Qiuyue alone, so he was too passive. Even if Yi Xingchen traversed a distance of 10 kilometers, he couldn't rush out to rescue him, but now, this worry is gone. Ling Yun wants to kill the quartet. What? Auntie hasn't had a full meal in half a year? How could that Di Xiaozhen be so mad? Yi Xingchen became even more furious after hearing Ling Yun's story. Qin Qiuyue is Ling Yun's adoptive mother. She picked Ling Yun when she was not yet full moon, and then she raised him for 18 years and treated her as her own. Most of the time, she treated Ling Yun even more than her own daughter, Ming Lingyu. Even better, Yi Xingchen had already heard Ling Yun talk about these things. Looking at Qin Chuyue at this moment, she naturally thought of her master, Ling Yun's biological mother, Yin Qingxian. Her eyes were blurred with tears, and the two figures overlapped. Well, so I made some meals, but I was busy dealing with those enemies just now, but my mother didn't eat well. Now you eat with her, and I will go out to kill people. Ling Yun said calmly to Yi Xingchen. That's no problem. Yi Xingchen hurriedly supported Qin Chuyue back to the chair and sat down. She worriedly said, but those people are too strong. I'm afraid that if they attack, I won't be able to stop them. Yi Xingchen now knew that even if she tried her best, she was no match for the foundation-building monks, so she told the truth. No problem. Ling Yun gave Yi Xingchen a reassuring look, and with a movement of his mind, he communicated with the Willow of Ghosts and Gods. The next moment, the Willow of Ghosts and Gods flew out of his dantian, and instantly turned into a big tree, with its whole body green and glistening, with countless branches and leaves hanging down, swaying gracefully. Looking at the huge green willow tree, Qin Chuyue was taken aback for a moment, and asked in surprise, Yuner, this is it? Ling Yun smiled and said, Mom, do you still remember the wooden box? It is actually the family inheritance of our Ling family. I don't know what it is. I call it Ghost Willow. Inheritance of the Ling family. Qin Chuyue stared at the Ghost Willow for a while, then repeated something in a murmur, then looked at Ling Yun again, and said softly, Yuner, it seems that you have recognized your ancestors and returned to your ancestors. Ling Yun nodded immediately, yes. Mom, I don't have time to describe the specific situation to you now. Xingchen knows what you want to ask, so you can just ask her. As he spoke, Ling Yun urged with his spiritual thoughts, and directly inserted the ghost willow with a trunk diameter of more than 40 centimeters thick on the cliff rock. This ghost and god willow is inherited from the Ling family. It was fully resurrected on the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar when the Ling family worshipped their ancestors. The inexplicable coincidence between the imperial books grows much faster than the one cultivated by Ling Yun himself. Especially when snatching the gifts from the heavenly Tao, this ghost willow was once bathed in the divine thunder of the heavenly Tao. A few days ago, when Ling Yun crossed the robbery, it absorbed a large amount of wood attribute thunderbolt energy and grew rapidly. Now it has a diameter of 419 centimeters, close to half a meter, exactly the thickness of a person's arms. Now it has its own will, although it can't communicate with Ling Yun directly, it can fully feel Ling Yun's thoughts, so when Ling Yun's divine thoughts move, it knows what Ling Yun wants to use it for. Protect this place, protect the two of them. Ling Yun releases his spiritual thoughts and conveys his thoughts to Ghost God Lu. Countless willow branches swayed gently, surrounded by green light. Ling Yun knew that this was the answer given to him by the ghost willow. Just now, Ling Yun was the only one here, so he didn't take out the willow of ghosts and gods. He was worried that the Kunlun disciples would have other methods to deal with the willows of ghosts and gods, fearing that it would not be able to protect Qin Chuyue's safety. But now that Yi Xingchen is here, even if the opponent had the means to break through Geshenliu's defense, he still had to break through Yi Xingchen's defense to hurt Qin Chuyue, so he was very relieved now. Mom, now you can eat with peace of mind, just sit here and watch me kill my enemies and avenge you and Uncle Ming. As he spoke, Ling Yun's divine mind moved, and he actually retracted all those big iron balls, and removed the cloudy sky maze. As soon as the cloudy sky was closed, the white mist on the cliff disappeared in an instant, and the scene here was immediately clear. What? This? Fuck, it's that willow tree again, why did it appear here again? After the formation was withdrawn, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect in the distance were fine, but the four major disciples of Kunlun couldn't keep their composure after seeing the ghost god Willow. They were all dumbfounded and shocked. This is not that one. This one is too small. Zhao Mingtang just glanced at the ghost willow, and after being dazed, he immediately judged that this ghost willow was not the same as the one that the Ling family brought into Kunlun 40 years ago. Boom! When Luo Yongqi saw the ghost god willow, he was not polite, and directly urged the giant axe the size of a door panel to strike down. Instead of attacking Ling Yun, he chopped at the ghost god willow. Ghost god willow was hit by the giant axe, but it was not injured at all. Its whole body was full of green light, and it blocked the giant axe. Luo Yongqi was silent, as if he had expected this result. His eyes were helpless. The other 3 Kunlun disciples, including Zhao Mingtang who was the highest level, also grinned and gritted their teeth, watching the ghost willow that suddenly appeared, their faces full of resentment and helplessness. There is no way, this is really the shadow of a famous tree, this ghost willow, which made Kunlun helpless to the Ling family who broke into Kunlun 40 years ago. They were devastated and hated it. Senior brother, how can this sky-reaching ghost willow grow like this outside of my Kunlun? Yuan Tong was treated by Zhao Mingtang, and his injuries are now recovering. When he saw the ghost Lu, he couldn't help asking in surprise. You still need to ask? Zhao Mingtang glared at Yuan Tong, raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun beside the tree. The earth is in ruins now, and it is in the age of doomsday, and the aura is completely exhausted. Although the Ling family has the xuanhuan scriptures, it is impossible for them. The willow tree is revived, but the Ling family cannot cultivate if the inheritance cannot be opened, and now a cultivator has emerged from the Ling family. He obviously knows how to open the inheritance. Zhao Mingtang's words were of course passed on to the other 3 juniors through sound transmission. It's just that I never dreamed that 40 years ago, the Ling family brought a sacred willow tree into Kunlun, and even left a small one outside. This is really troublesome. Zhao Mingtang is very depressed now, because he saw the growth of Guishan Lu, and he knew that even if his 4 senior brothers worked together, they could not break through the defense of Guishan Lu. In this way, Ling Yun would be invincible. Brother, what should we do now? There is only one way now, and that is to wait for Ling Yun to come out, and the 4 of us will work together to kill or capture him, and then bring this ghost willow back to Kunlun. This is a real great achievement. But what if Ling Yun keeps hiding there and doesn't come out? He will come out. Zhao Mingtang's face was gloomy, seeing that Ling Yun was holding a scarlet magic knife, and was scanning them coldly, and replied secretly. Sect Master D, things have changed, please come here quickly and help my senior brothers to kill Ling Yun together. At this moment, Zhao Mingtang didn't dare to push him any further, and he took the initiative to ask Di Hemming to come and help him. At the top of Tianfeng Peak, it can be said that a family is happy and a family is worried. The Kunlun disciple was depressed, but Ling Yun's expression was brightened, because the master in the middle stage of foundation establishment couldn't break through the defense of the ghost willow with all his strength. He was finally completely relieved, and he no longer has any worries. Brush. Holding the blood-transforming magic knife, Ling Yun jumped into the sky from the cliff, soaring into the sky, and took the initiative to enter the encirclement of 4 Kunlun disciples. You 4, are you from Kunlun? Ling Yun Yukon stood still. He raised the blood-red long knife in his hand, pointed at Zhao Mingtang with the tip of the knife without looking for anyone, and asked in a deep voice. Yes, I am Zhao Mingtang, a disciple of Kunlun. The 3 of them are my fellow disciples. Zhao Mingtang knew that it was useless to conceal, so he didn't shy away from it, and directly admitted it. Ling Yun nodded and asked again, do you dare to tell me where Kunlun is, and what kind of place it is? Zhao Mingtang sneered coldly, and said disdainfully, no comment, and, you are not qualified to know. Am I not eligible? Ling Yun was amused. As far as I know, there is a rule in the world of comprehension, which is not to intervene in secular affairs without authorization. Why did you Kunlun break the rules and meddle in secular affairs repeatedly, and have been targeting my Ling family for 40 years? Zhao Mingtang also smiled. Ling Yun, you don't have to make side talking here, I'll let you understand. You also said just now that Kunlun has only targeted your Ling family in the past 40 years. It is because your Ling family broke into Kunlun 40 years ago and broke the rules first. The matter of your Ling family is not a secular matter. Of course, these are not the main points. As for the real reason, you will never know, because tonight is your death day. Ling Yun laughed out loud after hearing this. He didn't expect to ask anything. After laughing, Ling Yun slowly shook his head. Really? You people from Kunlun are really good at talking big. Who is dying tonight? You'll find out soon. Brush. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, he directly sacrificed the golden dragon gun. Still not looking for anyone else, the golden dragon gun directly rushed towards the weakest opponent, Yuan Tong. At the same moment, Ling Yun stretched out his figure, but walked in the opposite direction, and flew towards Luo Yongqi quickly. Kill. As soon as Ling Yun made a move, the 4 Kunlun disciples reacted immediately. They shouted at the same time, sacrificed their magic weapons one after another, and attacked Ling Yun at the same time. The shocking battle broke out in an instant. The second one is delivered. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. When Luo Yongqi chased and killed Ji Xingchen just now, he was merciless and wanted to kill her instantly with one move, which made Ling Yun hate him to the core, so as soon as he made a move, he was the first to kill him. I will kill you first. Ling Yun burned his divine essence fiercely and came across the sky. The speed had already exceeded 5 times the speed of sound. However, he did not use the magic weapon, but planned to confront Luo Yongqi head-on, and wanted to fight him in close quarters. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 4 Kunlun disciples sacrificed 5 magic weapons at the same time, and attacked Ling Yun, who was flying fast. Of course, these included Luo Yongqi's flying sword and giant axe, and Du Jie's 2 purple flying weapons sword, and a flying sword of Zhao Mingtang. In fact, Zhao Mingtang also sacrificed a magic weapon, a huge shield, and used it to block Yuan Tong's body, protecting him from Ling Yun's golden dragon spear. There is no way, when Ling Yun was in the maze of the sky just now, he has already proved with facts that he can easily kill Yuan Tong. If Yuan Tong dies here, even if the 3 of them can really capture Ling Yun alive, they will have no face to claim credit when they go back. Yuan Tong was stared at by Ling Yun's golden dragon gun. He was too busy to take care of himself, so of course it was impossible to free his hand to attack Ling Yun. It's useless to me. During the rapid flight, Ling Yun kept dodging left and right, and easily avoided the attacks of the 2 purple flying swords. At the same time, he sacrificed a huge human king seal to cover his body, and at the same time blocked Zhao Mingtang's flying sword. This is because Zhao Mingtang has the highest realm and is also the strongest. He is Ling Yun's formidable opponent, which makes Ling Yun especially afraid. Boom boom boom. There were 3 explosions in succession, one of which was the sound of Renwan Yin's and Zhao Mingtang's flying swords colliding, and the other 2 were the sound of Ling Yun's attack, knocking Luo Yongqi's 2 magic weapons into the air with the blood-transforming sword. What? Luo Yongqi's sea of consciousness shook. He was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Yun to use the magic knife in his hand to knock his 2 magic weapons into the air. It's just the realm of Qi training. How can this kid have such speed and strength? How can Luo Yongqi not be shocked, although he can't see the exact state of Ling Yun, but he knows that Ling Yun must be in the Qi training stage. The Qi refining stage is to refine Qi to transform into a god. The main thing is to cultivate the sea of consciousness between eyebrows, especially in the late stage of Qi training. A cultivator's spiritual power will far exceed the physical power, but now, Ling Yun's 2 slashes unexpectedly split his 2 natal magic weapons into the air. Brother Luo, be careful. Zhao Mingtang also didn't expect that when he sacrificed the flying sword just now and struck with all his strength, he only slightly shook the king's seal, but failed to gain the upper hand. What shocked him even more was Ling Yun's speed. Ling Yun is now 5 times faster than the speed of sound, which is not inferior to the flying speed of a master in the foundation building period. Moreover, Ling Yun's speed is still accelerating, and Luo Yongqi is only 100 meters away at this moment. Junior brother Luo, hurry up and join junior brother Du. At the critical moment, Zhao Mingtang only had time to shout out. Ling Yun's movement was like a wind and thunder. It was impossible to surround and kill him from 4 directions. He had to change his strategy. Brush. Seeing that his 2 flying swords were still unable to stab Ling Yun, Du Jia no longer tried in vain, but immediately changed from attacking to defending. Motivated by his divine sense, he blocked his 2 purple flying swords in front of Luo Yongqi. Helping Luo Yongqi, he blocked Ling Yun. Disciple of Kunlun, are you so courageous? Seeing this, Ling Yun sneered, and slammed straight into the 2 purple flying swords. At the same time, he swung his saber suddenly, swiped the 2 flying swords left and right, and chopped the 2 flying swords away again. Luo Yongqi saw that Ling Yun was like a fierce tiger. He was a little timid for a moment. He didn't dare to take Ling Yun's blow head-on. Taking advantage of the moment Ling Yun was blocked, he also stretched his body and fled towards Du Jia. After all, he had reached his realm, and his speed was also very fast, and he kept using his giant sword and giant axe to block Ling Yun, so he escaped successfully, and finally came to Du Jia's side, still in shock. That kid is too crazy. What does it mean not to use a magic weapon? Brother, you were overwhelmed by his aura just now. We all have defenses in the middle stage of foundation establishment. What are we afraid of him doing? Du Jia had already recalled his flying sword at this time, and together with Luo Yongqi's 2 magic weapons, stood in front of them, looking at Ling Yun, who was rushing towards him. He said with a smile. Ling Yun didn't say anything. He turned around, and still rushed towards the place where the 2 were, coming very fast, and when he was about 100 meters away from the 2, he swung his saber again. The blood-melting magic knife drew a 100-meter-long scarlet light, and slashed at the 2 of them. Whoosh whoosh. The 4 magic weapons on the opposite side flew up at the same time, facing Ling Yun's sword light. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the night sky, followed by a shocking explosion. Boom boom boom. Here Ling Yun strikes with all his strength. He is fighting with strength. As a result, the radiance of the 4 magic weapons dimmed at the same time, and Ling Yun slashed them flying. He resisted a violent tumbling in his body, and suddenly accelerated. Die. Ling Yun swung his knife again, but still didn't look for anyone else, and slashed at Luo Yongqi. The coming of the blood-transforming magic knife was astonishing. Luo Yongqi was shocked when he saw it, but now his magic weapon had just been split into the air, and the sea of consciousness between his brows was even more shocked. In desperation, he could only raise his fists and cross his head, trying to block Ling Yun's attack. Hit. Then he saw Ling Yun smiling strangely at him. Boom. Ling Yun's blood-transforming magic knife slashed firmly at the place where Luo Yongqi's arms were crossed, where the light shone, and Luo Yongqi let out a terrifying cry. Puff. Luo Yongqi's 2 forearms were cut off by Ling Yun with a single knife, and blood flew flying. The blood-transforming magic knife kept on casting, following Ling Yun's forward figure. It continued to strike forward, leaving a terrifying bloody opening on Luo Yongqi's chest, and sent him flying horizontally. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Of course, Ling Yun slashed Luo Yongqi seriously, but he also suffered 3 heavy blows from Du Jia's 2 flying swords and Luo Yongqi's huge sword. However, Ling Yun now has an enhanced version of the Hunyuan Ichi shield, and the invulnerable realm of the Diyan Ju Xingju, plus his Wugo glass body. When the 3 flying swords pierced his body, it would have already become at the end of the battle. Ling Yun was only slightly injured. Go to Luo's death. Luo Yongqi deserves to be unlucky. Ling Yun is now completely eyeing him, and he will not stop until he kills him. He casually brushes aside the 3 flying swords that stabbed him, his body speeds up again, and unexpectedly kills Luo Yongqi, who has fallen to the ground. raising your hand is another knife. Ling Yun, how dare you? Zhao Mingtang saw that Ling Yun had chopped Luo Yongji into serious injuries with one knife, and he was furious. At this moment, he couldn't care less about protecting Yuan Tong. With a movement of his divine sense, he removed the magic shield and put it between Luo Yongji and Ling Yun. Swipe. What Ling Yun was waiting for was this moment. He sacrificed 3 magic weapons at the same time, smashed the shield with the Human King's seal, and at the same time urged the Green Shadow Flying Sword and the Yinyang Gongqi sword, bypassing the shield, and stabbing at the shield from an extremely tricky angle. Luo Yongji. Junior brother, do block him. Zhao Mingtang never expected that Ling Yun would be so valiant and unconstrained in battle, always taking surprises, making them overwhelmed. Luo Yongji's arms were cut off, and Ling Yun's chest was also cut open, and strangely, there was not much blood gushing out. In his consciousness, Luo Yongji's face was pale, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. The magic weapon can kill him, so Zhao Mingtang asked Du Jia to block Ling Yun's 2 flying swords. Clank. Obviously, these 4 Kunlun disciples fought very tacitly. When Du Jia saw that Luo Yongji was seriously injured, he had already made a move, using his 2 purple flying swords to entangle Ling Yun's flying sword. Brush. Ling Yun sneered, and with a movement of his divine sense, the golden dragon gun suddenly glowed with golden light, extremely dazzling, and stabbed at Yuan Tong again without warning. What? Yuan Tong was frightened to death. He urged his flying sword to block Ling Yun's golden dragon gun with all his strength. Ling Yun, I didn't expect you to be so cunning and want to kill my junior brother, you are dreaming. Zhao Mingtang was about to die of anger, he was in a hurry, so he could only do it himself, flew in front of Yuan Tong, transformed into a big green hand, and helped him resist the golden dragon spear. Humph, one of the 4 foundation building stages hit me at the same time, you are so shameless, and you blame me for being cunning? While chatting and laughing, Ling Yun finally performed his killing move. 2 chains of yin and yang qi flew out from his dantian, exuding a cold black and white light, reaching a length of 300 meters in an instant. Whizzing. Like 2 poisonous dragons, the chain of yin and yang qi entangled Luo Yongji below him, binding him tightly. Not good. Cut off his chains. Zhao Mingtang's face turned pale with shock, so he hastened to remind him. But at this time, he himself was resisting Ling Yun's golden dragon gun, and his divine sense was manipulating the shield magic weapon to challenge Ling Yun's Man Wang Yin. Du Jia's 2 flying swords entangled Ling Yun's 2 flying swords, and he himself, the flying sword he was holding was against Ling Yun's blood-transforming magic knife. Apart from Yuan Tong's flying sword, there was no other way. But Yuan Tong is too far away from Luo Yongji, even if he reacts, it will be beyond his reach. Laugh. At this moment, a huge heavenly sword came across the sky, slashing towards Ling Yun's Yinyang Tru Qi chains. The old man is here. Di Hemming has rushed over, he must not let the Kunlun disciple fall into the heavenly sword sect, if that happens, his hard work for many years will be ruined. What are you? Ling Yun shouted violently, swung his knife with all his strength, and slashed Zhao Mingtang's flying sword away. At the same time, his divine sense activated the chain of yin and yang energy to dodge Di Hemming's heavenly sword with incomparable flexibility. Luo Yongji was sent to Ling Yun. It wasn't for nothing that Ling Yun wrapped Luo Yongji's body with the chain of yin and yang qi. Taking advantage of the opponent's insanity, he absorbed a lot of qi in just a short while. For the masters in the foundation building period, all the true energy in their bodies has already been transformed into stellar energy, which is absolutely great for Ling Yun. Dare to chase and kill my wife, why don't you show me the proud one now? Ling Yun and Luo Yongji met each other's eyes, he stared at the other's terrified eyes, and said indifferently. The first to kill you, the first to kill you. Send you on your way. Ling Yun swung the knife, the scarlet knife flashed, and Luo Yongqi's head was cut off with one blow. He did what he said. The first one is sent. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yun killed a monk in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Moreover, including the Heavenly Sword Sect Master D. Hemming who arrived at the end, there were only 6 people fighting in total, which made Ling Yun feel like he was the head of a general among thousands of troops. From Ling Yun chasing and killing Luo Yongqi to cutting off the opponent's head with the last knife, the whole process was done in one go. That kind of feeling is like on the African savanna, after the cheetah stares at its prey, from the start, to chasing, to catching up with the prey, and finally throwing the prey down, biting off the neck of the prey, it is the same. It's too fierce. Brother! Brother! Zhao Mingtang cried out in pain, seeing Luo Yongqi's body separated, his eyes widened immediately, the eyeballs turned blood red, he was so shocked, it was hard to believe this fact. Du Jia and Yuan Tong were even more stunned and horrified, forgetting their fear for a while. Not good. D. Hemming was astonished, completely dumbfounded, he stopped suddenly, and subconsciously flew back to the distance, moving back a certain distance. With a slight flick of the Yinyang Gangqi chain, Ling Yun threw Luo Yongqi's body out with a whoosh, like throwing away a piece of banana peel. Humph, what about the Foundation building realm? What about Kunlun disciples? That's all. Ling Yun was not in a hurry to chase and kill others. He was holding the blood-transforming sword, standing proudly in the sky, the golden dragon gun, the seal of the king, the Yinyang Gangqi sword, and the green shadow flying sword were spinning around him, like an unrivaled demon god, and said disdainfully. Swipe. The next moment, Du Jia was the first to set off, crossing a distance of 2,000 meters in an instant, and came to Zhao Mingtang's side. Yuan Tong naturally did the same, and D. Hemming was the last one. He was terrified, and immediately flew over. With Tianjianzong's hundreds of years of foundation, Kunlun disciples can leave without leaving, but D. Hemming can't. This is his home, and he can't leave unless it is absolutely necessary, no matter how frightened he is. Silence, unspeakable silence. Boom, boom. There were 2 loud bangs on the ground one after another. It was the sound of Luo Yongqi's head and body hitting the ground respectively. This Kunlun disciple stayed here forever. Brother Zhao, our foundation building realm defense, how could it become so fragile in front of that kid? After hearing the voice, Du Jia shook his head suddenly, desperately trying to drive away the fear in his heart, and asked through sound transmission. Impossible not to be afraid, Ling Yun just stared at Luo Yongqi and was chasing after him. If the target was him, then the one whose body was separated now would be him. It's that knife, that magic knife. Zhao Mingtang stared intently at the scarlet long knife in Ling Yun's hand. The blade was so red that it dazzled the eyes. In the night sky, it seemed like a ball of blood rolling in the shape of a long knife, and it seemed to be burning, emitting a strange red light. Ling Yun can use his divine sense to activate the golden dragon gun to pose a threat to junior brother Yuan Tong, but the golden dragon gun can't pose too much threat to you in the middle stage of foundation establishment, so he only uses the golden dragon gun from the beginning to the end. Attacking junior brother Yuan Tong forced me to protect him. This is called attacking what I will save. He knew that his realm was low, and it was impossible to hurt the 3 of us only by relying on his spiritual cultivation and those few magic weapons. That's why he chose to use that knife to chase and kill junior brother Luo, desperately trying to get close to him. However, even I didn't expect that the knife would be so magical that it could easily break through the defenses of the foundation building stage. This is unbelievable. Zhao Mingtang quickly analyzed the battle just now, and told the 3 people beside him, so that they would be prepared in the future. Kunlun disciples have no brains, and his analysis is absolutely right. Ling Yun knew how much strength he possessed, how much he weighed, and how much he weighed. He knew that his level was too far behind the opponent's. but due to the limitation of his realm, his attack power always has an upper limit. This upper limit is the middle stage of foundation establishment. For example, Ling Yun is now using his strongest golden dragon gun, combined with Jindi Quanlong Zhan. He can kill Yuan Tong in the early stage of foundation establishment, and can also pose a certain threat to Luo Yongqi and Du Jia in the middle stage of foundation establishment, but it will take time and it's okay to fight one-on-one, but if you fight more with less, it's a waste of soul. As for Zhao Mingtang, needless to say, Ling Yun's golden dragon spear came in front of him, and was blocked by a big hand he transformed. The reverse is also the same. If the offense and defense are switched, Zhao Mingtang's attack can threaten Ling Yun, and Ling Yun must use Renwang Yin to resist Zhao Mingtang's flying sword, but use the slightly lower grade Yin Yang Stellar Qi sword and Qingying Fei the sword fought with the two magic weapons in the middle stage of foundation establishment. And his real trump card is always just the magic blood-melting knife in his hand. The soul of the dark blood demon dragon left the blade, and after the seal was removed, the dark blood demon knife returned to its real body and became a true blood-transforming sword. Ling Yun uses it every day, so of course he knows how terrifying it is. At least its attack power, it is at the same level as the Dragon Emperor's sword in the Sea of Consciousness between his brows. Use it to cut the hardest refining god Taishu stone, just like cutting tofu. It is impossible to stop the foundation building realm with only the physical body. This is after Ling Yun made a move. He only used 4 magic weapons to defend or attack, but these are all means and cover. The purpose is to get close to Luo Yongqi in the shortest time, and slash that knife. The disadvantage of the blood-transforming sword is that it must be held by hand to exert its attack power. Ling Yun's divine sense can't control it at all, at least for now. All this was reflected in the battle, which was the battle that killed Luo Yongqi just now. But, according to Zhang Kunlun and Li Kunlun, isn't the knife in Ling Yun's hand the black-red dark blood demon knife? How did it become like this? Du Jia was also staring at Ling Yun's blood-transforming magic knife at the moment, and asked in bewilderment. Zhao Mingtang's face was full of helplessness. You ask me, who should I ask? Anyway, the teacher said that we will take everything on Ling Yun back this trip. Du Jia and Yuan Tong fell silent for a moment. Each of them knows that Ling Yun has a lot of treasures against the sky, and he is also shrouded in countless mysteries, including those of the Ling family. These are things that Kunlun must obtain and verify, but the problem is that Ling Yun is too strong now, so strong that it makes people helpless. Brother, since that knife can easily hurt us, why doesn't Ling Yun use it as a magic weapon? Instead he keeps hitting him with his hand. Yuan Tong suddenly raised another question. Look at the color of that knife, and the blazing blood and evil spirit emanating from the knife. I don't know what will happen to this kind of knife in the future, but no one can control it with divine sense, only with the state of qi training. Zhao Mingtang was so well informed that he actually explained the reason. Suddenly, his heart shook like a flash of lightning, and he murmured, "This knife reminds me of the legendary blood-melting magic knife." But, this impossible. At this moment, Ling Yun, who had been standing motionless in the air for a long time, suddenly moved. Thinking that Ling Yun was going to attack again, the 3 Kunlun disciples, as well as Di Hemming, blocked all the magic weapons in front of them, but subconsciously took a step back. Even if they were killed now, they would not dare to let Ling Yun get close to him. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun just floated forward and then stopped. He stared at the 4 people in front of him, and suddenly grinned. "Hey, you 4, have you discussed how to deal with me?" Ling Yun didn't do anything just now, not because he suddenly showed kindness, but because he had to adjust his breath after killing Luo Yongqi with all his strength. The peak of the 5th level of qi training kills the middle stage of foundation establishment, and it is in a 1-on-5 situation. No one will believe this kind of record. Everything that happened just now was too fast. In the blink of an eye, what Ling Yun wanted was to catch him off guard by killing someone first, but the price he paid for this was really not small. Especially Zhao Mingtong's attack on the Golden Dragon Spear, and his flying sword's attack on the Human King's seal. They were actually attacking Ling Yan's divine sense, which caused Ling Yan's sea of consciousness between his brows to vibrate violently. In other words, it was a tingling pain between the eyebrows, like a burst. That is Ling Yan, who would have been unable to bear it for a long time. Moreover, the attacks of Luo Yongqi and Du Jia also caused a lot of trouble for Ling Yan, and even injured him physically. Although it was not serious, Ling Yan was already stained with blood. Ling Yan used yin-yang and 5 elements to cremate the sword qi that had entered his body, repaired the meridians, and allowed the true qi to flow smoothly again, which took him a lot of effort. Ling Yan, what kind of knife is that in your hand? Zhao Mingtang put on a defensive stance, asked in a deep voice, without mentioning Ling Yan's beheading of Luo Yongqi. You have no right to know. Ling Yan sneered and returned the favor. This was the answer given to him when he asked Zhao Mingtang about Kunlun just now, and now Ling Yan has returned it exactly. Ling Yan, in fact, with your aptitude, if you are willing to return to Kunlun with us, you will definitely become my true disciple of Kunlun. How about this, we will no longer fight, and I will take you back to Kunlun now, what do you think? Zhao Mingtang suddenly changed his posture and said sincerely. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan looked up to the sky and laughed loudly before he finished speaking, as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. Let me tell you, Zhao Mingtang, have you been in your small world of Kunlun for so long that your brain has rusted? After laughing, Ling Yan looked at Zhao Mingtang with the eyes of a fool. You treat me as a 3-year-old child? Are you going back to Kunlun with you? Going to die? Suddenly, Ling Yan's expression changed, and he shouted violently, Don't worry, I will definitely go to Kunlun, but not now. Now, I have only one thing to do, and that is to save your lives. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yan stretched out his figure and exploded in an instant, reaching 5 times the speed of sound again, rushing straight towards the 4 people in front of him. Kill! Ling Yan rampaged, the blood-transforming sword was held high, the scarlet sword glowed, and the sword gang wrapped in boundless evil energy enveloped the 4 people in front. Du Jia, junior brother Yuan Tong, retreat quickly, I will block him. Seeing Ling Yan's approach, Zhao Mingtang turned out to be even stronger than before, and knew that the 2 juniors couldn't stop him, so he communicated with their spiritual thoughts and stepped out at the same time. The huge shield suddenly enlarged, like a tortoise shell, bursting with khaki yellow light, blocking Zhao Mingtang's front. At the same time it accelerated suddenly, and ruthlessly slammed into the charging Ling Yan. In addition, Zhao Mingtang's flying sword was not idle. It was also blazing with radiance, and suddenly turned into a length of 5 feet, aiming at Ling Yan and stabbing sharply. During Ling Yan's rapid flight, his slender figure unexpectedly erratic, like a bee flapping its wings, vibrating rapidly within a very small range. Just when he was about to hit Zhao Mingtang's flying sword, he slid suddenly, and unexpectedly he dodged the tip of the flying sword with incomparable flexibility, and flew past the huge sword body. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan slashed down with his saber, and slammed it fiercely at the khaki shield magic weapon in front, making a huge bang. The shield was thrown backwards by this blow, and Ling Yan's wrist was also numb from the shock. This head-on shock finally let Ling Yan know Zhao Mingtang's true strength. A rival indeed. Give me a few more knives and try. Ling Yan violently operated the Diyan Gathering Stars Treasure Ju, and performed the heaven-extinguishing saber technique, slashing forward continuously with the blood-transforming divine saber. Boom boom boom. Although the earth-yellow shield magic weapon was violently shaken by Ling Yan, under the urging of Zhao Mingtang, every time it was chopped into the air, it would go back immediately and lay in front of Ling Yan again. It's like a wall that can never be crossed. Brother is mighty. Seeing that Zhao Mingtang really succeeded in blocking Ling Yan, making him unable to get past that shield, his confidence immediately increased, and he cheered at the same time. Zhao Mingtang's expression was solemn, and he was clenching his teeth at this moment, because he was using his divine sense to control the shield. Ling Yan's knife struck the shield, which was no different from the divine sense attacking him, and the terrifying evil spirit was attacking him. Even if he has 3 flowers gathering at the top of his head now, he still can't completely block the evil spirit. I'd like to see if it's because of my strength, or because of your strong divine sense. Ling Yan also made real fire. He knew that if Zhao Mingtang was determined to stop him with all his strength, it would be very difficult for him to hurt the other 2 Kunlun disciples if he didn't break the shield in front of him. The opponent had lost 1 person, although it seemed that one was missing, but there was no doubt that Du Jia had already been more careful with him, and now Zhao Mingtang only had to protect 2 people, which made it easier. At this time, we can only fight recklessly. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Ling Yan swung more than a dozen knives in one breath. Boom 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 boom. In his body, the yin-yang and 5-element fires turned into human-shaped flames, burning blazingly. This made Ling Yan instantly dissipate the huge countershock force he received when he swung his knife. The more brave. His golden dragon gun had long been wrapped around Zhao Mingtang's huge flying sword, making it impossible for that flying sword to get close to his body. Defense with the golden dragon gun, attack with the magic sword of turning blood. Every time Ling Yan swung the saber, Zhao Mingtang's brows felt a tingling pain, which can be seen from his expression. Zhao Mingtang frowned again and again, trying to hold on, gradually unable to multitask. This is reflected in the magic weapon, that is, the light of the flying sword began to weaken, and the volume of the illusion also began to shrink. When it flashed and moved, it was already a little stuck. Boom. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly sacrificed the human king seal again, and slammed it fiercely at Zhao Mingtang in front of him. Zhao Mingtang had no choice but to attack Wang Yin. Do it. At this time in a life-and-death battle, in the distance, Du Jia and Yuan Tong, of course, couldn't just watch Zhao Mingtang lose. The human king seal and the golden dragon gun. Boom 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 boom. Ling Yun didn't care. Still swinging the knife with all his strength, he kept slashing hard at the khaki shield. What a lunatic. Zhao Mingtang's divine sense wrapped around the earth-yellow shield was hacked off by Ling Yan's hundreds of knives. It had already been cut into fragments, gradually unable to condense, and his expression became more and more miserable and ugly. This is not a cultivator's fighting method, except for Ling Yan's use of the cultivator's flying ability. The others are simply fighting with brute force. This khaki-colored shield is a defensive magic weapon given by the master. It is called the Mountain Turtle Spirit Shield. It is made from the back shell of a spirit turtle found in Kunlun. It can be said to be Zhao Mingtang's strongest magic weapon. If the Mountain Turtle Spirit Shield was also breached by Ling Yun, then this trip, their mission this time, would be considered a complete failure. Zhao Mingtang was miserable. He really couldn't figure out where Ling Yun got so much strength. Boom. Finally, after Ling Yun slashed again, the blazing light of the Mountain Turtle Spirit Shield began to disintegrate, and it was thrown far away. Ling Yun was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and he came again in an instant, swiping his knife again, swiping. Boom boom boom. The light of the Mountain Turtle Spirit Shield became extremely dim, and countless tiny cracks appeared on it, like a spider. Puff. Zhao Mingtang's eyebrows trembled violently, followed by a stabbing pain. He couldn't hold on any longer, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Brush. At this moment, Ling Yun clasped his hands together, and actually handed over the magic knife in his right hand to his left. This. Zhao Mingtang originally thought that since Ling Yun broke through the defense of the Mountain Turtle Spirit Shield, he himself should be at the end of his battle, but the scene in front of him made his eyes widen, and his eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. In fact, Ling Yan's right hand that swung the saber was already so numb that he couldn't control it, but he still had another hand. Boom 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 boom. After changing hands with the blood-transforming magic knife, Ling Yun continued to slash wildly, 5 times in a row, and finally completely wiped out the mountain turtle spirit shield, and finally burst into countless pieces. At the same time, Zhao Mingtang vomited blood again. But he couldn't care less about getting hurt right now. Mission failed, 2 junior brothers, hurry up. After the mountain turtle spirit shield was shattered, Zhao Mingtang instantly thought of the terrifying situation that would follow, and he made a decisive decision to let Du Jia and Yuan Tong escape directly. If they escaped just now, maybe there was still time, but now, it's too late. Ling Yun sneered, and when he spoke, he suddenly cast the secret technique, the dragon elephant's magical power. But this time, Ling Yun didn't improve too much, because he had already gained the upper hand. Just to kill the enemy, he only needed to increase his strength and speed by 3 times. In an instant, the blood in Ling Yun's body soared, and the light on his body was blazing. Like a god, he exuded an invincible aura that had never been seen before. Brush. The moment the mountain turtle spiritual shield exploded, Ling Yun disappeared in place with the help of the terrifying speed brought by the secret technique. The next moment, he unexpectedly appeared out of thin air in front of Du Jia, calmly swinging his knife. Now it is your turn. Following Ling Yun's violent shout, he slashed at the terrified Du Jia. Boom! This knife was so domineering, it first smashed a flying sword that Du Jia used to defend, then the knife flashed, easily broke through his defense, then cut his body, and directly cut him open broken belly. Du Jia cried out in agony. Ling Yun swung his knife like lightning, cut across Du Jia's body, cut him in half, and at the same time, his figure disappeared in place, and came to Yuan Tong's body. Now you. Ling Yun directly slashed with his knife, cutting off Yuan Tong's neck. Chi. Zhao Mingtang's eyes were about to burst, his flying sword was attacking Ling Yun with all his strength. But Ling Yun's speed was too fast. Within a range of 2,000 meters, he was simply teleporting, which already surpassed the speed of Zhao Mingtang's flying sword. Fei Jian couldn't catch up with Ling Yun, and always pierced a phantom left by Ling Yun. Hula la! Zhao Mingtang watched the 2 juniors being beheaded by Ling Yun one after another. He was already extremely angry, and unexpectedly raised the Gangfeng banner again. Without hesitation, he swung it in front of him. The banner is waving, and the wind is hunting. Fortunately, Zhao Mingtang's judgment was correct. After Ling Yun killed Yuan Tong, he really ran towards him again. Because his speed was too fast, he was swept away by his Gangfeng banner and was immediately swept out. What a magic weapon! Ling Yun was swept out 500 meters away, but instead of anger, he was happy, his eyes sparkled. Maid, this must be taken away. I will use it as a plantain fan in the future. If anyone is upset, I will shoot it flying. After Ling Yun stabilized his figure, he came across the sky again. This time he slowed down a little, and shouted at Zhao Mingtang, pass the flag and don't kill. Zhao Mingtang gritted his teeth, his eyes were red. Ling Yun dog thief, I will fight you hard. While speaking, he actually held up a big flag and rushed towards Ling Yun, sweeping towards Ling Yun again. Brush. Ling Yun had already killed 3 Kunlun disciples, so of course he was not in a hurry now. He was too lazy to confront the mad Zhao Mingtang head-on. Instead he used the strong wind from the banner to fly towards the Heavenly Sword Sect Master Hemming. Just now when Ling Yun broke the mountain turtle spirit shield and killed Du Jia, Hemming already understood that the situation was over. He didn't dare to attack Ling Yun again, and had already fled with all his strength in the direction of Diffing. When Ling Yun freed his hand, Hemming had already rushed halfway, and was about to reach the peak. Old man, do you think you can still escape? However, suddenly, Ling Yun's cold voice sounded from his ears. Hemming was startled suddenly, and then saw a figure whistling past him, and rushed in front of him. After casting the Dragon Elephant magical power secret technique, Ling Yun's current speed is really too fast. Of course, now he triples the speed, but not 3 times the original speed. In that case, it would be 15 times the speed of sound. Ling Yan's current state can't do it at all, that would tear the flesh. In fact, the speed of the dragon elephant divine strength is also limited by the realm. Below the foundation realm, the speed of sound is the limit. It is said that the speed has been doubled, but in fact it has doubled the speed of sound. Ling Yan has increased by 3 times now, which is equivalent to 3 times the speed of sound on the basis of the original 5 times the speed of sound. He is now 8 times the speed of sound. This speed is more than enough for chasing and killing the cultivators who are blocking the foundation establishment realm. Ling Yun was late and came first, overtaking Hemming in an instant, and rushed in front of him. Be careful. Seeing Ling Yun approaching him, Hemming didn't launch an attack on him. He immediately thought of what Ling Yun was going to do, and he was very anxious, so he directly sent a voice transmission to Xiaoshan. At this moment, Xiaoshan is in the Heavenly Sword Sect's diffing general altar. At this moment, there is a loud crackling sound, which is mixed with a huge bang. Formation, kill Ling Yun. Hemming reminded Xiaoshan that at the same time, he did not forget to sacrifice his heavenly sword and attack Ling Yun with all his strength. It's just a pity that Ling Yun's divine sense is too strong now, and all 4 magic weapons are there. He just sacrificed the human king's seal, and blocked all of Hemming's heavenly sword attacks. Old man, you really talk a lot. Chi. During the rapid flight, Ling Yun sacrificed the golden dragon spear, performed the golden emperor's mad dragon slash, and stabbed at Hemming. Everything was too fast. What? Hemming violently released his sword energy, desperately trying to stop the golden dragon gun, but his current state is only at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. Even Dujia and Luo Yongqi can't compare, and the Heavenly Sword Sect majors the most important thing is the Heavenly Sword killing technique, so the defense is naturally weak. A golden mad dragon bursting with blazing golden light was flying and spinning in the air, and a golden dragon gun was wrapped in it. The golden dragon gun trembled and penetrated Hemming's sword energy defense in an instant. Puff puff puff. Motivated by Ling Yun's divine sense, he stabbed Hemming's body back and forth 4 times in a row, each time piercing his body. After 4 shots, Hemming's right chest, lower abdomen, and 2 thighs were stabbed. Suddenly there are 8 more holes. Hemming let out a muffled snort, his figure was on the verge of falling, he vomited blood, and his flying speed slowed down a lot. You can't protect yourself, and you still want to protect your daughter who deserves to be hacked? Ling Yun simply flew back and stood in front of Hemming. He deliberately didn't kill him instantly, and said in a cold voice. Ling Yun, I, the Heavenly Sword Sect, confessed, and now I know that I was wrong. Please show me your hand. How about letting my Heavenly Sword Sect go? Hemming's face was pale, his body was dripping with blood, and his heart was bleeding even more. He tried his best to maintain Yukong's state, and said in a trembling voice. I knew today, why bother? There was no trace of pity on Ling Yun's face. He glanced at Zhao Mingtang who was flying towards Hemming in the distance behind Hemming, holding a large blue flag, and then said indifferently, your daughter relies on the power of the Heavenly Sword Sect to act recklessly. You actually humiliated and tortured my mother for half a year, and during these 6 months, you turned a blind eye to it, which shows the humanity of your father and daughter. Swipe, swipe, swipe. While speaking, Ling Yan's hands were not idle. He cut off Hemming's limbs 5 times in a row, and then cut Hemming's dantian horizontally with the last knife, splitting his dantian into pieces. After Hemming was abolished, in the end, Ling Yan's hand was like lightning, and he used the 5 elements to cut off the pulse, sealing all the blood in his body. I won't let you die yet, I want you to watch me destroy your Heavenly Sword Sect. Ling Yun knew that under this kind of injury, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm would not be able to die. He had no time to talk nonsense with the other party, so he suddenly kicked Hemming towards Zhao Mingtang, who was about to rush. Hula la! Zhao Mingtang suddenly discovered that his speed in the late stage of Foundation establishment was actually not enough. No matter how much he chased, he couldn't touch Ling Yun's side. He was already extremely angry. Now seeing Ling Yun stopped in front, before he came over, he couldn't help but wave the gangwind flag suddenly. Hemming is so pitiful. He was cut off by Ling Yun just now, and his dantian was crippled, and now he was swept away by Gang Fengqi, and he was directly swept away. Thank you for your help. As for whether Hemming would be killed by this blow, Ling Yun didn't bother to care. He sneered and left. Ling Yun, don't leave if you have the guts. Seeing that he was being teased by Ling Yun like this, Zhao Mingtang was even more furious, and he didn't care about Hemming's life or death, and chased forward again. Rumble. At the top of Difengfang, Xiaozhen had already seen his father being completely abolished by Ling Yun. She went completely crazy, and activated the Heavenly Sword Sex Mountain Protection Formation desperately. The Heavenly Sword Sex Mountain Protection Formation is usually used to prevent foreign enemies from being invaded by defensive formations to protect the Heavenly Sword Sect. But now, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen are already within the Heavenly Sword Sect, which means that the enemy has invaded, and the defensive formation is naturally useless, so now Xiaozhen is opening the killing formation of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Amidst the loud bangs, around the 3 mountain peaks, the barriers condensed by countless sword qi began to vibrate violently. Then, the smooth and complete barriers, like a shattered mirror, instantly turned into countless swords. Anger. Following the waves of sword qi, they quickly condensed into giant heavenly swords one after another. The protective wall of the Great Mountain Formation disappeared completely, and the huge mountain ridge to the south also became clearly visible. In the blink of an eye, around the 3 mountain peaks, thousands of sky swords appeared at the same time, each of which was tens of meters long, glowing brightly in the night, and pointed at the ground peaks at the same time. This is the Heavenly Sword Slaying Formation of the Heavenly Sword Sect. I already knew that you still have this trick. Seeing this, Ling Yun sneered. At this time, he had already reached the top of Difeng, and Zhao Mingtang naturally followed closely behind him. Xiaozhen sat in the main altar of the Difeng, and when she saw Ling Yun approaching the sky above the Difeng, she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Ling Yun bastard, you dare to hurt my father, I will let you die without a place to die." Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of huge heavenly swords outside the peak moved suddenly, so fast that they couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and stabbed at Ling Yun at the same time. Xiaozhen personally presides over the Heavenly Sword Killing Formation. She controls the eyes of the formation. As long as the divine sense moves, the entire formation will completely obey her orders. Fuck. Ling Yun looked at the power of those heavenly swords, and knew that under the power of the formation, every heavenly sword stabbed had the attack power of the flying swords of the monks in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Edge. Brush. Ling Yun changed form and shadow in the air, and suddenly hid behind Zhao Mingtang. Zhao Mingtang, it's up to you. He regarded Zhao Mingtang as a free shield. I #UN% at. Zhao Mingtang cursed angrily, but he didn't have the speed of Ling Yun. Seeing dozens of heavenly swords flying towards him like a rain of swords, he was horrified and could only wave the Gangfeng banner to sweep away those heavenly swords. Good job. Kunlun disciples are really extraordinary. During Ling Yun's rapid flight, he deliberately praised Zhao Mingtang, and made Zhao Mingtang angry with 1 Buddha and 2 Buddhas into the sky, roaring again and again, until now he no longer had the demeanor of a Kunlun disciple. Whoosh whoosh. After a wave of heavenly swords was shot flying, Xiaozhen immediately moved with his divine sense, and another wave of heavenly swords came, this time more, there were hundreds of them, flying from all directions of the peak, towards the middle Ling Yunfei came. Continue. Ling Yun sneered, Relying on his extreme speed, he spun around Zhao Mingtang rapidly, completely using him as a card to block the sword. Zhao Mingtang wanted to cry, but even though those flying swords were more accurate under Di Xiaozhen's control, the goal was to stab Ling Yun, but Ling Yun was circling around him now. Those flying swords have speed, and Di Xiaozhen only has the spiritual consciousness of the 8th level of Qi training, and this kind of spiritual consciousness is even difficult to catch Ling Yun's figure, so it becomes an indiscriminate attack. Whoa, 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 whoa. Zhao Mingtang had no choice but to frantically roll the Gangfeng banner, flying those heavenly swords that kept flying over and over again. Di Xiaozhen, are you crazy? You even killed me. Master Zhao, I will kill Ling Yun, that bastard tonight. Please don't stay in the air, hurry down and join me. No matter how crazy Di Xiaozhen was, she knew it was wrong. She had no choice but to slow down her attack a little bit, and at the same time said to Zhao Mingtang via voice transmission. Zhao Mingtang was speechless, suddenly alerted, because the 3 junior brothers died one after another. His eyes were red-eyed, and his eyes were also red-eyed. Just now he was being led by the nose by Ling Yun, but he didn't realize it. Forget it. Although Zhao Mingtang's life-and-death fighting experience was far inferior to Ling Yun's, but after being reminded by Di Xiaozhen, he instantly figured it out and was no longer led by Ling Yun. Hula la. As soon as the gangwind flag rolled, Zhao Mingtang swept away the road in front of him in an instant. He flew down and landed on the top of the mountain, finally getting his feet on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for clearing the way. Brush. Ling Yun followed Zhao Mingtang like a shadow and landed on the ground. After landing, he thanked Zhao Mingtang without haste. Whoosh. Zhao Mingtang stomped his feet. Without saying a word, he threw out his flying sword and stabbed Ling Yun. Boom. The Ling Yun man Wang Yin blasted out and collided violently with Zhao Mingtang's flying sword, making a loud noise. His true energy exploded, and all the houses within a radius of more than 10 feet collapsed. Chi 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 chi. At this moment, dozens of chi swords drilled out of the rock around Ling Yun suddenly, stabbing towards Ling Yun again. This is the Earth Peak. The Heavenly Sword sect not only has the Heavenly Sword, but also the Earthly Sword. Now this peak is a net of heaven and earth. Ling Yun, let me see where you are going to escape now. In the distance ahead, Di Xiaozhen sat upright in the conference hall of the Earth Peak, and at the same time as she used the Earth Sword, her face twisted and ferocious, and she shouted in a cold voice. But the next moment, Di Xiaozhen was dumbfounded. Ling Yun sneered, and while flashing and moving, he calmly swung his knife, smashing all the ground swords pierced out of the rock under his feet, and walked forward proudly. Your uncle, I came here to catch you. Who said I was going to escape? Ling Yun beheaded 3 Kunlun disciples, but left Zhao Mingtang on the way and rushed to Difeng first, in order to capture Di Xiaozhen alive. Unless Di Xiaozhen dared to commit suicide, otherwise, Ling Yun would rather let Kunlun disciple Zhao Mingtang go, and capture her first, and then bring her to Qin Qiuyue to make her pay for all the sins and pay for the evil things she did before. Cost. Although he hadn't had time to inquire specifically, when Ling Yun arrived at Tianfeng, after hearing what Di Xiaozhen said to Qin Qiuyue, and seeing the appearance of Ning Tianya and Qin Qiuyue, he could already imagine that in the past 6 months, how she tortured these 2 people. That's why Ling Yun was so furious. Chi 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 chi. Boom 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 boom. On the ground peak, terrifying sword aura intertwined. Countless heavenly swords came to the sky above Ling Yun's head, stabbing him like a rain of swords. Under Ling Yun's feet, countless earth swords drilled out of the rock under his feet. 3 meters long, forming a ground sword, piercing towards Ling Yun non-stop. Heavenly swords are like rain, and earthly swords are like forests, criss-crossing and intertwining to form a sword net, blocking Ling Yun's body, and there are constantly big swords flying around his body, chopping, cutting, stabbing. This is Tianjianzong's killing array. Ling Yun was caught in a terrifying killing formation, the sword net was too dense. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to dodge all of them, so he could only open the Hunyuan Ichi shield, and at the same time run the Diyen gathering star treasure, relying on the dragon and elephant's divine strength. With the triple defense of the improvement, he is attacking with the sword array. Of course, at this time all 4 of Ling Yun's magic weapons have also been sacrificed, and the king's seal with a radius of 3 feet hangs above his head, blocking the heavenly sword that stabs down from above his head, and the golden dragon gun begins to resist Zhao Mingtong's flying sword. The other 2 Yinyang stellar chi swords and Qingying flying sword swiftly shuttled behind him, protecting his vital parts behind him. Ling Yun was moving forward, but his speed was not too fast. He swung the blood-transforming magic knife in his hand so that the wind and rain could not be penetrated, smashed the sword net in front of him, and chopped off all the heavenly and earth swords transformed by the sword energy. Become sword energy, and then, absorb it crazily. This can form a sword energy with attack power in the late stage of foundation establishment. Of course Ling Yun is not willing to miss it. Anyway, the secret technique of Dragon Elephant Divine Strength still has a long time, so he has no fear at all. The sword chi that was shattered by Ling Yun was quickly taken into his body by him, and immediately assimilated by Yinyang True Chi, and then calcined by the Yinyang 5 elements fire, and directly transformed into his own Yinyang Gang Chi. As a result, the Yinyang Gang Chi sword was quickly strengthened. In a short period of time, it has changed from more than 1 foot long to a 2-meter long sword with a width of more than 1 foot. Moreover, as the sword energy increases, the body of the Yinyang Gang Chi sword also changes. It became more and more solid, and it looked exactly like a real sword made of metal. Call. The Yinyang and 5 elements fire spewed out and wrapped the body of the Yinyang Gang Chi sword, which made the Yinyang Gang Chi sword seem to be ignited. Ling Yun no longer made the Yinyang Gang Chi sword bigger, but used the Yinyang 5 elements fire to burn it, violently temper the sword body, and rapidly improve the rank of the Yinyang Gang Chi sword. Ling Yun is only 1 mile away from Di Xiaoshan. How is this possible? Di Xiaoshan was shocked, with unbelievable fear in her eyes. She tried her best to control the heavenly sword killing formation, trying to stop Ling Yun, but she was muttering to herself. There is no way. The killing formation of Tianjianzong was destroyed in a big battle, and no one has the ability to restore it. Although this is not the greatest power of the Tianjian killing formation, Di Xiaoshan is only at the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. Her cultivation base can only release the power of the formation to this extent, which is already the limit. Di Xiaoshan, you poisonous woman. As the Yinyang Gang Chi sword became stronger and stronger, Ling Yun also became more and more relaxed. He began to speed up and move forward in a chic manner, but he said to Di Xiaoshan, you will have today, your Tianjianzong will have today. It's all because of your arrogance that you don't treat people as human beings. You bullying others has nothing to do with me, but you tortured my mother, let alone tortured her for so long, not even once. As he kept moving forward, Ling Yun was less than 300 meters away from Di Xiaoshan in front of him. He sneered, and with a thought. He took out the magic sword Dark Storm again. With the blood-transforming sword in his left hand and the Dark Storm in his right hand, Ling Yun continued to use the blood-transforming sword to smash those heavenly and earth swords, but began to use the Dark Storm to cast a vortex of Yin and Yang true energy, and once again violently absorbed the shattered masterless sword energy. Originally, Ling Yun was just trying, and didn't expect to be able to do it, but he didn't expect to try it, and found that the magic sword Dark Storm absorbed the sword energy, which was actually more violent and domineering than the Yinyang Gang Chi sword. It was simply greed, which made Ling Yun feel overjoyed. How could there be such a monster in the Ling family? Is this still human? At this moment, Zhao Mingtang had already rushed to Di Xiaoshan's side. While he was madly attacking Ling Yun, he also looked dumbfounded, very confused, because he wanted to break his head and compared those geniuses in Kunlun with the current Ling Yun, and found that in the huge Kunlun, there is no one who can rival Ling Yun. Zhao Mingtang stomped his feet secretly, feeling infinitely regretful in his heart, saying that he really shouldn't have come to this mission to capture and kill Ling Yun. He thought he could capture Ling Yun easily, but unexpectedly it turned into such a situation. This is not here to take people, it is simply to die. After all, he still underestimated Ling Yun's growth rate, and Ling Yun's terrifying combat power far surpassing the same level. Princess D, I think the power of your heavenly sword formation should be far more than that. Why can't you stop him? Seeing Ling Yun getting closer, Zhao Mingtang felt anxious, and hurriedly asked through voice transmission with his spiritual thoughts. That's right, my heavenly sword sex killing array is fully deployed, and the power can definitely easily kill monks in the foundation building realm, but my realm is not enough, and my injuries have not healed. This is the greatest power I can release. Under all kinds of crises, Di Xiaozhen didn't care so much anymore, and besides, she didn't need to hide it from the Kunlun disciples, so she replied immediately. Zhao Mingtang hurriedly said, the top priority now should be to kill Ling Yun. If you don't mind, can you tell me the secret of controlling the formation, so that I can control the formation? You think I didn't expect that? Di Xiaozhen's long hair was disheveled, and her forehead was already covered with sweat. It was getting more and more difficult for her to control the formation, so she said angrily, just to motivate this heavenly sword to kill the formation, you must practice my heavenly sword sect skills even though you have a high realm, you can't control my heavenly sword sect formation. Zhao Mingtang was dumbfounded, then what should I do? Di Xiaozhen's face was ferocious, and he gritted his teeth and said, young Master Zhao, there is only one way right now, you go all out and help me resist Ling Yun for a while. My son Di Qingho is now looking for his sixth grandfather. As long as my sixth uncle can arrive here, personally control the formation, and guarantee to kill Ling Yun. It is good. Zhao Mingtang thought for a while and immediately agreed. He communicated with Di Xiaozhen in secret, and the two cooperated. Then he waved the Gangfeng flag and swept it forward. The banners were flying and the wind was whistling. I saw countless sky swords being blown by the fierce wind. It actually doubled the speed of those sky swords, turned into a rain of swords, and stabbed towards Ling Yun violently. Since the Gangfeng banner can break the formation, of course it can also help the formation. The Tianjian is extremely fast, but when it is rolled by the Gangfeng banner, its power is doubled. Boom 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 boom. Ling Yun waved his hands, wielding the blood-transforming sword and the dark storm at the same time, and chopped off all the flying sky swords, but the speed of those sky swords has become too fast now, and it is impossible to smash them, and Ling Yun is also violently blown by the wind within the range of his body. Even though he had set his feet on the ground and had a foundation under his feet, he was shaken by the wind and staggered to and fro. However, now that Ling Yun is less than 200 meters away from Di Xiaozhen, it is certainly impossible for him to give up at this time. Maid, the cooperation is not bad. But Ling Yun squinted his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. With a flash of thought in his mind, he smiled coldly, this will only make you die faster. Brush. With a movement of Ling Yun's mind, his leg stepped on the ground suddenly, and the earth attribute energy in the thunder pool in the Dantian surged out, pouring into the ground along his legs. The five elements slaughtering art, Huangquan to Wanggong. Ling Yun used the powerful earth attribute energy to turn stones into water. The rocks, within a dozen meters around him, turned into flowing water in his eyes. Brush. The next moment, Ling Yun completely disappeared, submerged into the rock under his feet, and then rushed forward, quickly underground. Just looking at Di Xiaozhen's unruffled appearance, Ling Yun knew that she must have some other tricks, but who is Ling Yun? He has absorbed enough sword energy now, and he can't use any more. It is impossible to wait for the other party zoom in to deal with him. What about others? Yeah, where are people? Ling Yun's figure disappeared in an instant, but it made Di Xiaozhen and Zhao Mingtang dumbfounded at the same time. One of them controlled the sword formation, and the other waved the banner. Not good. He actually knows the art of earth escape. Zhao Mingtang suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed violently. As he spoke, he soared into the sky without hesitation, and at the same time reminded Di Xiaozhen, "Go." What earth escape? Di Xiaozhen was dumbfounded. Before he had time to react, he was in a daze when he felt the ground under his feet tremble. Ah. Not good. Di Xiaozhen turned pale with shock. His first reaction was to abandon the formation and run for his life, but it was too late. If Ling Yun didn't make a move, it would be impossible to give the enemy another chance. After he used Earth Dungeon, he galloped underground with all his strength, and came to Di Xiaozhen's side in the blink of an eye. Brush. Just as Di Xiaozhen was about to fly into the air, he felt a blur in front of him, and Ling Yun rushed out from the ground. Chi 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 chi. The Yinyang Stellar Chi sword was even faster, like an earth sword. It came out of the ground abruptly, piercing 7 or 8 holes in Di Xiaozhen's body in an instant. Of course Ling Yun couldn't be polite to her. He seriously injured her again, then moved forward, rushed forward, and slapped Di Xiaozhen's dantian. Boom! Ling Yun's palm strength is so strong that he slapped Di Xiaozhen's dantian apart with just one palm, which is tantamount to abolishing her martial arts. Puff! As soon as Di Xiaozhen uttered a miserable cry, she immediately vomited blood, and the true energy in her body was no longer under control, and she began to rush wildly, as if she was possessed by a madman, which gave her a taste of severe pain. Don't worry, I will never kill you. Ling Yun sneered and tapped his fingers, which also helped to seal the blood in her body so that she would not lose too much blood and die. Capture Di Xiaozhen alive. The second one is delivered. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. After Ling Yun abolished Di Xiaozhen, he didn't bother to take care of her anymore, because he had more important things to do now. Zhao Mingtang wants to escape. Up to this point in the fight with Ling Yun, Zhao Mingtang had already used all his housekeeping skills, especially just now, when he used his master's Chongbao Gangfeng banner to cooperate with the Heavenly Sword sect to kill the formation. He still couldn't do anything to Ling Yun, but was attacked by Ling Yun instead. Easily he rushed into the eye of the Heavenly Sword killing formation, which made him very frustrated, and he was already disheartened. In terms of attack, Zhao Mingtang's flying sword was still unable to break through Ling Yun's defense. In terms of speed, Ling Yun's flying speed had already completely crushed him. Especially, now that the situation in the arena has changed, the 3 fellow disciples brought by Zhao Mingtang have all been beheaded by Ling Yun, and the Lord of the Heavenly Sword sect, Di Heming and Di Xiaozhen, have been completely abolished by Ling Yun. Captured alive. Except for the 6th uncle Di Xiaozhen mentioned, who has not shown up for a long time, he is the only one left in the huge Tianjian zone who is still qualified to fight Ling Yun. What's more, up to this moment, Ling Yun's strongest whole card, that is, the pure Yang giant sword with terrifying attack power, he has not yet used it. If you don't leave now, when will you stay? The Kunlun disciples were already well informed, and Zhao Mingtang possessed the consciousness of the later stage of Foundation establishment. When he sensed something was wrong, he already knew that the Heavenly Sword sect was completely finished, and he didn't want to be entangled by Ling Yun again. Without turning back, he waved the banner in his hand continuously, sweeping away all the Heavenly Swords flying around in front of him, and then fled towards the outside of the Heavenly Sword sect with all his strength. The direction of his escape is the northwest direction of the valley where Tianjianzong is located, Tomar Peak. Zhao Mingtang was as anxious as a bereaved dog. At this time, he was afraid that Ling Yunfei would come out to chase and kill him, and he would not care about the corpses of the family. Want to escape? There is no way. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun did not pursue Zhao Mingtang. At this moment, he was standing next to the eye of the Heavenly Sword sect's killing formation, with deep eyes, watching Zhao Mingtang, who was fleeing quickly, and said with a sneer. The eye of the Heavenly Sword Zheng's killing formation is actually a giant blue sword, nearly 3 meters long and about a foot wide, suspended in the air with the tip facing down, half a meter away from the ground. It is made of the purest. The sword energy is condensed, but the entire sword body is like a cyan metal refining, and the whole body is full of cyan light. That cyan light is the sword glow, and the light flickers. It is this giant sword breathing out the sword energy. After Xuanhuan was abolished, no one can control it anymore, but it is still spinning slowly. Unexpectedly the big formation was running, but those heavenly swords lost their targets, shuttled through the air with lightning, flying and stabbing randomly, without distinguishing between the enemy and the enemy. However, others cannot control this heavenly sword-killing formation, but Ling Yun can. What kind of person is Ling Yun? He is the master of formations. This level of formations, he can clearly control the method just by looking at them, and when he confronted the people of Tianjianzong just now, Ling Yun has already figured out the method of Tianjianzong in the way of using the heavenly sword. He has absorbed countless heavenly sword qi, and those sword qis are far more than what Xuanhuan cultivated. Heavenly swordsmanship? Ling Yun smiled coldly, and suddenly activated the holy law of Qiankuan Wuji. He evolved the heavenly sword sex movement method in his body, and then activated the massive sword energy in his body, and flicked his fingers at the blue giant sword. Buzz! The blade of the cyan giant sword trembled, and it made the sound of dragon chant. The cyan light was blazing and dazzling, reflecting the entire Tianjianzong's conference hall in azure blue. Suddenly, I saw those heavenly swords shuttling around. All of them exploded suddenly, first turned into sword energy, and then recombined and condensed. Every 9 heavenly swords merged into a giant sword, not to mention the far ones. Only the earth peaks at the top of the peak. Under Ling Yun's control, 36 giant swords were instantly condensed. Rumble. Accompanied by this terrifying change, the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and man of the heavenly sword sect trembled at the same time, and the real ground shook, and the true power of the heavenly sword-killing formation was completely unleashed by Ling Yun. How is this possible? How could you control my heavenly sword sex-killing array? It can still exert its true power? Xuanhuan lay on the ground with disheveled hair. She was already in a coma, but was awakened by the violent ground vibration. She saw this astonishing change, and she was dumbfounded. Unbelievable. There are so many impossible things. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth hooked up, chasing Zhao Mingtang's figure with his tyrannical thoughts, and said to him through voice transmission, "Zhao Mingtang, you are going to be unlucky." Swipe swipe. In the sky, 9 new heavenly swords trembled at the same time, and then flew out like lightning, and stabbed at Zhao Mingtang. The speed was really too fast, at least twice as fast as before. Double the speed of sound. In Zhao Mingtang's later stage of foundation establishment, even if he uses the secret technique, his limit speed can barely reach 8 times the speed of sound, and it is impossible to escape. No, how is this possible? Originally, Zhao Mingtang saw that Ling Yun didn't pursue him, and thought that he would be able to escape for sure, but he never dreamed that Ling Yun would come up with such a trick. Monster, what kind of monster is this? Zhao Mingtang wanted to cry without tears. He was going crazy, seeing the 9 heavenly swords getting closer and closer, knowing that there was no hope for him to escape, so he turned around abruptly, waved the gangwind flag in his hand again, and pointed at the heavenly swords flying in the distance. Sword, swing with all your strength. Hula la. The wind swept across the sky, and immediately met the 9 heavenly swords. But the next moment, Zhao Mingtang was completely dumbfounded. His heart was about to burst. He changed direction without hesitation, and ran away desperately, hating himself for not going fast enough. When the 9 heavenly swords collided with Gangfeng, they didn't even change their direction, but their speed slowed down a little, and they directly pierced Gangfeng, and continued to chase Zhao Mingtang. Zhao Mingtang watched this scene, and immediately knew that as long as any one of these 9 heavenly swords pierced him, he would be able to break through his defense and split his body, because those heavenly swords are really too big now. Since there is no way to go to heaven, Zhao Mingtang can only choose to fly towards the ground. At least, he can take advantage of the complex terrain on the ground and use those rocks as cover to block these heavenly swords. Whoosh whoosh. Unexpectedly, after the 9 heavenly swords passed Zhao Mingtang's original location, they did not turn around and chase him, but spread out suddenly, each turning their direction. The distance between the swords was 1,800 meters, 1 point, not much, not a cent less. At the same time, the heavenly swords around Tianfeng and Renfeng are the same, they all spread out, and all the sword points are aimed at Tianjianzong, forming a real heaven and earth net. The 3 peaks of heaven, earth and man are no more and no less, exactly 108. No wonder Ling Yun said that Zhao Mingtang was unlucky. He was really unlucky, never dreamed that after the heavenly sword killing formation fell into Ling Yun's control, it would display such terrifying power. Zhao Mingtang, you are already a turtle in a urn, I advise you to catch it, with nothing. Ling Yun controlled the heavenly sword slaying formation, he held the hilt in his hand, and with the help of the 108 giant swords around him, he could have a panoramic view of the entire situation of the heavenly sword sect, showing every detail, and Zhao Mingtang had nothing to hide. I want Zhao Mingtang to be captured without a fight, daydreaming. Zhao Mingtang flew down to the ground, using rocks to cover his figure. His heart was filled with fear, but his mouth was still stubborn. Look clearly, it's night. Ling Yun said with a chuckle, then flicked the blade again with his fingers. Chi chi chi. 3 ground swords came out from Zhao Mingtang's feet, without any warning, piercing Zhao Mingtang's body. What? Zhao Mingtang flew away, his speed was reaching the limit, and narrowly avoided Ling Yun's attack again. Whoosh whoosh. However, while he was galloping, 3 more heavenly swords flew from a short distance away, whizzing past and slashing at Zhao Mingtang with the sound of piercing through the sky. Zhao Mingtang waved the flag desperately and dodged with all his strength at the same time, but in the end he was a bit slower, and was stabbed in the right shoulder by one of the heavenly swords, taking away a large piece of flesh, dripping with blood. Unexpectedly, the person who established the sect of the Heavenly Sword sect is also a sword cultivator, who is well versed in formations. Ling Yun flicked his fingers, teasing Zhao Mingtang recklessly, but at the same time lamenting that the sword cultivator who arranged the heavenly sword killing formation actually used the 3 peaks of heaven, earth and man of the heavenly sword sect with the help of the ingenious changes of the 3 talents formation. Nourished by the hundreds of years of sword energy from countless disciples of the heavenly sword sect, this terrifying formation was formed. Fortunately, the person who controlled the sword formation just now was Di Xiaozhen, who was at the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. If Ling Yun had been a little bit bigger just now, and Di Hemming, who was in the Foundation realm, had rushed here to personally control this large formation, then it's going to be a big trouble. But now, this large formation is in Ling Yun's hands, and it can be sent and received freely, and he has played with it to the fullest. Chi 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 chi. Boom boom boom. In the Heavenly Sword sect, heavenly swords would fly up from time to time, chasing and killing Zhao Mingtang, and as long as Zhao Mingtang got close to the ground sword would stab out from under his feet, leaving him nowhere to hide. At this time, Zhao Mingtang had already suffered more than a dozen wounds on his body, which were stabbed by those heavenly swords. He was dripping with blood, panting, and was still crazily avoiding the pursuit of the heavenly swords. Zhao Mingtang, I have no intention of killing you. As long as you are willing to capture me without a fight, I will save your life. I just want to ask you about Kunlun. What do you think? Ling Yun held the blue giant sword in his hand, and with a smile on his face, he communicated with Zhao Mingtang through sound transmission with his spiritual thoughts. Although the entire Heavenly Sword sect is now in Ling Yun's hands, and he is getting more and more comfortable controlling the Heavenly Sword slaying formation, Ling Yun knows that Di Xiaozhen, the Tao Protector, has not yet appeared, and Ling Yun still has something for him a little worry. Little thief Ling Yun, stop wishful thinking, I am a disciple of Kunlun, I would rather die than betray Kunlun. While dodging, Zhao Mingtang gradually approached Tianfeng, his divine scent shrouded him, his eyes hardened, and he shouted angrily. While speaking, Zhao Mingtang suddenly dodged a piercing heavenly sword, he yelled violently, burned his divine energy fiercely, and galloped towards the top of Tianfeng Peak. Kill. At 8 times the speed of sound, Zhao Mingtang was about to reach the top of Tianfeng Peak. He had already sacrificed his flying sword, activated by his divine sense, and slashed towards the cliff where Qin Qiuyue was. Zhao Mingtang knew that he couldn't break through the defense of Ghost God Willow, so he didn't chop there, but wanted to cut off the whole cliff, split him from Tianfeng. Court death. Ling Yun had already guessed Zhao Mingtang's plan, a cold murderous intent flashed in his dark eyes, and he suddenly activated the sword array. Around Tianfeng, 9 heavenly swords moved at the same time, coming from all directions. One of them pierced Zhao Mingtang's flying sword, and the other 8 heavenly swords pierced Zhao Mingtang's body instantly. That kind of scene is like 8 kitchen knives, cutting at a balloon from 8 directions at the same time. Ling Yun sighed, he couldn't keep his hands back, he urged the sword array to strike with all his strength, and smashed Zhao Mingtang to pieces. Sorry for the late update today. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Brush. The 8 sword lights split apart at the touch, and under the precise control of Ling Yun's tyrannical divine sense, they surprisingly did not collide, but continued to fly forward along the original trajectory after cutting off Zhao Mingtang's body. In the blink of an eye, they flew a distance of 2,000 meters before they stopped suddenly. The blade turned around, and the tip of the sword was suspended in the air, still maintaining the formation of the sword. There is no doubt that this is an extremely exciting moment, but because all this happened so fast, those disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who were in the lower realms in the distance could not catch it with their spiritual sense, and could only see the flash of 8 sword lights. However, they suddenly staggered and then separated quickly. However, those disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect saw the next scene clearly, which made them dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. Zhao Mingtang's body suddenly froze in the air, and then 8 huge cracks appeared on his body, and then exploded, splitting into pieces in the air. His body was cut into 9 pieces, and under the huge inertia, he flew in all directions. It has to be said that Zhao Mingtang's death was really terrible, because he wanted to take Qin Qiuyue and Yi Xingchen as his backs when he was dying, which completely touched Ling Yun's back. Because Zhao Mingtang was rushing up just now, after his head was cut off by the heavenly sword, he naturally flew towards the sky. At this time, his eyes were blood red, and he opened them with fury. His face was extremely ferocious, obviously he was extremely unwilling to die. Ling Yun, my Kunlun cultivators are like clouds, and my power is like rain. If you dare to slaughter my 4 senior brothers today, just wait for my whole Kunlun to hunt you down. These were the words that Zhao Mingtang tried his best to pass on to Ling Yun with his divine sense before his divine sense disappeared. Whatever, just let the horse come over. Because he was talking to a dead person, Ling Yun's tone was very flat, thinking that if I didn't kill you, wouldn't your Kunlun hunt me down? So far, the 4 major Kunlun disciples who were ordered to go out of Kunlun and come to Tianjianzong to kill Ling Yun were all beheaded by Ling Yun. The loss of the first 3 people was due to Ling Yun's consistent fighting method. In the face of many powerful enemies, he must first kill the strongest enemy with the least cost, and first eliminate as much as possible of the opponent's living forces that can pose a threat to him. But for Zhao Mingtang, Ling Yun really didn't want to kill him immediately, and made up his mind to let him live for a while so that he could get information about Kunlun from him. As soon as he showed the posture of not wanting to die, he knew that this person had to be killed. The realm of foundation building is different from the realm of chi training. This is an extremely important pass on the road of cultivation for a cultivator. In this realm, a cultivator will forge the foundation of the Tao. From then on, he will start to ponder his own way and hone his heart repeatedly. After establishing the foundation, one has truly embarked on the road of comprehension. At the same time, the realm of foundation building is also a transitional period between refining chi and transforming gods, and refining gods against emptiness. After a cultivator completes foundation building, the sea of consciousness between the brows and the dantian of the sea of chi will be truly consummated from then on. This is the consummation of refining chi and transforming God's realm. At that time, it will only be a matter of one thought to transform the true energy into a mana. Ling Yun's current realm is at the peak of the 5th level of chi training, and the gap between the realm and the monks in the later stage of foundation establishment is too great. He can win because of his heaven-defying physical body and the even more heaven-defying blood-transforming sword. Without the blood-transforming magic knife, and only relying on Ling Yun's 4 magic weapons, he is bound to fall into a hard fight tonight. Because the golden dragon spear couldn't even get close to Zhao Mingtong's body, the opponent was invincible. Even if Ling Yun did not rely on the heavenly sword sect under his control to kill the formation, even if Ling Yun used the dragon elephant power and used the blood-transforming sword, he would still have to fight Zhao Mingtang to take him down. This was indeed an excellent opportunity to hone himself, but Ling Yun gave up, because it was too time-consuming, and he was not in the mood at the moment. Therefore, after confirming that Zhao Mingtang would never cooperate with him, Ling Yun killed him decisively and directly beheaded him. The higher the realm of a cultivator, the harder it will be to kill. If you want to kill a cultivator in the foundation realm in one fell swoop, if it is impossible to destroy the opponent's brow center consciousness, there is only one way left, to cut off the opponent's head. Otherwise, as long as the other party is alive, you have no idea what spells he has to repair himself, and then rely on his tyrannical mind to deal a fatal blow to you. It is precisely because of this that when Ling Yun killed the 4 foundation establishment cultivators just now, without exception, he beheaded them, leaving no future troubles, and did not give the other party any chance to breathe and escape. As for not being able to get any news from Kunlun in the end, Ling Yun didn't regret it at all, because he knew very well that after killing these 4 Kunlun disciples, Kunlun would definitely follow him forever, and would mobilize all available forces to hunt him down. At that time, as long as there is a chance, he will capture another Kunlun disciple alive. Anyway, Ling Yun couldn't go to Kunlun before he reached the foundation establishment realm. That would be tantamount to going to Kunlun himself to die. After killing Zhao Mingtang, Ling Yun no longer paid attention to the distance, but turned his head, and smiled coldly at Di Xiaozhen. Di Xiaozhen, if I'm not wrong, you should have a guardian. He is now where? Ling Yun knew that Di Xiaozhen had a Dao protector by his side, and now he had undoubtedly reached the foundation building stage. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword sect could threaten Ling Yun, and he had wiped out them all. That was the last threat. Di Xiaozhen was completely abolished, and now she was inferior to ordinary people. Facing Ling Yun at this moment, her eyes were full of fear, but her heart was still tough, so she simply kept silent. Ling Yun frowned, and said disdainfully, I didn't kill you, because you still have a lot of debts to pay. Your life doesn't belong to me, but to my mother. However, don't think that if you don't speak, I can't do anything about you. If you really want to suffer more pain before seeing my mother again, I really don't mind. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stopped talking, but looked at her coldly, waiting for her to make a choice. My 6th uncle, cough cough, he has been retreating in a cave on Tumor Peak for 3 years. Just now, cough cough, my father asked Qingho to find him just now. As soon as Di Xiaozhen opened her mouth, she coughed up blood. She must not be able to bear Ling Yun's torture. Under the strong fear, she could only tell the truth. Then why hasn't he come here yet? Naturally, Ling Yun saw that Di Qingho had fled to Tumor Peak just now, and he knew that Di Xiaozhen was telling the truth without thinking about it, so he asked immediately. Di Qingho has the 5th level of Qi training, and he can already fly. He just went to rescue soldiers, and it can't take that long. Di Xiaozhen turned his head and covered his face with his hair. I don't know, since he was a child, Qingho has never been to that cave, he only knows the approximate location, so he must search for it. Ling Yun snorted coldly, and said in a deep voice, "You still dare to lie?" While speaking, he took a step forward and was about to attack Di Xiaoshan, but at this moment, Ling Yun's heart was shocked. Rumble. The entire valley where Tianjianzong was located was shaking violently. At the top of Tomar Peak, the glacier broke, and countless snow and ice rolled down like a mountain whistling and a tsunami. Avalanche. Ling Yun immediately let go of his consciousness and swept towards the top of Tomar Peak. His face suddenly showed shock. In the night sky there is a huge sky sword with a length of 1,000 meters. Ling Yun ignored the earth-shattering avalanche, his spiritual thoughts shrouded the sky over the top of Tomar Peak, and he stared at the huge sky sword with unprecedented solemnity in his eyes. No wonder it's called Tianjianzong, this sword. This sword comes from the sky. To be precise, it comes from the top of Tomar Peak, a long and narrow mountain ridge about 800 meters long and shaped like a fish ridge. Hundreds of years ago, a super sword cultivator buried all his sword energy here. The qi of the peak, gold and stone is used for warming, and when Tianjianzong is at the point of life and death, he can break the seal, activate the sword qi, and use it to kill the invading enemies. Careless. In fact, when Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen rushed to the sky above Tianjianzong, they had specifically looked at the surrounding terrain below, and naturally saw the strange shape of the top of Tomar Peak, which looked like a giant sword, but his sure was eager to save his mother, and only thought about how to rescue Qin Chuyue quickly, so he didn't go over to check. At this moment, the huge heavenly sword had just been unleashed, and the top of Tomar Peak shook violently, which caused an earth-shattering avalanche. Someone is trying to control it. Although the heavenly sword didn't take shape, it released a terrifying sword intent. The sword intent was cold and murderous. As soon as the heavenly sword came out, thousands of swords screamed. In the heavenly sword sect, every disciple of the heavenly sword sect received some benefits. Hey hey! Behind her, after hearing the loud noise of the avalanche, Di Xiaoshan struggled desperately to sit up amidst the violent shaking of the ground. Her face was distorted, full of resentment, she was sneering, and said sinisterly, "You bastard, you are in control. What about my heavenly sword sect's mountain protection array?" Cough cough. Some struggle caused Di Xiaoshan to cough violently, she paused for a moment, then said immediately. The heavenly sword sect's mountain guard array, though sword qi are nothing more than the sword qi of the earth sword, the real sky sword is actually at the top of Tomar Peak. My sixth uncle has retreated for 3 years in order to gain the approval of the heavenly sword's sword energy so that he can communicate with the heavenly sword. By then, not only will he be able to advance in cultivation, but he will also be able to master this heavenly sword. This will ensure my heavenly sword sect's 300 years of foundation, no worries. Now, I want to watch you be beheaded by the heavenly sword with my own eyes, and then, ah. At the end, Di Xiaoshan uttered a miserable cry, and then fell to the ground, unconscious. It's really noisy. Ling Yin didn't even turn his head, and randomly popped out a wisp of finger wind, knocking Di Xiaoshan completely unconscious, and at the same time, his mind flashed, he was thinking. Now Ling Yin knows that Di Xiaoshan's Tao protector, that is, the sixth uncle in her mouth, has not appeared for a long time, and it turned out that he was urging the heavenly sword. However, up to this moment, in Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness, no figure of the other party has been found, only the sky sword is invisible. What is the realm of the other party? It's hard for Ling Yin to believe that the opponent's cultivation base has surpassed the foundation building realm, but he knows that if he only has the foundation building realm, even if he reaches the foundation building peak, he will have to pay a huge price if he wants to truly control such a domineering heavenly sword. Even if you don't die, at least you will run out of fuel, your realm will fall, and you will be useless in the future. Of course, Ling Yin doesn't have time to think about it now, because the aura of the terrifying heavenly sword has completely enveloped his body. Although he has reached the invulnerable state of the Dianjushing treasure, he still feels a biting chill. It felt like a blade was cutting the skin of an ordinary person. There is no doubt that once this heavenly sword is formed, if it stabs Ling Yun, it will definitely be able to easily break through Ling Yun's defense. It is impossible for him to block a sword with his current cultivation. Brush. Without hesitation, Ling Yun took out the Shenong Ding and hung it upside down above his head. In an instant, the all-pervasive sword energy covering his body was blocked by the Shenong Ding, making it impossible to get close to him. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun held the Azure Giant Sword in Sha Zhenzhen's eye with one hand, locked a divine sense on the sword, and communicated with Yi Xingchen at the top of Tianfeng Peak. At the top of Tianfeng Peak, at the cliff. At this moment, Yi Xingchen and Qin Qiuyue were also startled by the violent avalanche, and they also saw the huge sky sword on the top of Tomer Peak. While they were extremely shocked, they were also worried about Ling Yun. At this moment, a heavenly sword flew nearby and passed Ling Yun's divine thoughts to the two of them. Although the sword could not speak, Yi Xingchen and Qin Qiuyue could clearly feel Ling Yun's thoughts in their minds. They speak more truthfully in their ears. Mom, Xingchen, do you feel the killing intent of that heavenly sword? This is what Ling Yun is most concerned about. If Ghost God Lu's defense can't stop the heavenly sword's sword energy, then both of them will be in danger. No matter how many enemies Ling Yun kills, it will be meaningless. Now that I have controlled the heavenly sword sect formation, my thoughts are wrapped around this sword. You can just speak, and I can hear you. Seeing that both of them were at a loss, Ling Yun immediately conveyed another thought. No, we only feel the vitality released by this tree, which is very good for Auntie, and we can't feel anything else. Yi Xingchen replied immediately. Xingchen, the huge sword above his head is the real heavenly sword of the heavenly sword sect. It is now being activated by Di Xiaozhen's sixth uncle. It is very terrifying. No matter what happens later, you must not run out of the Ghost Willow's house, protected range. Ling Yun immediately lost his worry. Ghost God Willow, when he snatched the gifts from the heavenly Tao, he was able to resist those terrifying heavenly Tao divine thunders. It seems that there is no problem in defending this heavenly sword now. Unexpectedly, it was fine if Ling Yun didn't say anything, but what he said made the two of them even more worried. They turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of Diffing. Yuner, what do you do then? Ling Yun, what should you do then? Qin Qiuyue and Yi Xingchen asked hurriedly at the same time. Don't worry, I have the Shenong Cauldron to protect me, and the heavenly sword can't do anything to me. On this side, Ling Yun was communicating quickly with Qin Qiuyue and Yi Xingchen, while on the other side, on the heavenly sword sect's human peak, all the remaining disciples of the heavenly sword sect gathered under the call of the few remaining high-ranking members of the heavenly sword sect. Here we go. Originally, when they saw the masters on their side being beheaded by Ling Yun one after another, and even the old suzerain was cut off by Ling Yun, they were already ashamed, and they were waiting here to accept the arrangement of fate, but when they saw the appearance of the Tomer Peak heavenly sword, all of them immediately showed joy and excitement in their eyes. It's really a desperate situation. We are saved. 3 swords to open mountains. It seems that our patriarch really did the feat of 3 swords to open mountains. According to legend, the valley where our heavenly sword sect is located was opened up by our patriarch with this heavenly sword. Senior Crane Wing is worthy of being the strongest sword cultivator genius of our heavenly sword sect in the past 100 years. He actually broke the seal and successfully communicated with the heavenly sword. The last 2 guardians and 6 deacons of Tianjianzong were all ecstatic and said excitedly. The first update is here, thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It broke out tonight, at least 4 more. Crane Wings? Di Hai? Ling Yun finally knew the name of Di Xiaozhen's Taoist protector. It turned out to be Di Hai. At the beginning, when Ling Yin interrogated Di Yutong, he didn't pay much attention to this person, thinking that he would never reach the foundation establishment stage anyway, but he didn't expect that the other party was the strongest genius in Tianjianzong. Above hemming. That Di Hei, what state is it now, tell me. Another heavenly sword flew over and hung over the heads of the disciples of the heavenly sword sect. Ling Yun used it to send out a divine thought to them for interrogation. The 8 high-ranking members of the heavenly sword sect were all dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of the heavenly sword, their faces froze with excitement, and they were all stunned. The sword didn't speak, but they could clearly feel Ling Yun's divine sense, which emanated from the sword and passed on to them. The question is, how did Ling Yun do it? Because the disciples of Tianjianzong are all sword cultivators, they know that it is impossible to rely on sword intent alone, and only sword spirits can do this. But the sword spirit, at least a sword cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment, has the opportunity to have it. Most of the disciples of the Tianjian sect know that although Ling Yun is powerful, he can only cultivate in the Qi training stage, so it is absolutely impossible make it happen. So, is this because Ling Yun controls the eye of the heavenly sword sect's formation? 10,000 swords connect, mind transmission? Can you still play like this after controlling the heavenly sword sect formation? Laugh. The sword light of the heavenly sword was fleeting, and cut off the head of a Dharma guardian in an instant. Ling Yun didn't waste any time, and directly killed them to make an example. What he killed was the Dharma protector who said he was saved from a desperate situation just now, and he kept the one who said that the patriarch opened the mountain with 3 swords. Obviously, he knew more about the history of Tianjianzong. Speak or not? The heavenly sword trembled in the air, conveying Ling Yun's thoughts. Foundation establishment, the middle stage. Great Elder Crane Wing has been in retreat for 3 years. Before he retreated, he was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. It is said that it was retreated to break through the late stage of foundation establishment. I didn't expect it to take so long. The only remaining guardian of the heavenly sword sect saw his companion's head cut off and died in a tragic state. His face was full of horror, and he hurriedly told the truth. Very well, I don't want to start a killing spree, you guys stay here honestly, otherwise, I will kill you first. Ling Yun dropped a sentence, and with a swipe, the heavenly sword disappeared. Give me a party. At the top of Diffing Peak, after Ling Yun had mastered all the information, he held the hilt of the azure giant sword with both hands without hesitation, and yelled violently. Swipe swipe. Around Tianfeng, Diffing, Renfeng, and around the 3 peaks, 108 heavenly swords stagnant in the air, all flew towards the top of Diffing, the eye of the formation where Ling Yun was, and they arrived in the blink of an eye, and there were hundreds of swords everywhere. Above Ling Yun's head, there was a huge forest of swords. But this is not over yet. Under Ling Yun's control, those heavenly swords began to merge with each other, every 3 into 1, and so on, and finally merged into 3 huge heavenly swords by Ling Yun. Each giant sword is 200 meters long and 1 foot wide, with violent sword energy, and the tip of the sword is aimed at the top of Tomer Peak. Of course, to be precise, these are actually 3 earth swords, because the sword energy of the earth sword is indeed condensed. In terms of the level of sword energy, it is 3 grades lower than the sky sword in the sky. Moreover, although the earth sword is astonishingly huge, it cannot be compared with the heaven sword at all. At this time, although the heaven sword has shrunk by more than half, it still has a length of 400 meters. Double the size of. There is no way, although Ling Yun can play with the heavenly sword killing formation, but limited by his realm and spiritual consciousness, he can only do this. The sword then shrinks like a heavenly sword. For a monk's flying sword, the bigger the better, the bigger the better. Rather, the smaller the sword body, the purer the sword energy, and the stronger the attack power. It is so small that a flying sword the size of an embroidery needle can pierce through the sea of consciousness between the brows of a monk or the dantian of the sea of energy. Instantly chop up all the opponent's cultivation bases. The xuanhuan cauldron hung above his head, and 3 ground swords were placed in the sky in front of him. Ling Yan was ready for defense and attack, and then he held the blue giant sword in his hand and squinted to look at the sky. The heavenly sword continued to shrink, and the invisible sword energy released became more and more amazing. The buildings on the top of the mountain were actually torn apart by the vertical and horizontal sword energy of the heavenly sword, and the walls collapsed for a while. The avalanche was still going on. After the ice and snow on the peak began to roll down, it became heavier and heavier. Some glaciers broke directly, crushed the rocks, mixed them together, and continued to squeeze and roll down. The sound was like thunder, and the broken stones were like rain. Many ice blocks the size of houses fell directly from the high cliffs and smashed into the valley. Even the sound of an avalanche couldn't cover up the loud noise. Brush! A figure suddenly appeared from the top of Tomor Peak. He flew straight into the sky, grasped the sword ard in his hand, and instantly reached the top of the huge heavenly sword, overlooking the entire heavenly sword sect. This person is extremely tall, very thin, with a haggard appearance, dressed in a dark blue robe, with long hair as long as his body, flying freely in the air. He doesn't care about his appearance, his eyes are extremely sharp, like the light of a sword, and he glances at him instantly. He walked around the Tianjianzong below, and finally fixed his gaze on Ling Yun on the ground peak. Di Hai. Maid, it really is the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Ling Yun felt the opponent's powerful aura, and instantly judged Di Hai's state, and he couldn't help cursing inwardly. Little thief Ling Yun, you abolished my elder brother and hurt my niece. My Tianjianzong's 300-year-old foundation is about to be destroyed by your hands. I, Di Hai, will kill you tonight. How tyrannical Di Hai's spiritual sense is. He can see all the situation of Tianjianzong clearly at a glance. He is so angry that his murderous intent soars. That's because they deserve to die, and death can't pay for the crimes they committed, so I haven't killed them yet. Even though the opponent's aura was astonishing, Ling Yun was not afraid. He raised the corners of his mouth and said with a sneer, "Brush." At this time, another figure soared into the sky, rushed to the vicinity of Di Hai, condescended, pointed at Ling Yun and cursed, "Ling Yun, you bastard, I will give you a chance to hand over my mother quickly, otherwise, I will give you my mother. Grandpa 6 will make your life worse than death." It was Di Qingho, who now had Di Hai's protection, suddenly became arrogant and shouted crazily. A fox pretends to be a tiger, and a dog takes advantage of others. Ling Yunxin said that the Heavenly Sword sect is really in the same line, and this Di Qingho has almost completely inherited his mother Di Xiaozhen's character, and it has become even worse. I'll kill you first. Boom. Ling Yun burns his divine essence to the limit, urging the Heavenly Sword to kill the formation with all his strength. Whoosh! An earth sword soared into the sky. The speed was too fast, piercing the night sky and rushing towards Di Qingho. The second one is delivered. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ho air retreat, quickly. Di Hai saw the giant sword flying towards him, so he opened his mouth in a calm manner, first let Di Qingho retreat to a distance, and then with a movement of his divine sense, he sacrificed his natal flying sword. It was a crimson flying sword. The blade was not big, only more than 3 feet long, just like an ordinary long sword, but the sword energy was terrifying. The flying sword was thrown out, and it instantly greeted the flying giant sword, and with a sneer, it stabbed the blade of the giant sword. Laugh. The crimson flying sword directly pierced the body of the giant sword, leaving a huge hole in the giant sword. The flying sword of the Foundation Building Peak Sword Cultivator has a very high grade and too strong attack power. Destroyed the sword energy that condensed the sword body of the giant sword. Even the flying speed of the giant sword was blocked. Chi 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 chi. Dihei succeeded with one move, without mercy. The crimson flying sword shuttled back and forth in the air, slashing horizontally, and finally cut off the giant sword completely. The blade of the giant sword broke suddenly. Ling Yun naturally lost control over it. Humph, you actually want to use my heavenly sword killing formation to deal with me, Ling Yun, you underestimate my heavenly sword sect too. Dihei broke Ling Yun's attack with his shot, and said with a cold snort. Having said that, Dihei was secretly startled, because Ling Yun was not only able to control the heavenly sword sect's killing formation, but also with his mid-chi training stage, he was able to display such terrifying power in this heavenly sword seckling formation. This is simply too bad. After 3 years of retreat, Dihei had indeed reached the peak of Foundation establishment. Although he couldn't see the exact state of Ling Yun, he had judged Ling Yun's general state based on the fight just now, and he definitely hadn't reached the late stage of chi training. What is this concept? With the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of chi training, plus the first 3 realms of Foundation establishment, Ling Yun is equivalent to using the heavenly sword to kill the formation, at least possessing the combat power of the peak Foundation establishment. Dihei knew his own family affairs. He could feel the true power of the giant sword opposite him. Killing the monks in the late stage of Foundation establishment was like chopping melons and vegetables. Even ordinary peak monks in Foundation establishment could not resist it. Of course, sword cultivators are not ordinary cultivators. Although they also use the realms of ordinary cultivators to divide them, it is only for the purpose of distinguishing realms. Any pure sword cultivator, in terms of attack power, is far superior to cultivators of the same level. Yes, apart from the natal flying sword, there are few other methods, and defense is the biggest flaw. So Dihei chose to attack against attack, because his crimson flying sword already possesses a sword spirit, which is connected with him and does not require his distraction to control it. Now, most of Dihei's spiritual thoughts are used on that huge heavenly sword, which is his trump card. Mada, the sword cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, is really difficult to deal with. Ling Yun sighed. He said just now that he wanted to kill Di Qingho, and deliberately struck first with a sword, but in fact it was to test and see Dihei's methods. As a result, the sword was easily broken by the opponent. This Dihei's realm is too high, and he is too familiar with the heavenly sword killing formation. It seems that it doesn't make much sense to use this formation to deal with him. Ling Yan's thoughts flashed. He pondered for a while, and made a decisive decision. He suddenly pulled out the eye of the heavenly sword killing formation with the palm of his hand holding the azure giant sword. Rumble. As soon as the formation eyes were removed, the 3 mountain peaks shook, and the 2 huge swords immediately shattered. The sword energy disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared before. Not good. Dihei's face changed drastically, his eyes were about to split open, and he shouted angrily, Ling Yun, how dare you destroy my heavenly sword sect's mountain protection array? What is sect? If a cultivation sect doesn't have a secret realm and a powerful formation to protect it, it's just a building, like a castle in the air. No matter how magnificent and luxurious the building is, what's the point? There is no doubt that there is no secret realm in Tianjianzong. The only foundation is the mountain protection formation. Now that Ling Yun has pulled out the eyes of the formation, this formation is considered useless, so Dihei is so furious. Ling Yun has ruined the foundation of the heavenly sword sect. Humph, I won't destroy him. Are you waiting for you to use it to kill me? Ling Yun soared into the sky, shouted violently, and at the same time, with a thought, he put the azure giant sword in his hand into the Taishu ring. This is the eye of the heavenly sword sect's mountain protection formation. Although it is not a physical object, it has a substance. Ling Yun is not willing to destroy it, and it will be of great use if it is kept. Since there is no hope for the formation, Ling Yun can only rely on himself. At this moment, Ling Yun has taken back all 4 magic weapons in his body, only holding a blood-transforming sword in his hand, and a xuanhuan cauldron hanging on his head, so he came. When they reached high altitude, they faced Dihai far away. At this time, the huge heavenly sword had shrunk to a length of 200 meters, 1/5 of its original size. The aura of the sword was so amazing that it seemed to be able to split the void. Sword chi. Kill. It was impossible for the other party to completely condense the heavenly sword. Taking advantage of the time left for the Dragon Elephant Divine Strength secret technique, Ling Yan took the lead in attacking, and rushed towards Dihai. Court death. Dihai was already extremely angry. He pinched his sword formula, drew the crimson flying sword, and stabbed at Ling Yan. Dang 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 dang. The xuanhuan cauldron was simple and mysterious, filled with purple energy, and thousands of rays of light fell down, completely enveloping Ling Yan's body and helping him block the opponent's flying sword. The crimson flying sword attacked by itself, as fast as lightning, stabbing at Ling Yan's body continuously, but was blocked by the purple light, making a loud noise. This is the xuanhuan cauldron? Dihai saw that Fei Jian couldn't do anything to Ling Yan, and he suddenly turned pale with fright. He no longer cared about condensing the heavenly sword, but suddenly shouted violently, urging the huge heavenly sword with all his strength. Brush. The huge sky sword moved. Although the sword body was huge, its speed was far faster than that of the red flying sword. It was wrapped in a terrifying sword energy, and it disappeared in a flash, cutting through the void. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Ling Yan's eyes. Boom. However, xuanhuan ding is faster. It didn't need Ling Yan's control at all. It attacked by itself, directly blocking the terrifying blow of Tianjin. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the huge heavenly sword crashed into the xuanhuan cauldron, like wooden chopsticks hitting an iron block. It broke from the tip of the sword, and the sword energy collapsed and exploded, making a series of shocking noises. How fast the heavenly sword is, how fast it shatters. Of course, Ling Yan lost the protection of the xuanhuan cauldron, and he was also affected by the sword energy of those explosions. The shocking sword energy cut his clothes to pieces, and the Wugo glass body could not resist the sword energy of the heavenly sword. Ling Yan felt as if he had been killed by Ling Qi. His body was dripping with blood, but fortunately they were all flesh wounds, so he ignored it and rushed forward all the way, heading straight for Dihai. It's so fierce. Zheng. Seeing that his heavenly sword could not break through the defense of xuanhuan ding, Dihai was terrified in his heart, and immediately urged his own flying sword to stab at Ling Yan. When Ling Yan saw the flying sword coming, and suddenly swung the knife to knock the red flying sword away. Then he sacrificed his two magic weapons, the Renwang seal and the Yinyang Gongqi sword. Ling Yan urged the two magic weapons with his spiritual thoughts, entangled Dihai's natal flying sword, and then continued to charge forward, less than 100 meters away from the opponent. Elder, don't let Ling Yan get close, his knife can hurt you. After the sword formation was withdrawn, there was no threat from the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Several masters flew into the air, and someone spoke out to remind them. What? Just as Ling Yan felt the horror of the Heavenly Sword, Dihai could naturally see the miraculous power of the blood-transforming sword in Ling Yan's hand. He felt the threat and flew back suddenly. It is also 8 times the speed of sound, and the distance of 100 meters. Ling Yan has never been able to cross it. Too lazy to kill you. Ling Yan suddenly sneered, made a turning point in the sky, rushed towards Di Qingho, and slashed with a knife. Grandpa 6, save me. Di Qingho was dumbfounded, everything happened so fast, he had no time to react. Ling Yan rushed to him. Ling Yan, how dare you? Both Di Hemming and Di Xiaozhen have been abolished, and now there is only one Di Qingho left in the blood of the Di family. Dihai knows that he has overdrawn his cultivation by forcefully activating the heavenly sword. Falling below the foundation, he had to keep Di Qingho. Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart. He is the patriarch of the battle, and he grabbed Di Hei's life all at once. Brush. Di Hei suddenly appeared in front of Di Qingho, with crimson sword energy bursting out of his body, and he tried his best to resist Ling Yan's shocking knife. You got fooled. Ling Yan sneered, and chopped off with one blow. Boom. The scarlet sword was like a curtain. It instantly split into the scarlet sword light, and then sank into Di Hei's body. A sword cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment has super powerful attack power, but without a sword, his defense power is lower than his own level. But even so, under the obstruction of the sword energy, Ling Yan still only cut Di Hei, but failed to kill him instantly. But it doesn't matter, Ling Yan has successfully approached Di Hei's body, and he can strike countless knives. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The Mietian saber technique unfolded, and Ling Yan slashed continuously. With 3 times the power, Di Hei only blocked the first 3 strikes, and suffered 3 stab wounds on his body, each of which was deeper than the other. Slash the world in anger. For the last knife, Ling Yan held the knife in both hands. The scarlet light of the knife completely enveloped Di Hei. Brush. Di Hei was split in half by Ling Yan from the top of his head. Whoosh. After killing Di Hei, Ling Yan didn't stop. He spread out at a high speed, and chased after Di Qingho, who was running wildly. Because Di Hei helped him resist for a while, Di Qingho had already escaped 10,000 meters away, but Ling Yan's speed was 5 or 6 times faster than him, and within a few breaths he caught up with him. Ling Yan, spare your life. Di Qingho was so horrified that he begged for mercy directly. Spare your life? Do you think it's possible? Ling Yan's whole body was soaked in blood. Like a god of killing, he stood in front of Di Qingho. His eyes showed infinite murderous intent. I am Ning Tianya's son and Ning Lingyu's younger brother. You can't kill me. In order to save his life, Di Qingho was racking his brains. At this time, he actually thought of moving Ning Tianya and Ning Lingyu out. Up to now you don't even want to call him father, and you shamelessly say that you are Uncle Ning's son. Ling Yunqin said that this person was really spoiled by Di Xiaoshan and had no humanity at all. Tell you, it was your last sentence that killed you. Remember, on the way to Xuanhuan, go and apologize to your father. After finishing speaking, with Ling Yan's spiritual thought, the blue shadow flying sword flew out, piercing Di Qingho's eyebrow with a sword. The 3rd update is here, and there is another update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yan left a whole body for Di Qingho, although he deserved to die, but no matter what, he was Ning Tianya's son after all. Brush. After killing Di Qingho, Ling Yan grabbed his body and didn't let him fall into the air, because the place was too high, and if he fell, Di Qingho would definitely fall into a pulp. Ling Yan flew back, crossed 10,000 meters away in an instant, and returned to the top of Tomer Peak, directly throwing Di Qingho on the ground. Looking at the top of Tomer Peak, it was originally a protruding ridge, but now it has sunk down and turned into a shocking deep ditch, like a groove, which is 1,000 meters long. The entire mountain has been removed by 10 meters high. The seal was broken, the heavenly sword came out, and Tomer Peak shook, which was the reason for the avalanche just now. But Ling Yan didn't care about this now. He dodged, and quickly came to the place where the heavenly sword and Shinong Ding collided just now, and before the sword energy disappeared, he began to violently absorb the pure sword energy. The Shinong Ding is an immortal artifact, even though it has no cover, is incomplete, and is still in the process of remodeling, but it can resist a treasure-level heavenly sword, but it is a cannon that hits mosquitoes, which is not at the same level at all. Although Di Hei is dead, the huge heavenly sword has almost condensed into a solid body under his full strength. A small half of it was destroyed, and more than half of the sword body lay across the sky. As for the broken half, most of them exploded into pure sword chi, but many of them turned into sword shards, suspended in the air, releasing astonishing sword chi nonstop. Ling Yun was not polite. While absorbing a huge amount of sword energy, he made a big move and incorporated all these sword shards into the Taishu ring, not letting any of them go. These are all treasures, it is impossible not to. I can't absorb so much pure sword energy by myself. It would be a pity to waste it. There was too much sword energy, and Ling Yun couldn't absorb it even if he tried his best. He tried to communicate with Shinong Ding and asked him to help. The Shinong cauldron didn't respond, but it moved suddenly and flew directly into the sky, and then began to swallow the sword energy, sucking it all into the cauldron. As a result, Di Hei, who was at the peak of foundation building, and the heavenly sword, which could not shrink with all his strength, condensed and shrunk obediently after being absorbed by the Shinong Ding, and finally turned into a sword ball the size of a shot put, suspended in the cauldron, shimmering shine. There's more than half of this. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He glanced at the other half of the huge heavenly sword, and said excitedly. The Shinong cauldron trembled, and flashed by. The mouth of the cauldron slammed into the huge sword body. Ling Yun watched Tiantian's sword shrink sharply, and finally turned into a broken sword with a length of 1 foot, which also shone and radiated, suspended in the cauldron middle. In the end, except for the small part of the sword energy that was lost at the beginning of this heavenly sword that had posed a fatal threat to Ling Yun, the rest was not wasted at all, and was taken away by Ling Yun. Ling Yun was overjoyed. In this case, his Qingying flying sword and Yinyang Gang Chi sword could raise the rank crazily, and it would be impossible for him to fail to break through the defense of the monks in the Foundation establishment realm. After snatching away the best treasure of the Heavenly Sword sect, Ling Yun cast Shenlong Shao and shouted to Yi Xingchen, Xingchen, I have killed all the enemies now, and none of the following disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect can be let go. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed without mercy. Ling Yun's voice resounded throughout the sky of the Heavenly Sword sect, not only Yi Xingchen, but also all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. They knew that they had become fish on the chopping board and could only be slaughtered by others, and they were all terrified into silence. You don't need to say, I killed a dozen just now. Just when Ling Yun killed Di Hei and went after Di Qingho, Yi Xingchen rushed out. She was annoyed at the few people who told Di Hei to remind her just now. She killed them all, and then rushed to Renfeng, killing more than a dozen people who wanted to escape. Haha, well done. Ling Yun knew that Yi Xingchen was connected with him, so he had a good time, and then flew down. I went to work around, as usual, to search for loot. The first thing Ling Yun did was to find Di Hei's crimson natal flying sword, and put it away immediately, and then went to search for the magic weapon and corpse of the Kunlun disciple, and plucked the feathers. Now, those people around Ling Yun have all reached their realms, such as Qing Dongxue, Qingyao, Zhuang Meifeng, etc. They will soon break through the middle stage of Qi training. Of course, Ling Yun will refine their natal magic weapon for them. The most lacking thing is the material. Unexpectedly Tianjianzong and his party have gained a lot. Ling Yun landed on the ground, flew rapidly in the mountains and forests, and quickly searched all the dead people, not only the Kunlun disciples, but also the dead elders, guardians, etc. of the Tianjianzong. I found a dense forest and began to organize myself. First he used the healing talisman to heal his injuries. Ling Yun's body was cut by the sword energy, and his body was riddled with holes. He spent dozens of 6-level healing talismans to heal all the injuries. After all the calculations, I still underestimated the Heavenly Sword sect. Ling Yun thought about the shocking battle just now, and he was a little annoyed. If he hadn't got enough cards in his hull, and both the Ghost Willow and the Shinong Cauldron came in handy, then after Di Hei came out, he would have completely confessed here. The realm is still not enough. After all, the realm is actually still low. But now that Ling Yun has absorbed those pure sword qi, after digesting them all, he can almost enter the 6th level of qi training. I hope Kunlun's pursuit will not come so soon. Ling Yun muttered, and quickly washed his body with a water talisman, then steamed it dry with pure yang energy, then took out a suit of urban casual clothes, put it on, and flew out. Snow-white shirt, blue jeans, comfortable sneakers, and a clean body, Ling Yun didn't care if his outfit was incompatible with this cultivation school. Brush. Ling Yun descended to the peak of Tianjianzong again, and appeared in front of Qin Qiuyue. Mom, now you can have a good meal. With the help of the powerful wood aura released by the ghost god Willow, which is the essence of life, Qin Qiuyue has obviously recovered a lot. Although she is still as thin as a stick, her body is filled with qi and blood, and her face has become rosy. Same. Seeing Ling Yun's return, she felt excited, stood up immediately, and said softly, Yuner, you have suffered so much to save me. Ling Yun smiled and said, Mom, I'm not bitter, but you have to promise me one thing first. Go ahead. Qin Qiuyue's eyes flickered, as if she already knew what Ling Yun was going to say. Mom, although Uncle Ning is dead, you still have Ling Yu, me, and the entire Qin family. Don't let Uncle Ning's death make you feel overwhelmed. This was what Ling Yun was most worried about, and he said it directly, for fear that Qin Qiuyue would be overwhelmed. Yuner, don't worry, Mom is not confused, let alone looking for life and death. From now on, she will only live well. Let's see you grow and become stronger step by step. Qin Qiuyue raised her hand and caressed Ling Yun's face, feeling infinitely relieved. The 4th update is sent, and the 4th update will continue tomorrow. I wish you all a happy new year, and thank you for your recommended tickets and monthly tickets. When Qin Qiuyue was speaking, Ling Yun's eyes were deep, shrouded in spiritual thoughts, carefully observing Qin Qiuyue's eyes and mental fluctuations. Qin Qiuyue's eyes were indifferent, and her mind was peaceful. She didn't lie to Ling Yun, and there was no need for that. After confirming this point, a big stone in Ling Yun's heart finally fell to the ground. Mom, the mountain wind is too strong here, why don't we go to another place and sit down and talk about the past, what do you think? Ling Yun tried to put forward his own suggestion. The cabin has long been broken. Although there are tables, chairs, benches, melons, fruits, and snacks on the cliff is bare and there is no shelter from the wind, so it is not a place to stay for a long time. Now that the powerful enemies are gone, the entire Tianjianzong has been completely controlled by Ling Yun. Of course, he has the final say on everything, and no one dares to say no. However, Qin Qiuyue was an exception. She looked at Ling Yun's eyes and glanced at the Tiangong next to her, and she understood it immediately, but slowly shook her head, and said firmly, it's too dirty in there, Mom won't go. Ling Yun understood the meaning of Qin Qiuyue's words, because the entire battle did not affect the heavenly palace in Tianfeng. This huge building was almost intact, and everything inside was still there. Nature also includes people. In addition to Di Xiaozhen's dozens of maids, there are more than a dozen men hidden in the side hall and apse of the Tiangong. There are some who know martial arts and do not know martial arts, but they all have a common characteristic. His looks are all outstanding. Ling Yun didn't need to think about it to know that these men were all Di Xiaozhen's faces, or her male pets. And it is true. That's why Qin Qiuyue said that the heavenly palace was too dirty. Then, shall we go to Human Peak? Knowing that Qin Qiuyue would never step into that palace, Ling Yun changed his mind and immediately suggested again. But Qin Qiuyue shook her head again, Yuner, Mom won't go anywhere. For the next 7 days, Mom will stay here. As for the rest, let's talk about it after your Uncle Ning has passed the first 7 days. After finishing speaking, Qin Qiuyue looked at Ling Yun firmly, I want to see him off here for the last time. Ling Yun felt pity in his heart and was moved by Qin Qiuyue's feelings for Ning Tianya, so he stopped talking and changed his mind instantly. Mom, I listen to you. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he immediately moved his divine sense, and sacrificed the Qingying flying sword and the Yinyang Gang Qi sword at the same time, and then the two flying swords flew out suddenly, rushing into the dense forest in Tianfeng. Swipe swipe. The two flying swords shuttled rapidly in the dense forest, coming and going like lightning. In an instant, many giant trees were cut off and collapsed. In the dense forest of Tianfeng, there were loud clicking noises one after another. Ling Yun used the flying sword to cut off the branches and forks of the giant tree, leaving only the thick trunk, and then cut them into wooden boards of various lengths and sizes. At the same time, on the cliff, Ling Yun performed the xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu, first turning the fossils into water, and then restacking them with his thoughts. Around the cliff, four huge stone walls rose from the ground, more than 3 meters high. Finally, Ling Yun successfully built the top, out of thin air. A stone house was built. The stone house is more than 100 square meters, facing south from the north, and fits perfectly, housing everything on the cliff inside. Seeing Ling Yun's thought-made a house, Qin Qiuyue was dumbfounded no matter how calm she was. She turned her head and looked around, but didn't say a word for a long while. "Yuner, are you, the method of the immortal family?" After being surprised for a long time, Qin Qiuyue asked blankly. At this moment, Ling Yun was still chopping trees and frantically making wooden boards. He said modestly, "Mom, you're flattering me. If it's really the method of the immortal family, how can I use so much effort? The exercise I use is called xuanhuan to Wanggong. Coupled with the control of spiritual thoughts, I will temporarily build a house for you." After explaining to Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yun floated out of the house, and then built a morning hall for Ning Tianya on the northwest side of the cliff, using the wood and planks he chopped out. Since Qin Qiuyue wanted to guard Ning Tianya's spirit, this morning hall must be inevitable. Huangquan to Wanggong, coupled with the supreme Qingdi Ju, and Ling Yun's powerful divine sense. He didn't even need a stone or a nail, and he got it all done in less than 5 minutes. Although there are more than 200 Heavenly Sword sect disciples gathered on the human peak at this moment, and there are many people who know how to build, Ling Yun is too lazy to drive them. Of course, he has to complete this matter himself. "Mom, this is the morning hall I built for Uncle Ning, do you think it's suitable?" Qin Qiuyue had already come out, seeing Ling Yun build a house with Taoism with her own eyes, forced her heart to be shocked, and nodded repeatedly. "It's suitable, of course it's suitable, as long as it's enough." Next, Qin Qiuyue came to the wooden house and did everything by herself, using the remaining wood and planks to arrange everything, and then let Ling Yun take out Ning Tianya's body. Ling Yun asked, "Mom, take a look at what's missing, I'll get it right now." Since it is a morning hall, melon and fruit snacks, joss sticks, and paper money must be indispensable. "No need. In fact, your Uncle Ning's affairs are all my own affairs. You have done so much for him, and you have already done your filial piety. I should handle other matters in person." Qin Qiuyue finished speaking, and then said, "Yuner, I will stay here tonight. As for you, there must be a lot of things to deal with in the future, so you can go to work first. Everything else, we will wait until dawn." "Say it again." "It is good." After thinking for a while, Ling Yun stopped insisting, "Mom, people cannot be resurrected after death, so you have to mourn and take care of your body." "I see." Qin Qiuyue nodded, and said to Ling Yun, "Yuner, Xingchen is a good girl. Mom likes it very much. Now she is in charge of the overall situation at Renfeng by herself. You can go and busy with your affairs in the past." So Ling Yun came out, first moved the ghost willow to a place, and inserted it in the middle of the cliff. The defense range was just enough to cover 2 houses, ensuring Qin Qiuyue's safety, and then went straight to Renfeng. Brush. Soon Ling Yun came to the top of Renfeng and appeared directly beside Yi Xingchen. This is the practice place for the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is about the size of a standard football field. The ground is very flat and the surroundings are open. A total of more than 220 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect gathered here, including the last guardian of the Heavenly Sword sect and 2 deacons. They were completely overwhelmed by Ling Yun's terrifying strength and Yi Xingchen's decisive killing. No one dared to escape, and everyone was trembling, waiting for the next fate. I am a person who will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. Facing the dark crowd, Ling Yun spoke directly, but, from now on, everything about the entire Heavenly Sword sect is up to me. If anyone dares to escape, don't blame me for being ruthless. You all understand? No? I understand. All the men and horses of Tianjianzong, one counts as one, all have chills on their backs, and they scramble to be the first to shout. The first one is sent. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. As long as you know. Ling Yun nodded, his gaze swept to the front of the crowd. The monk with the highest level raised his chin and asked him, "What's your name?" This person is the only surviving Dharma protector of Tianjianzong. He is over 60 years old, has a goatee, sharp eyes, like a sword, and is at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Being called by Ling Yun, he immediately took a step forward, and answered honestly, "Little old man, no, I'm Li Piaoyang, who is the guardian of the Heavenly Sword sect." Ling Yun asked with a smile, "Li Piaoyang, where are you going?" Li Piaoyang was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot, speechless for a while. "Just joking with you, don't be so nervous." Ling Yun was afraid of scaring the other party into a bad situation, so he quickly added, "As long as the other party's surname is not D." He straightened his expression and said, "Among these people, you should be the one with the highest level right now?" "This question is easy to answer," Li Piaoyang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said, "Your eyes are like a torch, that's true, in your current state, you are at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. What about those 2 people?" Ling Yun pointed to the 2 people behind Li Piaoyang and asked. They were the only 2 remaining deacons of the Heavenly Sword sect. "Oh, one of them is Guoping and the other is Jingxiui. Both of them are deacons of the Heavenly Sword sect, and they are both at the peak of the 5th level of Qi training." Without waiting for the 2 to speak, Li Piaoyang took the initiative to help them report their names, and even told their realm, and the introduction was very detailed. Ling Yun asked, "It seems that there is no one in the entire Tianjianzong who has a higher realm and position than the 3 of you?" "Yes." This time, 3 people answered at the same time. "Very well, as long as your surname is not D, then there is no problem." Ling Yun nodded, said something calmly, and then suddenly yelled, "I heard you all clearly, among you, as long as you are not surnamed D and have nothing to do with the D family, stand aside for me." Hula la. As soon as an order was given, the crowd surged instantly. After a burst of noise, more than 200 people were quickly divided into 2 groups of people, with a distance of 5 feet in the middle, which was clearly separated. Ling Yun swept his mind and found that more than 150 people were separated out at once. Among the original crowd, there were still more than 70 people left. Their faces were pale and they looked at each other. Many people's legs began to tremble, and they probably guessed their fate, and their faces were pale. There are more than 70 people, no wonder the Heavenly Sword sect can become the D family's world. Ling Yun looked at these people, suddenly smiled, and said, "I have already said that I will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, so you don't have to be afraid. But I'm a person who doesn't like to leave troubles for myself when I do things, so I can only wrong you." Ling Yun first abolished Di Hemming, then Di Xiaozhen, and finally slaughtered Di Hai. He had formed an irresolvable feud with the Di family. Of course, it was impossible to just let these people go. He could tell that the overall cultivation strength of the 70 or so members of the D family was higher than that of the 150 people. If the 2 sides fought now, the 70 or so of them could easily win. In other words, if these people want to take revenge, they can easily destroy the current Ling family, which is definitely not allowed by Ling Yun. Moreover, not only the Ling family, but also the Qin family will be in danger. All of you, let's abolish your martial arts. Ling Yun was not polite, and directly put forward his request. Ling Yun, you are really deceiving others like this. Everyone in the D family already knew that they were no match for Ling Yun even if they were all added up, but they were all cultivators after all, and many of them were bloody. Oh? Are you deceiving people too much? Ling Yun sneered, I don't want to waste my time explaining to you, and there is no need for that at all. If you want to blame, you can only blame your surname D. Nobody is a fool. Ling Yan's last sentence has been said clearly enough. He believes that these D family members understand the meaning of his words. If you are willing to listen to me, at least you can survive. After you abolish your martial arts, I will let you leave here and will not stop you. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan stopped talking and let these people choose. Ling Yan villain, I will fight with you. For a cultivator, abolishing one's own martial arts is equivalent to death, and it is impossible that no one will resist. Swipe swipe. Among the members of the D family, more than a dozen people rushed out at once, and rushed towards Ling Yun, wanting to fight him desperately. It seems that you have already discussed it? Ling Yun shook his head and sighed. Although he admired the bloodiness of these people, he was merciless in his actions. With a movement of the divine mind, the Yinyang Gang Qi sword flew out, shuttled like lightning, chi 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 chi. The Yinyang stellar Qi sword pierced through the eyebrows of these people with incomparable accuracy. Whoever rushed to the front died the fastest. In the end, the dozen or so people all fell to the ground and died. I'm here to give you a chance. Those who don't want to abolish their martial arts can resist, but there is only one end, and that is death. Ling Yan was very indifferent and spoke clearly. The people who resisted and died just now were all members of the D family, and they were relatives of these people in front of them. Some were angry, and some began to cry in grief, but more people were ashen-faced, knowing that resistance was useless. Even Di Hei, who was at the peak of Foundation establishment, was killed by Ling Yun, and the heavenly sword left by the founder of Kaipai was useless in front of Ling Yun, so what could they do? As the saying goes, it's better to die than to live. The winner is a prince and the loser is a thief. Since I, Tianjianzong, have lost, and now people are fighting for swords and I'm for fish. Since the other party has spared our lives, what else can we say? Abandon your martial arts. Among the people surnamed D of Tianjianzong, a very prestigious old man spoke. He has the peak state of the 4th level of Qi training, and he did not resist. Immediately afterwards, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his figure was shaky. Since the other people surnamed D didn't jump out to resist just now, and didn't want to commit suicide, they could only follow suit, and all their kung fu were exhausted, and their dantians were abolished. Seeing such a large group of people all lose their kung fu, Ling Yan's eyes were indifferent, without any mercy, because this is what he must do, and he will never act like a woman. Let the tiger go back to the mountain, leaving the Ling family and the Qin family to die big trouble. As the old man from D's family said, he was already extra merciful to let these people leave alive. Ling Yun, can our D family leave now? After everyone abolished their martial arts amidst the screams of pain, the old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, met Ling Yun's eyes, and asked sharply. Ling Yun waved his hand, please go ahead. The old man asked again, can you allow us to stay until dawn and tidy up the household things? Ling Yun smiled and nodded, of course, but it can only be xuanhuan. As long as it is related to cultivation resources, you are not allowed to take it away. Early tomorrow morning, all of you will gather at the foot of Renfeng Mountain, and I will personally inspect it. The old man was speechless. He was stunned for a while, then stamped his feet suddenly, waved his hands and said, all the disciples of the D family, bring the corpses of your family members, follow me. So, the members of the D family endured the humiliation and grief, carried the corpses of their families, supported each other, left the peak, went home, packed their bags and went. It's 1:30 in the morning. An hour ago, they held a grand banquet and set up a net, just waiting for Ling Yun to sneak in. But now, the D family has completely collapsed, and a cultivator family has perished. The second one is delivered. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. All the disciples of the D family left. From the beginning to the end, none of them looked at the remaining 150 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Maybe it was out of resentment, or maybe it was completely disheartened. The Heavenly Sword sect has already become in Ling Yun's hands. Ling Yun is invincible and too powerful. Even the D family has no power to resist. How can they expect these people who are not related to them by blood? Don't talk about the same family, even between husband and wife. There is a common saying that when a disaster is imminent, they will fly separately. And the rest of the more than 150 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect also watched helplessly as the disciples of the D family abolished their martial arts, and then left sadly. Is also a lamb to be slaughtered. All powers of life and death are in Ling Yun's hands. Each of them experienced the feeling of being defeated. It was really uncomfortable. Ling Yun, you just let them go like this? Yi Xingchen accompanied Ling Yun and watched the members of the D family leave when she suddenly asked via voice transmission. Ling Yun said lightly, otherwise, what else can we do? Could it be that we really killed all these people? However, they still remember the cultivation technique of Tianjianzong in their hearts. If they pass on the cultivation method to their descendants in the future, once a peerless genius rises, then. Yi Xingchen expressed his worries. What you said is not impossible. Ling Yun smiled and said, but, no matter what, it will be 20 years later. Do you think that after 20 years, we will still be afraid that the D family will seek revenge on us? He turned his head to look at Yi Xingchen, full of confidence, and said domineeringly, I'm not bragging, after 20 years, our 10-year-old child will be able to beat their teeth all over the floor, and they don't even dare to show their heads. Spit. Yi Xingchen blushed like blood in an instant, and said coquettishly, it's a good idea, who is going to have a baby with you? Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun burst out laughing suddenly. He turned his head suddenly, looked at Li Piaoyang, the protector of Tianjianzong, and asked in a deep voice, Li Piaoyang, you can see clearly just now, those D family members did not slip through the net, right? Li Piaoyang was frightened, and he hurriedly replied, I can guarantee it with my life. That is already all the D family members of Tianjianzong, and there are not many of them, except Di Yutong from the Tianzu. Hearing that Li Piaoyang even said Di Yutong, Ling Yun was completely relieved. He smiled disdainfully and said, oh, that's all right, before dawn, Di Yutong should be back here. Ling Yun knew in his heart that Qin Dongxue, Bai Xian'er, and Tai Xiaohu set off around midnight, and the slowest time to get here by plane would be 5 hours, which means they would definitely arrive at 5 in the morning. He glanced at the 150 people in front of him, and suddenly said, listen well, those who have reached the level of Qi training, all stand up. Swipe. No more, no less, 30 people jumped out from the crowd. They ranged from the early stage of Qi training to the peak of the 5th level. After flying out, they automatically stood in 5 rows according to their own realm. They were all silent, not even daring to breathe, not knowing what kind of medicine was sold in Lingyun gourd, and how they planned to deal with them. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, everything will be fine. Seeing their terrified appearance, Lingyun secretly smiled inwardly, giving them a reassurance first, and then calmly made arrangements. Guoping, take all the disciples in the early stage of Qi training, go down the mountain to clean up the corpses, clean up the battlefield, and clean up the Heavenly Sword sect. Jing Shui, take all your mid-Qi training disciples to Tianfeng immediately, and bring all those people in Di Xiaozhen's palace here, no matter male or female. Remember, keep the movement quiet. Anyone who disturbs my mother will be killed without mercy. Li Piayang, your realm is the highest. First, go and bring Di Hemming and Di Xiaozhen here. Di Hemming is in the valley near Difeng, and Di Xiaozhen is in the main altar of the Heavenly Sword sect on Difeng. Also, after this is done, you just take all the people here, all go to Difeng, give you 1 night, give you 3 hours, and clean up the whole Difeng for me. Yes. Guoping, Jing Shui, and Li Piayang took orders and left one after another. Li Piayang was very effective in his work. After all, he was of the highest level, so he quickly brought back Di Hemming's body. Hey, I really didn't fall, but I fell to my death in one fell swoop. Ling Yun was playing with the Gangfeng banner that Zhao Mingtang had left behind, and sighed at Di Hemming's corpse. He didn't know whether Zhao Mingtang had shot him to death with the Gangfeng banner, or if he fell into the valley after it was abolished. Dead. Of course, when Di Hemming died, Ling Yun already knew about it when he searched for the treasures himself just now, and he also searched him out. The most valuable among them was naturally Di Hemming's natal flying sword. Brush. Li Piayang quickly went back and brought Di Xiaozhen from the main altar of Difeng. After all, Di Hemming and Di Xiaozhen were the real power holders of the Heavenly Sword sect. This incident made him very embarrassed, but had to obediently obey orders. At this moment Di Xiaozhen is still in a coma, and Ling Yun has no intention of waking her up for the time being. After Li Piayang put her down, Ling Yun signaled with his eyes that he can take someone to clean up the ground peak. As if being pardoned, Li Piayang immediately waved his hand and led 120 disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect to the Difeng in a mighty manner to go to work. Li Piayang, you don't need to work, you just need to supervise. As long as one of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect escapes, you won't be able to survive. Before Li Piayang left, Ling Yun said to him. Li Piayang quickly replied, I understand, you can rest assured. Swipe swipe. At this time, Jing Shui's gang had also finished the errands arranged by Ling Yun, and they brought everyone in Tiangong, no matter men or women, to Renfeng. Ling Yun immediately ordered, Jing Shui, no matter male or female, first abolish all these people's martial arts, and then you guys are here to keep them safe. No matter who these people in the Heavenly Palace are, Ling Yun only hates them in his heart. Needless to say, those male favorites are just Di Xiaozhen's playthings. Stop torturing Qin Qiuyue. But for these accounts, Ling Yun doesn't need to settle with them now, everything will be settled at dawn. Chi 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 chi. After Ling Yun gave the order, Jing Shui and the others were unrestrained and took action one after another, disabling the martial arts of those people, and then dispersed in all directions, bowing their heads to obey the order. Oh, there is one more thing, I almost forgot, Jing Shui, go to the top of Tumor Peak now and bring me Di Qinghe's body. Jing Shui took the order and left. Ling Yun was not at all worried that Jing Shui would run away because he knew how long it would take for the other party to go back and forth. As long as the other party did not return after the time passed, Ling Yun could easily catch up to him even if he escaped 10,000 meters away. Managing a sect is such a hassle. Just such a trivial matter makes me busy for a long time. After all the arrangements were made, Ling Yun finally looked relaxed, but he couldn't help turning his head and complaining to Yi Xingchen. You are a real person, even giving orders is too troublesome. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly when he heard this, gave Ling Yun a white look, and teased him. The third update is delivered, I'm so sleepy, it will be the third update tonight. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. In fact, Yi Xingchen applauded Ling Yun secretly. She knew that Ling Yun didn't care much about anything other than cultivation, she had seen Ling Yun's madness in cultivation, and also experienced Ling Yun's ruthless killings, but Ling Yun personally issued orders to deal with the sex affairs in front of her, but now it was the first time. After Ling Yun appeared just now, there was no nonsense from the beginning to the end, but within a few minutes, he was able to completely subdue these people in front of him, kill those who should be killed, let go of what should be released, and manage what should be managed. Everything is done according to his will. Ling Yun is not only good at cultivation, he is also proficient in management. He understands people's hearts and prescribes the right medicine, but he is usually too lazy to take care of it and rarely shows it. Then you plan to leave these people here? Do you want to light a pile of firewood for them? Yi Xingchen asked with a smile. Although the Tianjianzong Valley is about 2,000 meters above sea level, it is below the snow line, but the three peaks of Tiandaran are all more than 1,000 meters high, and the peaks are just at the height of the snow line. It is already autumn and the coldest time in the morning. The cold mountain wind howled, and it was freezing cold here. These people in front of them have all been deprived of martial arts, plus their bodies are wounded, and their clothes are very thin. Leaving them on this cold peak is simply torture. Need not. Ling Yin said indifferently, these people are all from Tianfeng. How they treated my mother at the beginning, I will treat them now. I also have to let them taste what it is like to be in a world of ice and snow blowing cold wind after their martial arts are abolished. As for whether they can survive it, it depends on their own good fortune. Ling Yin sneered, looking at those maids and male pets who were wearing thin fine clothes, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, arms crossed, shivering in the cold wind, and he was deliberately telling them. In just a short while, the 30 or so people were already shivering from the cold, their lips were blue and purple, and they were limp and curled up on the ground, but no one dared to speak, and even dared not take a breath. Even their master, Di Xiaozhen, the self-proclaimed queen of the Heavenly Sword sect, fell unconscious on the cold ground, so what could they do? Moreover, these people who abolished their martial arts are the backbone of Tianjianzong, but they are not members of the Di family. In the past few years, these people have to report to Tianfeng when they have something to do, and when dealing with them, there is no shortage. Being angry with them, now it's the other way around, and it's even more impossible for them to expect these people to treat them better. What about Di Xiaozhen? Don't freeze to death before Aunt Qing sees her. Don't worry, she won't die. I just abolished her martial arts, and her body training is still there. She can't freeze to death with this little cold. Ling Yin knew it well. He explained a sentence, and then spoke again, you guys take care of them for me, don't let them commit suicide, and I will arrange the rest tomorrow. Xingchen, let's go. Call. The next moment, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen both soared into the sky, their robes fluttering, but instead of going to Tianfeng, they quickly came to the top of Tumor Peak. The altitude here is more than 7,000 meters, and it is even colder. The temperature is at least minus 30 degrees, but Ling Yun and the two are unaware of it and take it calmly. Brush. Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen landed on the highest point of Tumor Peak, looking around the mountains and enjoying the magnificent scenery around them. What are you doing here? Just now, we were busy fighting. Now, let's enjoy the scenery and chat. Ling Yan replied with a smile, and then asked, Xingchen, how did you get in after the mountain protection array was activated? Ling Yan knew that Yi Xingchen was not good at formations. Although she now possessed the strength of the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, after all, the barrier of the Heavenly Sword sect's mountain protection formation was very strong. If Yi Xingchen wanted to break it from the outside, it also takes a lot of work to break through, and the movement will be very loud. It is impossible to be silent. Yi Xingchen smiled charmingly, and with a move of her divine sense, she released the star vortex again, and then sacrificed a big star to wrap herself inside. The big star was spinning rapidly. But Yi Xingchen inside is calm and natural. That's right, the art of drawing stars into the void, the vortex of stars. Ling Yun understood immediately when he saw this, and he said pleasantly, within the reach of this vortex of stars, it is already your personal domain. In this vortex of stars, you can go anywhere you want. Yi Xingchen's star vortex is her space domain. After she reached the middle stage of the 5th level of Qi training, she has already started to use space power. Ling Yan was shocked and happy for Yi Xingchen. Her comprehension is really beyond heaven. The star vortex is my personal domain? Hearing Ling Yan's explanation, Yi Xingchen was touched among the earthy yellow stars, and she thought hard. She was very touched, and she really felt that way. Yes, especially the big star that surrounds you now is actually your personal space. It can not only be used as a defense to protect you, but also can be used to attack the enemy, and can easily break through the space formation. Will not be hindered. Xingchen, be careful. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he reminded Yi Xingchen again. He took out the Qingying flying sword, and with a snort, he stabbed at the big star that wrapped Yi Xingchen. Zheng. Ling Yan's divine sense was entwined on the Qingying Feijian. He clearly felt that when the Qingying Feijian rushed into the star vortex, it was obviously blocked by the star vortex, as if it was about to enter another space, and the sword trembled violently. It's just that with Ling Yan's power of thought, he suddenly urged it, and the Qingying Feijian broke through the vortex of stars in an instant. Qingying Feijian breaks through the barrier of the vortex, and after entering, it is immediately driven by the huge rotating force of the star vortex. The tip of the sword deflects, Ling Yan's divine sense is blocked again, and Feijian is almost brought into rotation in the vortex. Zheng. Ling Yan exerted his force again, and the green shadow flying sword suddenly stabbed at the big khaki star, only to hear a bang. The tip of the flying sword shifted again, and slid out along the direction of the big star's rapid rotation. The Qingying Feijian did not pierce the big star. Of course, during this whole process, Ling Yan didn't burn his divine essence, and Yi Xingchen didn't dodge either. Boom! Ling Yan started to burn his divine essence, and controlled the flying sword to pierce the big star, only to hear the continuous chi-chi-chi sound, and the sharp point of the flying sword pierced the surface of the planet, as if someone was holding a knife on a rapidly rotating grinding wheel. Sanding is average. Where the flying sword and the big star collided, blue and yellow lights shone continuously. Brush. With a movement of Ling Yan's mind, he suddenly withdrew the Qingying Feijian. He nodded happily and praised, triple defense, powerful. Especially your big khaki star, which is indeed equivalent to a defensive space. It is difficult to break through its defense, below the Foundation establishment level. Does that mean that now I am also invincible under the Foundation establishment realm? In the vortex of stars, Yi Xingchen's long hair fluttered in the air. She was like a goddess, and she smiled charmingly. Appreciating the beautiful scene, Ling Yan nodded, then shook his head. However, it's useless if the defense is strong enough, and the attack power must keep up. Your heavenly demon double slash should also be re-sacrificed. First update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Defense can only be used to save one's life. As a practitioner fights, the most important thing is to attack. For example, Ling Yan, if he hadn't relied on the invincible sharpness of the blood-transforming sword tonight and was invincible at close quarters, then facing Zhao Mingtang and Di Hei, he would be helpless and would only be beaten. Yi Xingchen's heavenly demon double slash, although its material is extraordinary and its attack power is against the sky, but it depends on who it is. Now they can only be regarded as magic weapons, but they are not magic weapons. Therefore, facing the powerful defense of the foundation building realm, Yi Xingchen there is almost no way. Ling Yan has long wanted to refine the talisman for Yi Xingchen, but he didn't have any better materials than the heavenly demon double slash before, and he didn't have enough sword energy to squander. Everything is no longer a problem. Moreover, not only Yi Xingchen's heavenly demon double slash, but also Ling Yan's Qingying Feijian and Yinyang Gongqi sword all needed to be refined again. Ling Yan's current enemy is too powerful, and it is Kunlun. Tonight, the 4 foundation building disciples sent by Kunlun are just the tip of the iceberg compared to Kunlun. Fortunately, Kunlun is limited by the rules of the cultivation world, so they dare not make a big show of fanfare. They send people to hunt and kill Ling Yan in the world. They can only do some sneaky tricks, but who can guarantee that if Kunlun is really impatient, wouldn't he ignore those rules and send a real powerful person to chase and kill Ling Yun? Rules are dead, people are alive, and it is impossible for a living person to be suffocated to death by urine, and Ling Yun will never leave his fate in the hands of others. Just like the law in the world, there are too many people breaking the law. What can you do? What's more, the rules of the cultivation world seem to be set by the people of Kunlun themselves, or they have the final right of interpretation. There is no other way, but to increase strength as soon as possible, strengthen oneself, make oneself strong enough, kill all enemies, and even enter Kunlun in the future, and completely trample the opponent under his feet. Brush. Yi Xingchen put away the vortex of stars and returned to Ling Yun. She wondered, Ling Yun, since the void star art is so powerful, why don't you practice it? Of course I will practice. Ling Yun smiled and said, it's just that I'm practicing the Dian Ju Xing Ju, Ichi Yinyang Ju, Shenwu Qinyang Immortal Ju, and 5 elements killing God art. These are already 4 kinds of skills. If there are more, I'm afraid if you can't chew too much, it will affect the improvement of the realm. The way of comprehension is expensive and not expensive. Ling Yun said seriously, for example, the Tianjianzong, the last Dihai, he just practiced a flying sword of his own destiny. I am not in the realm enough to break through the opponent's defense. Any skills and methods will not work for him. Then what sense? So, my current skills are already sufficient. Only when I reach a big threshold and I can't break through in a short period of time, can I have time to practice other skills. Next, we will stay in Tianjianzong for at least 7 days. During these 7 days, I will digest the sword energy as soon as possible, and at the same time refine the weapon, and then see if I can use the sword energy this time, break through the 6th level of Qi training in one fell swoop, and climb to a higher level. Yi Xingchen nodded again, and finally she asked in surprise, why do we have to stay here for 7 days? Isn't it too long? Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to the Tianfeng in the valley below, and he pointed to the cliff where Qin Qiuyue was. My mother is going to guard Uncle Ning here, and she will send him off for the last time, after his first 7 days are over. Leave. So that's how it is. Yi Xingchen understood, she shook her head and sighed, Uncle Ning is dead, we are 1 step too late. No way, everyone has his own life. Although Ling Yun felt a little regretful about not being able to arrive before Ning Tianya died, it was nothing more than that. Manpower is sometimes poor, and no one understands this truth better than him. In the face of the laws of heaven, in the face of the cycle of life and death, even a cultivator can do nothing if he does not become a fairy in a day. Even if you become a fairy, you still have the cycle of life and death, limited by your lifespan, unless you jump out of the 3 realms. If it is not in the 5 elements, then it is Daluo Jingxian, or a saint. What's more, Dihei made a move just now, and the facts have proved that even if Ling Yun came earlier, he was not strong enough, and he couldn't save Ning Tianya at all, he could only die. In the dark, everything has its own destiny. Ling Yun looked up at the sky, looked at the bright galaxy in the deep night sky, shook his head and sighed, even if it is me, I can only do my best within the scope of my ability, and I can't control the rest. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but look up at the starry sky, and suddenly said with emotion, then when will we be good at cultivation like this? No head. Ling Yun suddenly withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Yi Xingchen. Her slender neck was perfectly curved, and her crystal-clear skin glowed faintly in the night. I know that there are powerful cultivators who can travel through the universe and annihilate countless planets with a wave of their hands, but they will still die. Even if they will not be killed by a stronger person, they will still have a certain lifespan. Even if they live a long life, they will eventually die and cannot escape this cycle of life and death. Ling Yan's eyes were burning, and he was revealing something to Yi Xingchen intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded and completely speechless. That strong? In fact, Yi Xingchen really wanted to ask how Ling Yun knew about it, but she changed her words and asked this one. She stared at Ling Yun. At that moment, she thought a lot. It had nothing to do with the ultimate realm of cultivation, but Ling Yun's secret. But Yi Xingchen will definitely not ask. She has already made up her mind about Ling Yun's secret. As long as Ling Yun doesn't tell her, she will never ask. Xingchen, our journey of cultivation has just begun. Ling Yun knew what Yi Xingchen was thinking at the moment, but he avoided talking about it, and just said it lightly. Compared with the vast universe, what is a heavenly sword sect, what is a Kunlun secret realm, and what is an earth? Really, this topic is too big and too deep. What are you talking about all of a sudden? On the highest peak of the Tianshan Mountains, Yi Xingchen accompanied Ling Yun looking up at the starry sky. She suddenly felt how small she really was. I couldn't save Uncle Ning, so I'm just feeling emotional. Yi Xingchen didn't ask any more questions, so Ling Yun naturally accepted it as soon as he saw it. Yi Xingchen was extremely smart and had a high level of comprehension, so he just had to click to the end. What do you plan to do with the remaining people of Jianzhong that day? After talking, Yi Xingchen talked about the matter at hand again. She reminded Ling Yun, these people are quite a force. Their fate is in their own hands. Whether they live or die depends on what they think now and what they will do in the future. Ling Yun suddenly smiled, with red lips and white teeth, he said casually. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flickered, and he said, you want to recruit them and use this heavenly sword sect as a place to stay in the future, right? Ling Yun nodded, those who know me are the stars. Yi Xingchen asked, then what about us now? Ling Yun smiled and said, practice, wait for Tai Xiaohu and the others to come. Second update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. I have conquered the Heavenly Sword sect and successfully rescued my mother. Now, the entire Heavenly Sword sect is under my complete control, and my mother is safe and sound. Before practicing, Ling Yan took out the communicator of Tianzu, edited a message and sent it to 5 people at the same time. Qin Chongqing, the patriarch of the Qin family, Ling Lai, the old man of the Ling family, Qing Yao from Qingshui City, and Qin Dongxue and Tai Xiaohu, who might be rushing over on the plane. These people, of course, knew that Ling Yan had come up to the Heavenly Sword sect to rescue Qin Chuyue tonight, so they must not be able to sleep and were waiting for Ling Yan's news. Ling Yan knew that they were anxiously waiting, and now that the overall situation was settled, it was impossible to wait until tomorrow to speak, so he sent the news directly. Tianzu's communicator uses China's most advanced communication technology, and uses satellites in the sky to transmit signals. Therefore, even at the top of Tianshan Tumor Peak on the border of China, the signal is still full without affecting communication. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Drip, drop, drop. After Ling Yun sent the message, his communicator rang endlessly in an instant. He received several messages at first, and then the bell of the communicator rang. The first one to call could not have been someone else, of course it was Qin Chongqing. Ling Yun picked it up immediately. Yuner, have you rescued your mother? How is she doing now? How about you? Are you not injured? As soon as it was connected, Qin Chongqing's voice sounded over there, very excited and eager, like a cannonball. Grandpa Qin, don't worry. My mother is fine now. It's just that she has suffered a lot in the past 6 months and has lost some weight. As for me, I am not injured and everything is fine. Ling Yun answered one by one, picking up the most important things first, and then, following Qin Chongqing's questioning, he slowly described the entire rescue process. Of course, it was impossible to go into details, but just a rough outline. What? The Lord of the Heavenly Sword sect, Di Hemming is dead? Good, good death. Di Xiaozhen was abolished by you? Di Hai was also killed by you? Good, good, good kill. You killed Di Qingho too? this? Ning Tianya, he. Following Ling Yan's narration, Qin Chongqing became more and more excited, almost weeping with joy, but in the end, he was incoherent and didn't know what to say. He was not the only one listening, there were also Qin Chunfeng, Qin Xiaoyu, etc. Many key figures in the Qin family were by his side, listening to Ling Yan's narration. After hearing Ling Yan's record, their blood was already boiling with excitement. Can you not be excited? In the past, Di Xiaozhen led a team of Tianjianzong into the Qin family, and almost crushed the Qin family. Now Ling Yan came to Tianshan to save his mother, relying on his own strength. Trampled down the entire Heavenly Sword sect, and almost killed all the enemies of the Qin family. Not only did he successfully save Qin Qiuyue, but he also helped the Qin family avenge their blood. Yuner, are you by your mother's side now? I want to have a few words with your mother. Finally, Qin Chongqing asked eagerly. Grandpa Qin, my mother's mood is quite complicated now. I think it's better for her to spend this evening alone, so I didn't bother her. Of course Ling Yan understood the urgency of the Qin family at the moment, but he knew Qin Qiuyue's state better at the moment, so he told Qin Chongqing the truth. Well, what you said makes sense. Qin Chongqing thought of Qin Qiuyue's character, and knew what Ling Yan said was reasonable, so he didn't force her anymore. Anyway, with Ling Yan by her side, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Yuner, when will you bring your mother back? Grandpa can prepare in advance and celebrate your success at that time. Qin Chongqing was really excited. Ling Yan had made great contributions and was the greatest benefactor of the Qin family. It was impossible for him not to express it. Ling Yan smiled wryly after hearing this, and could only tell about Qin Qiuyue's going to guard Ning Tianya's spirit, and then said, Grandpa Qin, we are all a family, and those who celebrate achievements or not will be excused. 7 days from now? Well. Then I see, what nonsense are you kidding? If such a great event is not celebrated, what else is there to be happy about? Qin Chongqing couldn't help but settle the matter first, and then asked, Yuner, what else do you need right now? I'll make arrangements right away, and have Uncle Chunfeng send it to you. Now that the entire Heavenly Sword sect is in Ling Yan's hands, it is impossible for the Qin family to wait at home for 7 days without sending someone over. Grandpa Qin, we have all the food and drink here. As for the rest, I have to wait until tomorrow and ask my mother before I can reply to you. Ling Yan explained with a smile, then chatted with Qin Chongqing for a few more words, and finally hung up the communicator with great difficulty. He had to hang up because other calls kept coming in, but the line kept busy and couldn't get through. Immediately afterwards, it was naturally Ling Lai and Jade Bird who called over one after another. There was no way they could care about him too much. This was another important matter for Ling Yan, so it was impossible not to ask for details. So Ling Yan had no choice but to repeat what he just said over and over again, telling the process and the result, so that they could be completely at ease. In the end, Ling Yan had no choice but to feel that social communication is so developed now, and the news soon had a chain reaction, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and ripples spread out. That night, those closest to him people, even Tang Meng, who had never practiced, knew this shocking news. The reason is very simple, if Ling Lai knows it, the whole Ling family will know it, even the Chao family in the capital. Qing Miao knows, Miao Xiaomiao naturally knows, and then Shui Mining, Zhuang Meifeng, Tang Meng. Not to mention the Qin family. Of course, although the news spread rapidly, it was only spread in Ling Yan's closest circle that night, and it was impossible to continue to spread outside in a short time. After all, Ling Yan's rescue of his mother was just his family business, and there was no need to make a scene known to the world. As a result, it took more than an hour for Ling Yan to finish processing the messages sent back. In the end, he simply threw the communicator into the Taishu ring again, simply out of sight and out of mind. Otherwise, those messages would be one after another, which would be endless. Fortunately, no matter what, the people who should know this important news have already known it at this moment, so that he won't waste his words in the future. I'm really asking for trouble. I was exhausted just now. After putting away the communicator, Ling Yun took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it wildly, drank it in one gulp, and then complained helplessly. However, although a lot of words were wasted, Ling Yun didn't delay his cultivation. He was both good news and cultivation. Ling Yun, you still missed someone. Yi Xingchen looked at him with a smile, and reminded him lightly. Oh, you mean Spirit Rain? Ling Yun's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, of course she is the most qualified to know the news, but I still want to wait until tomorrow morning so that my mother can talk to her directly. Third update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Yi Xingchen knew very well that the reason she came to Tianshan to accompany Ling Yun to save her mother was because she cared about Ling Yun and was strong enough, but she came here to fight with Ling Yun. To put it bluntly, it was purely for helping. If it wasn't for Ling Yun, she wouldn't have any relationship with the Qin family, and even more so with Qin Qiuyue, including the grievances between the Qin family and Tianjianzong, as well as Qin Qiuyue's life and death, had nothing to do with her. This is a fact. Moreover, not only her, but also Tai Xiaohu, Bai Xianer, Wang Chongxiao, etc., these people came here because of Ling Yun. Because this was Ling Yun's battle and his business, it became the business of people like Yi Xingchen. Qin Qiuyue is Qin Dongshue's older sister, so Qin Dongxue should come. However, there is another person who should appear here at this moment, fighting side by side with Ling Yun, and that is Ning Lingyu. Ning Tianya and Qin Qiuyue are Ning Lingyu's biological parents. She must win this battle. However, Ning Lingyu, who was supposed to be here tonight, just didn't come. If it is said that Ning Lingyu has never practiced, or that the realm is not strong enough, then that's fine, and it will become a burden when it comes, but Yi Xingchen knows that Ning Lingyu has already passed through the 49 minor catastrophes, and the current realm is even still to be above her. In terms of emotion and reason, this shouldn't be done, it doesn't make sense at all, and it doesn't conform to Ling Yun's style of doing things. No matter whether it was a mistake, or Ling Yun was worried about Ning Lingyu's safety, or any other reason, all the reasons are pale. And that's not counting, Ling Yun just announced the good news to everyone. He thought of the most important people, but he just missed Ning Lingyu. There is no doubt that Ning Tianya died, Qin Qiuyue was rescued, Di Xiaozhen was captured alive, and the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed. Ning Lingyu must be the person who should get the news the most. But Ling Yun said, let Qin Qiuyue call Ning Lingyu and tell her in the daytime tomorrow. Based on Yi Xingchen's understanding of Ling Yun, it was simply unbelievable. Ling Yun, what happened between you and Ning Lingyu, can you tell me? Yi Xingchen suddenly thought that before leaving Qingshui City, Qin Dongxue took Ling Yun out alone, and it took a long time before returning to Villa No. 9 in Qingshui Bay. After that, every time Ning Lingyu was mentioned, Ling Yun would frown and appear restless. It's nothing, I think. After Grandpa Qin receives the news here, he will definitely tell Lingyu as soon as possible. Ling Yun was a little upset, and obviously didn't want to talk about it. Let's practice first, and wait for Tai Xiaohu and the others to discuss other matters. It is good. Yi Xingchen saw that Ling Yun didn't want to talk more about Ning Lingyu at the moment, so she was considerate and didn't ask any more questions. So, next, the two of them searched for a place, faced each other from a distance, and began to practice. At the same time, in the valley of Tianjianzong, Li Piaoyang and Guo Pingping are also commanding their own troops to clean up the battlefield and clean up the corpses. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. They are the high-level figures of Tianjianzong, so it is most appropriate for them to handle these matters. Time flies. Whoosh whoosh. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, 7 or 8 figures came across the sky from a distance, quickly passed the huge mountain ridge south of Tianjianzong, and appeared in the sky above the valley of Tianjianzong. Tai Xiaohu and the others finally arrived. These people were Tai Xiaohu and the others who came by plane from Xianyang. Since the Qing family had already arranged everything properly, after Tai Xiaohu's escape from the catastrophe, as soon as he returned to the hotel, he immediately went to the airport with Qin Dongxue and the others, and then directly the plane took off, and the departure time was only half an hour later than Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. They took off around 0:30, but did not fly to Urumqi, but flew directly from Xianyang to Oxu Airport in Tianshan. The whole trip took a little over 4 hours. Because it was the Qin family's plane, Qin Dongxue was anxious at first, and planned to wait for the plane to land, and when it approached the sky above Oxu Airport, they left the plane directly and flew to Tomar Peak. Anyway, these people who came to Tianjianzong this time, except Qin Dongxue himself, can now fly in the sky. But after the plane took off, less than half of the distance traveled, Qin Dongxue and Tai Xiaohu both received a message from Ling Yun, saying that the Heavenly Sword sect had been wiped out. Qin Dongxue was naturally no longer in such a hurry. She changed her mind, and after the plane landed on the ground, they got out of Oxu Airport, took off again, and headed straight for Tomar Peak. In the last distance, among the 9 people, Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao, and the 5 blood clans all flew directly in the air, while Qin Dongxue was unable to fly long distances until the middle stage of Qi training, so she was accepted by Jia. Sturt carried it on his back. As for Di Yutong, who had completely lost his function, he was brought over by Paul, the peak duke of the blood race. Seeing these people finally arrive, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen directly soared into the sky, and they also came to the sky. Brother Yun. Brother Ling Yun, Sister Xingchen. Boss, Lady Boss. Greetings to the young master, the young mistress. Tai Xiaohu, Bai Xianer, the 5 blood clans, Wang Chongxiao, and others hurriedly greeted Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen after seeing them. Edward, Paul, 5 of you go down, guard this valley for me from all 4 sides and 5 directions. Xingchen, take Xianer and Tai Xiaohu, find a place, and tell them about the situation here. As soon as these people arrived, Ling Yun had sufficient manpower, and he immediately made arrangements. Finally, Ling Yun looked at Qin Dongxue, and said to her via voice transmission, Dongxue, come with me. Ling Yun didn't care about other people, but brought Qin Dongxue to the 2,000 meters above Tianfeng. 2,000 meters away, Qin Qiuyue's location has already fallen within the range of Qin Dongxue's consciousness. Elder sister. With a sweep of Qin Dongxue's consciousness, her tender body immediately trembled, followed by a big change in her face, burning with anger. She did not take a civil aviation flight, but a special plane, and there was no need to turn off the communication equipment during the flight, so she already had a full understanding of the situation here on the way. Qin Dongxue had already prepared for the worst, but after seeing Qin Qiuyue's appearance with her own eyes, she still couldn't help being furious. This kind of anger was exactly the same as when Ling Yun saw Qin Qiuyue for the first time, and his reaction was exactly the same. This is her own sister, but she was tortured like this, how can she not be angry? In a fit of rage, Qin Dongxue was about to come down directly with the sword. But Ling Yun grabbed her. Don't worry, all the members of the D family are still there except the one I killed. Below is the heavenly peak, and on the other side is the earthly peak, the southernmost one is the human peak. My mother is currently keeping a vigil for Uncle Ning. She has already said that she doesn't want others to disturb her tonight. We will discuss everything after dawn. All right. Qin Dongshua's eyes were full of murderous intent. When she saw Qin Qiuyue, she also saw Ning Tianya's body. She wished she could tear Di Xiaozhen into pieces immediately. Qin Dongxue immediately asked, "Where's that poisonous woman, Di Xiaozhen?" "She's at the top of Human Peak." Ling Yun pointed at her casually. "She has been disabled by me now, and she can't run away. But now, I have more important things to discuss with you. The fourth is sent. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Under Ling Yan's persuasion, Qin Dongxue did not go down to disturb Qin Qiuyue immediately, but followed Ling Yan to the top of Tumor Peak. What's up? After the two landed on the peak, Qin Dongxue asked immediately. The Ning family. Ling Yan told the other party, and mentioned the problem that he had been struggling with just now, and then said, I hurry up, it's better to be late. By the time I see my mother, Uncle Ning will be dead. But since the next 7 days, my mother will keep a vigil for Uncle Ning, and then I will bury him naturally. As the saying goes, where to bury Uncle Ning, and whether to inform his relatives in the Ning family during this period, these things, I can't make up my mind. When Ling Yan kills people, he always just kills, and doesn't bury them. Unless he has to, he will use fire charms or corpse powder to destroy all enemies. But Ning Tianya is not an enemy, but Qin Qiuyue's true love. In fact, this was the first time Ling Yan had done this kind of thing since he came to this world. For the sake of his mother, he had to be considerate. Unexpectedly, Qin Dongxue was also a little dazed after hearing this. She frowned, and after thinking for a while, she said, Ling Yan, it's useless for us to discuss this matter, because I don't know too much about the situation of the Ning family. I understand, and we don't know what my sister is planning in her heart, so these things have to be left to her to decide. Ling Yan was silent. The reason why he would discuss with Qin Dongxue was to prevent Qin Qiuyue from worrying about these matters, and to help her handle these matters quietly, as long as Qin Qiuyue could keep his mind at ease and send Ning Tianya off for the last time. But who knew that Ning Tianya's death was really involved too much? Faced with this matter, Qin Dongxue was helpless and did not dare to make up his own mind. So, we don't have to worry about these things, and leave them all to my mother? Thinking of Qin Qiuyue's emaciated appearance, Ling Yan's heart aches for a while, and at the same time, she hates Di Xiaozhen even more. Ling Yan, don't worry, I understand my sister's temper best. Qin Dongxue knew what Ling Yan was thinking, and she comforted her. I think she decided to keep the wake alone tonight and not let us go and disturb her. She must be thinking about these things. She must be able to bear it. Finally, Qin Dongshua's eyes were firm, and she gritted her teeth and added. Then, what about Spirit Rain? Ling Yan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Ling Yu? Qin Dongxue was stunned, couldn't help but cast a glance at Ling Yan, and asked involuntarily, You haven't told Ling Yu about the matter here? Ling Yan shook his head, Not yet. When Qin Dongxue heard this, she immediately took out her communicator, intending to send a message to Ning Lingyu, but suddenly, she stopped. What did my sister say about Lingyu? Ling Yan could only shake his head again. My mother only knows that Lingyu is studying at Yenqing University, and she hasn't had time to ask about other matters, nor has she expressed her opinion. Qin Dongxue thought for a while, and put away her communicator again. It seems that my sister has already made up her mind. Let's wait for her arrangement tomorrow, and do everything according to her wishes. It is good. Although the two of them discussed for a long time without any specific result, Ling Yan was relieved at last. It was the first time for Ling Yan to see Ning Tianya tonight, and when he saw him, the other party was already dead, so it was impossible to have any feelings, but for Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, he always tried his best to arrange the other party's affairs. How did the top of Tomar Peak become like this, and how did it become a huge deep ditch? Qin Dongxue finally had the time to look around, and suddenly said, Ling Yan, tell me about the specific situation of the battle just now. Anyway, there was nothing to do next, so Ling Yan transformed the pure sword energy in his body while explaining the whole process of saving his mother to Qin Dongxue in detail. It's a good thing you didn't come earlier. 3 hours passed quickly, and it was 8 o'clock in the morning Beijing time. Since this place is in the westernmost part of China, it can even be said to be on the border, so there is a 2-hour time difference between here and the capital. At 8 o'clock in the capital time, the sun here has just risen. The sky is blue, the blue sky is like a huge sapphire washed by water, very translucent, the air is fresh and cold, breathing is a kind of enjoyment. Suddenly, at the top of Tianjianzong's peak, there was a scream like killing a pig, which suddenly resounded through the sky, piercing the silence here. Father! Son! Di Xiaozhen woke up. The first time she woke up, she saw the 2 corpses beside her, which belonged to Di Hemming and Di Qingho. She screamed miserably, and then burst into tears. Yesterday, she was the supreme queen of the entire Tianjianzong, but overnight, the Tianjianzong was overthrown, and she was killed by Ling Yun. The dead body was placed beside her. Di Hemming was the worst. His limbs were cut off by Ling Yun and he became a human pig. At this moment, his body was already cold and completely stiff, but his eyes were wide open, his face was distorted, ferocious and horrifying, and he could not rest in peace. Impossible. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Di Xiaozhen, with disheveled hair, dragged his almost frozen body, and struggled to crawl towards the corpses of the 2. While whimpering, he made an indistinct sound, unable to accept this painful fact at all. What? Di Xiaozhen had just picked up the cold corpse of her son Di Qingho. When she looked away, she immediately saw another corpse. Di Hai. His body was split vertically by Ling Yun, split into 2 halves, picked up by the body cleaners, and put together improvised, with knife wounds all over his body, blood all over his body. His original appearance was hardly recognizable. 6. Uncle 6. Di Xiaozhen was stunned, she was hit so hard that she let go of her hands, and with a bang, Di Qingho's body fell back to the cold ground. It's over, Tianjianzong is over, it's all over. Di Xiaozhen felt a biting chill, her eyes were terrified, and she was so frightened that she shivered all over, like sieving chaff. It's up to you. Ling Yun spoke indifferently. At this moment, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, Qin Dongxue, Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu, Wang Chongxiao and other 6 people were all at Renfeng Peak, with Ling Yun as the leader not far away, quietly watching this scene. Now, these people already know how Di Xiaozhen and the entire Tiangong tortured and humiliated Qin Qiuyue and Ning Tianya in the past 6 months. Someone may have pity her. Li Piayang, Guoping, Jing Shui, and people above the middle stage of Tianjianzong's Qi training were also there. They were standing aside with their heads bowed, looking at Di Xiaozhen with indifferent eyes, waiting for Ling Yun's order. With someone like Di Xiaozhen in power, it is impossible for the Heavenly Sword sect to be monolithic. Usually, these people are not welcome at all. They have been oppressed by members of the Di family for many years. Now that the Di family is in trouble, it is impossible for them to serve Di. Xiaozhen is desperate. Come on. Ling Yun didn't want to waste time, he directly ordered, bring this woman, everyone in Tiangong, and the corpses of the Di family on the ground to Tianfeng, and wait for my mother to deal with it. First update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yun gave an order. Whoosh whoosh. The surviving mid-stage Qi training monks of Tianjianzong all flew out, scrambling to be the first to attack each other, each carrying 2 dead bodies, or grabbing 2 living people, and then soaring into the sky, facing the cliff of Tianfeng fly away. Li Piayang, Guoping, and Jing Shui were not to be outdone. They rushed out first, carrying Di Xiaozhen, Di Hemming, Di Hai, Di Qingho, etc., Ling Yun's most important enemies, fly to Tianfeng. Go, let's go too. After these people left, Ling Yun also waved his hand, and immediately soared into the sky, turning into a long rainbow, taking the lead and flying to Tianfeng. Tianfeng Cliff, inside the morning hall. Qin Qiuyue stayed here all night. At her request, no one came to disturb her. At this moment, she was already at peace. Tianya, you and I met 20 years ago. We fell in love at first sight and decided for life. We swore to each other and agreed to stay together for the rest of our lives and grow old together. Who knows that good fortune tricks people, and heaven fails to fulfill people's wishes. In the end, we still couldn't fight against God's will and were separated by fate. But for this, I have no complaints or hatred at all. I only blame our fate. We separated when we separated. After all, we still have a child of our own, Lingyu. In the past 18 years, I know that you have always had me in your heart, so I feel the pain in your heart, but you have married someone else after all. I don't think about other things anymore, let alone have any extravagant hopes. I can only do my best bringing up our children. I only hope that you can look away and live a better life. But I never imagined that Di Xiaozhen would be so crazy, not only hating me, but also humiliating and torturing you so much that you haven't had a good day in these years, and even in the end, he would be so crazy that he would personally kill you. I will bear my fault. What we owed her has already been paid off. Therefore, I will definitely avenge your revenge. Tianya, I know you don't want to die with peace in mind. If you are alive in the sky, just watch carefully. I will send all those who tortured us to the road to avenge you. Brush. After saying this, Qin Chunyue bowed 3 times to Ning Tianya's body, then floated up and walked slowly outside the door. Whoosh whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Tianfeng was only 10 kilometers away from Renfeng. Li Piaoyang, Guoping, Jingshui, and others had already arrived at this time, and they all threw the people or corpses in their hands at their feet. Swipe swipe. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, all of them also came to the cliff of Tianfeng and appeared in front of Qin Chunyue. Elder sister. Qin Dongxue came with her sword and suddenly appeared in front of Qin Chunyue. As soon as she landed, she hugged Qin Chunyue and cried bitterly. Winter snow. After half a year, the 2 sisters finally met again. Thinking of all the things they had experienced in the past 6 months, they embraced and wept. But at this moment, it is obviously not the time to reminisce about the old days. The 2 quickly stopped crying. Qin Dongxue stepped back slightly, looked at Qin Chunyue carefully, then opened her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. Sister, I can't think of half a year. Time, that poisonous woman, Di Xiaozhen, actually tortured you like this. I will definitely tear her to pieces. The current Qin Dongxue is not the decent expert who was unwilling to seriously injure the enemy when she was besieged by the enemy. She has already been infected by Ling Yun, and she is decisive in killing. What's more, Di Xiaozhen killed so many people in the Qin family. Mom, I have brought you all these enemies on Tianfeng. How do you want to deal with them? Just say a word, and leave the rest to me, so as not to dirty your hands. Ling Yun stepped forward and said to Qin Chunyue. Kindness. Qin Chunyue nodded, then turned her head to look, and saw more than 30 people, including Di Xiaozhen, her male pet and maid. Their martial arts were all abolished, and they were thrown on the cliff, covering a large area in darkness. I'm fine, it's just that I've suffered for half a year. Over the years, the one who's really been tortured by them is Tianya. Qin Chunyue's face was calm, and she slowly walked in front of Di Xiaozhen while talking. Di Xiaozhen, do you still remember that I told you that you must die a good death? Everyone, including Ling Yun, thought that Di Xiaozhen would definitely yell at her, because her father and son were dead, and the person who always protected her, her 6th uncle, had also died tragically. Ordinarily she must have embraced death and was fearless, but in fact, Di Xiaozhen didn't dare to speak at this moment, her eyes were full of fear. Di Xiaozhen was afraid of death. The so-called good people don't live long, and evils last for thousands of years, probably so. Last night, Di Xiaozhen had just eaten the Zhuyan pill and the beauty pill, and had just returned to her youth, and now she was asked to face death, and only she could understand the pain in her heart. Impossible not to be afraid. What do you want? Di Xiaozhen prostrated himself on the ground, his body began to tremble violently, unable to conceal his fear. He said in a trembling voice, "My father, my son, my sixth uncle, and many of my relatives have all been killed by Ling Yun. Our heavenly sword sect was also destroyed by him, and your Qin family's revenge can be regarded as revenge. Can you see it for the sake of my husband and wife with Ning Tianya?" "Shut up." When Qin Qiuyue heard what she said, she couldn't take it anymore, and interrupted directly, "You also have the face to say that you and Tianya are husband and wife?" She turned around abruptly, raised her hand and pointed forward. "That's Tianya's mourning hall, and he's lying there right now. You are a husband and wife after all, but how have you treated him in the past 18 years? If there is someone under Tianyakwen, I think he will not want to see you again. Therefore, I will not let you enter this mourning hall. You have no qualifications. However, I won't kill you now, just kneel here and make amends to Tianya." Qin Qiuyue's face was full of resentment and disgust, but she didn't torture Di Xiaozhen, but just made her kneel outside the mourning hall to make amends to Ning Tianya. She coldly glanced at those male pets and maids, thought for a while, and said to Ling Yun, "Yuner, these people in Tiangong have humiliated and tortured you, Uncle Ning, but they are all kneeling here. Kill it. It is good." With a promise from Ling Yun, with a movement of his divine sense, he sacrificed the green shadow flying sword, and the flying sword flew back and forth like lightning, chi-chi-chi-chi. Amidst the begging for mercy, the flying sword passed by, the sound stopped abruptly, blood flew, and more than 30 human heads rolled to the ground. All the monks of Tianjianzong, seeing Ling Yun's murder without blinking an eye, were silent like cicadas, sweating profusely all over their bodies, soaking their clothes. In front of Ning Tianya's mourning hall, these people who had tortured him for so many years, at this moment, all the corpses were separated. The blood debt of more than 10 years will be repaid in one day. Second update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. At this moment, human life is worthless. It turns out that apart from Di Xiaozhen, among those people in Tiangong, Ling Yun beheaded 32 people in a row, reaping 32 lives. Ling Yun shot too fast. After the heads flew up, dozens of corpses had no time to fall down. Dozens of bloody arrows spurted out from the cavity of those corpses. The spurts were 2 or 3 meters high, like a fountain, pouring blood rain. Although it is revenge, but such a bloody scene made everyone terrified, not only those monks of Tianjianzong, but also Tai Xiaohu, Bai Xianer and others who followed Ling Yun to participate in the Subduing Demon Conference, although they have already seen Ling Yun's ruthless killing, but this moment is also thrilling to watch. Little tiger, let them gather these corpses together and then sprinkle them with corpse powder to dissolve them. As for these heads, pile them all together and use them to pay homage to Uncle Ning's spirit in heaven. After Ling Yun finished killing someone, his face remained unchanged, and he arranged things calmly, and then said to Qin Qiuyue, "Mom, now it's just Uncle Ning's revenge." Next, 18 years ago, the Qin family's great enemy. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Renfeng. "Now, all the members of the Di family are at the foot of Renfeng. Last night, I let them abolish their martial arts, and I promised to let them go today. However, at present I still don't know, among those people, is there anyone who followed Di Xiaozhen into the Qin family? Would you like to follow me to identify them?" Ling Yun's meaning is very clear. He wants to take Qin Qiuyue over to see if any of the members of the Di family that he is about to let go have slipped through the net. If Qin Qiuyue recognizes the enemy of the past, he will still spare the other party's life. No need. Unexpectedly, Qin Qiuyue shook her head. "Yuner, when Di Xiaozhen led people to invade my Qin family, there were actually only a dozen people in total, and the two most important ones, the culprits, were Di Xiaozhen and Di He. Since the two of them are already here, and the others have abolished their martial arts, I think it's fine." Di He's corpse was not far behind Di Xiaozhen. Although it had been split in two, Qin Shuyue was present that night 18 years ago, so she had already recognized him. Moreover, all the corpses of those who died in the D family's rebellion against Ling Yun last night are also here. Qin Shuyue recognized that there were 5 or 6 people who attacked the Qin family back then. Ling Yun committed many crimes. Then I will listen to my mother. Ling Yun knew that he had almost killed the Heavenly Sword sect this time, so he stopped insisting, but turned around, and said to Li Piaoyang, you cut off the heads of all the corpses of the D family. All the corpses are melted, and then you can leave Tianfeng, and go to Human Peak to gather and wait for my order. Yes. Li Piaoyang and the others obeyed the order without hesitation. They really didn't want to stay in Tianfeng. They felt as if they had received an amnesty when they heard the order, and hurried forward to cut off the heads and take away the corpses. Mom, I'll go to Renfeng to have a look first, send the people from D's family away first, and then come back. Go ahead. With Qin Shuyue's approval, Ling Yin rushed to Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer and Bai Xianer winked, and the 3 of them rose into the sky and headed straight for Renfeng. Qin Dongxue had just reunited with Qin Shuyue, and they naturally had a lot to talk about, so of course she wouldn't follow. Renfeng, at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the surviving members of the D family, after a night of tidying up, gathered here with their belongings, waiting for Ling Yun to let them leave the Heavenly Sword sect. Edward, Paul, Jester and other 5 blood clans are here at this moment, and they have all returned to their normal appearance. They look like 5 foreigners, all of them are handsome and personable. Of course, there was another D family member lying under Paul's feet at the moment, and it was naturally Di Yutong. Swipe. Everyone's eyes blurred, and the 3 of Ling Yun descended and appeared in front of the D family. After landing, Ling Yun swept his spiritual sense and immediately found that the 53 members of the D family, no matter men, women, old or young, really only brought some soft things, not all the training resources of the Heavenly Sword sect. Very well, you can go now. Since the other party didn't make any small moves, Ling Yun didn't have any embarrassment, but directly asked them to leave. Among the members of the D family, the leader was the old man from last night. With grief and indignation on his face, he took a step forward and stared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you destroyed my Heavenly Sword sect, killed so many members of my D family, and abolished the martial arts of all the people of my D family, but you didn't cut the grass and roots. Aren't you afraid that my D family will rise again in the future, and future generations will come to seek revenge for you? The old man naturally knew that Ling Yun was invincible, but now the D family members are dead pigs who are not afraid of boiling water, so they are willing to be killed or cut. There is no hope for the D family to take revenge, but as a family, they were wiped out in an instant. If they dare not even say a single bloody word at this time, then even if they can get out alive, they will be mediocre from now on. Life would be worse than death. Just let the horse come here. Ling Yun didn't care at all. He smiled lightly and said, don't worry, since I promised to let you go, I will definitely not send people to hunt you down again. From now on, you can go anywhere in the world. If your D family is not destroyed, if you can cultivate outstanding descendants to seek revenge on me, then I will follow suit. The gentleman is magnanimous. In front of more than 50 members of the D family, Ling Yun made it very clear that he was not afraid of their revenge in the future. It is good. The old man of the D family nodded, and then fell silent. He took a deep look at Ling Yun, and then looked at Di Yutong in the distance. The old man knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to take Di Yutong away. Even if he opened his mouth, it would be nothing more than humiliating himself. The disciples of the D family listened to the order, let's go. The old man turned his head, waved his hand, staggered, and began to walk forward. The direction he was heading was exactly where the huge mountain ridge broke. A series of footsteps sounded, and the 53 members of the D family all started to move, following the old man, and walked out of the valley with difficulty. Ling Yun, now the Heavenly Sword sect has been destroyed by you, and our D family has all abolished their martial arts and left here. I beg you, can you spare my life? Seeing his family members walking away, Diu Tong finally couldn't help it, and begged Ling Yun to let him go too. Diu Tong, you are different from them. Ling Yun looked at him, and said lightly, when you helped the Sun Chen Alliance get ahead, you should have died that night during the life and death battle, but I wanted to use you as a hostage in exchange for my mother in order to save my mother. Mother, that's why I didn't kill you. But now that my mother has been rescued, then you are useless, and the grievances between us should be settled. I said this just to make you understand. Laugh. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun didn't wait for the other party to speak. He flicked his fingers and sent out a gust of wind, which pierced Diu Tong's eyebrow. Diu Tong's body shook, and he died instantly. Paul, find a place and bury him. Ling Yun didn't look at Diu Tong's body again, he said to Paul as he soared into the sky. Third update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. It wasn't that Ling Yun was ruthless, but that Diu Tong had to die. He was indeed different from other people with the surname Di in Tianjianzong. Diu Tong is not only a member of the Di family, but also Di Xiaozhen's cousin. He has stayed in the Tianzu for so many years, made too many connections, and was imprisoned in the Ling family for nearly a month. All these factors add up to cause Diu Tong to have a strong appeal among the surviving Di family members. Even if Ling Yun abolishes his martial arts, as long as he returns to the mountain with a little time, he will be able to catch him. Opportunity stirs up troubles and creates all kinds of troubles for Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't want to kill them all, but it didn't mean that he would plant mines for himself. That would not be generosity, but stupidity, so Diu Tong must die. What's more, as Ling Yun said, Diu Tong deserved to die a long time ago, and now that he is killed, it will be over once and for all. And the reason why the old man from the Di family kept his mouth shut before he led everyone away, and he didn't dare to let Ling Yun release Diu Tong in the end, was precisely because he had already seen through this point. Swipe. Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and Bai Xian'er appeared on the top of Renfeng Peak. At this moment, all the surviving disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect gathered in the huge training field on the top of Renfeng Peak, a large crowd, including Li Piaoyang, Guo Ping, and Jing Shui, a total of 147 people. But so many people gathered together, but it was not noisy. Under the management of Li Piaoyang and others, they all stood in line, standing neatly, and unexpectedly formed a square formation, which happened to be 12 horizontal and 12 vertical. There is no fool here, each of them knows that they are now lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and their fate is in Ling Yun's hands. The Heavenly Sword sect was wiped out, and these people spent the middle of the night digesting this cruel reality. Ling Yun did not imprison them, nor did they restrict their freedom, so from the middle of the night until the morning, they could communicate with each other, quickly changing his mentality and adapting to his new identity. Ling Yun's invincible posture and decisive killing left an indelible impression on them for life, making them unable to resist, let alone try to escape, and could only wait here obediently, waiting for Ling Yun to arrange them future fate. However, they were not in despair, because Ling Yun was not as bloodthirsty as in the legends. Even the members of the Di family, except for those who jumped out to resist him, Ling Yun let them go, just abolished their martial arts. Seeing Ling Yun and the other three finally appear, they didn't even dare to vent their breath, they all held their breath and stood in awe, their eyes full of awe and tension that couldn't be concealed. They all knew that next, Ling Yun would pronounce their fate. Li Piaoyang, Guo Ping, and Jing Shui stood at the front. When they saw Ling Yun approaching, they all wanted to speak, but they were tongue-tied for a long time, but they still couldn't think of what to call Ling Yun, and they were a little embarrassed for a while. It is obviously inappropriate to call Ling Yun by his name directly, then, sir? Senior? New leader? Before Ling Yun made a decision about their fate, it seemed inappropriate to call him anything. That's all. Ling Yun was amused, waved his hands casually, expressing that he didn't care, then glanced at everyone in front of him, and said lightly, "Now, I will open the skylight to speak frankly with you. Cultivation is not easy." Ling Yun used Shenlong Shao. The voice was not high, but it was clearly transmitted to the eardrums of everyone present. "Before last night, all of you and I didn't know each other at all, so we didn't have any entanglements in the past. In fact, we had no grievances or enmities. To put it bluntly, I actually came to Tianjianzong to save my mother and avenge the Qin family. It just so happens that you are all practicing in Tianjianzong. It is because each of you is your own master, that's why everyone temporarily became enemies. But now I declare that the Heavenly Sword sect is gone, so your sect and master sect will naturally cease to exist." These words, am I right? Everyone held their breath and listened to Ling Yun's words, and when they finally heard Ling Yun's questioning, including Li Piaoyang, everyone replied in unison, "That's right, that's right." Ling Yun said that cultivation is not easy, which means that it is not easy for them to cultivate in a disguised form. Ling Yun does not want to waste their cultivation. Speaking of not knowing each other in the past, everyone actually had no grievances or enmities. It means that Ling Yun does not think that they are still enemies. In the end, it was said that the Heavenly Sword sect is gone, so they have now become a group of casual cultivators. In just a few words from Ling Yun, it was tantamount to announcing their new identities. They were just a group of casual cultivators who had no enmity with Ling Yun. They were so eager for this, they were naturally very excited and said yes one after another. Very good. Ling Yun knew that no one dared to say wrong, so he said directly, "Then I have a few more questions to ask you. First, among you, do you care about the kindness of Tianjianzong's cultivation and want to avenge Tianjianzong?" No. This time it was even more unanimous. For fear of shouting slowly, many people almost broke their throats. I'm sorry you don't dare." Ling Yun asked again, "Okay then, I'm announcing now that the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect will belong to me from now on. Now I will give you 2 ways to go. First, those who are willing to surrender to me can still live and practice here in the future. Pack up your things, and leave here like those D family members. Remember, there are only these 2 paths. I'll give you a minute to think about them." Young Master. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, he saw Li Piaoyang suddenly step forward. His face was full of excitement, and he finally thought of the most suitable address. "Young Master, we don't need to think about it, we have already discussed it, and we are all willing to surrender, for you. From now on, only the Sun's orders will be obeyed." "Yes. We are all willing to submit to the young master." Immediately after, the crowd erupted with shocking roars, and they all spoke in unison, and the sound could be heard 5 miles away. It is true that the strong in the cultivation world are respected. It is true that Ling Yun's achievements are there. Now that he has expressed his willingness to accept these people, a fool will choose to abandon his martial arts and leave here. For them, apart from the change of master, nothing has changed, and the new master in front of them is even more powerful. You really don't need to think about it? Are you sure you are willing to submit to me? There is a saying, don't blame me for not reminding you, it is too late for you to leave now, but once you submit to me, you must act according to my rules. Whoever dares betrayal, don't blame me for being cruel." Li Piaoyang quickly said, "Young master, please rest assured, since we are willing to surrender, we will naturally follow the rules of the young master. If anyone does not obey at that time, I will definitely be the first to not forgive him." "Very good." Ling Yun nodded, and he said calmly, "Then, from now on, this place is called Ling Yun Sword Sect, and you are all members of Ling Yun Sword Sect. The first one is sent. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Ling Yun Sword Sect." Before Ling Yun finished speaking, the crowd in front of them fell to their knees. Li Piayong pays homage to the sovereign. Guoping, Jingshui pays his respects to the suzerain. Meet the suzerain. The 147 people all showed joy, knowing that they no longer have to worry about being killed or deposed, and they have a new identity. In a few words, Lingyan changed the name of the Heavenly Sword Sect to Lingyan Sword Sect, and he naturally became the master of the sect. Kindness. Lingyan nodded, stretched out his hands in front of him slightly, and said, "Okay, everyone get up." Yes. Everyone stood up, and when they looked up again, the expressions on their faces were completely different. They were no longer bewildered and hesitant, and they were no longer afraid of nervousness, but all became excited and excited. Lingyan Sword Sect has its own rules, but in a hurry, I don't have time to list them in detail. Therefore, before the new rules come out, everything should be the same as before. We will have a long time to come. These people have just surrendered, and they definitely need to get used to it. Lingyan doesn't want to make too many changes in a short time. Li Piayong, from now on, you are the new protector of Lingyan Sword Sect. Guoping, Jingshui, you two are the new deacons of Lingyan Sword Sect. The three of you are more familiar with this place than I am, and I will leave the rest of the personnel arrangements to you. Of course, the three of them accepted the order gladly. Lingyan said again, "You guys are all optimistic. The one on my left is called Bai Xiener, the one on my right is called Yi Xingchen. In my Lingyan Sword Sect, the words of the two of them are as effective as what I say, you must not violate it." Yes. Everyone agreed with a bang. Looking at the crowd, Lingyan pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "Okay, that's it for now, you can go about your own affairs now, you should eat, you should rest, and if you want to practice, just do it. Find a place to practice. If there are new arrangements, I will let Protector Li and the two deacons inform you." After finishing speaking, Lingyan winked at Li Piayong. "Sovereign, that's it?" Li Piayong originally thought that Lingyan would have a long lecture, but when he saw that Lingyan was about to dismiss everyone, he was a little surprised. After all, Lingyan Sword Sect has only just been established. What an important moment this is. That's it? Lingyan nodded and said casually, "That's right, the rest is up to you." Li Piayong was shocked again, followed by ecstasy. As soon as Lingyan said this, it was tantamount to handing over the management power of Lingyan Sword Sect to him, and he was regarded as one person under 10,000. Well, let's take a look at the two stunning beauties beside Lingyan. Maybe they are under a lot of people, but that's not important. Li Piayong, thank you suzerain. From now on, I will definitely go all out, do my best, and be willing to be suzerain. Lingyan was speechless after hearing this. He was too lazy to listen to such nonsense, so he quickly interrupted with a wave of his hand, "Okay, let's get to work quickly." Li Piayong stopped immediately, turned around, and said loudly to everyone, "Lingyan Sword Sect is established, everyone thank the sect master for not killing and taking in, and then go away." 147 people knelt down in unison again, thanked Lingyan for not killing, and then left the top of Renfeng in an orderly manner under the urging of Li Piayong and the other three. "Li Piayong, what sect affairs are you three responsible for in Tianjianzong?" After the others left, Lingyan asked Li Piayong some details about them. Li Piayong said with a smile, "Sovereign, to tell you the truth, because none of us have the surname D, the real power and various core benefits of the Heavenly Sword Sect in the past have never been our turn. Although I am a Dharma protector, apart from cultivation, my usual business is to instruct some non-D disciples in their cultivation. Of course, most of the people I instruct are disciples who have reached the realm of Qi training." Lingyan laughed secretly when he heard this, and thought that it was no wonder that these non-D disciples were so obedient. It turned out that Li Piayong almost had the kindness of preaching and teaching these people, so he saved a lot of trouble. As for Guoping and Jingshui, Guoping is in charge of managing the daily life of all Jianzong disciples, while Zheng Shui is in charge of Jianzong's warehouse. Ling Yun was very satisfied, and he nodded again and again. So, the three of you are very familiar with these disciples and the Heavenly Sword sect? Li Piayang quickly said, if you want to talk about those disciples who are in the realm of qi training, you will naturally have no problem controlling them. But if you want to say that you are familiar with the Heavenly Sword sect, then you have to be the two deacons Guoping and Zheng Shui. For Li Piayang's statement, Ling Yun took it seriously. After all, Guoping was in charge of managing the daily life of these disciples, and Zheng Shui was in charge of the warehouse of the Heavenly Sword sect. Had to go through both of them. In that case, I'll give you a few 3 days to take the men and horses to clean up all the traces of Tianjianzong and the D family in the past, without leaving any traces. Can it be done? Li Piayang immediately looked serious. Please rest assured, suzerain. After 3 days, please check with suzerain himself, we will definitely create a brand new Lingyun sword sect. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun shook his head slowly. In a short period of time, construction is not in a hurry. As long as you have food and shelter, and you can practice, that's fine. I mean to erase all traces of the D family here, just keep me out of sight and out of my mind. Yes. Li Piayang and Guoping looked at each other and finally understood what Ling Yun meant. Cleaning up, cleansing, let the extinct Heavenly Sword sect disappear completely, and there will be no more Heavenly Sword sect in this world. Okay, you two go get ready. Ling Yun asked Li Piayang and Guoping to leave, and then asked Zheng Shui, is the Tianjianzong's resource warehouse in Diffing? The personnel matters have come to an end for the time being, and Ling Yun naturally focused on the training resources of the Heavenly Sword sect. Report to the suzerain, yes. Zheng Shui replied honestly, the suzerain must have discovered it long ago. In fact, Human Peak and Tianfeng each have a resource bank, but the cultivation resources of Human Peak are mainly prepared for disciples below the level of qi training. The one in Tianfeng, it is for Di Xiaozhen and Di Qinghe's special use, and the real training resources of Tianjianzong are on the other side of Diffing. Come on, follow me to have a look. Immediately afterwards, the three of Ling Yun, as well as Zheng Shui, all soared into the sky, and soon arrived at the back mountain of Diffing. Tianjianzong's main training resource warehouse is here. Since the entire mountain protection formation of the Heavenly Sword sect had been destroyed by Ling Yun, the resource warehouse was covered by Ling Yun and the others' consciousness, and the situation inside could be seen at a glance. Coming here, Ling Yun was really happy. There are too many treasures inside. This is a cultivation resource warehouse of a cultivation sect with more than 300 people. Among other things, there are 6 real Xiantian sword embryos in this warehouse. Of course, they also have different sizes, but there are at least 2 Xiantian sword embryos in it, which is the same as the one that Ling Yun got at the Yi family auction, is about the same size, and the grade is also about the same. Open the door. Since everything here has become Ling Yun's, of course he will not destroy it anymore, so he asked Zheng Shui to open the door. After the storeroom was opened, Ling Yun flew in directly, and he came near the 6 innate sword embryos, and with a big move, he directly put them all into the Taishu ring. Not bad. Collecting 6 Xiantian sword embryos all at once, Ling Yun smiled all over his face, plus his own, these 7 Xiantian sword embryos, and using the pure sword energy he obtained, at least 12 top-grade flying swords can be refined. Sword. This harvest is really too big. Then there are pills, dragon and tiger pills, Dahuan pills, Peiyuan pills, Chibu pills, etc. There are all kinds of pills, but Tianjianzong is a sword repairer, no one is good at alchemy, these pills are all bought or return it. Ling Yun frowned, and asked, Zheng Shui, you Heavenly Sword sect, what are you doing with so many pills? Reporting to the suzerain, these elixirs are for some disciples, with good aptitude to improve their realm as soon as possible. It's just nonsense. Ling Yun shook his head and said, the Heavenly Sword technique is actually quite good. If you want to be a real swordsman, you must only cultivate a breath of sword energy. Although the level of improvement is slow, once you succeed in cultivation, the attack power is amazingly powerful. Otherwise, concentrate on improving the realm, and when the realm is reached, practice flying swords as a method of attacking yourself. You disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect use these medicinal powers to improve your realm. No wonder if the sword energy in an individual is mixed and impure, the attack power will naturally be much weaker, and the result will be nondescript. Many good seedlings of sword repair have been ruined just like that. Zheng had no choice but to smile bitterly. The suzerain's lesson is very good, but there is too little aura in the world today. If we only cultivate sword chi to improve the realm, I am afraid that each of us may not be able to reach the realm of flying with the sword when we are 50 or 60 years old. If that's the case. Needless to say, in that case, even if a sword cultivator at the 3rd level of chi training can instantly kill a practitioner at the 6th level of chi training, how useful is it? Therefore, the situation forced me to retreat to the next best thing. Well, what you said is true. Ling Yun raised his hand to take a false photo, took away all the pills that caught his eyes, and said lightly at the same time. In the huge storeroom, apart from the 6 innate sword fetuses and various pills of different grades, the most abundant ones are all kinds of swords and various metals. Those swords are all precious swords, and those metals are also rare refining materials, such as black iron, red gold, copper essence, etc. Xingchen, Xianer, these swords, and these metal materials, you all help me put them away. All 3 of them have space rings, especially Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen. Their Taishu rings are so big that they can hold the entire storeroom, so they completely swept the place. Except for the things that Ling Yun really didn't like, the 3 absorbed everything here. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Okay, Zheng, you clean up here a little bit, and then go to meet Li Piayang and Guoping, and then discuss things. If there is something, I will arrange for you. After Ling Yun searched the treasures in the resource warehouse, he said to Zheng Shui. Zheng respectfully said, Sect Master, do you want me to show you the warehouses of Tianfeng and Renfeng? No need. Ling Yun directly refused. The warehouse on the human peak, Ling Yun had already checked it with his spiritual sense. It is more like a living warehouse than a cultivation resource warehouse. Although it is much larger than the resource warehouse on the Earth Peak, it stores the most of them are beef and mutton, rice noodles, and vegetables, and all kinds of clothes and so on. Other than that, the rest are just some weapons for practice, that is, some ordinary swords, nothing interesting. Of course it was impossible for Ling Yun to waste time on these things, so he directly refused. As for Tianfeng, Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue are both on Tianfeng now, and everyone will stay here for at least 7 days, so Ling Yun is not in a hurry. Let's go to the summit. The next moment, Ling Yun brought Yi Xingchen and Bai Xianer, and the 3 of them arrived at the top of Diffing. Take a look. Ling Yun, it seems that you have completely frightened them. They didn't dare to be lazy last night. It was only in the middle of the night that they cleaned up the place like this. Yi Xingchen glanced around and couldn't help laughing. It can be said that Diffing was the main battlefield last night, and the battle here was the most intense, so the top of Diffing was naturally the most severely damaged. Flow into a river. First Yi Xingchen attacked the mountain, fighting all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, then Ling Yun rushed over again, crisscrossing the Heavenly Sword Killing Formation, and finally he won the control of the Heavenly Sword Killing Formation, chasing and killing Zhao Mingtang, the dual Di Hai. Those heavenly swords, earth swords, sword chi, and sword rain have damaged this place too badly. There is no one in 10 of the buildings. The entire building complex on the top of the mountain, except for the scattered houses in the corner, other places, almost razed to the ground. But at this moment, those corpses are gone, the collapsed houses have been cleaned up, all the bricks, tiles and rubble have been removed, and the ground has been filled and washed with clean water, everything is clean. If it weren't for the new soil that filled the ground, scattered like scars on the huge peak, it would have been as if there had never been those buildings here, let alone suffered damage, and it was just a huge flat square. Hey, of course, there are more than 140 people, and they are all practitioners, and there are 15 of them who can fly. Up to now, the main things have been dealt with almost, Ling Yin relaxed and said with a smile. At this moment, he was standing in the original meeting hall of Tianjianzong, staring at the eyes of the mountain guard formation, thinking secretly. What Ling Yin was thinking about was whether to restore this mountain protection formation. Brush. As soon as the divine mind moved, the azure giant sword appeared in Ling Yin's hand, and then it was suspended in the air, blooming in the sun with azure brilliance. What a strong sword energy! Sword chi hit the body. Yi Xingchen and Bai Xian'er took a step back at the same time, and asked in shock. Ling Yin smiled and said, "This is the eye of the heavenly sword sect's mountain protection formation. Speaking of which, it's a fluke. Last night, if the 4 major disciples of Kunlun were not here, when we attacked, as long as the opponent found out that they were invincible, if Di Hemming or Di He personally controlled the formation, the outcome would be hard to predict." In front of Yi Xingchen and Bai Xian'er, Ling Yin didn't need to hide, he said truthfully. This mountain guard array is actually so powerful? Yi Xingchen was very shocked, remembering that he attacked the mountain alone last night and almost reached the eye of the heavenly sword killing formation. He was unavoidably afraid for a while. That's right, keep in mind that unless a sect of cultivation doesn't have a large mountain protecting formation, as long as it has one, the greatest power of that mountain protecting formation will generally not be weaker than the strongest person in their sect. The only difference is that. Who is in control? Ling Yin did not forget to give some advice to the two of them. Yi Xingchen looked at the azure giant sword, and asked, "Then, are you going to repair this mountain guard formation?" Being not. Ling Yin thought about it for a while, and then decided to give up. He put away the azure giant sword again, and said seriously, "I have 3 real purposes for keeping these heavenly sword sect disciples. First, these 147 people, not counting Li Piaoyang and the 3 of them, there are 12 masters in the middle stage of Qi training, 15 masters in the early stage of Qi training, 28 people in the late Xiantian stage, and the other 89 people, and a small half is also innate realm. This subpower is really a big force, not weaker than any ancient martial arts sect or hidden family. It's a pity to abolish it, but it will be of great use if it is kept. Secondly, this is the great northwest of China. It can be said that the sky is high and the emperor is far away, and the location is absolutely secret. We need a place to stay here as a stronghold in the future." Ling Yan's eyes flickered, and he talked eloquently. Now, in the south of the Yangtze River, Qingshui City is the place where Ling Yan rose, which is his absolute sphere of influence. In the capital, there is the Ling family, and the current Ling family has already competed with the other 2 major families in Huaxia. The Long family and the Yi family formed a 3-legged situation. In the hinterland of China, the Qin family, after Ling Yan wiped out the heavenly sword sect, had no mountain to press on their heads. With Ling Yan's support in the future, they would surely rise rapidly. Well, what Ling Yan lacks now is the northwest of China, no matter if it is Tianshan Mountain or Kunlun Mountain, no matter if there is any trouble, he is beyond his reach, and he can't even receive news from here. Now with the Ling Yun sword sect, Ling Yun has his own territory in the northwest. Third, there is only the Darim Basin between here and the Kunlun Mountains, which is only 1,000 miles away. Ling Yan turned around and looked to the southwest, with bright eyes. Not only can they help me defend this place, but they can also go to Kunlun Mountain to investigate and collect information. Once there is any movement on Kunlun Mountain, we will know soon. Then we can take timely countermeasures. The 4 disciples sent by Kunlun were killed by me. It won't take long for Kunlun to confirm the news. Then they will definitely have bigger moves against me. I have to guard against it. So, this Lingyun sword sect is a nail I have inserted in the northwest of China. By then we will not be deaf and blind, we can know ourselves and our enemies, and this place will also become our first barrier. There is another sentence that Lingyun didn't say. In the future, if he wants to enter Kunlun and turn Kunlun upside down, he will naturally pass here. If you don't repair the mountain protection array, are you afraid that Kunlun will send someone again? Yi Xingchen understood Lingyun's intentions, and immediately drew inferences, and said with a smile. Hey, that's true. I'm here, and I can repair the big formation at any time, but if I'm not here, if Kunlun sends experts to come, this big formation will be useless, and it will be destroyed by the opponent instead. If the eye of the formation is destroyed, then it's too bad. Bai Xianer's beautiful eyes blinked. Brother Lingyun, what do you mean, wait for people from Kunlun to come here to investigate, and then repair the formation? Lingyun rubbed Bai Xianer's beautiful hair, and said with a smile, not bad. Yi Xingchen asked, then will you teach these disciples how to practice? Lingyun said without hesitation, we will definitely teach some exercises, but we will have to wait until the Kunlun disciples have come. It will depend on their performance then. When he was in the great world of cultivation, Lingyun stepped on too many sword cultivating sects, and killed too many sword immortals comparable to the Transcendence Tribulation stage, so he has a lot of sword cultivating skills, and anyone is better than the Heavenly Sword sect. His skills are powerful, so he has no shortage of sword repair methods. However, although the disciples of the Lingyun sword sect have surrendered to him, they are different from the Ling family and the 72 disciples of Lingyun's immortal doctor sect. They are not Lingyun's direct descendants, so he must treat them differently. So to train them, it depends on their performance, and it depends on Lingyun's mood. Lingyun, then you just leave it alone? Don't you need to impose restrictions on those in charge? Yi Xingchen was worried and reminded Lingyun. No need. Xingchen, you worry too much. Lingyun said with a smile, Li Piaoyang's state is the highest, and he is only at the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Even if he really wants to escape, he will hide after escaping. It is impossible for him to dare to deal with us. Moreover, whether it is life or cultivation, they need a quiet place. Where in this world is there a better place than here? 2. Yi Xingchen smiled, if you don't kill them now, why would they run away at the risk of being hunted down? It's really unnecessary. A good bird chooses a tree to live in. After Lingyun destroyed the Heavenly Sword sect, not only did he not embarrass these people, but he also gave them the power to give them freedom. Brush. While speaking, a figure flew towards them and landed in front of the three of them. It was Tai Xiaohu. Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu first said to Lingyun, Tianfeng is done with work. Lingyun nodded. Tai Xiaohu said again, Brother Yun, just now Aunt Qin had already contacted the family with the communicator and said many things. Then, she also contacted Lingyu and told her to come here immediately. Lingyu knew in his heart that when Qin Dongxue and Qin Chuyue got together, they would definitely contact the Qin family after a few words, and then they would contact Ning Lingyu. This was inevitable. So he immediately asked, what did Lingyu say? Tai Xiaohu said, Aunt Qin told me that Lingyu will rush to the Qin family first, and then the Qin family will send a plane to bring her here. Also, Brother Yun, Aunt Qin said, can you send 2 people to Kunlun Mountain as soon as possible, go to Ning's house, and tell them the situation here. As soon as Lingyun heard this, he knew that his mother had already made up his mind about Ning Tianya's affairs. Ning Lingyu was going to see her father for the last time, and the Ning family would also come to deal with Ning Tianya's funeral. Well, that's what it should be, I'll arrange it now. The story of Tianshan saving the mother will end tomorrow. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Xingchen, Xianer, you two go to Tianfeng and find a way to get all the meritorious points of the heavenly group owned by Tianjianzong from Di Xiaoshan. Of course, the cultivation resources of Tianjianzong are more than those in Difeng's warehouse. The meritorious value of the Sky Group must be a huge amount. Now that Ling Yan has wiped out Tianjianzong, Di Xiaozhen can only live for 7 days at most. Ling Yan doesn't want to let those meritorious deeds of the Tian Group be buried with her, and be wasted in vain. Yi Xingchen is the saintess of the demon sect, and she is in charge of the heavenly killer. If it comes to torture or interrogation methods, there must be more or less. There is also Bai Xianer, she has 4 tails now, and her illusion skills can completely confuse the practitioners in the early stage of Qi training. The two of them teamed up to deal with Di Xiaozhen, who had been crippled, and it was a piece of cake. Don't worry, leave it to us, I've wanted to deal with her for a long time. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly, glanced in the direction of Tianfeng first, and then stretched out his hand to Ling Yun. Give me your communicator. No thanks. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. Just transfer it to your account, and my wife will take care of the money for me, so I can rest assured. Pooh. Yi Xingchen blushed beautifully, spat at Ling Yun, and then said, those meritorious deeds are useless in my account, and I will transfer them to you later. Give me. Ling Yun was stunned. What else? What else can it be? Xianming Chongshui. Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes at Ling Yun. We can't let that poisonous woman live comfortably for another 7 days. Ling Yunqin said, it seems that Xingchen hated Di Xiaozhen so much that he thought of Xianming heavy water. Frankly speaking, this Xianming heavy water is too domineering. Since Ling Yan took this thing, he has not used it yet. Woolen cloth. Well, take it easy, don't kill her prematurely. Ling Yunqin said that using the Xianming heavy water on Di Xiaozhen's body could be regarded as fighting poison with poison, so without hesitation, he first took out a small bottle, and then took out the huge bottle containing Xianming heavy water, opened the lid, and moved his mind. I saw a pitch-black liquid rushing out instantly, and a lot of it was put into the small bottle. No more, no less, a full bottle. Ling Yan immediately recapped the huge bottle with his spiritual thoughts, and after putting it away, he said to Yi Xingchen seriously, when using this Xianming heavy water, you must be careful. Once it gets on your body, apart from gouging out that piece of flesh, there is no better way. Know it. Yi Xingchen carefully put away the small bottle, and tugged at Xianer's wrist. Sister Xianer, let's go. Brush. Yi Xingchen and Bai Xianer, one black and one white, 2 charming figures soared into the sky and headed straight for Tianfeng. The mouth of the green bamboo snake, and the needle on the tail of the wasp, neither of them is poisonous, but the most poisonous to a woman's heart. Di Xiaozhen has enjoyed it. Ling Yun watched the 2 leaving figures, and murmured. Brother Yun, be careful what comes out of your mouth. Tai Xiaohu hurriedly reminded. Ling Yun was speechless, turned his head suddenly, and gave Tai Xiaohu a hard look. Fart, Brother Yun, are you henpecked? Tai Xiaohu scratched his head. Then you can speak louder. Let's talk about arranging people to go to Ning's house. Ling Yan suffered a critical blow of 10,000 points, and changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Go to Renfeng now, find Li Piaoyang, and tell me that I said it, and ask him to immediately arrange 2 capable people to go to Ning's house in Kunlun Mountain, report the matter here truthfully, and then act according to the wishes of the Ning family. Okay, Brother Yun. After Tai Xiaohu uttered the words just now, he was afraid of being kicked to the ground by Ling Yun, so he hid far away. After listening to Ling Yun's arrangement, he turned into a stream of light and fled away. This kid actually combined the 2 techniques of Phantom Fish Dragon Step and Buddha Shadow drifting together, and the flying speed of Yukong is not slow. Ling Yan watched Tai Xiaohu flying away in the sky, couldn't help nodding and smiling, and said appreciatively. After Tai Xiaohu successfully crossed the catastrophe. After reaching the middle stage of the 5th level of Qi training, one can naturally fly in the air. It's just that Ling Yan hadn't had time to teach him the method of controlling the sky, so Tai Xiaohu could only try to fly based on his feeling, but he still looked good, and his speed was not slow. For Tai Xiaohu's daring to scold him just now, Ling Yun didn't take it seriously at all, because between brothers, it's only interesting to get along like this. After Tai Xiaohu left, Ling Yun stood still, he began to meditate, and after a while, he suddenly took out his communicator. The next moment, he dialed Elder Chui's communicator, and Elder Chui naturally picked it up immediately. "Mr. Chui, I have already seen the message you sent me. Is everything true about Lingyu's life trajectory at Yanjing University on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month?" In the middle of the night on the 25th, after hearing Ning Lingyu's explanation, Ling Yun still felt very uneasy. He immediately asked Mr. Chui to start the investigation, and told him the specific investigation content for verification. For Ling Yun's special arrangements, Chui Lao naturally did not dare to delay. He went all out, almost secretly mobilized all available resources, and spent another whole day to conduct a detailed investigation of Ning Lingyu's affairs that day. Then he replied to Ling Yun by text message. The result is that everything is true. In fact, Ling Yun had already seen this message when he took out the communicator in the early morning to communicate with the outside world, but he was too busy at that time, so he didn't have time to ask. Now Qin Qiuyue has contacted Ning Lingyu and told her to come to see her father for the last time. If Ning Lingyu came quickly enough, she would be there in the afternoon, so Ling Yun had to confirm this matter. This is related to Ling Yun's attitude towards Ning Lingyu after the meeting. If there is really no problem, then everything will be as usual, but if there is a problem with Lingyu, then Ling Yun will put aside everything and solve Lingyu's problem first. Reporting to the master, what should be investigated, we have already investigated, including the course schedule of Yanqing University, the professor who lectured on space science, and the movie he played. We have checked them all, and there is really nothing wrong with the details I have said. Elder Chui confirmed that the answer was very detailed without any omissions. That's good, I know. Ling Yu nodded, finally confirming that Ning Lingyu didn't lie to him. He felt relieved immediately, and his face was completely relieved. Only Elder Chui said excitedly, "Patriarch, I heard from the old man that you killed the Heavenly Sword sect with one hand last night. This old servant is really excited. I wonder when Patriarch will be able to return to Beijing?" Ling Yun could only smile wryly. "I won't be able to go back in a short time. Uncle Ning is dead. My mother will be here to watch for him for 7 days. I must stay here with her. Also, now Tianjianzong has been changed to Lingyun Jianzong by me, and there are many things waiting for me to deal with here." Lingyun Sword Sect? Not bad, not bad. Elder Chui was even more excited after hearing this, and said with a smile, "Patriarch, in this way, our Ling family's power will become stronger." Ling Yun casually smiled and said, "Speaking of which, they are indeed much more powerful, but they are all surrendered generals, and if they really want to do something, they can't be counted on. By the way, there is one more thing, you can help me deal with it." Hearing that Ling Yun had another arrangement, Elder Chui immediately said solemnly, "Please arrange it with the Patriarch. Now there is a woman in the capital, called He Yuqiong. In the past few days, you should send someone to keep an eye on her to keep her safe. After 6 days, you can send someone to escort her to Qingshui City. Just wait for me to go there. As for her contact information, you can just ask Tang Meng when the time comes." After listening to Mr. Chui, he immediately responded, "This old servant will definitely handle this matter well, please rest assured, Patriarch. You tell your family, I have reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, and I will soon be able to enter the 6th level of Qi training. Everything is fine here, so you don't have to worry about it at home. Taking advantage of the temporary calm in the capital, hurry up and practice." After Ling Yun made all the arrangements, he asked Elder Chui about the situation of some Ling family dead men, and then ended the call. "Speaking of which, I'm really worrying too much. If Lingyu didn't lie to me, then there won't be any problems. After putting away the communicator, Ling Yun's eyes flickered, he muttered while thinking. Ling Yun didn't think too much about it anymore, he just had to observe carefully after Ling Yu arrived. In this way, before someone rushes to Ling Yun's sword sect, there will be nothing important here. Hurry up and digest the sword energy of the heavenly sword, try to break through again within 7 days, and enter the 6th level of Qi training. Brush. The next moment, Ling Yun soared into the sky, Yukong went straight up, and reached the top of Tumor Peak in an instant. This is the place where the heavenly sword is sealed. Even though the heavenly sword has been taken away by Ling Yun, the remaining sword energy is still far superior to the spiritual energy in other places. Ling Yun sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts turned to the sky, he soon had no other distractions, entered the realm of emptiness, and fully operated the Yin-Yang Ju, violently transforming and absorbing the pure sword energy in his body, and concentrated on cultivation. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon that day, Qin Chunfeng, the eldest son of Qin, arrived at Ling Yun's sword sect with his son Qin Wei. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 9 members of Ning's family in Kunlun Mountain also arrived here in a hurry. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a peerless figure came across the sky and appeared on the huge mountain ridge in the south of Ling Yun's sword sect's valley. In his spiritual consciousness, Ling Yun saw that peerless figure. He finally stopped his cultivation, rose into the sky, and greeted the visitor. Ning Lingyu has arrived. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Although Ling Yun is in the process of cultivation, his habits over the years make him always keep a ray of divine sense outside no matter when and where, to perceive the external situation. Therefore, no matter whether it was the arrival of the Qin family or the Ning family, Ling Yun could sense it, but he did not stop training to greet him. It was not because he did not understand etiquette, but because Qin Chuyue and Qin Dongxue were here, there was no need at all. The only person Ling Yun was waiting for was Ning Lingyu. Now that Ning Lingyu had arrived, he naturally stopped practicing immediately and flew over to greet her. In the spiritual consciousness, Ning Lingyu was wearing a white dress, with peerless grace, long hair fluttering, the corners of the skirt flying, and a cloud of transparent water under her feet, coming from the sky. Shuiyun Yukongju. Spiritual Rain. Elder brother. Now, the range of Ning Lingyu's consciousness has reached about 7,000 meters, so she has already seen Ling Yun. When the siblings met, she slowed down slightly, and plunged into Ling Yun's arms. Ning Lingyu's eyes were red, and her voice was crying. It has been half a month since we left the capital. Lingyu, don't cry yet. Ling Yun embraced Ning Lingyu, patted her back lightly with his right hand, and said softly, have you reached the initial stage of the 6th level of Qi training? In fact, even if Ling Yun has reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi training, he still can't see through the situation in Ning Lingyu's body at this moment, including the Sea of Consciousness and Dantian. He can only estimate through the aura released by Ning Lingyu. Well, it should be the early stage of the 6th level of Qi training. Ning Lingyu didn't hide anything, and said directly, according to the calculation, it took me only 3 days to break through the 6th level of Qi training. It's already very fast. My brother has only practiced at the peak of the 5th level of Qi until now. You are a level higher than me. Ling Yun praised, and then seriously warned, Lingyu, the way of cultivation is to go against the sky. No matter how good your aptitude is, you have to be steady and steady. Brother, how many times have you told me this? Ning Lingyu withdrew from Ling Yun's arms, stepped back slightly, and stared deeply at Ling Yun. You have advanced too quickly in cultivation, so I have to remind you often. Ling Yun was happy, and then asked in a low voice, Lingyu, now mother is well, and father's morning hall is over there. Your uncle is also here, and people from the Ning family. Be mentally prepared, have you seen them? Qin Chunfeng is Qin Chuyue's eldest brother, so he is naturally Ning Lingyu's uncle. During the summer vacation, Ning Lingyu stayed in the Qin family for more than a month, so he naturally knew the Qin family. But the members of the Ning family were all Ning Lingyu's uncles, and it was the first time they met, and Ning Tianya was dead, so Ling Yun asked this question. Ning Lingyu nodded. Brother, when I saw my grandfather, he already told me about these things. Ling Yun observed her expression, and found that there was sadness and loss in Ning Lingyu's eyes. When talking about these huge changes, they were all normal reactions, and he felt relieved. After all, Ling Yun was most worried about the aloof and indifferent voice that Ning Lingyu sent to Qin Dongxue. There was no trace of normal people's pyrotechnics in that voice, that is to say, it was impersonal. But now that he saw Ling Yu, after careful observation, he found that she was indeed as usual, without showing the slightest abnormality, and the thing that Ling Yun was most worried about naturally disappeared. Then let's go, I'll take you to Tianfeng. Ling Yun didn't ask any more questions, and directly took Ning Lingyu's jade hand, and the two flew towards the cliff of Tianfeng. Brush. The two were there in an instant. Qin Chuyue, Qin Dongxue, Yi Xingchen, Bai Xianer, Tai Xiaohu, Qin Chunfeng, Qin Wei, and important figures from the Ning family all stood outside the morning hall, waiting eagerly. Mother. As soon as Ning Lingyu landed, she didn't care about others, she plunged into Qin Chuyue's arms. Mom, you have suffered. Then just burst into tears. After a few minutes. Lingyu. Do not cry. Qin Chuyue patted Ning Lingyu on the back, then supported her shoulders, gently pushed her away, looked up and down carefully, nodded and said, Lingyu, Mother can see you two brothers and sisters here, and see the two of you have changed so much. I am actually very pleased. It's just a pity that your father. He couldn't see you after all. Mom, my father has a spirit in the sky, so he must be able to see it. Ning Lingyu looked sad, and as she spoke, she silently took out the sackcloth filial piety from the Taishu ring, put it on quickly, and said to Qin Chuyue, Mom, I want to go to my father's funeral to give he kowdows. This is what it should be. For the past 6 months, including before his death, your father has been thinking about you the most. Qin Chuyue saw that Ning Lingyu had brought sackcloth and filial piety by herself, and immediately put on sackcloth and filial piety. She immediately nodded in relief. Lingyu, come with me. Qin Chuyue held Ning Lingyu's hand, she nodded to everyone around her, and then took her to the morning hall. Naturally, Ling Yun didn't have to go. At this time, other people here had already paid homage to Ning Tianya, so no one followed them to disturb their mother and daughter. Death is the most important thing. This is the daughter who came all the way to pay homage to her biological father, and it was the first time the father and daughter met, and there was already a separation between yin and yang. At this time even Qin Dongxue couldn't follow in. After Qin Chuyue brought Ning Lingyu into the morning hall, no one spoke for a moment, and the atmosphere outside became stagnant for a moment. Ling Yun noticed that 5 people's gazes were focused on him at the same time. They were all silently looking at him, and everyone's eyes were full of gratitude. These 5 people are naturally members of the Ning family. Yuner, come here, let me introduce you. It was Qin Chunfeng who took the initiative to break the silence here. His face was still warm and his voice was calm and unhurried, which made people feel warm like a spring breeze. Ling Yun flashed forward. Yuner, these are all members of the Ning family. Speaking of which, they should be considered your elders in terms of seniority. This is Ning Tianya's second uncle, Senior Ning Boping. Ning Boping, who is over 60 years old, has a slender figure, gray hair, gentle eyes, and the peak level of qi training. Ling Yun hastily bowed slightly, and performed the junior salute. I have met Grandpa Ning. Ling Yun, please hurry up, the old man is ashamed. Ning Boping and others have already known the whole process of Ling Yun's rescue of his mother. He knows that Ling Yun is the great benefactor of Ning's family, so how can he be entrusted? Ning Boping also bent down. He stretched out his hands to help Ling Yun up, and said excitedly, my boy, indeed, a hero is born as a boy. You killed the Heavenly Sword sect, and you avenged my Ning family. The old man is ashamed. I dare not accept this gift from you. Ling Yan said humbly, Grandpa Ning is over the top. After introducing Ning Bopping, Qin Chunfeng took him to meet 4 other people. They were all cousins of Ning Tianya, and they were Ning Tian Tian, Ning Tianai, Ning Tianpeng, and Ning Tiannu. Ling Yan noticed that these 4 people were all between 30 and 50 years old, and they had already opened their spiritual consciousness, and they were all in the early stage of Qi training. Following Qin Chunfeng's introduction, Ling Yan stepped forward to greet each other one by one. After some pleasantries, everyone officially knew each other. Uncle Qin, Uncle Ning's parents, why didn't they come over? Finding a moment to speak, Ling Yan did not forget to wink at Qin Chunfeng, and secretly used his spiritual sense to transmit sound, and asked in doubt. Oh, Yunner, you don't know something. Your Uncle Ning's mother knew that he had been humiliated and tortured in the Heavenly Sword sect all these years. He was restless all day long and worried too much. She had already passed away. As for his father, Ning Buiyuan, although he is still alive, he has always regretted that he made a wrong marriage for his son back then, and he was deeply involved in self-blame. He said that he really had no face to face his dead son and your mother, so I didn't come here this time. Qin Chunfeng used sound transmission to enter the secret, and secretly explained to Ling Yan. Hey, that's how it is. Ling Yan could only sigh when he heard this. He could fully imagine the pain and remorse of Ning Tianya's parents after they knew about the humiliation their son had suffered in the Heavenly Sword sect, but they were helpless. After learning about the specific situation, Ling Yan didn't ask any further questions. It was already 6:30 in the evening. Considering that the Qin family and the Ning family had come all the way, they should be hungry by now, so he called Tai Xiaohu over and began to arrange dinner. Tai Xiaohu immediately left Tianfeng and flew to Renfeng to find Li Piaoyang. At this moment, I suddenly heard a cry from inside the morning hall. Di Xiaozhen, you harmed my father and tortured my mother into this state. If you don't avenge this revenge, I, Ning Lingyu, swear not to be human. After Ning Lingyu paid homage to her father Ning Tianya, she had already seen how Ning Tianya was tortured beyond human form. She was so furious. Brush. Ning Lingyu flew out from the morning hall. There is a problem with the cervical spine, and I am reluctantly updating it. Please understand. Di Xiaozhen's appearance can be described as miserable. At this moment, she no longer has the appearance of the high-ranking queen of the Heavenly Sword sect. She is kneeling far away on the edge of the cliff, facing the morning hall obliquely, prostrate body, drooping head, disheveled hair, and hardly moving. The irony is that she was still wearing the luxurious palace gown of 100 birds and phoenixes when she held a feast last night. The luxurious palace gown that was spotless in the past is now full of mud, as if she had just picked it up from the mud. Back in general. Moreover, there was a shocking big hole in the chest of that palace gown, which was naturally caused by Ling Yan's fierce punch when he saw her for the first time last night. On the edge of the cliff not far in front of her, there are 3 heads, namely Di Hemming, Di Hei, and Di Qingho's, lined up. As long as Di Xiaozhen raises his eyes a little, he can see them arrive. Further ahead, there are dozens of human heads piled up there. They are the heads of her maidservants and male favorites. Looking at her, Di Xiaozhen's acupuncture points on her lower body were tapped, and she had already lost her ability to move. Beside her, stood 2 big men in black clothes on one side and one on the left. They stood with their hands behind their backs and their legs crossed, staring straight into the distance. He didn't care about Di Xiaozhen's life or death at all. They are all dead men of the Qin family, and they are responsible for guarding Di Xiaozhen. As long as she doesn't commit suicide by jumping off the cliff, the other 2 don't care. Brush. Ning Lingyu flew out of the morning hall and landed directly in front of Di Xiaozhen. Her complexion was covered with frost, her beautiful eyes were round and cold, and she did not hide her murderous intent. Di Xiaozhen, look up and see who I am. Di Xiaozhen didn't pass out, knowing that it was Ning Lingyu. She didn't raise her head, but her body began to tremble violently involuntarily. She fell into great fear, because Yi Xingchen and Bai Xian'er came to her in the morning. They were simply two witches, and they used endless methods of torture. Even if she obediently killed Tianjianzong's, all the merit points, and even all the money of the Heavenly Sword sect were given to Yi Xingchen, but the other party still didn't let her go, and actually tortured her for more than an hour, making her suffer all kinds of unbearable pain. Especially at the end, Yi Xingchen used a branch as thick as a toothpick, dipped it in Xianming heavy water, tapped her face a dozen times, and even sprinkled some on her body. After finishing, she carefully took out the mirror and let her eye saw what I looked like. You know, last night, Di Xiaozhen had just swallowed the Zhuyan pill and the beauty pill, and now there are more than a dozen black spots on her face, which penetrate into the skin like pitch-black moles, and last forever. It cannot be removed either. With her appearance ruined, Di Xiaozhen's psychological defense completely collapsed. At that moment, she only wanted to die quickly, but unfortunately, her life and death were not under her control at all. You can't live, you can't die, and from last night to now, no water or rice has been eaten, and the stomach is empty. Di Xiaozhen finally knows what it's like to be hungry. It turns out that even if a person falls asleep, he will wake up hungry. She has never seen Ning Lingyu before, but she has been thinking about her day and night for 18 years, looking forward to her coming to Tianjianzong. Di Xiaozhen has even thought about how to torture Ning Lingyu. When thinking about how to torture Ning Lingyu, he can always laugh out loud. But now, Ning Lingyu is here. Not only Ning Lingyu is here, but also people from the Ning family and the Qin family are here, wandering around in front of her, walking around, sneering at her, never hiding their hatred and angry, spat on her, and yelled at her, but she didn't dare to speak back, and she didn't even dare to raise her head, because now, she was the one kneeling. Unbelievable torture in the world, the taste of humiliation condemned by thousands of people, the huge horror of complete disfigurement, coupled with thirst and hunger. Di Xiaozhen finally realized for herself what kind of life she let Ning Tianya live in the past 18 years, and what kind of life Ning Tianya and Qin Qiuyue have lived in the past 6 months. She is like a year in seconds now. But what frightened her most was. Next, the other party didn't know how many ways to torture her. Look up. Seeing that Di Xiaozhen didn't look up, Ning Lingyu immediately shouted. Then he sneered, Di Xiaozhen, didn't you expect me to come to Tianjianzong? You want me to fulfill the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family. Now that I'm here, look up. Di Xiaozhen trembled even more, like sifting chaff. How could she still have the strength to look up? Very good. Boom. With a movement of Ning Lingyu's mind, he raised his jade hand, grabbed it in the direction of Tiangong, and shot it in the sky. He saw a huge water tank filled with water somewhere in the palace, suddenly soaring into the sky, coming across the sky, and instantly came to Di Xiaozhen's head. Brush. The water tank was suspended in the air, and the mouth of the water tank was originally on the top, but it suddenly fell one by one, and the mouth of the water tank was facing down, and then fell to the ground suddenly, trapping Di Xiaozhen alive in it. Miraculously, during the whole process, not a single drop of water spilled out of the tank. Di Xiaozhen's entire body was instantly surrounded by water, and the water squeezed her body. She fell into the darkness, and couldn't breathe at all, and had to struggle desperately inside. The technique of water trapping. At this time, Ling Yun and others around had already gathered around, watching how Ning Lingyu avenged his parents. With Ling Yun's eyesight, he knew that what Ning Lingyu was using was the water trap technique of Wanshui Shinjue just by looking at it. Based on what Ning Lingyu showed, he could see that Ning Lingyu's Wanshui immortal art cultivation realm was not weaker than the water prison that Long Tian used in Poyang Lake back then. Ling Yun used his spiritual sense to observe, and saw that Di Xiaozhen was desperately baring her teeth and claws in the huge water tank that was upside down on the ground, clawing wildly with her hands. Her eyes were already wide open, she was breathing desperately, and she didn't even care about being choked by the water. But it's a pity that the water in the tank was completely controlled by Ning Lingyu. She couldn't even suck a drop of water into her mouth and nose. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Soon half a minute passed. 20 seconds later, when Di Xiaozhen rolled his eyes wildly and was about to suffocate to death, Ning Lingyu's mind moved. A huge water tank soared into the sky. What? Di Xiaozhen suddenly escaped from the darkness. She immediately raised her neck, breathed in the air greedily, and at the same time her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Hoo. Di Xiaozhen was lying on the ground, his chest was heaving violently, he was breathing violently, and the sound came out as if he was pulling a bellows. Crash! A huge stream of water rushed out of the water tank, and poured it all over Di Xiaozhen's body, drenching her into a drenched chicken. Cough. Caught off guard, Di Xiaozhen finally choked on the water this time. She coughed violently, and her body curled up into a big shrimp. At this time, Ning Lingyu squatted down gently, looked down at the extremely miserable Di Xiaozhen, looked at the dozen or so dark spots on her face, and said coldly, Di Xiaozhen, between you and me, there is nothing to say at all, but I will definitely avenge my parents. From now on, until my father is buried, don't think about having a better time. Repent well. Maybe after you know how to repent, you will truly understand how many crimes you have committed in the past. After finishing speaking, Ning Lingyu stood up, and then her divine sense moved again. Chi. Suddenly, 6 water swords flew out of the water tank, about 2 feet long, like daggers, and stabbed down at Di Xiaozhen, who was on the ground. 6 dagger-like water swords pierced Di Xiaozhen's calves, thighs, and arms in an instant, nailing her to the ground. What? Di Xiaozhen screamed like killing a pig. The audience was silent. Except for a few dead soldiers from the Qin family and the Ning family, there are almost no one below the level of Qi training. Everyone has spiritual consciousness and has seen Ning Lingyu's terrifying methods. Those 6 water swords only caused Di Xiaozhen severe pain, but they were not really ruthless. What was really ruthless was the water trap technique that Ling Yun mentioned just now. That kind of darkness, that kind of terrifying squeeze, that kind of suffocation to despair. Qin Chunfeng. Ning bopping. After Ning Lingyu appeared, Yi Xingqian kept her expression as usual. Now she was standing beside Ling Yun, and suddenly asked Ling Yun via voice transmission, "Has your sister ever killed anyone?" Ling Yun shook his head, "No, but when the one night immortal illuminated Qing Shui, she experienced that death battle and helped me deal with the drought." After seeing Ning Lingyu's method, Ling Yun is also thinking in her heart now, although she has experienced a night of fairy light and clear water, but the experience is the experience, and the display is the display. When did Lingyu use the methods of torture so naturally and seamlessly? It can only be explained that those who are close to ink are dark. Yi Xingqian said secretly. Nonsense, this is called Nirjujiqi. Ling Yun retorted back on the spot. Boom. The water tank finally landed, and there was still half a tank of water in it, motionless. Ning Lingyu looked down at Di Xiaozhen, and said coldly, Di Xiaozhen, let me tell you, these 6 water swords will soon become water shields to block your wounds and prevent blood from flowing out. So, you will only suffer, but not die. She suddenly stretched out her slender fingers and pointed to the evening sky. Tonight, you just lie here, open your eyes wide, take a closer look at the sky, and see if the sky will spare you. After finishing speaking, Ning Lingyu turned around and walked towards Qin Chunfeng. Lingyu has seen uncle. Qin Chunfeng was stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses. He nodded repeatedly, okay. Okay. Lingyu, it's really refreshing to see you deal with this vicious woman just now. This is called evil, will be rewarded with evil. Lingyu, let's ignore her for now, come here, uncle will introduce you to these relatives. So, just like Lingyan just now, Qin Chunfeng introduced Ning Lingyu and Ning Boping to the Ning family. Naturally, there was another exchange of emotional greetings. Auntie, I was busy paying homage to my father just now, so I didn't have time to say hello to you. You can't blame me. Then, Ning Lingyu came to Qin Dongxue again, and simply got into her arms. How can it be? Qin Dongxue patted Ning Lingyu's back lightly and said, come on, Lingyu, let me introduce you to someone. She took Ning Lingyu's hand and brought her to Yi Xingchen. The old problem, the cervical spine troubled me, and the severe pain intensified, but this time the old step will not compromise. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Lingyu, the beautiful woman in front of you is Yi Xingchen, the saint of the demon sect that I have repeatedly mentioned to you. Qin Dongxue took the initiative to introduce the two of them. Ever since your brother came out of the capital, no matter whether he participated in the Longhushan Demon Conference or came to Tianshan to rescue your mother, she has always been by your side, fighting side by side with him, and accompanying him through life and death. Especially this time when I came to Tianshan, she and your brother arrived first, which helped your brother a lot. Qin Dongxue was talking, when she suddenly realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere, her voice froze suddenly. Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen were facing each other, only 3 feet apart, and their eyes had already met. Surprisingly, the two women who usually have peerless looks, extraordinary auras, are equally astonishingly savvy, and extremely intelligent met for the first time, and neither of them took the initiative to say hello to each other. In the eyes of Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen, there was no one else. They were all looking into each other's eyes without blinking their eyelids, as if they wanted to see each other's heart. The next moment, Ning Lingyu raised her eyebrows, and Yi Xingchen frowned at the same time. Boom! The two of them released a monstrous aura at the same time, their auras rose steadily, and they collided almost instantly, their dresses rattled at the same time, and their long hair danced wildly behind their backs. Yi Xingchen was dressed in black, and Ning Lingyu was dressed in white. One is the body of a star, which is rare for tens of thousands of years, the other is the body of a fairy, which is also rare for tens of thousands of years. The first time they met under such circumstances, it was supposed to be a perfect picture of incomparable harmony and sisterhood, but it turned out to be the opposite. The two turned out to be competing with each other. Lingyan frowned suddenly, inexplicably, it was so sudden, with his cultivation base, he couldn't even tell who caused it first. This is not a sister, this is simply a natural enemy. Even Lingyan had a vague feeling that if Yi Xingchen and Ning Lingyu hadn't met at the moment, they would have fought to the death. What's the situation? What the hell is going on? Boom! The two people are stunning, and no one wants to lose their momentum. The aura erupting from them climbed to the peak in an instant. People around you retreat quickly. Seeing that the two of them were about to start a battle, Lingyan wanted to stop it, but it was too late for such a sudden change. It can be said that at this moment on this cliff, besides Lingyan, the two people with the highest realm and strength are Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen. Even Bai Xianer, who has already grown 4 tails, may not be able to withstand this situation. The two hit with all their strength. Swipe, swipe, swipe. People from the Qin family and Ning family around had already sensed the terrifying air current, and they knew they couldn't resist it, so they just flew away. Are you crazy? Amidst Lingyan's angry roar, he made a move, and directly performed Xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kung Fu. Chi 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 chi, a huge stone wall suddenly appeared around the three of them, surrounding the three of them, just blocking off the stone house in the distance He Ling Tang, and of course Di Xiaozhen on the edge of the cliff. Di Xiaozhen's blood debt has not yet been paid, Lingyan does not want her to be affected and die. Boom 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 boom. During the fierce confrontation between Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen's qi machines, terrifying visions appeared outside their bodies. The first is Ning Lingyu. The fairy energy in her body surged out of her body, and instantly turned into 81 golden lotus flowers, spinning around her rapidly, forming a dance of flowers all over the sky. Under her feet, a purple dense mist appeared, which was purple fairy spirit energy. And Yi Xingchen did not show any weakness. The vortex of stars rushed out of her body and spun rapidly. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness between her brows, another vortex of stars was also spun rapidly, and 108 stars inside seemed to be lit up at the same time. Usually, all the brushes rush out and turn into basketball-sized planets with different colors, all of which are rotating, and at the same time, they are all spinning rapidly in the vortex of stars outside the body. The distance between the two is too close. 81 golden lotus flowers and 108 mysterious planets are flying and spinning rapidly. They collide with each other from time to time, explode directly, are scattered, and are condensed again in an instant, continuing to spin and dance, one after another. The strange thing is that both of them have fought like this, but no one said a word from the beginning to the end. Brush. With a movement of Ling Yun's divine mind, the blood-melting sword is in his hand. He held up the scarlet broadsword, frowned, looked at Ning Lingyu on the left, and Yi Xingchen on the right. He raised his arm more than a dozen times in an instant, but he couldn't cut it down. The palms of the hands and the backs of the hands are full of flesh. It is not suitable to help anyone, and I am not willing to beat anyone. But there is no doubt that Ling Yun knew in his heart that this was definitely the best time to observe Ning Lingyu, so he didn't make a fuss, just burned his soul to the limit, and observed carefully. Even though Yi Xingchen displayed the 108 shining planets in front of Ling Yun for the first time, it looked miraculous, but Ling Yun didn't need to observe, because the void-leading star Ju has a powerful technique, the 108 planets. In fact, it is the 36 celestial gangs and 72 earth demons. After Yi Xingchen has achieved a little success in the art of drawing stars from the void, he can use it. It can be used to attack, defend, or form a formation. The only problem is that at least you have to wait until the Foundation establishment realm. But the problem is that Ning Lingyu is not out of the ordinary now. Ling Yun watched her pass the catastrophe with her own eyes. At that time, golden lotuses gushed from the sky, and the gift of heaven appeared. She absorbed the golden fairy aura and the purple fairy aura. Ning Lingyu's realm has improved, and she can evolve a golden lotus body protector, which is also normal. Boom 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 boom. The golden lotus and the shining stars slammed into the huge stone wall and exploded one after another, completely enveloping the two of them. Ling Yun could see that although the fight between the two of them was just a battle of divine sense, their bodies were shaking violently, obviously wanting to overwhelm each other, and no one would let the other. All of a sudden, they didn't care about everything around them. They only had their eyes on their opponents, and they all regarded each other as prey, and people who must be killed. Because Ning Lingyu has reached the 6th level of Qi training, she is slightly higher than Yi Xingchen, but because of her lack of combat experience, she didn't get any advantage in the process of fighting Yi Xingchen, who had experienced too many killings. Frankly speaking, this incident is so freaking abnormal. If Ling Yun hadn't seen that the two women had a way between offense and defense, he would have thought that these two women were crazy at the same time. Even if Ling Yun wanted to break his head, he couldn't think of any aggressiveness between these two people when they met. Even if they really wanted to compete, now is not the time, let alone the place. First of all, Ning Lingyu had just arrived and met Yi Xingchen for the first time, and they started fighting before they even said a word. Secondly, where is this place? Next to it is Ning Tianya's morning hall. With the strength of these two people, if they fight with all their strength, it will be difficult for Ling Yun to guarantee that the morning hall will be affected. But these 2 points are not the most important thing is the people around. Ling Yun, Qin Shuyue, Qin Dongxue, people from the Qin family, people from the Ning family, As long as these two people have a little consideration for the face of these people, it is impossible to do it directly. Stop it all. Ling Yun was furious, and suddenly cast Shenlong Xiao, drinking again. The two women turned a deaf ear to this. The battle was still going on, and the surrounding stone wall was beginning to crumble. You don't even listen, do you? Ling Yan's eyes turned hard, and suddenly he burst into shocking momentum, and the blood in his body surged violently in an instant. He held the knife in both hands, and instantly slashed the world with a move in the middle of where the two were standing. The scarlet knife curtain is like a long rainbow piercing the sun, uninterrupted, completely isolating the two of them. Brush! Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen let out a muffled groan at the same time, and the two of them soared into the sky in peerless figures, each flying back 1,000 meters away from the range of Dao Gang. The two stood in the air, facing each other from a distance, their long hair fluttering, and their external visions were astonishing, like goddesses and fairies. Whoosh! After Ling Yan slashed out with a knife, his figure also shot up into the sky, and came to the middle of Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen, and instantly sacrificed the golden dragon gun and the Yinyang Gongqi sword. Are you crazy? Ling Yan scanned the left and right. With an angry look on his face, he said in a deep voice, I don't care what kind of madness you two suddenly have, but if anyone dares to make a move again, he should finish the fight with me first. Unable to figure out the situation for a while, Ling Yan had no choice but to make a bad move. Sister Xingchen is really a heaven-defying technique. Ning Lingyu's voice was very low, expressionless. Sister Lingyu's gift from heaven is really amazing. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly and replied. The two put away their visions at the same time, and spoke almost at the same time. Brush! The next moment, they stretched their bodies at the same time and came to Ling Yan's side in an instant, looking at each other and smiling. Are you crazy? Ling Yan was furious, and he yelled again, his face sank like water. Okay, what the hell are you two going crazy just now? It's nothing, I just suddenly want to learn from each other. Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen turned their heads to look at Ling Yun at the same time until then, and they said the same reason. Ling Yun was suddenly stunned. Let's compete? No matter the time or the occasion, two women who are so ice snow and smart, face to face will start a life and death fight, endlessly, just for the sake of learning from each other? How about lying to a 3-year-old? I'm telling you too, there's no end to this. Ling Yun put away the blood-transforming sword. Everyone follow me. Swipe. Ling Yun flew back first, followed by Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen. Mom, the two of them suddenly went crazy, so don't be angry. Qin Qiuyue had already walked out of the morning hall. Ling Yun landed directly in front of her and whispered. Fine. Qin Qiuyue's eyes were flat. She started to move forward, and soon came to Ning Lingyu, looked at her first, and then said leisurely, Lingyu, I apologize to your sister Xingchen. Ning Lingyu pondered for a while, then she turned around suddenly, first made a face at Yi Xingchen, and said, Sister Xingchen, are you? Need not. Yi Xingchen shook her head and interrupted. She turned to look at Qin Qiuyue. Auntie, speaking of it, I was also at fault, and I made you worry just now. A few people spoke a few words, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated in an instant, as if nothing happened just now. Well, Yi Xingchen and Ning Lingyu met each other for the first time. As to why it happened like this, Laobu doesn't know. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. At the foot of Renfeng Peak, there is an antique restaurant building, which is the place where all the disciples of Tianjianzong who originally lived in Renfeng gathered for meals. The area of the restaurant is very large, there are 3 floors up and down, and it is not a problem for 200 people to dine at the same time. The deacon, Guoping, was originally in charge of managing the daily life of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, including eating, so he has always been in charge here, and it is naturally him now. There are professional chefs here, and more than 20 service personnel, all of whom were born among the original disciples of Tianjian Zheng. Unable to improve, was arranged here. In the final analysis, any cultivation sect is composed of people. As long as they are people, they have to pay attention to their basic necessities of life. These trivial lives have to be taken care of by someone, and no force in the world can make an exception. Frankly speaking, among the 147 survivors of the entire Heavenly Sword sect, except for the 58 who had reached the innate late stage, the remaining 89 people, except for a few who were young and had good aptitude, most of them were eliminated by others, and then stayed in Tianjianzong to be responsible for these trivial tasks. And this was one of the reasons why Ling Yun couldn't bear to slaughter those Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Tonight's dinner was arranged by Ling Yun here. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu's mother and daughter both wanted to guard Ning Tianya's spirit, so they stayed at Tianfeng and did not come over. When the food at Renfeng was ready, Ling Yun would of course personally deliver it to them. Originally, Ling Yun planned to accompany the two of them to have dinner together, but Qin Qiuyue said no, and asked him to return to Renfeng, and together with Qin Dongxue, she helped her entertain the Qin family and the Ning family. Although it is said that they are all a family, but when doing things, they must always pay attention to the distinction between inside and outside, and pay attention to etiquette. This was the first day everyone gathered at Lingyun Sword Sect. Li Piayang and Guoping naturally did their best and strived for perfection in everything they did, so this dinner was very sumptuous, with cooked beef and sheep, chicken, duck, fish, fresh vegetables, everything you expect. The reception scene is not at all inferior to the big hotels in the secular world outside. When they got here, Qin Chunfeng from the Qin family and Ning Boping from the Ning family became guests. In the quaint private room on the third floor of the restaurant, Ling Yun personally accompanied the two families, and thanked them for coming all the way on behalf of his mother. Telling the whole process in full, everyone was naturally dumbfounded and amazed. Of course, Ling Yun also expressed his apology to the Ning family for being one step late and failing to save Ning Tianya, but Ning Boping stopped him after he said half of his words. Ning Boping didn't say much, but he hit the point. There's no need to apologize, it's God's will. It's my Ning family who is incompetent, and I don't blame you. Ling Yun could tell that the members of the Ning family didn't want to mention this matter during the dinner, so they changed the topic. It just so happened that Qin Chunfeng was also very good at socializing, and with him at the table, there would be no embarrassing situations. Everything was handled just right, making people feel like spring breeze. This dinner started at 7:30 p.m. and ended at 10 p.m., and it took 2.5 hours before it came to an end. Ling Yun, Qin Dongxue and the others sent them out of the restaurant. Qin Chunfeng and Ning Boping each led their own people to the residence arranged by Guoping to rest. Today's Lingyun Sword sect has a lot of houses for people to stay in, not to mention that there are enough guest rooms in the first place, but there are almost 100 people from the D family that Lingyun killed and drove away. During the day, Guoping has already brought people, get those houses cleaned up so there is no shortage of shelter. I'm finally done. Ling Yun watched the crowd leave, and after the figures of those people disappeared completely, he finally let out a long breath and relaxed. Ling Yun, because of my sister, you haven't closed your eyes for 2 days and 1 night, do you want to have a good rest tonight? Qin Dongxue stood beside Ling Yun. Turning around, looking at Ling Yun's brows showing a little tiredness, he couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, I'm fine. During the day, I practiced meditation for a whole day. It's more effective than sleeping. After a pause, he said to Qin Dongxue again, as for you, you have been tossing around for 2 days and 1 night, and there is nothing important now, you need to go to rest quickly. Qin Dongshue's eyes flickered. Looking at Ling Yun's appearance, she really wanted to say to stay with him for a while, but she hesitated for a while, and finally gave up. Okay, then I'll go back to my room to practice. But Qin Dongxue suddenly changed the subject, and hesitantly said via voice transmission, "In the evening, what happened when Lingyu and Xingchen met, you have to deal with it carefully, and you must be patient." Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen fought as soon as they met. This incident not only annoyed Ling Yun, but also shocked everyone. Qing Dongshuan knew in her heart that Ling Yun just didn't have time to ask clearly. He just needs to leave later. He will definitely go to Yi Xingchen to find out what happened first. "Hey, I really can't hide anything from you." Ling Yun smiled wryly, and then said, "Don't worry, I know it well, and I will handle it properly." "That's good, then I'm leaving." After finishing speaking, Qin Dongxue drifted away. During the day, she had already stayed with Qin Qiuyue and Tianfeng for a day, and when she came over at night, Qin Qiuyue had already told her that she didn't need to accompany her anymore. Brush. After Qin Dongxue left, Ling Yin floated upstairs, went back to the third floor, found Yi Xingchen, took her hand and jumped out of the window without saying a word, and the two headed south. They crossed the huge mountain ridge in an instant, flew forward for another 3 minutes, and went out 100 kilometers away, completely leaving the range of Lingyun sword sect. Only then did Lingyun choose a lonely peak and cliff, and landed on the peak. "Tell me, what's going on?" After standing still, Lingyun stared at Yi Xingchen and asked. "You ask me, who should I ask?" Yi Xingchen looked innocent, and said depressedly, "It's strange to say, it's really inexplicable, how can I put it? Well, anyway, seeing Ning Lingyu standing in front of me, a fighting spirit appeared in his body instantly. If you want to suppress it, you can't suppress it, and if you don't fight, you can't. It's like obsessive-compulsive disorder, yes, do you understand obsessive-compulsive disorder? It's a moment when you have to do that thing, and if you don't do it, you'll go crazy. That's probably what it means." It's okay not to explain, but Ling Yun was even more confused when he heard Yi Xingchen's explanation. OCD? It actually appeared on the body of two peerless geniuses in the mid-stage of Qi training, and at the same time. This is simply unbelievable. What is the realm of Qi training? Refining Qi to transform God. If a cultivator has reached the middle stage of Qi training, but he can't even control the most basic emotions in his heart, then he is not far from going crazy. But he knew that Yi Xingchen never lied to him. Ling Yun thought about lightning, and asked again, "This feeling, has it ever happened before? When facing others, has it ever happened?" "No. Just this once." Yi Xingchen shook his head decisively. "Ling Yun, then if you see Lingyu again next time, can you control this emotion?" Yi Xingchen, "I don't know. This is so evil." Ling Yun scratched his head and was very speechless. He murmured, "Could it be because the physiques of both of you are too heaven-defying? The body of the stars and the body of the fairy can't coexist in the world? Subconsciously regard each other as natural enemies? But it shouldn't be, Ling Yun suddenly shut up, thinking that he almost revealed his biggest secret. When he was cultivating in the great world, he had seen many people with physiques against the sky. Among them, the ancient physiques that were regarded as natural enemies did exist, but they were not the bodies of stars or spirits. Where? Yi Xingchen didn't seem to care too much about the fact that he pinched Ning Lingyu when they met, and asked Ling Yun with a smile. Where else could it be? Facing Yi Xingchen's questioning, Ling Yun smiled calmly, and said nonchalantly, "I haven't heard of it at my master's place." Yi Xingchen smiled, was non-committal to Ling Yun's explanation, and said in his heart that "I believe you are a big-headed ghost." After a while of silence. "From this point of view, the moment the two of you face each other, it seems that Lingyu's situation is the same as yours." Ling Yun suddenly spoke again, analyzing. "It should be so." Yi Xingchen nodded. "However, although it is the first time for the two of us to face each other today, when I was in Qingshui City, I used to follow her secretly in order to thoroughly understand everything about you, but at that time her status too low to notice me. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xingchen made the point. At that time, although I saw that she had an extraordinary physique, I didn't have any fighting spirit in my heart. Ling Yun immediately rolled his eyes. Have you followed everyone around me? Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly. That's natural. It's not like I haven't told you before. I see that you two don't want to fight at all, but want to use all your strengths to kill each other. Ling Yun's eyes flickered. The 108 stars you released should be your biggest killing move, right? This is Yi Xingchen's strongest hole card. You know, last night, when Yi Xingchen rushed from the ground peak to the sky peak to meet Ling Yun, she was blocked by Luo Yongqi. When life and death were at stake, she did not release the 108 stars. Kindness? Yi Xingchen nodded directly, but they are not magic weapons, let alone urged by me. At that moment, they all flew out for no reason. I know. Ling Yun is very clear, 36 heavenly stars, 72 earthly evil stars, and Yi Xingchen's mid-fifth stage of qi training will never be manifested. In her current state, she can only sacrifice ordinary stars to fight. Well, Xingchen, from now on, you don't have to meet Ling Yu again. This matter is too strange. I have to find a way to figure it out. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly. You don't need to say. I already discussed it when I had dinner with Sister Xianer just now. I won't meet her again, anyway, she's your sister after all. With a stiff neck, he reluctantly wrote another chapter. Ling Yun will leave Tianshan tomorrow. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. She's your sister after all. Yi Xingchen said the word sister very emphatically, almost gritting his teeth, as if deliberately emphasizing it. Frankly speaking, among all the women around Ling Yun, there are very few who can really take Yi Xingchen to heart, but no matter how you look at it, Ning Lingyu can definitely be ranked first. Ling Yun could only respond with a wry smile. Although Yi Xingchen accepted his suggestion, he could understand from Yi Xingchen's words that Yi Xingchen now regarded Ning Lingyu as his lifelong enemy. The two can walk around each other without seeing each other, but as long as they meet face to face, it may be a deadly situation. This is far from what Ling Yun originally imagined. It's completely different, okay? Thought it was a happy meeting, but in fact it is life and death. Younger sister? Ling Yun smiled wryly and shook his head. To tell you the truth, this younger sister is the one who worries me the most. He said half-truthfully. It's not just worrying, it's just too much trouble. Ling Yun's head was as big as a bucket. Originally, after meeting Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun observed her repeatedly, but he didn't see any flaws in her performance. The worries in his heart were already relieved. Who knew that as soon as Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen met each other, they would do this in front of him, and the sky was almost dark. The reason Yi Xingchen said, the so-called obsessive-compulsive disorder, was even more unbelievably messy. Don't let Ling Yun let go of the heart just now, but it's pulled up again, and it's even more tangled than before. Why did the body of the fairy and the body of the stars become natural enemies after they both reached the middle stage of qi training? Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes at Ling Yun and said, Oh, you still know that she doesn't let you worry, so why did you come to me first? Why do you have to let me let her go? Ling Yun was stunned when asked, and he said in astonishment, Isn't that what you and Xianer have already discussed? Yi Xingchen didn't look at him, but looked up at the sky. I decided that's my business. Now what I'm asking is why did you come to me in the first place? Ling Yunqin said, Isn't this nonsense? But Ling Yun would never say these words. He pretended to be very serious and thought about it for a long time before replying, Xingchen, I think there is something. The result is more important than the reason. Our result, it's consistent, that's it. Yi Xingchen suppressed a smile, and said calmly, You don't have to avoid the important and ignore the minor. In this matter, I think the reason is more important than the result. All right. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't get around it, so he resolutely admitted defeat, and said seriously, There are two real reasons. First, you said that we need to know each other better. Now, do we know each other better, or Lingyu and I know each other better? Yi Xingchen immediately gave the answer, of course it's the two of you. You have lived together for 18 years. This is too unreasonable. Lingyan stared, speak human. Then he felt guilty for a while, and immediately added, I'm asking about the present. This time Yi Xingchen really couldn't get around, she could only nod her head, okay, let's talk about it now, we two know each other better. The effect of saying this sentence is completely different between saying it and not saying it. When Yi Xingchen spoke, his heart immediately felt sweet. She deliberately babbled for a while, what she really wanted to hear in her heart was of course this. Yeah, that's it. Lingyan plausibly said, I know you, trust you, and rest assured of you, so I came to ask you first, and started to find the reason from you, hoping to find a breakthrough to solve the problem. Yi Xingchen remained calm, but his heart had already burst into laughter. Continue. Secondly, isn't Lingyu guarding her father's spirit right now? After I finish eating, I can't fly to Tianfeng to ask her these questions, and then come back to find you. Isn't that too far away? And Ling Yun glanced at Yi Xingchen. He said angrily, looking at your current appearance, I am afraid that if I really do that, I will die a miserable death, right? Am I right? Pfft. Yi Xingchen really couldn't pretend anymore, she was so amused by Ling Yun, she laughed so hard that her petals trembled. Ling Yun was already sweating profusely. Maid finally explained it, how difficult it is. Yi Xingchen didn't find fault easily, but as long as he found fault, it was really difficult to coax, because his IQ was too high. What you said makes sense. After laughing, Yi Xingchen praised her, and then said with a serious expression, I'll tell you one thing, Xianer told me that when Ning Lingyu and I met each other, she released it on Ning Lingyu. In the breath, she felt a kind of coercion, but she couldn't describe that coercion, she just instinctively rejected that feeling. Ling Yan's mind was shocked. Bai Xianer is a demon clan, and even a nine-tailed sky fox. Not only does she have the instinct to seek good luck and avoid evil, but her spiritual sense is far beyond that of a cultivator or other monster clans of the same realm. Her instinctive feeling must be unmistakable. Ling Yan immediately asked, is it because of the suppression of the realm? Yi Xingchen shook his head, Xianer has 4 tails now, she can definitely tell the difference between realm suppression and other more terrifying suppression. While talking, Yi Xingchen suddenly turned around, staring at Ling Yun with deep eyes. After a while, she suddenly took a deep breath and said, Ling Yun, admit it. Ling Yun turned around as if nothing had happened, and looked at the mountains in the distance. Admit what? I know you are very reluctant to accept it, but I still have to remind you. Yi Xingchen sighed in his heart, but said firmly, your sister, after crossing the catastrophe, and before crossing the catastrophe, many behaviors are completely different. When Yi Xingchen said these words, her voice was like golden stone, and she articulated every word clearly, like thunder, it was deafening. Ling Yun was silent. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, after every cultivator passes through the catastrophe, because the level of life has undergone fundamental changes, his vision, temperament, conversation, and other behaviors will also change accordingly. What's more, when Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe, he also received a gift from heaven. Yi Xingchen didn't speak, just looked at him with a smile, the meaning expressed in that look was very clear. Ling Yun didn't bother to explain any further, he said angrily, what are you doing looking at me like that? Look at your serious nonsense. Ling Yun. Okay. Yi Xingchen suddenly smiled, stretched out her slender catkins, and took Ling Yun's hands, I won't say anything, as long as you know what's in your heart. Ling Yun was inexplicably moved. Yi Xingchen let go of Ling Yun's palm, suddenly turned around and took a step, stepped out of the cliff in one step, and walked in the air. She didn't use any body protection techniques, and let the violent mountain wind blow her veil skirt and her long hair fluttering. Peerless. Looking horizontally, it looks like mountains and peaks. The distance and height are different. I don't know the true face of Lushan Mountain, but I just live in this mountain. Yi Xingchen took 4 steps in a row. Ling Yan stood quietly on the edge of the cliff, looking at the peerless figure who was walking forward, and suddenly smiled freely. Brush. Ling Yan also stepped out, and he came to Yi Xingchen's side in an instant, and the two walked side by side. I'll fix it sooner or later. Yi Xingchen, I know. Ling Yan, your heavenly demon / show me. Yi Xingchen turned his head and cast a charming glance at Ling Yan. What are you doing? Ling Yan smiled and said, they are just a pair of ancient martial arts weapons at the moment. Naturally, there is no problem in dealing with ancient martial arts masters. Even against masters in the Qi training stage, they can still make do with it. But your current state, you can use it now. For example, if they are used to deal with the 4 Kunlun disciples, they will be of no use. Yi Xingchen already knew Ling Yan's intentions. She smiled sweetly, and with a movement of her divine sense, the heavenly demon / flew out of the Taishu ring, circling around the two of them. This is the weapon that the master used to use. Yi Xingchen was still walking forward, and said to Ling Yan, actually, their real name should be Qian Kuan Sun Moon Zhan. Brush. Yi Xingchen raised his hand and grabbed the heavenly demon Xuanhuan in his hands. After playing with them kindly for a while, he sent them to Ling Yan's hand. Here you are. Then she did not forget to threaten, if you dare to refine me, I will report to the master. Ling Yan laughed, don't worry, there are only things I don't want to refine in this world, and there is no magic weapon that I can refine. After a few days, I promise to return you a pair of top-quality spiritual weapons. First update. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets.